Chapter 1, The Adorable Piglet Favored by the Evil God. Did you hear? Our campus Belly recently awakened an S-rank Beastmaster talent, but she immediately contracted a pink pet pig at the pet store. Ha! Did she get kicked in the head by a donkey? Even a dog would be better than a pet pig that only knows how to act cute. No way. Before awakening her talent, Yi was always studying hard. Could there be more to this story? Xingqing no. 6 High School, the vast sports field. Crowds of students gathered for the assessment test were discussing the school's genius Belly Yiningshui, each with a hint of confusion and mockery in their eyes. As a certain figure appeared, all the students ceased their discussions, casting glances filled with astonishment. It was a young girl, fair-skinned and beautiful, exuding an icy aura that kept others at a distance. This time, their gazes weren't drawn by her looks, but because she was the genius campus belle they had been talking about. They never expected that Yi Ningxue would dare to participate in the assessment test. Although she awakened an S-rank Beastmaster talent, don't forget she contracted a pet pig. Coming to take the aptitude test? Are you sure you're not here to make a fool of yourself? Facing the strange gazes of the crowd, Yi Ningxue's expression remained unchanged as she calmly walked toward the test registration point. No one knew she was a reincarnator. In her previous life, she stood at the pinnacle of humanity with her S-rank Frost Winter talent and her contracted Frost Saint Dragon. She was even hailed as the goddess of ice and snow. Yet she never expected that when facing the onslaught of ferocious beasts, the Frost Saint Dragon would betray her at the critical moment, leading to her downfall. So in this new life, Yi Ningxue no longer wanted to rely on beast taming but aimed to reach the peak again through her own abilities. If it weren't for the assessment requiring beast taming, she wouldn't have even made a beast contract. Thinking of this, she also walked up to the testing ground, squinting at the mocking looks in her classmates' eyes. She couldn't help but whisper to herself, "Just wait, you'll soon find out that even without a spirit beast, I, Yi Ningxue, will still surpass everyone." Yi Ningxue. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Yi Ningxue turned her head to see a woman whose looks could be rated an 8 out of 10, but her expression was full of arrogance. Yi Ningxue looked at her, a rare trace of disdain flashing across her face. Her name was Wu Meng, a transfer student who had arrived at No. 6 High School a month ago and had been at odds with her ever since. The reason for this was that Yi Ningxue had long been hailed as the most outstanding school belle of No. 6 High due to her exceptional talent and beauty, and Wu Meng was vying for this hollow title. Oh, by the way, she also possesses an S-rank talent, but rumors say this talent isn't hers. Just as she thought of this, Wu Meng said sarcastically, "Oh my, has the top student stopped acknowledging people after awakening an S-rank talent? Well, with an S-rank talent, she must think she's the greatest, and I'm second best." As the words fell, a radiance unique to an S-rank Beastmaster ability surged from her body. Who would have thought that even with 2 S-rank talents in our school, someone else awakened an S-rank ability? The principal would probably laugh his head off if he knew Yi Ningxue was a failure. And now another S-rank talent has appeared. Now it seems Wu Meng is truly the top girl of our No. 6 High School. The exclamations from the numerous students made Wu Meng look extremely proud. She gazed arrogantly at Yi Ningxue and said, "What a shame, Yi Ningxue. My S-rank talent can purify the bloodline of spirit beasts. Not only that, the spirit beast I've contracted is far beyond comparison to some pet pig." The highly provocative words instantly silenced the surrounding students. How could they not sense the hostility laced in those words? Yet in the face of Wu Meng's provocation, Yi Ningxue's expression remained unchanged, though Zhang Yuan in her Beastmaster space trembled violently. This is my S-rank Beastmaster talent, Luminous World. Wu Meng, it's her. She stole my talent. Then what about my spirit beast? Staring at Wu Meng through the Beastmaster space, Zhang Yuan's eyes turned red. Wu Meng, she was his girlfriend of 3 years. Zhang Yuan vividly remembered that just a month ago, in Wu Meng's presence, he not only awakened an S-rank Beastmaster talent but also won the favor of a monarch-level spirit beast, the Divine Stone Monkey. But just as he was about to form the contract, Wu Meng brought outsiders to attack him, causing him to be reborn as a pink pet pig. Even now, he still vividly remembers Wu Meng's ugly face. "Zhang Yuan, you're just a guy from the orphanage. An S-rank Beastmaster talent is wasted on you. Only I am worthy of possessing an S-rank Beastmaster talent. Now it seems Su Meng has completely replaced me as another S-rank talent. Damn it." The thoughts in his heart filled Zhang Yuan's eyes with murderous intent. "Anyway, with my level, I'll just die at the hands of other spirit beasts during the test later. Might as well rush out now and take a vicious bite out of her. At least this way, even if I die, I'll feel better about it." With a sharp, low growl, Zhang Yuan made as if to forcefully break out of the Beastmaster space. Suddenly, at that very moment, detecting intense killing intent from the host, the evil god system is activating. Activation complete. "Host, would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? / is this my cheat ability? / Zhang Yuan's movements froze. / open it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the S-rank talent Devouring Fangs and the S-rank skill Shadow of the Evil God. Devouring Fangs, your teeth become hard and sharp, capable of easily piercing the skin of various creatures. You can devour flesh and blood in large quantities, converting it into your own energy and genetic points. In future evolutions, you can integrate the abilities of other creatures into your body, ascending to a higher level of existence. Shadow of the Evil God, your body transforms into a fleeting shadow, allowing you to freely choose to exit the Beastmaster space and appear anywhere within a kilometer. You can pass through barriers without any hindrance or negative effects. As soon as the system's voice rang out, Zhang Yuan felt his teeth grow longer, harder, and incredibly sharp. Not only that, Zhang Yuan also noticed that the original restrictions of the Beastmaster space seemed to have disappeared. In the past, unless he had Yi Ningxue's permission, the feeling of being severely injured if he forced his way out was completely gone. Shadow of the Evil God? Devouring Fang? Zhang Yuan repeated, his eyes brimming with excitement. With these two talents, Zhang Yuan believed that even without relying on Yi Ningxue, he could become a fearsome spiritual beast that would terrify everyone. Host, Zhang Yuan. Species, Pet Pig. Level, Awakening Tier 1. Attribute, None. Bloodline Potential, Awakening Tier 2. Talent, Devouring Fangs. Skill, Shadow of the Evil God. Evolution Points, 20/50ths. First Awakening? However, before he could celebrate for long, the panel that appeared in front of Zhang Yuan made him pause. Although his talent was incredibly overpowered, his current rank was still too low. Fighting a ruler-level stone monkey would only lead to certain death. Could it be, today I can only stand by and watch? Just as Zhang Yuan's voice fell, the system's prompt sounded again. Detected that host's contracted partner Yi Ningxue is currently at Awakening Tier 3. Feeding energy back to the host. Feedback successful. Host obtained 30 evolution points. Current total, 50 evolution points. Proceed with evolution? Evolve. Evolve now. Staring at Wu Meng's smug face, how could Zhang Yuan possibly hold back? Oink! As the sound rang out, Zhang Yuan felt a warm current surge through his entire body. P.S. Since the first 5 chapters require editing and approval for contract signing, readers who find the tropes too cliché might want to try reading until Chapter 6, there'll be unexpected excitement. Chapter 2, Unleashing Power, Zhang Yuan's sudden appearance. The top girl of No. 6 high school? Outside. Seeing Yi Ningxue remain silent, Wu Meng sneered even more sarcastically. Did you come for this assessment just to let your pet pig die, so you can contract a powerful spirit beast instead? As she spoke, a sudden glow appeared before her, and then a black figure materialized out of thin air. It was a wolf, pitch black all over, with scattered crimson patterns adorning its body, looking extremely fierce. Gazing at it, Wu Meng said with great pride, "This is my contracted flame dragon direwolf, which carries a trace of flame dragon bloodline. Its bloodline potential is even at the overlord level, and its current rank is Awakening Tier 2. Oh my god, a flame knight direwolf, and it's at the overlord tier. Given time, Wu Meng is bound to carve out a place for herself in Great Xia. Oh no, oh no, will Yi Ningxue's contracted pet pig end up roasted by the flame knight direwolf into a crispy suckling pig? Humph, she chose to contract a pet pig herself, who can she blame? Oh whoa!" As if understanding the crowd's taunts, the infernal night wolf howled at the sky, spewing a dense ball of flames from its maw. The terrifying heat forced numerous contracted spirit beasts to retreat to their partners' sides, their faces now painted with fear. The bloodline of dragonkind naturally reigns supreme over all other spirit beasts, especially when empowered by the element of fire. How could weak spirit beasts not be afraid? Wu Meng was quite pleased with the reactions of the spirit beasts and said smugly, "Out of respect for you being an S rank as well, I'll reluctantly grant your wish. Let the flaming night wolf trample your pet pig to death. Being crushed to death by me isn't too shameful for a former top sister like you." As these words were spoken, many students' expressions subtly shifted. Perhaps Yi Ningxue originally thought this way, but Wu Meng laid it bare on the table. If she still acted like this, she would completely lose face. Unconsciously, they turned their gaze to Yi Ningxue, curious to see how this former top student would respond. But when they looked at Yi Ningxue again, they found her seemingly oblivious, even slightly closing her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Wu Meng was momentarily stunned before a surge of anger rose within her. Now, not only did she possess an S-rank Beastmaster ability, but her contracted spirit beast was also absurdly powerful. The title of top student at Xinqing 6th High School rightfully belonged to her now. Yi Ningxue, what right does she have to ignore me? Humph. Wu Meng snorted coldly and angrily said, "Don't be shy. I'll help you find relief right now. Flame Knight Demon Wolf, why aren't you helping Yi Ningxue fulfill this wish already?" Oh whoa. Upon receiving the command, the flaming night wolf let out a howl and charged toward Yi Ningxue at an incredible speed. As it neared Yi Ningxue, it leaped high into the air, pouncing on her like a starving tiger. The surrounding students held their breath at the sight of this scene. If Yi Ningxue were hit by this strike, she'd at least end up hospitalized for several days. Or release that pet pig? To make a fool of herself? Under the crowd's gaze, Yi Ningxue's expression turned slightly cold. She could ignore Wu Meng, but being repeatedly provoked, claiming it didn't annoy her would be a lie. Before she could even react, her eternally unchanging eyes flickered with a rare trace of astonishment. Because, to her surprise, a small pink piglet had materialized right before her eyes without her noticing. A pig? My spirit beast? I didn't summon it, how did it appear? But could it be that it sensed I was in danger and came out on its own? Yi Ningxue was momentarily stunned before murmuring softly to herself. The pink piglet that charged out at Jiang Yuan immediately launched an attack on Wu Meng the moment it appeared. He hated it so much he wished Wu Meng could be sent straight to the underworld on the spot. Blazing Night Wolf. Wu Meng stumbled backward in fear, shouting, "You still dare to attack me? Blazing Night Wolf, use Inferno Fire to turn it into roast suckling pig." Following the command, the flaming Night Wolf opened its jaws wide and unleashed a fierce blast of fire directly toward Jiang Yuan. Bang! Dodge! Quick! Yi Ningxue instinctively shouted upon seeing this. Though she didn't want to use her spirit beast in battle, the pink piglet had come out for her safety. How could she just stand by and do nothing? Oink! Little did she know, Jiang Yuan was no low-tier spirit beast devoid of independent thought. With a human soul, Jiang Yuan had long sensed the lurking Flame Night Demon Wolf behind him. Species, Flame Night Demon Wolf. Tier, Awakening Stage 2. Attribute, Dark. Bloodline Potential, Overlord Tier 9. Talent, Fire. Skills, B, Blazing Flame. Shadow Claw. Howl. Phantom Wolf Dash. Shadow Bite. Feature, contains trace amounts of Dragon Bloodline, with a chance to awaken Dragon skills. Talents, Bloodline. / it seems I can not only see my own but also other spirit beasts. / Staring at the charging Flaming Night Wolf, Jiang Yuan felt puzzled again. Flaming Night Wolf? Why isn't it my spirit stone monkey? Though confused, Jiang Yuan knew the crisis was imminent, so he immediately activated the shadow of the evil god, effortlessly dodging the attack. Thank goodness, Yi Ningxue murmured softly. Whoosh! To everyone's surprise, Jiang Yuan, who had dodged to the side, suddenly opened his mouth and charged straight at the Flame Night Demon Wolf. What? Yi Ningxue froze, somewhat surprised. Since when did her contracted pet pig have such strong aggression? Could it be because of me? Lost in thought, Yi Ningxue heard another pained roar. Raising her eyes, she saw her pet pig move with incredible speed, slamming into the Flaming Night Demon Wolf before it could react, sending it stumbling backward several steps. Seizing the opportunity, her pet pig viciously bit down on the Flaming Night Demon Wolf again. Thud! As the sharp sound fell, one could easily see a huge gash torn open on the back of the Blazing Night Wolf. Witnessing this scene, many students widened their eyes in genuine surprise that a pet pig could actually inflict damage on the Blazing Night Wolf. Wu Meng's face darkened to the extreme. Humiliation. For her, this was the greatest humiliation. How could a majestic Flare Night Wolf with dragon bloodline be injured by a pet pig? Flare Night Wolf, use Shadow Wolf Dash. Ram it to death. The Blazing Night Wolf was clearly furious as well, letting out a roar while surges of eerie light emanated from its body. Then, it charged toward Jiang Yuan at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Afraid of a speed contest? Bring it on! Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow and activated the shadow of the evil god once more. In that instant, he moved like lightning, effortlessly dodging the Blazing Night Wolf's pounce. At the same moment, Jiang Yuan opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth as he swiftly and mercilessly plunged them into the neck of the Flaming Night Wolf. Snap! A distinct sound of bone-breaking echoed as the Flaming Night Wolf's neck was effortlessly pierced. Torrents of blood gushed out in an instant. Jiang Yuan didn't let up, still biting down fiercely. The Flaming Night Wolf howled in agony, its limbs thrashing wildly as it tried to shake Jiang Yuan off. Unfortunately, Jiang Yuan held on tight, showing no intention of loosening his grip. As a result, the wound on its neck was torn deeper and wider. Flame Night Demon Wolf, you need to pull yourself together. Wu Meng's face darkened instantly. You can't even defeat a pet pig? Get up quickly, throw it off. If it bites you, bite it back. Wu Meng's angry shouts didn't provoke the Flame Night Wolf to counterattack. Instead, its agonized cries grew even more intense, and its previously thrashing limbs stiffened into convulsions. In just a moment, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the Flame Night Wolf's legs kicked out stiffly before it fell completely silent. Thud! As the Flaming Night Demon Wolf's last breath faded, Wu Meng, who had formed a contract with it, felt a sweet taste in her throat and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Spirit beasts and beast masters are bound by contract. If either perishes, the other will suffer backlash. Witnessing this scene, the crowd froze momentarily, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. Then the scene erupted in an uproar. Chapter 3, Are you crazy? You call this a pet pig? What's going on? The pet pig actually defeated the flaming night wolf? How can this be so absurd? Even TV scripts wouldn't dare write something like this, right? The surrounding students were terrified. Wasn't it supposed to be just an adorable little pig that only knew how to act cute? Are you insane? Who on earth said this pink little pig was only good at being cute? It's clearly an incredibly powerful little pig. To be honest, even Yining Xue, the reborn Valkyrie, was stunned for a moment. Ever since the contract was formed, she had never trained her spirit beast. She only gave it some food every day to keep it from starving. In this situation, how could my contracted beast suddenly become so powerful? Instinctively, her gaze fell upon the pink piglet, yet she froze, watching as he devoured the flesh of the flame night demon wolf without a care in the world. The scene before Yining Xue was almost too much to bear. Eating so voraciously, she really hadn't been feeding him enough during this time. He's really suffered during this period. Moreover, judging from the current situation, he seems to possess powerful bloodline. Should I start nurturing him? After all, unlike the Frost Saint Dragon I contracted in my previous life, he actually came to help me when he sensed I was in danger just now. Lost in deep thought, Yining Xue finally shook her head vigorously. No, if the Frost Saint Dragon could betray her, who's to say this pet pig wouldn't do the same? The only one she could trust was herself. At most, just feed him more in the future. Zhang Yuan was unaware of Yining Xue's thoughts. He murmured softly, a being of the same rank as me, and it only gives 20 evolution points. In other words, to evolve, I need to devour at least 5 beings of the same rank. How can this be so absurd? But besides evolution points, devouring flesh seems to have given me 2 additional gene points for the flaming night wolf. What's this about? Just as Zhang Yuan's confusion arose, a thunderous roar exploded in his ears. You damned pig! Give me back my flaming night wolf! Give me back my flaming night wolf! Raising his eyes, Zhang Yuan saw Wu Meng charging toward him like a madwoman, her eyes bloodshot and hair disheveled. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as Zhang Yuan snorted disdainfully. Instead of him coming to find her, she came looking for him. Since you're asking for death, I'll grant your wish. As the shout rang out, just as Zhang Yuan was about to charge at Wu Meng, he suddenly caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance. Immediately after, a figure radiating icy blue light darted out from behind him, delivering a kick that sent Wu Meng stumbling several steps before she fell to the ground in disarray. If you lose, you lose. Still thinking about coveting my spirit beast? As Zhang Yuan spoke, he suddenly sensed 2 figures cloaked in formidable auras rushing toward him. A sideways glance revealed 2 men. Zhang Yuan recognized them: Lu Qing, principal of Xinqing No 6 High School, and Song Feng, his homeroom teacher from his past life. Watching the 2 of them, Zhang Yuan slowly suppressed the killing intent in his heart. There was no other way. Both Song Feng and Lu Qing's contracted spirit beasts were at the commander rank. The ranks of spirit beasts are Awakening, Transcendent, Commander, Overlord, Monarch, King, Legendary, Peerless, and Mythical. With his current Awakening rank strength, no matter how extraordinary he was, he couldn't possibly contend against commander rank spirit beasts. At this moment, Lu Qing and Song Feng had rushed to the group. After glancing at the disheveled Wu Meng and Yining Xue standing nearby, their brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. In truth, seeing this scene, they had a rough idea of what had happened. With the vice principal's backing, Wu Meng and Gao Yan had become quite the couple at school, and their behavior was something everyone was well aware of. Now that someone had taught Wu Meng a lesson, and it seemed to be Yining Xue, they couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. After all, Yining Xue could teach Wu Meng a lesson. Doesn't that mean she's not useless? Thinking of this, they couldn't wait to find out what had happened. Weren't you told to wait quietly for us to organize the assessment test? How did it suddenly become like this? What exactly just happened? Hearing the inquiry, the many dazed students suddenly snapped back to reality. They exchanged glances, then began recounting what had just happened in detail. As expected, just as they had anticipated, Wu Meng provoked first, and Yining Xue retaliated. But what they didn't expect was that Yining Xue's contracted pet pig could actually defeat the Flame Night Demon Wolf. After listening quietly, Lu Qing and Song Feng exchanged a silent glance, both seeing astonishment and wild joy in each other's expressions. There was a time when they kept persuading Yining Xue to terminate the contract, but she stubbornly refused. At one point, they all thought that Yining Xue, this genius, had met an untimely end. Little did they expect it would bring them such an enormous surprise. Now, Yining Xue hasn't met an untimely end, and with Wu Meng and Gao Yin by her side, the admission rate of Xinqing No 6 High School this time is absolutely outstanding. In other words, not only will No 6 High School's reputation shine brightly in Xinjiang, but their bonuses will also be substantial. If the Yi family knew about this, they'd probably beg Yining Xue to come back, wouldn't they? Lu Qing glanced at Yi Ningxue, unable to contain his joy as he thought to himself. No, I'll talk to Yi Long about it later. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me now? At that very moment, Yi Ningxue's icy voice resonated in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, all the students shook their heads frantically, fearing they might catch Yi Ningxue's attention. No way. Even Wu Meng, who possessed an S-rank talent and the Flame Knight Demon Wolf, was no match for her. What chance did they have against Yi Ningxue? Since no one wants to be my opponent, Principal Lu, does this mean I passed the assessment test? Hearing this, Lu Qing laughed heartily and said, "It counts. Of course it counts. Student Yi, you can just stay here and watch for now. Once the test is over, we'll all go to the beast forest together for combat practice against the ferocious beasts." Hearing this, Yi Ningxue remained silent and quietly stepped aside. Alright, let's put an end to this matter here. Next, all students will proceed with the test assessment according to the previous lottery draw. After glancing at Yi Ningxue again, Lu Qing and Song Feng spoke up one after another. It was extremely clear to hear the barely contained joy in their voices. Chapter 4, The Arrogant Yi Ningxue. As soon as the words fell, students paired up in twos under their call, engaging in intense test assessments. The battle of the spirit beasts on the stage seemed to make everyone forget what had just happened, as they all immersed themselves in the assessment. However, they wisely kept their distance from Yi Ningxue. Yi Ningxue didn't mind this at all. She simply sized up Jiang Yuan up and down, clearly extremely curious about his sudden transformation. But the more she observed, the more puzzled she became. Based on her seasoned judgment, Jiang Yuan's inherent bloodline was nothing more than a pet pig, with no hidden lineage whatsoever. Strange? If it's just a pet pig's bloodline, how could it be so powerful? Yi Ningxue was puzzled but had no clue. Weird. This is just too weird. The bizarre events she experienced today far surpassed anything she'd encountered since her rebirth. Frowning in deep thought, Yi Ningxue couldn't come to a conclusion for a long time. In the end, she simply placed Jiang Yuan back into the Beastmaster space. After all, she had no intention of nurturing Jiang Yuan regardless of his bloodline. As a contracted spirit beast, he could never surpass the level of his Beastmaster. With this point in place, she would never have to worry about being betrayed again. She just didn't know how she would react upon learning that Jiang Yuan, blessed by the evil god, could completely ignore the Beastmaster's level to advance his contracted beast. And at this moment, not far away, Wu Meng was being held in a man's embrace. Yi Ningxue just hit me. Why didn't you stand up for me? Wu Meng's voice was soft and delicate, her eyes still slightly red, as if she had suffered great injustice. There are too many people around here. Have you forgotten we still need to go for the beast combat training? When the time comes, I will naturally step in. As he spoke, the man kept glancing at Yi Ningxue from time to time. Upon closer inspection, one could detect a thick layer of greed deep within his eyes. This scene went unnoticed by Yi Ningxue, but Jiang Yuan in the Beastmaster space was staring intently at the two of them. The man embracing Wu Meng was also known to Jiang Yuan. He was precisely the outsider Wu Meng had allied with. Gao Yan, is it? And Wu Meng? Your happy days together won't last much longer. Speaking sternly, Jiang Yuan slowly suppressed the anger in his heart and closed his eyes. Revenge. I must have revenge. But Jiang Yuan understood that there was no opportunity now. He could only focus on improving himself first. Only when his own strength became formidable could he seek revenge. Then later, when we enter the beast forest, it will be the time for me to leave Yi Ningxue. Silently, Jiang Yuan made up his mind deep down. Since Yi Ningxue wouldn't nurture him, then he would nurture himself. At the same time, after handing over the organizational test assessment to Song Feng, Lu Qing stole a moment of leisure and had already returned to the principal's office. What exactly happened outside just now? As soon as Lu Qing entered, he heard a vigorous voice in his ear. Your Yi family is truly blessed. Blessing? Guess what just happened? Noticing the confusion on the middle-aged man's face, Lu Qing immediately recounted the recent events. What? The young lady's contracted pet pig actually defeated the flaming night demon wolf? After listening quietly, the middle-aged man's pupils dilated violently, his eyes flashing with an indescribable look of shock. One could say, in all his years of living, he had never heard anything so horrifying. Is this real? Of course, would I lie? Lu Qing was quite pleased with his reaction and immediately confirmed. Hearing this, the middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, Old Lu, you must nurture Ningxue well. That goes without saying. Lu Qing laughed heartily. Yi Ningxue is a student of Xinqingno 6 High School. How could I not cultivate her properly? Alright, I'll return to the Yi family now and inform the family head about the young lady's situation. I believe the family head will surely change his mind. Whoosh. As he spoke, the middle-aged man had already dashed out the door. Classmates, this test assessment has concluded. The victorious students should rest and recover here for a while. then accompany me to the Beast Forest for the practical combat assessment. After the test assessment ended, Principal Lu Feng loudly announced, "This practical combat assessment against fierce beasts will directly impact your national college entrance exams 1 month from now. All students must treat this with the utmost seriousness." After a pause, he scanned the crowd of students and continued shouting, "Now you may form teams of 3 on your own to face the fierce beasts in the Beast Forest. Hey, bro, let's team up this time. With the 2 of us working together, the world is ours. Ha ha ha, we're finally going to the Beast Forest for the practical assessment. I can't wait to fight some fierce beasts, I'm so excited." Many students sprang into action, while Yi Ningxue stood quietly to the side, seemingly uninterested in forming a team at all. Suddenly, a voice fell into Yi Ningxue's ears. "Classmate Yi, would you like to team up with me? That way, we're sure to come out on top in the dungeon assessment." Glancing sideways, she saw Gao Yan walking over from a distance with a refined smile. "Is that Gao Yan? I just watched his match. His spirit beast, the York Dragon, has reached the 3rd stage of awakening. It's the strongest spirit beast in our batch. Not just that, the York Dragon has the potential to reach the 1st stage of monarch rank and might even evolve into a starry sky demon dragon eventually. Damn, they're teaming up? How are we supposed to compete now?" Gao Yan thoroughly enjoyed the crowd's wild cheers. With what he thought was a cool toss of his head, he added, "I just saw your fight with Wu Meng. She was definitely in the wrong on this point. I've already given her a lesson. Classmate Yi, this time let's join forces together." Classmate Yi, although Lu Qing looked down on Gao Yan to some extent, but he had to admit that Gao Yan was telling the truth. If he teamed up with Wu Meng, they would undoubtedly excel in the Beast Forest and earn high academic credits. This way, they could also get into a good university in the future. So, he said, "Classmate Yi, you should think it over carefully." Hearing this, Gao Yan looked even more confident of victory. Of course, he didn't team up with Yi Ningxue out of sincerity, but rather to communicate with her properly. Gao Yan had always been quite fond of Yi Ningxue, the Ice Beauty, and if something were to happen in the Beast Forest while teamed up with Yi Ningxue, then Yi Ningxue would truly have no one to turn to for help. Ha ha ha, no need. Just as Gao Yan had this thought, he heard Yi Ningxue say arrogantly, "Gao Yan? He's too weak, not worthy of teaming up with me." Okay. Inside the beast taming space, Zhang Yuan cheered repeatedly. If he had thumbs, he would have given Yi Ningxue a thumbs up. To say the least, this really suits Zhang Yuan's taste. Unlike Zhang Yuan, the surrounding students and even Lu Qing were stunned. Weak? Gao Yan's gaze turned cold and sharp. After all, he was the strongest among all the students present. Weak? How dare Yi Ningxue say that? Roar! With a loud cry, Gao Yan decisively summoned his contracted spirit beast. A massive spirit beast radiating the aura of the 3rd stage of awakening materialized out of thin air. "Yi Ningxue, you said I'm weak. How about we make a bet? Let's bet on who wins. You decide the reward. How about it?" Chapter 5, Entering the Beast Forest. Gao Yan's actions immediately drew the attention of many students. Seeing this, he provocatively glanced at Yi Ningxue, his expression filled with cold arrogance. Before Yi Ningxue could speak, Lu Qing rushed over and shouted, "What's going on here? We're about to enter the 10,000 Beasts Forest for the assessment. Gao Yan, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Gao Yan let out a cold snort before reluctantly putting Yorklom away. Only when looking at Yi Ningxue did his eyes darken with a hint of shadow. To publicly call him weak, he would remember this for now. There's no room for words here, but in the Beast Forest, Yi Ningxue won't be allowed to act arrogantly. Muttering to himself, he shouted solemnly, "My York Dragon has awakened to the 3rd tier. Anyone want to team up with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, some people clearly aligned with Gao Yan chimed in. "I'm willing to join Gao Yan's group. Boss, choose me. I'm super well behaved. And me. Seeing this scene, Lu Qing sighed. It was what he wanted to see, Gao Yan and Yi Ningxue forming a team. But since the two didn't get along, there wasn't much he could do. So, he asked, "Then, Miss Yi, who would you like to team up with? I alone am enough." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Qing almost couldn't hold back. "Classmate Yi, do you not realize how challenging the Beast Forest is for beast masters like you? Even the outskirts of the Beast Forest are frequented by transcendent tier beasts." Lu Qing wanted to say more, but he saw Yi Ningxue had already closed her eyes, appearing serene. At this moment, he fell silent. His mouth opened and closed, but no words came out for a long time. Yi Ningxue was perfect in every way. The only flaw was her overwhelming arrogance, as if no one in the world was worthy of her attention. In fact, Lu Qing didn't realize that Yi Ningxue wasn't being arrogant. The reason she acted this way: first, none of the students in the class could truly catch her eye. Second, as someone who had been reborn, she knew full well that the dungeon contained linglong fruits. She was determined to obtain this exquisite fruit. Why would she share it with others? Forget it, forget it. Looking at the students around her who had already formed teams, Lu Qing could only console herself. If that little girl from the Yi family has no team, so be it. With me watching over her, nothing will happen anyway. With this thought, he raised his voice again and said, "Classmates, since you've already formed your teams, I now declare that everyone should follow my lead closely. Destination, the Beast Forest." At these words, excitement nearly overflowed from the eyes of many students. Yi Ningxue also opened her closed eyelids, and even Jiang Yuan in the Beastmaster space seemed exhilarated. Finally going, Jiang Yuan couldn't wait to improve his own rank. Amid their excitement, they were unaware of Gao Yan and his lackeys staring deeply at Yi Ningxue. His gaze was profound. Venturing into the dungeon alone? He, isn't this a bargain for me? Clip clop, clip clop. Amid the anticipation of many students, time slipped away quietly. Before long, under the leadership of Lu Qing and Song Feng, the students arrived at the entrance of the Beast Forest. At the entrance, besides their group of students, there were many people gathered in small clusters. Most of them were individuals who had awakened relatively weak talents. The reason they gathered here was that nurturing spirit beasts required substantial resources, and unlike top-tier beast masters who received external support, they lacked such backing. Therefore, they could only hunt ferocious beasts and sell them to the Beastmaster Association to exchange for some resources to cultivate their spirit beasts. The group of beastmasters who had been chatting couldn't help but stop their conversation when they saw Lu Qing and the students, their expressions revealing varying degrees of admiration and envy. There was a time when they too were part of that group. Alright, everyone, students, now that we've arrived at the 10,000 Beasts Forest, let me announce the assessment requirements. Lu Qing, standing at the front, turned around and surveyed the crowd behind him, saying, "The content of this practical assessment is to hunt awaken first-tier ferocious beasts. The more you hunt, the higher the points you'll earn. The top 3 in this assessment will receive additional rewards. The assessment time limit is 1 day, and everyone must gather here by then, or their results will be cancelled." Under Lu Qing's instruction, Song Feng also distributed watch-like devices to the students. This watch can track your points. Moreover, if you encounter danger, you can use it to send a distress signal. After sending the signal, we will come to assist you, but your points will be frozen at that moment. As the words fell, Song Feng had also finished distributing all the wristbands. Before the group of students could act, Yi Ningxue had already taken the lead and stepped into the 10,000 Beasts Forest. Witnessing this scene, not to mention the many students, even Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment. Wow, straight to it. Come on, let's follow them. Not far away, Gao Yan curled the corner of his lips and let out a shout. The Beast Forest. A lush green expanse stretches before the eyes, with towering trees standing tall. Gazing at the scene through the beast taming space, Jiang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps due to being reborn as a mosquito, Jiang Yuan felt the beast forest was his natural paradise. A strong feeling in his heart made him eager to rush out and explore the surroundings immediately. However, just as Jiang Yuan was about to take action, the linglong fruit should be located in the easternmost part of the beast forest. I hope the barriers there can delay Bai Qingtian for a while longer. With a single shout, Yi Ningxue swiftly dashed eastward. She showed no unusual reaction, but Jiang Yuan was momentarily stunned. Bai Qingtian? A restriction? And linglong fruit? How did Yi Ningxue know about these things? Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, having read many rumors about the linglong fruit in books in his previous life. The linglong fruit is extremely rare, a fruit produced by genetic mutation in ordinary trees. Not only is it rare, but its effects are also terrifying. When consumed by humans, it can enhance their physique, while for spirit beasts, it can elevate one with a maximum potential of only Dominator rank 9 to break through to Monarch rank. As for humans, Jiang Yuan had never heard of such a thing. In this era where beastmasters flourished, no one would choose not to feed their spirit beasts. At this thought, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sink into contemplation. Others wouldn't eat it themselves, but if this person were Yi Ningxue, Jiang Yuan felt certain there wouldn't be a share for him. Oink! Though I don't know how Yi Ningxue found out about it, but if these linglong fruits are real, I don't want to give up on them. With a low murmur, Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he made up his mind. After all, his contract with Yi Ningxue was different from that of ordinary beastmasters and spirit beasts. He wouldn't feel any guilt even if he snatched it away. As for restrictions, they might as well not exist under his control. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just as Jiang Yuan was thinking about this, the nearby bushes rustled, accompanied by a hissing sound. Hiss, hiss. Under the gaze of Jiang Yuan and Yi Ningxue, a massive snake, pitch black all over 5 meters long, and with a huge lump on its head, darted out from the bushes. It slightly raised its body, flicking its tongue at Su Meng. A pair of serpentine eyes radiated an indescribable chill. It's It's a venom-striped serpent. Species, venom-striped serpent. Level, Awaken Tier 2. Attribute, Poison. Bloodline potential, Awakening Tier 9. Talent. Skills, Toxic Fong, C. Binding Constriction. Serpent's Flare. Second Awakening? Zhang Yuan murmured softly, yet Yi Ningxue's expression remained unchanged. And then, before the venom-striped python could launch its attack, Yi Ningxue didn't retreat but instead charged toward it. Her action was nothing short of outright provocation to the venom-striped python. Hiss hiss. With a loud hiss, the giant venomous snake opened its bloody maw and charged at Yi Ningxue. Challenging a giant venomous snake with just a human body? Zhang Yuan shuddered at the sight. Holy cow! Is Yi Ningxue really this reckless? Not afraid of being swallowed whole in one bite? When it comes down to it, it's all up to me. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Zhang Yuan instinctively wanted to emerge from the Beastmaster space. After all, if Yi Ningxue were to perish, he would suffer a severe blow as well. This was something he didn't want to see at the moment. Chapter 6, The Simp's Counterattack. But, just at that moment, roar! Another voice sounded from behind the venomous striped giant snake. York Dragon! Flamethrower! Awah! As the hissing sound rang out, a burst of flames shot from behind the venomous serpent, swiftly engulfing it. Gao Yan's voice? Hearing this voice, Zhang Yuan's face immediately darkened. Just entered the dungeon, and already ran into Gao Yan. What a small world! Ha! Hiss hiss! Hit by the flames, the venomous patterned serpent writhed in pain, abandoning its attack on Yi Ningxue as it frantically twisted its body to extinguish the fire. Just then, Gao Yan's voice rang out from behind again. York Long, use Blazing Bite. Finish it off. Awah! As soon as the sound echoed, a flame-covered, lizard-like creature darted out from behind the venomous patterned giant snake. Ignoring the flames, it opened its jaws and bit down on the snake's vital spot. Roar! The giant snake writhed in pain, twisting its entire body in an attempt to entangle the wolf-like shadow. However, the moment it approached, the flames erupting from the blazing sun demon wolf forcefully repelled it. Awah! In the end, accompanied by a howl, the venomous patterned giant snake's head was brutally torn off by the blazing sun demon wolf. Ha 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 ha! With a burst of laughter, Gao Yan swaggered out with his two lackeys in tow. York Long, well done. Oh, classmate Yi, you're here too. Upon seeing Yi Ningxue, he even feigned surprise. Then he pointed at the venomous patterned giant snake again, his face full of pride as he said, "What do you think, Miss Yi? Is my strength enough to team up with you?" Yi Ningxue didn't even glance at him and prepared to walk away. The more time wasted here, the more likely the linglong fruit would be taken by others. She definitely didn't want this situation to happen. Seeing this scene, the smile on Gao Yan's face froze. From childhood till now, no one had ever dared to ignore her like this. Yi Ningxue, she was the first. Hey, Yi Ningxue, what do you mean by that? If it weren't for our boss stepping in just now, you would have been swallowed by that venomous serpent. Our boss saved you like a hero, and you can't even say thank you? Seeing Gao Yan's expression, the two lackeys immediately stepped forward to block Yi Ningxue's path. This remark improved Gao Yan's expression slightly, and he even deliberately adjusted his sleeves while waiting for Yi Ningxue's gratitude. However, instead of receiving Yi Ningxue's thanks, he was met with a cold shout, "Get lost! Wasting my time, you can't bear the consequences!" Roar! As Yi Ningxue spoke, Zhang Yuan couldn't hold back any longer and burst out from the Beastmaster's space. Whether for Yi Ningxue's safety or Gao Yan, he had no reason to hide within the Beastmaster's space. Did it come out again without me noticing? Could it be that my safety is so important in its eyes? Yi Ningxue looked at Zhang Yuan, her long frozen heart thawing slightly, but then her expression hardened once more. No, in the end, all spirit beasts are the same. I absolutely cannot raise spirit beasts. Yi Ningxue, I helped you, and you still dare to raise a hand against me. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Gao Yan's furious voice from nearby interrupted her train of thought. Do you still think you're part of the Yi family? That I wouldn't dare to strike you? Don't forget, you were long abandoned by the Yi family, and this is the beast forest. With the last cold shout, his eyes immediately darted toward his two underlings. Last time, Wu Mang was careless. This time, I leave it to you two, no problem handling this pet pig, right, boss? Of course no problem. The two underlings' expressions turned fierce as they instantly summoned their contracted spirit beasts. Those were two giant cats standing a full meter tall, baring their claws and looking quite intimidating. Meow, meow. Species, swift giant cat. Level, Awaken Tier 2. Attributes, Bloodline potential, Transcendent Tier 1. Talent, Skills, Claws, Sharp Teeth, Flash Strike, C. Swift giant cat. Use Flash Strike, and when you charge in front of him, follow up with a Razor Claw attack. Upon receiving the command, the swift giant cat dashed toward Zhang Yuan like lightning, launching its assault. A shadow of seriousness crossed Jiang Yuan's eyes. The two swift giant cats indeed triggered a sense of danger in his heart. However, the moment he saw them charging, Jiang Yuan's slightly plump figure displayed astonishing agility. Although the swift giant cats moved first, Jiang Yuan's speed still surpassed theirs by a margin. The moment he dodged their attack with a quick sidestep, Jiang Yuan opened his mouth and viciously bit down on the back of one of the swift giant cats. Snap! Jiang Yuan's sharp teeth were incredibly keen. Just a light bite caused one of the swift giant cats to bleed bright red blood. Meow! Seeing this, another swift giant cat immediately let out a roar and attempted to seize the opportunity to attack Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he prepared to release his grip and dodge. But just then, he suddenly heard Yi Ningxue utter a cold command. 2 against 1? What kind of skill is that? The moment the words fell, Jiang Yuan saw a flash of icy blue light. That was Yi Ningxue's figure. Whoosh! With a sharp sound of breaking air, Yi Ningxue swiftly struck the giant swift cat with a palm strike. With a loud bang, the giant swift cat was sent flying backward at incredible speed. Finally, it crashed heavily onto the ground. It let out a mournful cry before its eyes rolled back, and it fell unconscious, its survival uncertain. However, a clearly visible sunken palm imprint could be seen on its body. Within the palm print, faint traces of frost could be seen forming. Damn! Yi Ningxue has this kind of ability? Jiang Yuan was momentarily stunned. But soon, he snapped back to reality and clenched his teeth tightly around the giant swift cat in his mouth. Rip! With a forceful swing, Jiang Yuan hurled the giant swift cat straight out, sending it sliding dozens of meters across the ground. Meow! Meow! Before it could struggle to its feet, Jiang Yuan leaped high again and stomped down, snapping its neck in one swift motion. Done! Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, not caring what others thought, and immediately began devouring it. There was no choice in Jiang Yuan's eyes. These were all treasures that could fuel his evolution. How could he resist such temptation? Host devoured a second-tier swift giant cat, gaining 20 evolution points and 2 gene points. 20 evolution points received. Secretly pleased, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but glance at the venomous patterned giant snake. Yet all of this actually happened in the blink of an eye. Before the two lackeys could react, they felt their blood surge backward and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. And at this moment, staring at the scene before him, Gao Yan was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? 2 second-tier awakened swift giant cats, even with his 3rd-tier awakened spirit beast. He always had to put in a lot of effort. So how did Yi Ningxue and her pet pig solve it so easily? Last time against Wu Meng, you could say it was carelessness. But what about this time? How do you explain it now? Chapter 7, Yi Ningxue's rising prominence. Boss, you have to avenge us. Yeah, we all acted on your orders. You just lost your contracted beast. You can't abandon us now. At this moment, the voices of the two lackeys snapped Gao Yan back to reality. He composed himself slightly, his eyes turning cold as he glared at Yi Ningxue and Jiang Yuan. Fine. After exclaiming good 3 times in a row, Gao Yan curled his lips into a cruel smile and said, Yi Ningxue, I must admit, you've raised your pet pig quite well, but I'll make you understand that a pet is just a pet. It can never compare to a spirit beast. His York dragon was currently at the 3rd stage of awakening. Crushing a mere pet pig would be as easy as pie. Looking at the arrogant Gao Yan, Jiang Yuan was utterly speechless. Who said pet pigs are necessarily weak? If I'm weak, then your York dragon that can only reach monarch level at best must be trash? Unfortunately, Gao Yan couldn't hear these words. At that moment, he shouted, York long, roar! Amidst the resonant cry, Gao Yan didn't even glance at Jiang Yuan. Instead, his gaze swept over Yi Ningxue's figure, her fair skin and striking beauty, with curves in all the right places, especially when paired with her icy demeanor. He couldn't imagine how wonderful it would be to conquer Yi Ningxue. But at that moment, a rapid sound of gravel grinding echoed in his ears like a demon's whisper. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As the sound grew louder, an intense sense of danger welled up in his heart. Following the source of the sound, a terrifying giant serpent could be seen rapidly approaching from the distance. This serpent was not only 10 meters long, but its scales were also pitch black and glossy. The key point was, its aura was utterly horrifying. At just a glance, it naturally evoked an overwhelming sense of fear. Type, venomous patterned python. Level, awakening tier 4. Attribute, poison. Bloodline potential, awakening tier 9. Talent, thick scales, effectively resists sharp weapons, burns from flames, etc. Skills, toxic spray, B. Binding constriction, serpent's gaze, venomous bite. Awakening tier 4? Jiang Yuan was stunned. Although this venomous patterned python's bloodline wasn't particularly strong, it was still a genuine awakening tier 4 creature after all. Roar! Under Jiang Yuan's observation, the venomous serpent's snake eyes locked onto Yorklong and Gao Yan. then suddenly let out a piercing hiss towards the sky, its overwhelming killing intent surging even more violently. This is a venomous serpent. I've read in books that when a venomous serpent reaches the 4th stage of awakening, it evolves into a venomous serpent python. We're done for. This venomous serpent must be with it. It definitely won't let us go. The exclamations of the two underlings made Gao Yan's expression change. He had just instantly killed that venomous pattern giant snake. A 3rd tier awakened facing a 4th tier awakened was already at a disadvantage. Not to mention, this venomous patterned python was in a state of fury. Roar! The venomous patterned python let out another hissing roar. With a bloody gaping mouth, a stream of venom shot out like an arrow from a bow. Chirp! York the dragon instinctively dodged backward. Sizzle! To the naked eye, Yorklong's original position was visibly corroded by venom, emitting wisps of green gas. Roar! Missing its first strike, the venomous serpent swiftly charged toward Yorklong again. Before Yorklong could react, Gao Yan behind it trembled first. York dragon! You hold on. I'll go call the principal and the others right now, he shouted in extreme panic, then desperately fled backward while quickly pressing the distress signal on his watch. Although pressing the distress signal would mean the end of the assessment. No matter how many credits you can earn from assessments, they can't compare to your own life. As for taking in Yorklong, he had even less of an idea. What if he took in Yorklong and ended up being targeted by the venomous python? Wouldn't he be doomed then? Roar! Facing the enraged venomous striped python. Although Yorklong's bloodline potential was quite remarkable and its own strength relatively formidable, it was ultimately a contracted spirit beast that hadn't yet fully matured. Without Gao Yan's command, it was defeated in just moments. Bang! With one final sound, Yorklong was sent flying by a brutal tail strike from the venomous striped python. Roar! The venomous striped python let out a roar brimming with triumph, its cold serpentine gaze inevitably settling on Zhang Yuan once more. Targeting me? Zhang Yuan's eyes flickered slightly as he prepared to unleash the shadow of the evil god, but at that moment, a burst of light enveloped him, causing his vision to blur. By the time he regained his senses, he had already been transported into the Beastmaster's dimension. Did Yining Xue just put me away? At the same moment Zhang Yuan realized the transformation. He looked toward the projected image from the Beastmaster space. He had expected Yining Xue to flee, but instead, she showed no change in expression as she faced the charging venom-striped python. When the python closed in to a certain distance, she actually charged toward it instead. Her actions were undoubtedly a full-blown provocation to the venomous patterned python, fueling its already raging fury even further. Roar! 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 With a furious roar, it charged toward Yining Xue even faster, enveloped in a thick aura of bloodlust. Its massive body was no less formidable than a speeding truck. If Yining Xue were hit, even if she survived, she would suffer severe injuries. What is Yining Xue trying to do? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had no intention of getting hurt because of Yining Xue, but right at that moment, thud! To everyone's surprise, Yining Xue dashed toward the venomous serpent, deftly dodged its gaping maw, and then delivered a palm strike right to its body. This moment, to Zhang Yuan's utter astonishment, he could clearly see frost forming on the body of the venomous striped giant snake where it had been struck. Roar! The agonized roar of the venomous striped giant snake echoed as Yining Xue swiftly followed up with several more palm strikes. Bang! 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 The moment the crashing sounds erupted, frost rapidly spread across the venomous patterned giant snake. In mere moments, it transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. What? Inside the beast-taming space, Zhang Yuan watched in stunned disbelief. Though astonished, Zhang Yuan also remembered that Yining Xue's strength was at the 3rd stage of awakening. Unable to help himself, Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue and complained. No wonder she didn't nurture me. She's already at the 3rd stage of awakening and strong enough to challenge a 4th stage poison-striped giant python. Having long accepted the situation, Zhang Yuan merely clicked his tongue briefly before shifting his gaze to the poison-striped giant python and another swift giant cat. If I devour these, I should be able to level up, right? Before Zhang Yuan could react, the two remaining lackeys of Gao Yan were already staring wide-eyed. The scene before them left them with only one thought. That was, were they living in a dream? Otherwise, in an era where beast taming flourished, how could someone single-handedly annihilate a 4th-tier awakened venomous patterned python? What? Are you sure this isn't a dream? Chapter 8, Blinding Your Dog Eyes. Ignoring the emotional shifts of the two, Yining Xue turned to leave the place. Her target is the linglong fruit. If she's too slow, she'll miss the chance. Oink oink. Before her feet even touched the ground, Yining Xue heard a series of grunting sounds. Turning her head, she saw a pink little pig appear out of thin air. Why has it come out again? I'm not in any danger this time either? Yining Xue was puzzled, only to notice the pink piglet ignoring her completely as it charged straight toward the venomous patterned python. Is he trying to devour the venomous patterned python? This discovery made Yining Xue frown involuntarily. she still wanted to search for the exquisite fruit. There's no time to waste here. But as she watched Zhang Yuan devouring his meal with gusto, Yi Ningxue ultimately sighed silently in resignation. Considering how you've repeatedly worried about my safety and stepped forward on your own, I'll let it slide this time. But if there's a next time, don't blame me for leaving you to your fate. With these unspoken words, Yi Ningxue subtly withdrew her foot and stood coldly in place. In truth, there was one more thing she left unsaid. She thought Zhang Yuan, though a pig, had already eaten quite a bit. Even if he ate now, it wouldn't be too much, and she could afford to wait a little longer. But what she didn't expect was that Zhang Yuan's appetite was outrageously huge. After devouring the venomous python, he immediately dashed over to the venomous serpent and another swift saber-tooth, starting to feast without pause. What? Such a huge appetite? Yi Ningxue's heart skipped a beat, filled with astonishment. Even for a pig, there's no reason it should eat this much, right? The key point is, its soft pink belly showed no signs of bloating at all. Not to mention what it ate earlier, just the combined size of the venom-striped python and the venom-striped serpent was several times larger than it. Isn't he afraid of bursting? At the same time, Zhang Yuan was completely unaware of what Yi Ningxue was thinking. As he devoured the food voraciously, the system's notifications kept ringing. Host has devoured a poison-striped giant python at Awakening Tier 4, gaining 40 evolution points and 2 poison-striped giant python gene points. Host has devoured a swift cat at Awakening Tier 2, gaining 20 evolution points and 2 swift giant cat gene points. The host currently possesses 120 evolution points. Would you like to initiate evolution? Evolve, evolve. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan, who had just finished devouring, couldn't wait to speak up, detected that the host possesses genes from numerous organisms. Initiating fusion for the host. Buzz. As the voice had just fallen, Zhang Yuan felt a warmth that was far more ponderous than the previous evolution madly invade his body. In the meantime, what? Evolved? Yi Ningxue, who had originally watched Zhang Yuan finish eating and was ready to act, was stunned again. Nice guy. Evolve sooner or later. Evolve at a time when she was most pressed for time? Don't hurt the students of my 6th middle school in Xinjiang. At this time, a shout caused Yi Ningxue to retrieve her thoughts and look along the source of the sound, only to see Lu Qing bringing Gao Yan and a lanky spirit beast that exuded a strong aura rushing in at speed. That spirit beast was the spirit beast that Lu Qing had contracted, the Vajra gorilla. It's the principal? Yi Ningxue murmured softly underneath, and Lu Qing, who was running in the distance, arrived at the scene, just coming over. His whole body was confused. What's going on? Where's the promised awakening of the 4th order poisonous python? How come we didn't see anything but a pool of blood on the ground? Where's the poison python? Gao Yan, who followed me over, was also extremely puzzled. And where's my Yorkshire dragon? Yi Ningxue didn't choose to reply, but the 2 main dog legs that followed him had already returned to their senses at this point. The 2 of them glanced at Yi Ningxue and their figures couldn't help but tremble before stumbling over what had just happened. What? Yi Ningxue exterminated the awakened 4th stage poison striped python with her bare hands? Are you sure you're not dreaming? Before he finished listening, Gao Yan let out an unbelievable roar, and although Lu Qing didn't say anything, he could tell from the jaw-dropping expression that he and Gao Yan were in complete agreement with their emotions. Boss, how dare we deceive you? At first I thought I was dreaming too, but I just twisted my thigh. Hiss, boss, you don't know how much it hurts. One of the lapdogs even lifted up his pants as he spoke, and there it was black and blue. At this moment, Gao Yan's face was hard to see. How is that possible? Even if Yi Ningxue's contracted pet pig was strong, why was even she herself so strong? Ha 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 ha. And after a moment of stagnation, Lu Qing fell back on his smile and said, Classmate Yi, I didn't realize that I only asked you guys to hunt awaken 1st stage fierce beasts, yet you're already able to hunt awaken 4th stage fierce beasts. With this score, even if you don't take the grand examination, I'm afraid that the top 4 academies will all rush to let you go. It was hard for High Rock to hear that he had a monarch-level York dragon that he hadn't even bailed on. Yi Ningxue's contracted spirit beast wasn't as strong as herself, so she could bail out just based on her strength? Thinking of this, he pretended to say, Principal Lu, in today's world the Imperial Beast Master is the strongest profession. Yi Ningxue has only contracted a pet pig whose limit is only awakening 2nd rank. How could the top 4 academies accept her as a student? Gao Yan's words immediately made Lu Qing's heart thump. Yeah, a pet pig whose limit could only reach the awakening 2nd stage could greatly pull down Yi Ningxue's potential. It seems like we still have to do the same as the Yi family and make Yi Ningxue give up this spirit beast. Otherwise, Yi Ningxue's reputation as a genius threatens to be greatly diminished. Looking at Lu Qing's expression, the corner of Gao Yan's mouth slightly grinned. He originally thought that he had pulled back a ride, turning his eyes to look at Yi Ningxue but found that her expression was not embarrassed. Instead, it was with a little doubt. On the contrary, It was his two main doglegs whose expressions were embarrassed to the extreme. What's with the looks on your faces? Gao Yan couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition rising as he was dumbfounded. Humph! At that exact moment, a grunt caught the attention of the crowd. Only the source of the sound was a bright light. As they watched, the light slowly dissipated, and what came into view was a pink piglet. The piglet looked as tall as an adult's calf and had sharp tusks coming out of its mouth. But with his pink look, the fangs were not hideous in any way, but rather added a sense of cuteness. Although it was said that this little pink piggy had never been seen before, but to appear here was nothing more than a pet pig contracted by Yi Ningxue. Thinking of this high rock eyeballs staring like bronze bells, a look like seeing ghosts. It was because he could all sense with incomparable clarity that the aura emanating from this pink piglet was uniquely belonging to the awakened third stage. He couldn't help but lose his voice and exclaim, "How is this possible? Isn't the bloodline potential of this pet pig only awakened second stage? How did you break through the restriction and reach the third stage of awakening?" Not to mention him, even Lu Qing, who was the head of a school, was stagnant. The truth of the matter was that the situation had completely overturned his previous perceptions. It was as difficult as heaven for an ordinary spirit beast to surpass its own limits, let alone a pet pig that could only be cute and had absolutely no combat power whatsoever. Chapter 9, Heroes Saving Beauty. Not only them, even Yi Ningxue was a bit shocked. Only it was an emotion she hid well and didn't show. This? What the hell is going on with him? Obviously I checked before that it's just ordinary bloodline. How can? Under Yi Ningxue's heart murmuring to herself, a thought that had long been thrown away by her surfaced from her mind again. That is, should we cultivate Jiang Yuan in the future? Without nurturing yourself, you can get to the third stage of awakening on your own. If cultivated, one's fear of quickly reaching the status of one's previous life, or even further, was not impossible. No, I am a great Xia female martial god. How can I rely on a mere spirit beast? In this life, even without a spirit beast I can stand alone against the proximity of ferocious beasts. What Yi Ningxue was thinking, Jiang Yuan was not sure, but looking at Gao Yan's expression, he couldn't help but draw a teasing look. What's so shocking about that? That's all for now. Then when I come to take your life, you'll wonder about your life. Thinking about that scene, the teasing on Jiang Yuan's face increased. Host, Jiang Yuan, species, tusked pink pig, level, awakening third level, attribute, inflammation, bloodline potential, transcendent first order, talent, devouring teeth. Skills, Tarzan's amazing body, a skill gained from fusing poisonous python, poisonous giant snake, and amazing night demon wolf, able to increase its own weight by 100 times, and crashing into the enemy like a nuclear bomb when it leaps up high. Sharp tooth, a skill gained from fusing swift giant cat and amazing night demon wolf's genes, able to converge its power from its sharp teeth and then explode out. Shadow of the evil god, S. Evolution points, 20 out of 200. Not bad, not bad. Attributes are there in 2 more skills. It looks like it was changed via the creatures I devoured and my own bloodline thus. And the bloodline potential has already reached the transcendent first order. As the attribute panel appeared, Jiang Yuan, who had collected his thoughts, nodded with considerable satisfaction. Just before he could try out his newly acquired skills, Yi Ningxue suddenly spoke up. You guys talk first. I'm going to take the test first. As he spoke, a burst of light steeply covered Jiang Yuan. When he returned to his senses, he realized that he had already returned to Yi Ningxue's imperial beast space. Hey! As for being in such a hurry, can't you even let me try out an acquired ability? Seeing Yi Ningxue heading straight to the east without waiting for the rest of the people to react, the indignation in Jiang Yuan's heart reached the extreme. Even if you don't nurture it, you put yourself into the imperial beast space without even saying hello? Do you really think I'm one of those beasts at the behest of the beast master? Since you won't let me try, I'll try it myself. With a dark cry, Jiang Yuan immediately unleashed the shadow of the evil god and directly ignored the prohibition of the imperial beast space to rush out again. Moreover, this time, Jiang Yuan did not appear in front of Yi Ningxue, but appeared out of thin air at a position 100 meters away from Yi Ningxue. Originally, he was worried that Yi Ningxue would encounter danger in the forest of 10,000 beasts, thus involving himself. So don't dare to stay away from Yi Ningxue. But after seeing her true strength, Jiang Yuan didn't have this worry at all. He was just able to take advantage of this to make a good wave in the 10,000 beasts forest, and then take a step ahead to grab the linglong fruit. And as Jiang Yuan and Yi Ningxue both launched into action, Lu Qing and Gao Yan, who had stayed in place, were the ones who slowly came back to their senses. Both of them were looking at Yi Ningxue's departing back, but their respective thoughts were very different. Yi Ningxue, you are indeed very strong now, but so what? The one you contracted is a pet pig after all. When my Yorkshire dragon grows up, you won't be able to escape me after all. Under the whisper, High Rock regained his confidence. After all, It couldn't be said that a pet pig could still break through the bloodline boundary a second or third time, could it? The world knows that's a complete impossibility. Another place, Tarzan meteorite fall. Bang! Only a loud bang was heard as Jiang Yuan's body, which had leapt to high altitude, was suddenly tainted with fiery flames, and then crashed to the ground with a bang. Immediately afterward, under Jiang Yuan's stunned gaze, the ground centered around his body quickly crumbled down, and there were also channels of heat flames spreading outward madly along the cracks. It seems that the two skills acquired this time are extremely good. Jiang Yuan looked at the bottom and then at a boulder that had shattered into powder not far away, and was on the verge of laughing his ass off. The ground was caused by his use of Tarzan's body, and the boulder not far away was undoubtedly made by Sharp Tooth. With these two skills, if I were to face an awakened 4th stage poison strike python right now, I'm afraid it would only be able to run away. Now then, it's time to go find some ferocious beasts to devour, right? Jiang Yuan, who had thoroughly realized how strong his current skills were, raised his eyebrows and was ready to go in search of some ferocious beasts, but a cry of alarm was the first to ring out from the distance. Ha! You guys, you don't want to come over here. My father is nearby. If you come any closer, my father will never spare you later. A little girl's voice? Jiang Yuan was a bit puzzled. How could there be a girl's voice in the forest of 10,000 beasts? Holding on to his doubts, Jiang Yuan still probed along with the source of the sound. Not far from this, a young girl of about 1 meter 5.5, wearing a knee-length skirt, with her long hair tied into 2 ponytails and a dirty face, was being surrounded right in the middle by 7 big men with fierce faces. Beside these 7 big men were 4 more cheetah-like spirit beasts that were much the same, and although that young girl's face was dirty, through her bright eyes and pretty features, one could tell that her looks were definitely not bad. My father is the president of the Shin City Imperial Beastmaster Association. If you guys dare to bully me, my dad won't spare you later. The little lowly's words were full of threats, but with her soft voice not only didn't make the 7 strong men afraid, but instead each of them revealed a lewd smile. Ha 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 ha, still the president of the Shin City Imperial Beastmaster Association? Little sister, you don't think that's me you're talking about as a dad, do you? Ha 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 ha, do you want to shout out to your dad? If you yell maybe I'll get excited and let you go? The 7 spoke in a row, not taking Lori's words seriously at all. Think about it. What kind of honorable person was the president of the Xin Chang Imperial Beastmaster Association? How could his daughter come to the 10,000 beasts forest alone, trespassing even? Or a guy without a contracted spirit beast? This kind of them knew at a glance that they were children from poor families, and came to the forest of 10,000 beasts for no other reason than to see if they could find a ferocious beast that hadn't been born for a long time or was endangered as a way of completing the contract. I'm counting for real. And in the face of the 7 people who were getting closer and closer, Lori's eyes were flushed with red, rather like a feeling of being mute, unable to speak of her suffering. What's with the tears, little sister? It's not too late to flow later. The 7 had big smiles on their faces when they saw this, then added, I can't help it. Brothers, I'm charging ahead. Ah, you guys, don't you come over here. Ha 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 ha. Scream, scream. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Humbug. However, just as his words fell, a grunting sound suddenly sounded from their ears. Chapter 10, Contracted Master and Servant. Ow. Accompanied by a beastly roar, one of the cheetah-like spirit beasts ran towards the little lowly with flying speed. Ah, help! Lori screamed in terror. The remaining 6 burly men laughed even harder. It was a pity that they didn't notice that not only was there no fear in Lori's eyes, there was instead a sense of excitement that she was eager to try. Unnoticed, little Lori was finally calculating the distance between her and the cheetah spirit beast in her mind. Coming up on 3, 2, 1. Yet just as she counted to 1, she was stunned, only to see a beast shadow rush past from the distance, charging towards the pouncing cheetah spirit beast. His speed was so fast that he could not be caught at all with the naked eye, only vaguely visible. His body was pink, and without a doubt this pink piglet was none other than Jiang Yuan, who had rushed over. What's that, boss? That looks like a pig? It looks like a pet pig sold in a pet store. Pet pigs? How can there be pet pigs in the forest of 10,000 beasts? Pust! Under the 7 burly men's voices of doubt, Jiang Yuan was the one who arrived in front of the cheetah spirit beast and ruthlessly pounced it to the ground. Then his mouth arched forward and his exposed fangs directly pierced through the cheetah's neck, blood overflowing and gushing out in all directions. This cheetah couldn't even make a wailing sound. It just stomped on both legs and perished on the spot. Ha ha! Another round of evolution points in hand. Jiang Yuan was so happy that he opened his mouth and started gorging himself, and the picture presented in front of them, whether it was the little lowly or the few strong men, were all confused. What's going on? They're not mistaken, are they? A pet pig actually felled a cheetah spirit beast? Just as he was dazed, That cheetah spirit beast's contractee only felt a sweetness in his throat, and crimson blood was immediately spat out. Cough cough, boss, my spirit beasts are going to be eaten by him, boss. A cry of pain caused everyone to subconsciously look over, only to see that the blood and flesh of the cheetah spirit beast had all been swallowed by Zhang Yuan. The faces of the remaining 6 burly men sank. Even if the spirit beast was settled by the pet pig, it was even swallowed in front of all of them. If this gets out, where will they lose face? Thinking of this, the man at the head of the group immediately bellowed, "Tramp, brothers together, avenge your good brother. Later on we'll not only have a good time with a beautiful woman, but we'll also have a roast suckling pig." Yes. A group of strong men responded to the outcry and all authorized the contracted cheetah spirit beasts to surround the pink piglet. Just before they could launch their attack, the surrounded Zhang Yuan was the first to move. Humph. Under the humming sound, Zhang Yuan was like a ghost. It's incredibly fast. He was like a pink stream of light, constantly weaving around the 6 cheetah spirit beasts. Every time the sound of a collision rang out, a cheetah spirit beast could be seen planting itself on the ground while letting out a pained roar. In just a few seconds of effort, all 6 spirit beasts fell to the ground, wailing continuously. It was only then that the crowd could see that each beast had a crimson, incomparably bloody hole in its torso. That's it? I thought it was so strong. Zhang Yuan silently spat out a sigh before he began to devour it like no one else. For him, these are indispensable evolutionary points. Any point, Zhang Yuan did not want to waste. And at this point, inside the field, regardless of whether it was the little lowly or the group of burly men, the eyes of each of them were wide open. Apart from the sound of Zhang Yuan devouring the blood and flesh, there was no more sound in the arena. The silence was eerie, as if time had frozen. A full moment passed. Pust. A voice spitting out blood broke the silence of the scene. As this voice rang out, another 2 or 3 spurts of blood followed. Dead. Dead. Our spirit beasts are all dead? How can it be? Our 6 spirit beasts together are enough to hunt the awakening 4th-ranked ferocious beasts. How can you not even beat a pet pig? The crowd of strong men couldn't help but let out a burst of horrified cries. The incredulous color in their complexion couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Huff and puff. What's all this noise? What are you doing interrupting someone's meal? Zhang Yuan, who was originally devouring it, couldn't help but hum out. His words were not understood by the 7 strong men. However, just a grunt was all it took to draw a shiver down their spine. Although it was said that until now they couldn't believe that Zhang Yuan had exterminated numerous spirit beasts. But no matter how unbelievable, the facts are in front of us. How can they not be afraid? Next, after seeing Zhang Yuan still devouring the flesh and blood again, each of them looked at each other before they all ran off into the distance in a frenzy. After all, Zhang Yuan was now devouring spirit beast blood and flesh, but he had to finish devouring staring at them. Even if he had 10 little lives, it wouldn't be enough. Unlike the many strong men, the little lowly had understood Zhang Yuan's words, because the talent she had awakened was the A-rank voice of everything. Whether or not it was a spirit animal she had contracted, she was able to communicate with it and increase her affinity and fit. Dinner? This little pink piggy has a spirit? Under the enunciation, the little lowly's gaze towards Zhang Yuan had a few more points of curiosity in addition to shock. This pink piglet is cute even. I can't believe it's still so powerful. I'm sure Dad wouldn't say anything if I indentured this little pink piggy. And Piggy and I are, quite simply, the perfect companions for me to pretend to be a pig in a poke. The more she said, the brighter Lori's eyes grew. Immediately, she sucked in her breath and took a small step to Zhang Yuan's side and said, "Little piggy, thank you for saving me." Hey. Huff and puff. Zhang Yuan raised his eyes slightly, and what came into his eyes was a pair of snow-white straight white tender calves. It had to be said that Zhang Yuan was captivated. Sure, he who had already become a beast was not because of beauty, but the little lowly in front of him had taken out a piece of blood and flesh filled with aura from nowhere. It's at least awakened 6th order flesh and blood. My god. 10 Lolitas. 9 rich. God is true. Zhang Yuan stared straight ahead, howling wildly inside. Lori's lips grinned slightly, revealing a small tiger tooth. Piggy, thank you for saving me. This piece of flesh and blood is a thank you for saving my life. With that, she placed the piece of flesh and blood in front of Zhang Yuan. Huffing and puffing, where could Zhang Yuan hold back? He opened his mouth and started devouring it. Little piggies, so cute to eat, but so tough to fight. It really matches me. Lori watched from the sidelines, and her eyes grew brighter. After a moment of tightening her gaze, she said in a thin voice, "Little piggy, are you willing to become my contracted beast? As long as the deed is done, I'll take you to eat and drink." As she spoke, the little lowly gently bit the tip of her finger. Then she seemed to be afraid that Zhang Yuan would hide. and quickly placed it on his pink and tender back. Buzz off. A weird glow was then born around Jiang Yuan. The contracting ceremony has begun, and I'm going to succeed. Lori couldn't keep the smile off her face at the thought of completing her contract with the tough and adorable pink piglet in front of her. However, she was unaware of the fact that a system voice similarly resounded in Jiang Yuan's mind. Ding! It has been detected that Imperial Beast Master Bai Xiaoluo wants to make a contract with the host. Since the host already has a contracted object, the contract cannot be successful. Will the host change the contract to a master-servant contract? Chapter 11. Here comes Master Pig. Human, Bai Xiaoluo. Beast Master level, Beast Master 3. Talent, A. The voice of all creatures, born with an affinity for all creatures, able to listen to the voices of all major creatures. The higher the affinity with her will increase her own attributes. The voice that rang out from the system caused Jiang Yuan to be stunned first. A contract? Nice guy. Dare I say that the little lowly in front of me? No. The reason why Bai Xiaoluo was giving out such high-grade blood and flesh was purely because she coveted herself up. Jiang Yuan smacked his lips, having been called a pet pig by others. Now that someone was really coveting himself, Jiang Yuan was still a bit uncomfortable. Does the host contract a master-servant contract with Bai Xiaoluo? Pact. Hearing the system voice again, Jiang Yuan did not hesitate to say. And the moment he confirmed it, Jiang Yuan realized that he had a mysterious connection with Bai Xiaoluo. In the meantime, Bai Xiaoluo, who was still elated by the contract, froze in a smile when he felt the contract information fed back in his mind. What the hell? Master-servant contract? Bai Xiaoluo stagnantly looked at Jiang Yuan, and she could clearly detect an extra wave of extremely strange emotions in her heart. This feeling, which she had never experienced before, was like the emotion between a puppy and its owner. You, Master. Master? Unable to help herself, she shouted at Jiang Yuan. Hey! The soft voice excited Jiang Yuan to the extreme. This time around, he had no intention of saving anyone at all, for nothing more than being able to devour some spirit beast blood and flesh. It's okay now. A good-looking servant for nothing. The key was that a guy who could casually take out awakening 6th-order fierce beast meat must be extraordinary. Without Yi Ningxue, he was able to let Bai Xiaoluo nurture himself. No? She said she's the daughter of the president of the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association? The president of the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association is indeed surnamed Bai. This? What she said shouldn't be true, right? Recalling the news he had just heard, Jiang Yuan slightly collected his thoughts and said, Bai Xiaoluo? The daughter of Bai Qingtian of the Xin Chang Imperial Beast Association? Back to the words of the master. Master. Bai Xiaoluo's face reddened a bit. Obviously the two words she spat out made her a bit embarrassed. I am. Jackpot. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan was inwardly thrilled. Ever since humans have been able to contract spirit beasts, there have been many strong people who have created various forces, but in terms of which one is the most powerful, that was undoubtedly the official Imperial Beastmaster Association of Great Xia, while the Xin City Imperial Beastmaster Association was the official association of Great Xia and Xin City. Simply put, the forces hidden behind Bai Xiaoluo were not simple. Thinking of this, looking at Bai Xiaoluo, Jiang Yuan rose another doubt. Since she was the daughter of the president of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, how could she come to the 10,000 Beasts Forest alone? Back to the master. Seemingly due to the contractual relationship, Bai Xiaoluo understood Jiang Yuan's doubts. She blushed and explained in a whisper, not only am I here this time, but so is my father. I heard my father say that because there is a treasure descending from the forest of 10,000 beasts, he specially came to take a look. At the same time he also thought that he could not find some strong ferocious beasts to give me a contract. Bai Xiaoluo spoke for a long time, but Jiang Yuan was getting weirder and weirder the more he listened. The treasure descends. Jiang Yuan did know that it was probably linglong fruit. The key, according to her, was that this time being targeted by the adventurers was entirely from her plan, in order to pretend to be a pig in a poke. Even without her own appearance, she who possessed the various equipment given by White Prime wouldn't be in any danger. Instead, the group of adventurers would inevitably die or be injured. After listening quietly, Jiang Yuan looked at Bai Xiaoluo, who was red-faced and looked like I could see her. Jiang Yuan straightened up and called out, good guy. This? Missy has a strange fetish. On the surface, she looks soft and gentle, but I didn't realize there was this side behind her back. But, I have to say that Jiang Yuan is very neutral. Ahem. Just as Jiang Yuan wanted to say something, suddenly his mind tightened. Just then, a volume of images appeared in his mind. That's Yi Ningxue's perspective. At this moment, she was hanging with blood marks, as if she had suffered some kind of attack, and each time she moved her pace, she looked extremely careful, seemingly afraid of bumping into something again. What has happened to Yi Ningxue, and how can I see it? Is it because of the contract? Under a dark murmur in his heart, Jiang Yuan looked along her. only to see an incomparably magnificent sky-high tree at the end, and it could be seen extremely clearly that there was a shining fruit hanging from the giant tree. Is that the linglong fruit? So Yi Ningxue is running into a prohibition? Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was enlightened and at the same time had an unspeakable excitement. Linglong fruit, how could he not want it? So, he directly shouted at Bai Xiaoluo and said, "In 3 days, bring some resources here to meet me." As the words fell, Zhang Yuan immediately cast the shadow of the evil god to re-enter Yi Ningxue's imperial beast space. Only Bai Xiaoluo was left alone, frozen in place, disappeared out of thin air with this. Bai Xiaoluo looked on stagnantly, silent for a moment before she pursed her lips and muttered, "It seems that being his maid isn't anything unacceptable, cute and powerful. If you take on a human form later and use a whip," seemingly thinking of something indescribable, Bai Xiaoluo's body couldn't help but tremble gently, and the scarlet on her small face grew deeper and deeper. Huff and puff, Zhang Yuan didn't know what Bai Xiaoluo was thinking. After using the shadow of the evil god to return to the royal beast space, Zhang Yuan left the royal beast space again out of thin air and appeared at a location 100 meters away. Yi Ningxue, it's just a staging area. I heard Yi Ningxue say earlier that there would be a prohibition near the linglong fruit, and I don't know if my evil god's shadow will be able to pass through perfectly. Although it was a doubtful self-talk, Zhang Yuan could have no intention of giving up at all. After all, if there's a real danger, I'll be able to immediately bolt through the shadow of the evil god. Jesus couldn't even keep me. What is a mere prohibition? Making up his mind, in order to avoid encountering Yi Ningxue, Zhang Yuan chose a route that was diametrically opposed to hers and darted towards linglong fruit. Shoo shoo shoo. Don't look at Zhang Yuan's slightly chubby body, but his speed was strangely fast. In just the blink of an eye, he ran out 1,000 meters away. Is it really forbidden? Zhang Yuan looked back sideways, full of doubts. Looking at Yi Ningxue's appearance just now, it was obvious that there was a powerful prohibition nearby. But, Zhang Yuan, not to mention the prohibition, did not even notice a tiny bit of danger. Who cares? It's just a matter of linglong fruit getting there anyway. As the last words fell, Zhang Yuan's gaze fell far away from the glittering fruit in the distance. According to his visual estimation, the distance between him and linglong fruit was now only about 3,000 meters. This kind of distance could be reached in a few seconds of work for him. Linglong fruit, your piggy master is here. Chapter 12, Swallowing Linglong Fruit. Powerful enhancement. Swoosh. Zhang Yuan was extremely fast, his pink body jumping from one to the other. In just the blink of an eye, he was already by that magnificent tall tree. Looking at the linglong fruit hanging horizontally on the branch, a strong desire flooded Zhang Yuan's heart. It was as if there was an intuition in his heart telling him that if he ate this linglong fruit, it would bring him endless creation. But, in the end, Zhang Yuan restrained the feeling to death. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he carefully scanned around first. After all, he hadn't seen the linglong fruit before, and it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be some kind of ferocious beasts guarding the vicinity. But after circling around, Zhang Yuan hadn't even spotted any figure, nor had he sensed any aura of danger. No guardian beasts? Is it because of the presence of the ban? Realizing with certainty that there was no danger, Zhang Yuan retreated a few steps backward, and then he leaped directly onto the branch. The branch was not far from the location of the linglong fruit. Zhang Yuan could bite into it with a tilt of his head. But apart from the linglong fruit, Zhang Yuan, who had jumped to the branch, was also able to have a panoramic view of the surrounding landscape. He could see Yi Ningxue hurrying this way while carefully dodging the forbidden restrictions at the same time. Yi Ningxue, really careful. But even so, Zhang Yuan could still detect that Yi Ningxue's body had a lot more wounds than what he had just seen. Obviously, the restraints here are killing her. And apart from Yi Ningxue, Zhang Yuan also found a tall figure on the other side. Looking at his facing, he should be a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a long white cannon, and his face was unruffled. Even though he was only standing there, the aura of someone who had been in power for a long time couldn't help but flow out. And beside him stood a creature with snow-white fields all over its body and wings on its back. The creature was strange-looking, with very thick limbs and a bird-like head with a sharp beak. It's a twin-winged divine vulture of the 9th rank of commander. Sensing the aura of the twin-winged divine vulture, Zhang Yuan's gaze gave a start. There was only one strong person who could possess a biplane divine vulture in Xin City, and that was Bai Qingtian. So, this middle-aged man is Bai Qingtian? Zhang Yuan frowned and stared, unable to help but smash his mouth, because he realized that Bai Qingtian's condition was not as fast as Yi Ningxue's in breaking into the forbidden system, and his figure was even more wretched. Just in the short time Zhang Yuan looked, Zhang Yuan realized that Bai Qingtian's robe was drenched through red with quite a lot of blood. If he hadn't clearly perceived the aura, he would have thought that Bai Qingtian and the twin-winged divine vulture weren't as strong as Yi Ningxue. No, it's not right either. Can't say that. After all, He wasn't very strong, and hadn't he come this way one step ahead of them? Why did you expend so much effort in wanting linglong fruit? Since you guys want it so bad, I'll reward whoever comes first later with a core. Leisurely looking openly at Bai Jingtian and Yi Ningxue, Zhang Yuan opened his mouth and took a bite on the linglong fruit. Boom! Just after biting down, Zhang Yuan felt an extremely pure energy surging down his mouth towards his limbs and bones. Boom! 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 Under the baptism of pure energy, the bones in Zhang Yuan's body thumped. He could also clearly sense his strength and aura growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. And it was not just for a moment, it was like a rushing river constantly delivering energy. Yes, this situation lasted for a long time. It was only then that Zhang Yuan sensed that the energy flowing into his body gradually slowed down. The host devours linglong fruit and gains 100 evolution points. Currently the host has 260 evolution points and has reached the evolution boundary. Is evolution on? Before he could check the changes in himself, the system sound rang out again at the right time. Evolution. Hearing this, how could Zhang Yuan possibly hesitate? Detecting whether the host has numerous biological genes. Yes. Without waiting for the system's words to fall, Zhang Yuan simply said, fusing the genes of various creatures was a great shortcut to acquiring skills. So how could Zhang Yuan disagree? As for the boost, it's just as well to see it later. Buzz off. And as soon as his words fell, a dense mass of light instantly enveloped him. In the meantime, two-winged divine vulture, make sure you hang in there. Bai Jingtian gritted his teeth and looked at the twin-winged divine vulture, whose legs were shivering straight to the side, and kept cheering him on. As long as we get the linglong fruit, you'll be able to transcend the bloodline boundary and thus go further. Fresh. The biplane divine vulture let out a hiss, then stood up stiffly and charged in the direction of the linglong fruit once again. Just without rushing for a while, the twin-winged divine vulture seemed to have touched a forbidden restriction, and a few more blood-drenched wounds appeared on its already heavily injured body. The intense pain caused the twin-winged divine vulture to stifle its roar of pain, and the breath it had just raised became deflated. Seeing this, Bai Qingtian's face was embarrassed to the extreme. He was at least one of the strongest men in Xin City, so how could he not know that if he continued on, perhaps they wouldn't be able to strain themselves before they reached their destination. Two-winged divine vulture. This, you eat it. Gritting his teeth, Bai Qingtian pulled out a black pill from his pocket and said, eat this and all your injuries will be restored. And there are no side effects. This will be enough for us to take the linglong fruit. The words fell. An unspeakable look of fleshly pain grew in his brow. This pill, named Rise and Shine Pill, as the name suggests, its efficacy is to restore injured and dying spirit beasts to their peak. And the resurrection pill, even for him, there is also only one. He was rewarded by the Xia officials for his efforts in suppressing the beast tide and receiving a first-class honor. But, as long as we can get the linglong fruit, it's obviously worth it. Murmuring in a low voice, Bai Qingtian's gaze was colored with a layer of determination. Fresh. The twin-winged divine vulture clearly understood this point as well, opening his mouth and directly swallowing the pill. Fresh. The pill melted in the mouth and was only just swallowed, as if a mysterious force had descended upon it. The originally bloodied body on the twin-winged divine vulture was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the breath of decline is climbing. In just the blink of an eye, it came to its peak state. Fresh. Under the loud hissing, the full-blooded and resurrected twin-winged divine vulture ran forward furiously with Bai Qingtian just as if it didn't want to die. At this moment, it completely ignored the damage that the prohibition could bring. The whole thing is about wanting to get to your destination as fast as possible. Close. The biplane vulture, sitting on the back of the twin-winged divine vulture, Bai Qingtian was thrilled as he looked at the destination that was getting closer and closer. However, as the distance got closer, Bai Qingtian realized with a jolt, the location of the linglong fruit actually already has a woman standing in line. This? How? Bai Jingtian's eyes couldn't help but dilate, and even more subconsciously, he let out an exclamation of shock. Even he had such a hard time getting there. This woman is good. She's faster than him? Even if it is fast, how come the breath looks so weak? Chapter 13, Rare Space System Spirit Beasts. At this time, the woman who was being watched by Bai Jingtian, that is, Yi Ningxue, stood frozen at the bottom of the tree, her gaze glancing far away from the glow on the branch. The more she looked at it, the more confused she became. In fact, when she first came over, she had completely missed the glowing mass, especially after a wanton inspection. She realized that there was no trace of anything other than this glowing mass of playthings. This? Linglong fruit? Yi Ningxue was a bit shocked. The linglong fruit in her memory was completely different from this glowing thing. How did the lingering fruit change its shape? Is it hard to believe that the butterfly effect can also change the linglong fruit's appearance? The puzzled Yi Ningxue was ready to go up and find out. Just then, a thick crisis was born from her side. It's Bai Qingtian. He's here too. Glancing sideways, Yi Ningxue caught a glimpse of Bai Qingtian and the twin-winged divine vulture. Seeing this scene, she seemed to be enlightened. It seems that it's not the linglong fruit that has changed. I should have been the one who was slow. Just like in his previous life, Bai Qingtian took the linglong fruit. With this in mind, Yi Ningxue stepped on her toes and flew back the way she came. Although she was a female Valkyrie in her previous life, she hadn't grown up yet. She was self-aware of her current strength. Even though Bai Qingtian was an official person of Daxia, but dealing with it head-on, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't have a crooked mind for the news of linglong fruit to be exposed. Having lived a new life, Yi Ningxue wouldn't trust anyone but herself. Not far. Run! When Bai Qingtian saw Yi Ningxue leave, he was first stunned, then subconsciously wanted to chase him out. However, he had just arrived under the tree, but he found that the woman had rushed 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. What's the situation? Bai Qingtian was stunned again. He was a bit puzzled. This woman obviously wasn't strong and didn't bring any spirit beasts out. How could she be so fast in the forbidden system? Is she not afraid of touching the prohibition and thus perishing? Or does she know the location of the ban? Just thinking of this, Bai Qingtian couldn't help but dismiss the thought. Even he doesn't know the arrangement of the ban here. How would that woman know? Unbeknownst to him, his guess was correct. Yi Ningxue, who had been certified as a female martial god in her previous life, even made a special trip back after she knew that linglong fruit had appeared in Xian City. At that time, she had studied the forbidden system, and although a long time had passed, the general orientation Yi Ningxue was still clear. That's just it. The first order of business is to find the linglong fruit first, and after throwing away the cluttered thoughts, White Prime immediately patrolled around. Undoubtedly, the result of his search was no different from Yi Ningxue's, and the linglong fruit was completely missing. What's going on? Did just that woman take the linglong fruit? That's not right. I didn't even feel the linglong fruit's aura on her body just now. Fresh. Under a frown of deep thought, his ears suddenly heard the cries from the twin-winged divine vulture. Following his gaze, Bai Qingtian saw a brightly glowing mass in the tall trees. Two-winged divine vulture. Are you saying this is a linglong fruit? Bai Qingtian softly murmured at the same time shouted. Twin-winged divine vulture. Fly up and see if there's anything else in this mass of light. Fresh. Upon receiving the order, the twin-winged divine vulture flashed its wings and raced towards the light mass. Just as he was about to land next to the ball of light, the mutation was sudden. Huff and puff, a subtle beastly roar rang out abruptly. Follow closely. The light mass crumbled with a clatter, and from it leapt out a pink piglet that was roughly more than a meter tall. All pink but with a body that was vaguely flickering with fire. Without waiting for the twin-winged divine vulture to react, the pink piglet slammed headfirst into him at an astonishing speed. Fresh. The twin-winged divine vulture was momentarily inattentive, and was knocked straight back down to the ground. Although the difference in rank allowed the twin-winged divine vulture to not receive any injuries, the domain in the area that was hit clearly showed signs of being scorched. Obviously, this pink piglet was Zhang Yuan, who had just completed his evolution. He stood fixed on a high branch, looking down at Bai Qingtian and the twin-winged divine vulture with a rather indignant expression. How dare you hit me while I'm evolving? Do you really think you, Master Piggy, are so easy to bully? Unlike Zhang Yuan, Bai Qingtian was frozen. A pink piglet, controlling the fire element, and awakening to the 4th rank? He looked at Zhang Yuan with shock written all over his face. Unusual types of pigs, timid and fearful, and not much of a fighter, were also good to feed, so they became the basic blood food most used by imperial beast masters to cultivate spirit beasts. The pig in front of him was good. Not only did it possess the strength of the awakened 4th order, it also had such a high level of aggressiveness. Of course, the most important thing is that there are prohibitions all around here. The rest of the humans appeared surprised but still within his realm of understanding yet. But a pig? He couldn't figure out how it appeared even if he tried. The biplane vulture. Get it? When in doubt, he tried to grab a glimpse. Fresh. The twin-winged divine vulture that had long wanted to take revenge would not be unwilling to do so, and flapped its wings and soared into the air. Just then, a grunting beastly roar came out. It's the little pink piggy. Following the sound, he saw that the pig actually did not even look at him and the twin-winged divine vulture, and simply jumped from the high branch to the ground before running wildly towards the outside. Seeing all this, White Prime still felt that everything was normal. After all, his strength could be at the 9th rank of commander, just one step away from coming to the overlord level. How could an awakened 4th order creature not be afraid when it saw itself trying to escape under a two-winged god vulture? After a cold laugh, the victorious Bai Qingtian was unable to stop his eyes from widening, his face filled with shock that was almost overflowing, only to see the pink piglet as regarded the ban on nothing, not even with a turn on a straight line to the outside, rushed out horizontally. Halfway through the rush, his figure even disappeared. That's right, it's disappeared. And the whole thing disappeared out of thin air. This This? Bai Qingtian's eyes grew whiter and whiter, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Bizarre. It's so bizarre. What kind of a pig is that? According to the abilities he had shown, his potential in the future might not be lower than that of an overlord class or even a monarch class beast. It was silent for a full half hour before he came back to his senses a little. Is it hard to believe that this is a ferocious beast with spatial attributes? Space plus fire. Dual attributes. How could this world possess such a strong pig? And it hasn't even been recorded in the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. Lagging for a breath, Bai Qingtian uttered another murmur. If there could be a royal beast master contracting him? I'm afraid that even an F-ranked gifted imperial beast master could be famous in Grand Xia, right? When he said this, his eyes suddenly glowed with a confluence of light. Not even the 10,000 Beasts illustrated book had a record of this pig, which was enough to prove his rarity. And the ability to do so is so weird and extraordinary. Must be some kind of tough beast that hasn't been discovered. Hiss. As soon as he thought of this, Bai Qingtian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and a bold thought even popped up in his heart. If I could deed this pig, Bai Qingtian felt that he could be more than just the president of the official Imperial Beastmaster Association in the tiny Shin city, perhaps rise to the province, or even straight to the center of Daxia. Chapter 14, End of Tests. Returning to the genius position. Bai Qingtian's thoughts were unknown to Zhang Yuan right now. At this moment, he returned to Yi Ningxue's Imperial Beast Space after leaving the Forbidden Area. White Prime, still want to arrest me? Believe it or not, I'm going to hotwire you and show you what it means to lose a daughter in old age. Huff and puff, humming out coldly, Zhang Yuan proceeded to start checking the attribute panel. From the time he finished devouring the linglong fruit, he hadn't even had the time to take a look to see how much it had improved until now. Host, Zhang Yuan. Species, red fire inflammable pig. Level, awakening 4th level. Attribute, inflammation. Bloodline potential, commander 1st order. Talent, devouring teeth. Skills, amazing plasma heavy body, a plus in addition to the original ability. The whole body flame can erupt on its own, and with the deepening of the battle, the inflammation attribute skill will be improved. Up to 30%. Red inflammation teeth, a plus, flames can be bred on the sharp teeth, and can be erupted while biting the opponents. Shadow of Evil God, S. Evolution points, 60 out of 400. I didn't expect that after swallowing the linglong fruit and the fusion gene, I'd still have 60 evolution points left after my ascension. And the bloodline potential and skills have been boosted somewhat. Sweeping through the panel items one by one, Zhang Yuan smiled with joy. This time, the forest of 10,000 beasts really didn't come in vain. Not only did he collect a beautiful maid, but his own strength has also made a qualitative leap. If it goes on like this, I don't think it will take long for him to get his revenge. Wu Meng, Gao Yan, give me a good weight. Detecting that the host's strength has surpassed that of indentured servant Yi Ningxue, is it feeding back to him? Just after receiving the panel, Zhang Yuan had another system sound ringing in his head. Zhang Yuan was slightly shocked. Yi Ningxue feeds back to me directly, while I feed back to her and still need to go through my consent. That's a good point. Under the words, Zhang Yuan looked at Yi Ningxue, who had already walked out of the Forbidden Area and was fast returning to the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts Forest, through the Imperial Beast Space, and fell into thought. To feed or not to feed? After thinking for a while, Zhang Yuan still decided to feed back. Although it was said that Yi Ningxue didn't nurture him, he himself had received her feedback in the beginning. Furthermore, the linglong fruit also had a share of Yi Ningxue's credit. If there is revenge, Zhang Yuan will avenge it. There is grace, as well, with this outside world. Yi Ningxue had already rushed out of the forest of 10,000 beasts. It's Yi Ningxue. She's out. My god, why is there so much blood on her? As soon as Yi Ningxue appeared, she found a group of scholars standing in orderly rows under the leadership of Songfeng and Lu Qing. Yi student, are you alright? As soon as they saw Yi Ningxue's appearance, Lu Qing and Songfeng walked over quickly. Yi Ningxue. Although the relationship with the Yi family had previously gone sour, they had now shown themselves to be powerful. There was no guarantee that the Yi family wouldn't change their views. Furthermore, Yi Ningxue was also one of the many top students in their 6th form who had the probability of being able to enter the 4th-grade Imperial Beasts Academy. It's fine. Yi Ningxue gently shook her head. I only suffered some superficial injuries when I encountered a ferocious beast. Lu Qing disbelievingly checked again, and only after he knew exactly the same as what Yi Ningxue had said did he let out a sigh of relief. Good. Yi students, you bring the recording stone over here and I'll see how many points you've gained. Yi Ningxue responded, and just as she removed the watch from her wrist, she sensed a sudden flash of spiritual power fluctuation within her body. Boom! A boom was sent out, and the aura that belonged solely to the awakening 4th stage actually erupted from Yi Ningxue's body. Oh my god, awakening 4th order? None of my spirit beasts have awakened to the 4th stage. And Yi Ningshui has reached the 4th stage of awakening? No. This is a breakthrough? Why does it look so easy? Even if the contracted pet pig is outrageous, why is it so outrageous in person? Before, I didn't believe that Yi Ningshui could defeat the poisonous pattern python. Now it seems that I was sitting on a well and watching the sky. The crowd of students suddenly looked at Yi Ningshui with their jaws dropped in shock. This? What the hell? Not to mention that they Lu Qing and Songfeng were also staring at Yi Ningshui in a daze, their faces full of astonishment. Obviously they were very surprised, just like the many students, as to how Yi Ningshui made a breakthrough all at once. Me? A breakthrough? With all the attention, Yi Ningshui was also a bit confused. This spiritual energy, why does it seem like it's suddenly extra? Yi Ningshui was, after all, a female martial god in her previous life, and quickly shifted from dazed to puzzled. But after 1,000 thoughts, she couldn't figure out the source of this spiritual energy. Can it be because of the linglong fruit? Yi Ningshui hesitated for a moment, a hint of speculation floating in her heart. Although the linglong fruit has been taken away, it should be perfectly normal for a place that can grow linglong fruit to play a certain role for people and even beasts. Despite this conjecture, Yi Ningshui still felt that it was somewhat unthinkable, but she couldn't really find any other reasonable explanation other than that. Thinking about this, Yi Ningshui blandly said, "It should be that I reached my peak a long time ago and am on the verge of a breakthrough at any time. The process of fighting the ferocious beasts has accumulated power until the breakthrough now." Inside the Imperial Beast space, listening to Yi Ningshui's explanation, Zhang Yuan had no intention of uttering a word, perhaps saying it would change Yi Ningshui's mind and thus proceed to cultivate herself. But Zhang Yuan was now completely able to borrow by Sheluo's hands to nurture himself, so why did he ever need Yi Ningshui's nurturing? The only thing that Zhang Yuan regretted was that Gao Yan the bastard had gone somewhere. Otherwise it would be a great deal of fun to see his reaction. Lightly shaking his head, Zhang Yuan threw away this thought and slowly closed his eyes, then prepared to take a nap. In the forest of 10,000 beasts, he hadn't been idle for a moment, and now that there was nothing for him to do, it was the perfect time to take a break. Outside, Yi Ningshui's explanation allowed Lu Qing and Song Feng to be the first to return to their senses, and the two of them suppressed the regret in their hearts and smiled joyfully. Good, 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 good. Improve yourself in fighting ferocious beasts. Class, that's something Yi did very well. Now I'll announce the points that student Yi has gained from this test examination. These words brought all the students back to their senses, and they were all a bit curious about how many points Yi Ningshui could capture. An existence that hunted and killed the poison tattoo python with his own strength. This is something that has never happened since the 6th form opened. Yi Ningshui didn't have much interest in the rankings, but she could be extremely interested in the rewards given by the school. After all, her current strength was not strong, and she was on a completely different path from her previous life. She desperately needed to use some resources to improve and refine herself. The points earned by Yi Ningshui are 1,500. I announce that this Yi Ningshui wins first place in the test examination. Appraisal first. At these words, all the students froze in place, their eyes filled with dullness. A few moments later, a gasp of surprise resounded through the room. Chapter 15, Wu Meng's Remorse. Gao Yan's Scheming. Asterisk 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 1005? Awakening a ferocious beast of the 4th order gives 400 points. Look at Yi Ningshui covered in blood. She wouldn't have hunted a few more awakened 4th stage fierce beasts back there, right? Gutsy. Is it possible that she teamed up with her contracted pet pig and hunted down the awakening 5th ranked ferocious beast? Hiss. The gazes of all the students looking at Yi Ningshui all changed. Recalling that they had thought that Yi Ningshui was ruined before, they only felt their faces pang red. If this is going to be scrapped, then they're not even as good as trash. The words of many students made Lu Qing and Song Feng smile even more. No waste good, wow, good for nothing. Thus, with a smile on his lips, he handed out another bank card at Yi Ningshui and said, "There's 1 million Imperial Beast coins in here. It's your reward for first place in this contest." Receiving the bank card, Yi Ningshui couldn't help but reveal a smile. 1 million Imperial Beast coins wasn't much, and even the lowest ranked common resources couldn't be purchased too much. But now that she was out of the Yi family, she could be said to be penniless, and with this million she could at least raise some strength. Thinking of this, Yi Ningshui asked again, "Headmaster, tomorrow is the day that all schools in Xian Chang go to the Xian Chang Royal Beast Master Association to test their qualifications, right?" "Right, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Lu Cheng nodded. "Looking forward to your performance." Yi Ningshui smiled and heaved her head, murmuring secretly, "Although there is no linglong fruit, but, so what? I can still ask for the top." Muttering to herself, she raised her eyes and said to Lu Qing and Song Feng, "Principal Lu, Teacher Song, Then I'll go back so I can prepare for tomorrow's qualification test. The two of them, Lu Cheng and Song Feng, nodded their heads and didn't stop them at all. Looking at each other, they also saw the joy in their respective eyes. This test examination, they could already predict that Yi Ningxue's qualifications would definitely not be bad. At that time, they can also get a lot of scenery, and properly raise their eyebrows in the face of the major schools. Shin City Royal Beast Master Qualification Test? Then won't Bai Qingtian find out about me? Within the Imperial Beast space, Jian Yuan frowned slightly and unnoticeably. Qualification Test, divided into Spirit Beast, Contractor. The more terrifying potential shown by both sides represented a brighter future and would be rewarded by the Daxia officials. Forget it, take a step. Shaking his head lightly, Jian Yuan didn't think any further. This is something that he can't hide from at all. In that case, it's better to look on the bright side. In the meantime, what did you say? Yi Ningxue's damn contracted pet pig actually broke through the bloodline boundary? She still has the strength of the awakened third stage? Listening to Gao Yan, Wu Meng was filled with disbelief. Previously, when she was in the first middle school, she could only rely on Jiang Yuan's aura. It was hard to transfer to the sixth form, and I thought that I had been given a strong talent that could transform me into a dragon when I met the wind and clouds. Who had thought that he would still be pressed by Yi Ningxue in every way now? Gao Yan, you can't be kidding, right? After a long period of foot silence, Wu Meng still asked incredulously. Before Gao Yan could speak, a phone rang first. Hey, what is it? Hai Rock asked impatiently. Boss, it's a big deal. A shocked voice came out from the other end of the phone. Yi Ningxue. Yi Ningxue, she not only gained 1500 points in this test examination, she also broke through to the awakened fourth order in front of all of us. She also said that she will go to the qualification test of the Xin City Royal Beast Master Association tomorrow. So, then won't her toughness be known by everyone? If the Yi family brings her back again, then won't we all be finished? The noise at the other end was tremendous. Plus the room was already silent, since the incomparably clear fall to the Wu Meng and Hai Rock ear. Why? What? Gao Yan lost his voice and screamed in shock. At the same time, Wu Meng only felt that her whole body's strength had been drained out, and the whole person was almost paralyzed on the ground. She's desperate. Her spirit beast was destroyed, and now she had to go find a new contracted spirit beast. Yi Ningxue was good, but she herself had actually broken through to the fourth stage of awakening. With this situation, even if she contracted a spirit beast again, how can she compare to Yi Ningxue? Her, doomed to be stepped on by Yi Ningxue. Gao Yan, do you want us to go apologize to Yi Ningxue now? Or else I'm afraid of her. Horror. When she thought of the fearsome Yi family, Wu Meng's body couldn't help but tremble. In the past, when they targeted Yi Ningxue, it wasn't because they knew that she was abandoned by the Yi family. They can step on this former genius with impunity to gain a so-called sense of accomplishment. And listening to these words, Gao Yan was even more at a loss as to how to answer for a long time. At that moment, his mind was filled with the echo of the voice on the other end of the phone just now. Yi Ningxue broke through to the fourth stage of awakening. Test examination points earned 1500 to take first place. The other side. Yi Ningxue temporarily didn't know what Su Meng and Gao Yan were thinking. At this very moment, she had already returned home with a large pile of low-ranked resources that she had purchased at a cost of millions from the Shin City Imperial Beast Association. Finally back, sitting cross-legged in the living room, Yi Ningxue looked around at the flesh and blood in front of her as well as some items with frost attributes, and a smile appeared on her frost-filled face for the first time in a long time. Although they are all low-rank resources, they should be enough for me to break through to the 5th rank. Begin. Saying do it, Yi Ningxue inhaled a breath and proceeded to start absorbing some of these resources with frost attributes. Buzz off! Fierce beasts' blood and flesh possessed an enhancement for spirit beasts, and the same was true for humans. The first time she ate it, Yi Ningxue clearly felt the spiritual energy in her body increasing, and paired with some items with frost attributes. Not only was Yi Ningxue's aura climbing, even her body was vaguely diffusing a chill. Detected that the host's contractual object, Yi Ningxue, is currently absorbing the blood and flesh of the awakened 5th order beasts, and is feeding energy to the host. Yi Ningxue gained 20 evolution points, and the host got to feed back 5 evolution points. Inside the Imperial Beast space, as Yi Ningxue was continuously absorbing resources, Jiang Yuan's mind was also constantly filled with system beeps. Yi Ningxue absorbed it and was able to feed back a quarter of it to me? Comfy. A burst of loud and incessant system sounds made Jiang Yuan excited, and at the same time, his heart couldn't help but give birth to a bold idea. Since Yi Ningxue can feed back, I don't know if Bai Xiaoluo can either. If she can also feed back, then why do I need to hunt ferocious beasts? Just eating the evolution points they feed back to me is enough for me to grow into a generation of myths. As the voices of the Tao fell, Jiang Yuan's eyebrows scratched out an uncontainable color of joy. No, when I see Bai Xiaoluo next time, I must try and see if I can feed back to me. Time passed quietly while Jiang Yuan was thinking. After about half a day, all the resources placed on the ground were all absorbed by Yining Shui. The aura of her entire body also climbed to the peak and was still rising. Next, only hearing a bang, Yining Shui had already broken through the awakened 4th stage and crossed over to the awakened 5th stage level. Yining Shui, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened her eyes, and a cold aura flickered in her eyes, awakening the 5th rank. Tomorrow's qualification test. I'll hold it with one hand. A stunning smile was drawn on her cold and arrogant face, but soon, her expression condensed a few more points and said, "It's just a pity that the pet pig I contracted is exactly too weak. It would be bad if he dragged me down." Yining Shui's cry of condensation caused Jiang Yuan to freeze. Yining Shui is planning to nurture him? Or do you want to just break the contract? Chapter 16, Genius Competition, Right Strengths and Weaknesses. Under Jiang Yuan's thoughts, Yining Shui spoke out again. "That's just it. It's still early. I'll stabilize my realm first. Tomorrow's qualification test will be as good as ever." Phew. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan's heart was relieved. Tramp. When I grow up, I'll leave Yining Shui at the first opportunity. This next one is so scary. Jiang Yuan spat silently before adding, "But then again, I also gained 100 evolution points from her breakthrough this time." Bang bang bang. Just then, a shocking ringing sound rang out from Jiang Yuan's ears. He took a sideways glance to realize that it was Yining Shui who was rehearsing her moves. Surprisingly, Yining Shui's moves were incomparably sophisticated, completely unlike a guy who had just awakened his talent. And every time she strikes, it is wrapped in a coldness. Although the coldness is not too terrible now, but Jiang Yuan can foresee that as Yining Shui's level rises it will become more and more horrible. It wasn't even impossible to freeze a city with one's own strength. Yining Shui? The way of the martial artist? I'm kind of curious to see how far you get. With a grunt, Jiang Yuan slowly closed his eyes, not paying attention. To him, paying attention to Yining Shui practicing her moves and stabilizing her realm was not as comfortable as dozing off. And as Yining Shui hammered herself, time quickly came to the early morning of the next day. 9 o'clock in the morning. Shin City Imperial Beast Master Association. The large arena was vastly packed with students from every school in the city of Shin. In order, they are 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th. In addition to the many students, there were also the local gentry of the City of Faith and some commoners. The reason they had gathered here was to see what heavenly pride with unbelievable qualifications was worthy of their investment. After all, the magnificent sect also needed the protection of the Imperial Beast Master in order for the origins to flow on. And even some poorly qualified civilian students who couldn't get the investment could choose to join the Shinseki City Royal Beastmaster Association as a way to get a guaranteed place at a university or even a job after graduation. My god, so many people have awakened the Sentinel Beast talent this year. You guys say, who will become the first genius of our Xin city in the qualification test later? I think it's Li Hao from the 1st middle school, who is a member of the Li family himself and has awakened his S-class talent. With the resources tilted, he doesn't even know how scary it is. Within the group of students in the 1st middle school, the much anticipated Li Hao raised his head high. There was no intention of looking at the rest of the group. Although this appearance attracted the extreme displeasure of many people, they did not dare to say anything at all. Being a member of the Li family in his own right was not mentioned, and now he had awakened his S-rank talent. Li Hao and them were completely different worlds now. Just then. No, don't you guys know Yining Shui from the 6th form? I've heard that she can gain 1,500 points in the test examination and take the 1st place in the 6th form straight away. That's 500 higher than Li Hao's 1,000 points. If you ask me, Yining Shui is definitely better than Li Hao. Is it with her awakened 4th order strength or that pet pig that transcends bloodline boundaries? Under the noisy quarrel, everyone's eyes couldn't help but turn to the 6th form. At a glance they were sucked in by a woman. It was a cool-looking woman who had a very dusty aura. Standing there quietly, it was as if she was a goddess who had stepped out of a painting. At this point, she, who was in the spotlight, was full of calmness, as if this qualification test was nothing more than a mere formality for her. Although I think Li Hao's spirit beast is stronger, her aura is so dusty. I think there's a real possibility that Yining Shui will win in the end. I don't care. With her aura, she conquered me. I'll always be Yining Shui's little licking dog. Upon hearing this, Li Hao, who was also looking at Yining Shui, had a sunken expression. Follow closely. With all eyes on him, he suddenly walked over to her. This situation caused everyone to subconsciously stop talking, and a few more moments of curiosity appeared in their eyes. That's the highest qualified of the two so far this time around. What will happen when these two geniuses meet? Ta-da! A footstep fell. Li Hao, who came to Yining Shui's side, said with a smile on his face, "Your 6th form's genius school flower, Yining Shui?" Yining Shui glanced at Li Hao and then moved her gaze away. pressing no intention of responding. On the contrary, Jiang Yuan inside the Imperial Beast space spat out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This love of pretending has found Yi Ningxue. Ha! In his previous life, Jiang Yuan was in the first middle school, but he knew deeply how much Li Hao really liked to pretend. While under Jiang Yuan's spit, Yi Ningxue's movements caused Li Hao to stall. He was a genius in the first high school, and he was always surrounded by stars. Where had he ever been ignored by others? Yi Ningxue. Li Hao was a bit furious and gritted his teeth. The talented school beauty of the sixth form? How about we make a bet? Without waiting for her to speak, Li Hao looked proudly at the entire room again and said in a loud voice, "Let's see whose talent qualifications in spirit beasts are stronger. If you win, I'll give you 5 million Imperial Beast coins. If you lose, then how about you give me $5 million? Hearing this, Yi Ningxue slightly raised her interest. She is now short of money to buy resources. Did Li Hao know he was drowsy and came over to give him a pillow? As for losing, Yi Ningxue was a reborn person, and she clearly knew that Li Hao's qualifications in his previous life were no match for her own, and she had only just thought of that when the students around her had already let out a gasp. 5 million. My God, Li Hao deserves to be a member of the Li family. He's just rich and generous. Li Hao, you're so handsome. I want to give you a monkey. Dao Dao's continuous voice made Li Hao's heart feel much more comfortable. Though that said, 5 million isn't a small amount for himself, but so what? What a loaded moment to say $5 million. And, is it hard for Yi Ningxue to compare to him? With this in mind, Li Hao's lips hooked up, and he said with a look that the sky was the boss and he was the second. Yi Ningxue, do you dare to accept this bet? If you don't dare, admit in public that you are inferior to me. A talented schoolgirl in the sixth form? That's just in sixth form. You're not even worthy of my shoes in the first grade. When these words came out, the many sixth form students were instantly a bit offended. It was just that all they could do was to glance at Yi Ningxue, expecting her to do right by sixth form. With thousands of gazes converging in unison, Yi Ningxue finally opened her mouth. She gently nodded her head and said, "I'll take this bet." Hearing this, the many students in the sixth form were all revitalized, and they were very much looking forward to Yi Ningxue writing the name of the sixth form. Let the first, second and third schools have a good look at them. The sixth form students are no worse than them. Only Gao Yan and Wu Meng inside the sixth form revealed a teasing smile, because Li Hao's appearance this time was Gao Yan's instigation to target Yi Ningxue at the cost of using the spirit bright stone monkey after the incident was accomplished, in order to make her reputation ruined in front of the general people of the City of Faith later on. What? Yi Ningxue's qualifications could be higher than Li Hao's? This is something that has never occurred to High Rock. Although her talent was strong, the pet pig she had contracted was ultimately too much of a crotch puller. He was aware that Li Hao's contracted spirit beast, the six-clawed thunder leopard, had long since arrived at the fourth stage of awakening. Yi Ningxue, what to compare? Wu Meng on the side also had a sneer on her face. Yi Ningxue, after today, the name of first sister of the sixth form will finally belong to me. Chapter 17, Familiar Stranger, Yi Ningxue's Secret. Just then, a group of academy principals and a middle-aged man dressed in a royal beast robe walked into the viewing gallery. Behind them, there were also 6 Imperial Beast Masters dragging boulders. Seeing this scene, all the students and even the crowd of watching magnates all stopped exploring, because that person who was accompanied by the major principals was a 1-star Imperial Beast Master of the Xin City Imperial Beast Association, and he was the one who used to come as the testing officer, and that boulder was a testing stele, whose function was to test the qualifications of students and spirit beasts. They were all here, so that proved that the qualification test was about to begin. It's a dragon or a bug. It depends on what happens later. Now I announce that the qualification test officially begins. The head beast master, who was also the testing officer, looked around the room and spoke. The following people whose names I call out will all bring their spirit beasts to participate in the test. Immediately, he took out a list of names and said, Lin Tian Cheng, please come up and test. Da. With these words, a man with a majestic physique and his spirit beast quickly stepped out from within a center. He came to the front of the stage and very nervously placed his hand on the test bench. Boom! Within seconds, the test tablet shone with a burst of large letters made of light. Mental power, 400. Talent, C-grade mega strength. Current rank, Beast Master I. Rating, mediocre. Please put your spirit beast in for testing. Yes. The sturdy man was nervous, and after answering, he whirled around and released the spirit beast as well. Spirit animal level, awakening first level. Spirit beast bloodline potential, transcendent fifth order. Rating, mediocre. Seeing this scene, the examiner gently nodded his head and said, with your qualifications you can join the Faith City Beastmaster Association, and in the future you will also be able to be assigned a job position. Do you join? I'm in. I'm in. The majestic man spoke in a hurry after letting out a sigh of relief. The crowd of people at the bottom saw this and were still watching carefully. The qualifications of the Imperial Beastmaster could be known roughly by looking at the spiritual potential and talent, while the qualifications of the spirit beasts, although also valued, were limited to the rank of the Imperial Beastmaster, so it wasn't valued very much, and the results of these two tests pretty much determine what a person's fate will be down the road. So, there is no one who won't be on a tight leash. In addition to Yi Ningxue, at this moment, she was the complete opposite of the many students with tense expressions, her eyes slightly drooping with a look of complete disinterest. Sure, to an outsider, she doesn't care. It was actually that she had experienced all of this once before in her previous life, and the only thing that made her look forward to it a little bit was just whether or not her test qualifications could be higher than in her previous life. Within the Imperial Beast space, Zhang Yuan also yawned even as he did so. This qualification test is really boring, but why don't we see Bai Xiaoluo? Or else you can still go and have fun with Bai Xiaoluo. *******. 1000 spirit points. It also possesses the S-rank Thunderstorm talent. 6-clawed Thunder Leopard or Awakened 4th Order? Bloodline Potential Overlord 5th Order. Just then the field suddenly erupted with a shocking sound. Zhang Yuan slightly side-eyed to see many students looking at the stage with shocked faces. Standing on the stage was none other than Li Hao. He met the gazes of the crowd and walked to Yi Ningxue with his head held high just like a big star. See my qualification test? If you admit defeat now, it's not too late. When these words came out, everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on Yi Ningxue's body. Not that I'm saying, Yi Ningxue is probably losing this bet. Yes, 1000 spiritual power. There are very few in the entire Shin City that can surpass Li Hao. Yi Ningxue fights him with her head, especially since Yi Ningxue's contract is a pet pig. Just how can this compare to the 6-clawed Thunder Leopard? The crowd's cries did not cause Yi Ningxue's complexion to rise the slightest change. Even the Li Hao who walked in front of her she didn't pay attention to. Seeing this scene, Li Hao Xian couldn't help but frown. If it was said that in the beginning he was targeting Yi Ningxue because of his agreement with Gao Yan, well, now it's just really kind of looking at her. You really think you're so cool by pretending to be indifferent all the time? But before he could say anything, the testing officer was the first to say, "Don't get in the way of the proper functioning of the test." Hearing this, Li Hao frowned, but there was nothing he could do. And so, in the end, as he walked towards the group of students in the first middle school, he secretly said, "Yi Ningxue, I'd like to see if you can still put up this appearance when you test." Next, Yi Ningxue. He had just walked to the first middle school when he suddenly heard the name reported by the testing officer. Li looked sideways to see that Yi Ningxue had already stood up and walked towards the stage. Seeing this scene, his face was happy. He didn't expect that he would be Yi Ningxue after the test. Now that would be a good way to see what a piece of trash she was. The two who shared his emotions were undoubtedly Wu Meng and Gao Yan. They were so excited that they seemed to have already seen Yi Ningxue being rubbed on the ground by Li Hao in front of the public. As for the rest of them, they couldn't help but freeze their breaths, rather looking forward to her performance. Under the attention of all the people, Yi Ningxue finally walked to the test monument. "Yi Ningxue, please place your hand into the testing steel for the test." The examiner slightly signaled Yi Ningxue. "Yes." Yi Ningxue gently nodded her head, and immediately placed her hand inside the test tablet. It had only just been put in, and the test tablet showed the most basic spiritual power, 50. Seeing this scene, the crowd all held their breath, because they all knew that the value of the spiritual power would soar over time until it finally stopped to be the final tested spiritual power. Sure enough, with everyone watching, the mental power displayed on the test tablet kept rising, 50, 100, 250, 500. In just the blink of an eye, the value had soared to half of Li Hao's and was still soaring. 500, 600, 900. When he saw that Yi Ningxue's spiritual power was pushing straight towards him, Li Hao's face, which was originally full of smiles, had been replaced by a touch of gravity. Now, it's so close to overtaking him, and it could clearly be seen that Yi Ningxue's spiritual power was still soaring all the way up, with no intention of stopping at all. No way. How can a mere 6th form student surpass me? But the genius of the first grade. Li Hao clenched his fists tightly and stared dead center at the rising spiritual power on the test tablet. Not only him, but the whole room was staring dead at the rising numbers. 910, 950, 1100. When they saw the 1100 value that appeared on the test tablet, everyone couldn't help but let out a gasp. I threw. Yi Ningxue's spiritual power surpassed Li Hao. Then wouldn't Li Hao have lost the bet? 1100? That's a number I haven't seen in how many years? I didn't expect this kind of genius to appear in the 6th form. I thought it was said that the 6th form was the most garbage school ever? In the viewing gallery, the the many school principals held their breath and hesitated to make a sound. Lu Qing, in particular, had a taut face. It's not that he didn't want to exclaim, but he realized that Yi Ningxue's spiritual value was still surging. Chapter 18, Absolute Genius, Wasteful Spirit Beasts. Under the attention of a group of principals and the shocked gasps of the people around them, Yi Ningxue's spiritual power rose in layers. 1,300, 1,600, 2,001. Eventually, it settled steadily on this value of 2001. Mental power, 2001. Talent, S. Winter Frost. Current rank, Beastmaster 4/Awakening V. Rating, none before or since. As the mental energy settled, the rest of the information unfolded as best it could. An eerie silence fell over the clamor of the scene. Whether it was the principals, the people who came to the ceremony, or the students of each college, they were all wide-eyed and stagnant. A number of people even rubbed their eyes in fear that they had misread the situation, simply because such strong spiritual power was unheard of by them. This could not only break the Shin City record, but even the record held by the one from Disya was broken. Ha 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 ha. In the end, it was one of Lu Qing's laughs that took the lead in breaking the silence of the scene. Classmate Yi, good job. One of his cries instantly caused the schools around him to open their mouths to congratulate him. Yi Ningxue didn't show any emotions on the surface, but she was also a bit excited in the bottom of her heart. It's 500 higher than the test in her previous life. It seems I was right to take this path. As for Li Hao, he looked at Yi Ningxue, who had a bland face and didn't look at his side at all. He just felt like a clown, slipping out of the world. How is it possible? How could her spiritual power be so high? How? Surprisingly twice as tall as me? Wu Meng and Gao Yan were also filled with disbelief. 2001 spirituality? This? Can a man really create this? People can't figure out their own sorrows and joys. Compared to them, the students of the sixth form and even the people watching the ceremony let out a mountainous roar. Broken record! Broken record! My God! Forgive me for saying I couldn't compare to Li Hou before. Yi Ningxue, please also forgive me for this. Now I declare that you are my goddess. From now on, I'll just be your lickspill. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Hao, don't renege on the debt. Hurry up and give the $5 million. What $5 million? Upon hearing this, Li Hao was instantly displeased. He retorted angrily, there's still the Spirit Beast qualification competition. The one I contracted is a six-clawed thunder leopard, and I currently even possess the strength of an awakened fourth stage. And Yi Ningxue, what she contracted is nothing more than a trashy pet pig. What is she comparing herself to me? His words were hoarse, and caused the excited crowd to return to their senses. Looking at Yi Ningxue with more regret, Yi Ningxue contracts a pet pig, thus being abandoned by the Yi family. This incident can be used as an after-dinner joke by many people after it happened. Nowadays, even if her talent was strong, the spirit beasts with extremely limited potential would immensely restrict her development. Done and done. I can't believe I forgot about this under all the excitement. Although I've heard that Yi Ningxue's contracted pet pig broke through its own limits, but to be able to break through once is already heaven-defying. How could one break through the bloodline boundary again in the future? No? Then isn't this whole thing a big joke? 1 minute you're breaking records and the next you're reduced to ordinary? Listening to the inverted words, Yi Ningxue was as completely expressionless as she was just now. She had no intention of breeding spirit beasts per se. What does a spirit animal pulling its crotch have to do with her? On the contrary, Lu Qing's expression condensed for a few points. Looking at Yi Ningxue, he had already made up his mind in his heart. No matter what, he had to persuade Yi Ningxue to give up the pet pig he had contracted. This genius must not be allowed to fall in the sixth form. Gao Yan and Wu Meng, on the other hand, burst out laughing again. If Li Hao hadn't said it just now, they nearly forgot about it under the shock. Yi Ningxue, Yi Ningxue, I didn't expect your talent to be so terrifying. But, only a woman like this is a pleasure for me to conquer. Ha 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 ha. Yi Ningxue, please summon the contracted spirit beast for a qualification test. Under High Rock's dark howl, the test officer had opened his mouth. Yes, Yi Ningxue didn't hesitate and directly summoned her spirit beast. Huffing, as the crowd watched, a pink piglet quickly came into view. The moment, the corners of everyone's mouths couldn't help but twitch, though the pink piglet was quite large and had tusks. But the look is totally distinguishable as a pet pig, even though it is a head that has broken through the bloodline boundary. But in the end, it is a pet pig, What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it? Scanning the strange eyes of the crowd, Zhang Yuan was a bit offended. He was originally watching the show well. How could he not expect to be summoned by Yi Ningxue all of a sudden? You guys don't underestimate this pet pig. He could have survived the siege of 2 ferocious beasts before without losing a single step. Lu Qing somewhat tautly explained for Yi Ningxue. Principal Lu, what class are those 2 ferocious beasts? Awakening second stage. Lu Qing said truthfully, only his voice was much smaller. It was indeed possible to defeat the two major awakened second-stage fierce beasts, considered an excellent spirit animal in the early days. But the problem is, everyone knows that this pet pig has no late-stage awakening second stage? Those who don't know think it's something. Although it's said that newly awakened ferocious beasts only awaken to the first rank, others can become transcendent behind them. Can this pet pig? The crowd's unrelenting ridicule made Gao Yan and Wu Meng as well as Li Hao smug. Alright, silence. Also at this moment, a cold cry suddenly rang out. It's the test officer. He was very dutiful, keep quiet during the qualification test. As he said that, he signaled Yi Ningxue to put Jiang Yuan on the test monument. Jiang Yuan didn't resist to Yi Ningxue's outstretched white palm. It wasn't like the test didn't matter to him, so he might as well hurry up and finish the test so he could run back inside the Imperial Beast space to watch the show. Buzz off. Only just after falling into the test monument, he saw a burst of conspicuous words made from a confluence of rays of light appear in the sky above him. Spirit Beast level, awakening 4th level, Spirit Beast bloodline potential, unity, rating, unnameable. When it became clear that the qualifications tested out, a silence fell throughout again. Li Hao, Wu Meng, Gao Yan, the many students, the people watching the ceremony and the principal were all confused. Awakening 4th order? This really isn't a joke? What pet pig could be as strong as awakened 4th stage? And that bloodline potential? What the hell? Commander? But why is there a question mark after it? And the ratings? Unnameable? What's that again? Looking at the descriptions, they were filled with doubt. They know all these words, but they don't really know how to pronounce them when organized together. Chapter 19, Spirit Beast Competition? Holding it with one hand. Actually, among them, it was Yi Ningxue who was the most clueless. The calmness on her face was gone, and her pretty, beautiful eyes went wide. What she couldn't accept the most was Jiang Yuan's strength. As an indentured servant, she had never nurtured Jiang Yuan at all. If you didn't cultivate it, how did you still reach the 4th stage of awakening? And the unnameable. Even though she was in a high position in Dixia in her previous life, she had never heard of it. Didn't I find this pig at the pet store? How could it be so outrageous? Yi Ningxue looked at Jiang Yuan, and a huge wave was set off in her heart, though she wasn't quite sure what unnameable meant. But from this point, she was enough to realize that Jiang Yuan must be a potential stock. Perhaps, as long as it is cultivated properly, its future achievements will not be lower than the Frost Holy Dragon that he contracted in his previous life. Then if I nurture him, won't I be able to achieve what I did in my previous life more easily? No. With a jerk of her head, why did Yi Ningxue dispel this thought? Breeding spirit animals? No way. Absolutely no way. Even if it kills her, she must not nurture it. Thinking of this, Yi Ningxue couldn't help but raise her eyes to Li Hao and said, "The end is set. I win this bet." As soon as these words came out, the crowd clamored back to their senses, and their gazes all coincidentally landed on Li Hao's body. The moment. Li Hao's face was incomparably ironic. He had just completely failed to expect Yi Ningxue to win, which was why he had set such a large bet. And 5 million. He has. But that was the Li family's special breeding of spirit animals for him in order for him to get into a good university. This was going to be given to Yi Ningxue for nothing. His resources were gone, not to mention, there must also be a severe scolding. He really didn't want to give it. But just then, Lu Qing on the viewing gallery suddenly let out a chuckle. School head Wang, since the bet has been made, the students of your school won't renege on the debt, right? Of course not. The principal of the first high school where will not know that Lu Qing is helping Yi Ningxue, but under the public where he dared to say a word so, he could only stand up and drink. Li Hao, as a student of my first high school is naturally. Wait, before the words could fall, suddenly another voice came out. This time, Li Hao hasn't lost the bet. Looking up, he saw Wu Meng, who was within the 6th form group, stand out. As soon as they saw her, the 6th formers were a little incredulous. They completely did not expect the same 6th form to fight with Yi Ningxue in the school. Even if she did, how can she still fight in the nest with outsiders? Wu Meng looked around the room, his expression not half as strange. To her, each of these students were weak and could only look up to her in the future, so why should she care? So meeting the gazes of the crowd, she once again said in a cold voice, Li Hao and Yi Ningxue's spirit beasts are similarly awakened 4th stage, the only two beasts with different potential performance and ratings. While it is true that bloodline potential question marks and unnameable rating terms have never appeared, who's to say that it's necessarily better than the 6-clawed thunder leopard? That's right. Wu Meng is worthy of being in our first grade before. I think she's right. Our first middle school didn't lose, and neither did Li Hao. Just a pet pig. How can it be comparable to our Li Hao's contracted 6-clawed thunder leopard? Some of Li Hao's supporters were very much in agreement with Wu Meng's words. Sound into the ears of the words. Yi Ningxue has not much to show. The original just want to watch the show. Jiang Yuan first upset. Wu Meng ah, Wu Meng, how come I didn't realize you were this disgusting before? In that case, don't blame me for teaching you how to behave. Jiang Yuan secretly grunted. He originally only thought of watching the show. After all, his relationship with Yi Ningxue couldn't be talked about as good, but it's not the same with Wu Meng on board. That's right. Li Hao fell back on the crowd and said, I haven't lost yet. There was also a burst of light flickering at his side as he spoke. When the light faded, a spirit beast with the same appearance as a cheetah but with 6 claws on its limbs presented itself. Obviously, this spirit beast was the 6-clawed thunder leopard that Li Hao had contracted. Ow! Once he appeared, he raised his voice to the sky, and his sharp fangs were still faintly flickering with lightning arcs. It looks, indeed, formidable. The appearance of the 6-clawed thunder leopard drew even more gasps of surprise from the people at the scene. Li Hao was so pleased with himself that he then turned his head to the testing officer and said, Your Excellency, I apply for a match with Yi Ningxue. Let's let the group see whose spirit beast is stronger. May. The testing officer looked at the 6-clawed thunder leopard and then at Jiang Yuan, and finally nodded gently. In fact, not to mention the audience at the scene, he was also a bit curious as to what the strength of this pet pig, which was rated as unnameable, actually was. Hearing this, Yi Ningxue frowned slightly and imperceptibly. Her relationship with Jiang Yuan wasn't good enough to command him at all, and how is it possible to command him to participate in a duel? Thinking about this, Yi Ningxue opened her mouth and originally wanted to say that she would come to the competition, but the words only reached the back of his throat before a grunt sounded out of his ears. Sweeping sideways, she only saw the pink piglet rushing in front of her and the 6-clawed thunder leopard in a deadly confrontation. Him? How come he took the initiative to come forward again? Yi Ningxue's body slightly paused, somewhat surprised. And now I'm not in danger? Could it be that he has opened his spirit and has already predicted the dangers I will encounter later? Ha 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 ha. What Yi Ningxue was thinking, Li Hao didn't know. At this point, looking at Jiang Yuan, who was confronting the 6-clawed void leopard, he looked exceptionally dejected. Although they were both awakened 4th order, equal rank was not the only condition that determined victory. There's also self-nurturing as well as bloodline potential and more. And no matter which way you looked at it, the 6-clawed thunder leopard was going to finish off a trashy pet pig. Yi Ningxue, just take a good look. How my 6-clawed thunder leopard tore your pet pig to pieces. Right. With a roar, Li Hao immediately waved his hand and said, 6-clawed thunder leopard, let's go home and eat roasted suckling pig at night. Use swift thunder strike and finish him off. Ow. 6-clawed thunder leopard issued a drinking sound. The whole body floated out a road of thunder light at the same time as a swift thunderbolt to the pink piglet ran over. Then look at the pink piglet. He seems to have completely missed the figure of the 6-clawed thunder leopard. Straight froze in place without action to allow the 6-clawed thunder leopard's figure to approach little by little. Quickly dodge. Yi Ningxue was a bit anxious. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all those watching the battle could not help but clench. Only Li Hao revealed a smile. He knew in his heart how fast the 6-clawed thunder leopard was. It could be said that even an awakened 5th stage spirit beast couldn't dodge it at this distance. As long as he was hit by the 6-clawed thunder leopard, then the lightning on his body would be the first to run, directly electrocuting his opponent's limbs and stirrups. The 6-clawed void leopard would then take this opportunity to launch the fiercest strike until the opponent fell. In a nutshell, in this spirit beast competition, he was bound to win. An awakened 4th stage bout? I didn't expect that the final result would be a spike. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 20, Twin Beasts Dueling. Explosive Spirit Beasts. Li Hao laughed loudly. Just the next second, his smile froze, only to see that the 6-clawed void panther was about to crash through when the pink piglet, also known as Jiang Yuan, he moved. Huff and puff. Jiang Yuan used the shadow of the evil god to instantly dodge it at a speed faster than the 6-clawed thunder leopard. Not only that, just as he dodged over, his mouth opened and he suddenly spat out a pillar of inflammation. Bang! As the flames eroded his entire body, the 6-clawed void leopard immediately let out a miserable howl. This? Flame ability? This? Why can't my pet pig use it at all? Outrageous! The pig actually used a fire attribute ability. The many spectators at the bottom couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise when they saw this. Li Hao's expression then tensed. 6-clawed thunder leopard. Roll your body and put out the flames on it first. Ow! The 6-clawed thunder leopard immediately complied. Sure enough, Li Hao's decision was fine, and the flames that stained him were significantly less. Just how could Jiang Yuan give up this great opportunity? Huff and puff. A cry was sent out. Jiang Yuan violently leapt to high altitude, as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky towards the 6-clawed thunder leopard. Trying to crush the 6-clawed thunder leopard with its size? Li Hao first froze, then his heart was about to burst with joy. The difference between the size of the 6-clawed thunder leopard and this pink piglet wasn't big. Even pink piglets are a little bit smaller. That's the size? How could it be possible to crush the six-clawed thunder leopard? Thus, Li Hao directly said at that moment, "Six-clawed thunder leopard. Block his impact then tear into him with force." Ow! The six-clawed thunder leopard was obviously just as Li Hao had thought, standing tall with no intention of dodging. Even showed his teeth and looked like he was ready to attack. No good. Yi Ningxue saw this and said in a dark voice, "Quick, give up this move." She subconsciously voiced out to try to stop Jiang Yuan, who had thought that Jiang Yuan hadn't listened to her at all, and was still rapidly crashing down towards the six-clawed thunder leopard. This? Yi Ningxue frowned. Sure enough, spirit beasts are all like that. Secretly humming out a sentence. Yi Ningxue's body however couldn't help but tense up, her gaze looking even more tightly at the battle scene. No way. Jiang Yuan was her spirit animal. No more. She all had to keep Jiang Yuan safe. The crowd watching the battle, however, could not help but shake their heads and sigh. The battle in front of them had made it possible for them to conclude who would win the final victory. This pet pig didn't even listen to the issuance of orders from the contractors, and with the spiritual intelligence of a low-grade spirit beast would only fight instinctively. So how could it be compared to the six-clawed thunder leopard that had Li Hao's intelligence? Boom! That's when a muffled sound came out. With the crowd watching, that pet pig finally fell from the sky onto the six-clawed thunder leopard's body. Ow! The six-clawed thunder leopard let out a howl at the same time Li Hao's face wore a joyful expression. Six-clawed thunder leopard. Bite him. Bite him for me. Ow! A howl fell and the six-clawed thunder leopard immediately extended its neck in a gesture to bite at Jiang Yuan. Seeing this scene, all the spectators held their breath, and Yi Ningxue couldn't help but raise her feet. Obviously they all felt that the current Jiang Yuan's limbs were not on the ground, and now he was only being bitten. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yuan had anticipated all of this. It was prepared long ago. Still want to bite me? Huff and puff. A dark sound fell and Jiang Yuan coldly shouted, "Aggravated. Amazing body now." As soon as the words fell, just as the head of the six-clawed thunder leopard was about to reach over, a burst of flames suddenly emerged from Jiang Yuan's body. Ow! As soon as the six-clawed thunder leopard pounced over, its entire face just fell into the searing flames. Zigzag. The fire continued to rise, and the six-clawed thunder leopard subconsciously retracted its neck in pain trying to shake off Jiang Yuan. But, just for a moment, snappy 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 snappy, the six-clawed thunder leopard only felt a huge force violently pressing down on his body. The strong pressure caused his limbs to tremble. Ow 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 ow. He hissed out, his eyes looking at Jiang Yuan filled with even more awe. In a trance, he was under the impression that he was not carrying a pig, but a huge mountain on his back, a mountain to climb, in only a few seconds of effort. As the six-clawed thunder leopard let out a hiss, his limbs trembled and he could no longer support the strong pressure planted on the ground. Bang! Obviously, his body was not too high from the ground, but the smash rang out a dull sound, and the ground centered on him also cracked outward in inches as if it were a spider web. Seeing this scene, everyone was confused. Even Yi Ningxue stopped her pace stiffly, with a look of shock that couldn't be more astonishing. Jiang Yuan was a spirit beast that she had contracted, but from beginning to end, Yi Ningxue didn't know that Jiang Yuan still had this ability. Huff and puff. Jiang Yuan ignored the crowd's reaction as he slowly stood up from the six-clawed thunder leopard's body. At this point, clearly visible to all, the six-clawed thunder leopard that was being pressed by Jiang Yuan's entire body seemed to have broken bones. He was on the ground like a dead dog. The color of fear overflowed within those glaring round eyes. Huff and puff. Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Jiang Yuan had already opened his mouth and started tearing the six-clawed thunder leopard bite by bite. The six-clawed thunder leopard was slow to move, and it seemed that it had long since met its demise under the heavy blow it had just received. No, wouldn't it? How could the six-clawed thunder leopard be so weak? Can't even hold the weight of a pet pig? The hearts of the crowd had just been flooded with doubts, when they only heard a pff sound spread through their ears. It's Li Hao. His face went pale and he opened his mouth to spray out a cloud of crimson blood. When this scene was presented before their eyes, everyone's faces were all filled with unbelief. Even those here who were not Imperial Beast Masters had more or less known about Imperial Beasts. How could they not know that Li Hao's appearance was clearly a backlash from the fall of his own Imperial Beast? How is this possible? Under the silence of the entire room, Wu Meng and Gao Yan were filled with stagnation and did not return to their senses for a long time. Genuinely, the scene presented was outrageous. It could be said that from the beginning of the contest to the last second before the end, no one would believe that it was this pet pig that ultimately won, especially the two of him. Wasn't it Li Hao's extreme strength that they were looking for when they called out for his help? Available at. Why did it end completely differently than they expected? Just then, an exclamation broke the silence of the scene. So, the six-clawed thunder leopard was killed by this pet pig? Is that outrageous? Six-clawed thunder leopard. When it grows up, it's enough to become a hegemonic fifth-stage existence. Just gone? No, don't you guys think Yi Ningxue is bold? The duel down actually directly destroyed Li Hao's six-clawed thunder leopard. As these words fell, everyone looked at each other in disbelief and fell under dead silence again. Although this was done by Yi Ningxue's spirit beast, there was no tacit approval from Yi Ningxue. How dare he? And the six-clawed thunder leopard that felled Li Hao in front of the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association? Yi Ningxue was truly not afraid of the Li family's retaliation and the sanctions of the Xin City Royal Beast Master Association. On the other hand, Wu Meng and Gao Yan, who were originally stagnant, or excited to the extreme when they noticed the gazes of the crowd. Yi Ningxue. At Gao Yan's authorization, Wu Meng immediately stood up and was ready to add more fire. Last time, you slaughtered my amazing night demon wolf, and this time, you openly drove a royal beast to viciously poison the six-clawed thunder leopard at the Xin City Royal Beast Master Association. Yi Ningxue, don't you know how important each spirit beast is to the Imperial Beast Master? To be so vicious, gentlemen, for this kind of person, I request that Yi Ningxue's spirit beasts be executed immediately, and that the various Imperial Beast Academies be ordered to block her. Not hired. Chapter 21, The Arrival of the Powerful. Killing Yi Ningxue. Brush brush brush. Wu Meng's exorbitant words caused everyone's gazes to all converge on Yi Ningxue's body. Seeing this situation, Lu Qing in the viewing gallery was sweating anxiously. His eyes zigzagged, as if he was thinking about what he could do to help Yi Ningxue get out of the trap. And right now, gathering the gazes of the crowd, Yi Ningxue's expression remained half unchanged. On the contrary, Zhang Yuan, who had just finished devouring the six-clawed thunder leopard, was filled with coldness. Wu Meng, you're looking for death. Zhang Yuan took a violent step towards Wu Meng. Ah, you guys, look, he still wants to take a shot at me. Wu Meng was instantly shocked and took several steps backward while speaking in a shocked voice. Wow! Her words also caused some of the staff of the Xin Cheng Imperial Beast Association who were maintaining order to summon their spirit beasts and stare at Zhang Yuan in death. Zhang Yuan wasn't afraid. Without even looking at the group of spirit beasts, he only stared so dead at Wu Meng. Though with his current strength, he couldn't beat these guys, but the shadow of evil, it's enough to get him out of here. Look, you guys, he had the nerve to glare at me. Hurry, you guys hurry up and execute him for me. Wu Meng snapped in anger at the sight. Wu Meng, today since you seek your own death, then I will. Zhang Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent, just not waiting for him to act. Suddenly a silhouette was against his front. It's Yi Ningxue. Why is she standing out? Under Zhang Yuan's doubtful heart, he heard Yi Ningxue's cold voice. He is my spirit beast. Wu Meng, you don't deserve to dictate here. These words were calm, yet they seemed to carry an inexplicable pressure. Wu Meng was shocked and sat on her butt. Then she stood up again in annoyance and scolded. Look at you guys. This is Yi Ningxue. Although she has high potential, she and that contracted spirit beast are just the same. What are you waiting for if you don't take her now? Let's see. Who dares? Yi Ningxue drank out, her cold eyes slowly twisting towards the entire field. Even though it was said that Zhang Yuan's behavior was not authorized by her at all, but she understood one thing: Zhang Yuan was out for her this time. It was also her spirit animal that was enough, and under the patrol of her cold eyes, any silhouettes that were gazed at by her all glanced away, not daring to confront her. Seeing this situation, Yao Shui only coldly hummed out a sound, then looked at the staff of the Xin Cheng Royal Beast Master Association and said, "What about you guys?" When these words came out, the staff of the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association was also somewhat at a loss for what to say. In fact, this is something they don't even want to be bothered with. After all, the Li family behind Li Hao was not weak, and although Yi Ningxue was the abandoned son of the Yi family, but now that her talent was so heaven-defying, it was hard to guarantee that the Yi family would not have any ideas. This kind of thing is not for them to participate in these small minions. Not to mention, honestly, from the fight just now Li Hao was clearly running towards trying to exterminate that pink piglet. Who can be blamed for this? Being countered? Thinking of this, many staff members secretly cursed Wu Meng with indignation. Tramp, Li Hao didn't even say anything. You guys even shouted. When Yi Ningxue saw that they didn't say anything, she didn't question them, and only dropped her gaze to Li Hao's body. You lose. The voice was very calm, but it resounded in the ears of the crowd with incomparable clarity. Many people looked at Yi Ningxue with admiration in their eyes. Looking at that, I fear I could have just screamed if I hadn't been so concerned about the occasion. I lost? Turning his head and glancing at Yao Shui, who was full of coldness, Li Hao's heart was full of resentment. Lost? He's a genius from the first grade. How could he lose to a guy from the first $6.5 million? If you really give it away to Yi Ningxue, you'll lose a lot of face, right? Not only are the spirit animals destroyed, but you have to pay money to get out. Thinking of this, Li Hao immediately tried to follow what Wu Meng had just said, but, Just then, Yi Ningxue said coldly again, "Or do you want to renege on your debt?" This single voice caused Li Hao to choke on his throat, and his face became even more embarrassed to the extreme. Yi Ningxue had already said this. Now even if he went along with Wu Meng's words, he would inevitably not be able to escape the name of reneging on the debt. Tramp, can't it be that we really have to give away $5 million first before we can do it? Li Hao was a bit embarrassed. Well, at that moment, a deep voice resounded from the depths of the Reliant City Association. Who dares to cause trouble in my Shin City Royal Beast Master Association? Fresh. Accompanying the words there was also a cry that resounded through the sky. The crowd shuddered, searching their eyes to follow the source of the voice, only to see a spirit beast with a snow-white body, wings on its back, and an eagle's head but with stout limbs flying out from the depths. On top of him stood a middle-aged man in a white robe with an unruffled face. Upon seeing this scene, the silent scene erupted with a shocking sound. Whoa! It's Chairman White. I didn't expect this matter to alarm President Bai. Since Chairman Bai is here, he will definitely give us a good solution. Under the crowd's exclamations of surprise, the staff of the Shin City Imperial Beastmaster Association couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since the self-president is here, then they won't have to deal with this difficult matter anymore. President, while Bai Qingtian came to his side, the original test officer bowed and described what had just happened without any exaggeration. Bai Qingtian nodded slightly, and his gaze fell on Li Hao and Yi Ningxue. When he saw Yi Ningxue, Bai Qingtian's gaze lurched. For some reason, he had an eerie sense of familiarity, but after searching through his memories he couldn't remember seeing it at all. Yi Ningxue? The Yi family's outcast? Strange, why do I feel familiar? Did I recognize the wrong person? Bai Qingtian couldn't help but walk over to Yi Ningxue's heel under his puzzled self-talk. At this moment, that sense of familiarity in Bai Qingtian's heart didn't cut back, but actually grew deeper and deeper, and was staring at Yi Ningxue has not been anything different. Zhang Yuan felt tightly tensed body. He had already made up his mind that as soon as he sensed that something was wrong, he would immediately wipe his feet and bolt. After all, he could have swallowed the linglong fruit he was looking for himself not long ago. The other side. Seeing that Bai Qingtian fixed his gaze on Yi Ningxue, Wu Meng's heart rejoiced and immediately let out a shout. President Bai, please also order Yi Ningxue to be imprisoned in the prison. This kind of guy who dares to slaughter other people's spirit beasts in front of a big crowd. White Prime was pulled back into his thoughts and couldn't help but glance his ugly head toward Wu Meng, just without waiting for him to open his mouth. The corner of his eyes suddenly glanced his head to Zhang Yuan behind Yi Ningxue. It doesn't matter if you don't look. One look at him stunned him. A pig? Or a pink piggy? For spirit beasts like pigs, he hadn't paid much attention to them in the past, but ever since he had seen the pink piglet in the forest of 10,000 beasts, he could pay a lot of attention to it. And this pig behind Yi Ningxue actually looks exactly the same as the one he saw in the 10,000 beasts forest from the appearance. No, it's not just the appearance. He was also awakening 4th stage strength, and his whole body was also able to emit fire. Obviously, this is the same pig. Then, Yi Ningxue, it is said that he was indentured to a pig before he was abandoned by the Yi family. Shouldn't he? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cut through White Prime's mind. At that time in the forest of 10,000 beasts, besides the pink piglet, he also saw a woman. So says President Bai. Just as he thought of this, Wu Meng pressed on and spoke again. This kind of ferocious beast, I also ask you to order a strike to kill. Chapter 22, talking about Yi Ningxue, dare to think of me. Wu Meng's voice was loud and caused Bai Qingtian to clamor back to his senses. His eyes glanced at Wu Meng with a ghostly coldness and he drank. You're teaching me things? Wu Meng stalled, then realized that Bai Qingtian was not Yi Ningxue, but a powerful person in a high position. Her face turned white and she immediately shook her head. President Bai, I don't dare to. Humph. Only after hearing this did Bai Qingtian turn his head with a cold snort. Then his gaze returned to Yi Ningxue and Li Hao. I heard you guys were just competing? That's right. Li Hao nodded vigorously, then even glanced at Yi Ningxue with a look that carried full provocation. That look is as good as it gets. You dare to slaughter my spirit animal. You're finished. It's completely over. Wu Meng and Gao Yan's mouths hooked into a smirk even more. It was as if he had already seen the image of Yi Ningxue being disposed of. For no other reason. White Prime is the president of the official association of the City of Faith. In a sense he is the one who has the most to say in the City of Faith. Last time, there was a direct descendant of a great family who made a mistake and was still imprisoned by Bai Qingtian. Even he was still like this, let alone Yi Ningxue. You have to know that she is now nothing more than an outcast of the Yi family. And each of the surrounding people also gazed at Yi Ningxue with different gazes. There was concern, regret, and more than a little sarcasm. Without exception, they all felt that Yi Ningxue was finished. No way, mustn't let anything happen to Yi Ningxue. Lu Qing tensed his body. He wanted to rely on Yi Ningxue to win good grades in the big exams, and even bring sixth form to fame and fortune. Even if I have to pay some price, I must keep Yi Ningxue. Yi Ningxue. Under the frantic thoughts in everyone's minds, Bai Qingtian finally spoke out. Do you have any objection to what the testing officer just said? No. Yi Ningxue shook her head slightly. Just now the test officer didn't half exaggerate or show favoritism. That's true. That's good. Since neither side has any objections, given what just happened, I declare this competition to be won by Yi Ningxue. Bai Jingtian's words were calm yet left everyone present confused. What do you mean? Wasn't Yi Ningxue and her spirit beast accused of slaughtering the six-clawed thunder leopard in public? How is it expressed that Yi Ningxue won the bet? This? They're afraid their ears aren't going out and they've heard a fake, right? President Bai. Li Hao, who was the person in question, was the first to return to his senses as he asked with a taut face. Just now Yi Ningxue has slaughtered my six-clawed thunder leopard. This matter is in the eyes of all the people, and I ask you to be clear about it. Yes? Bai Jingtian directly interrupted, drinking in a deep voice. Do you think I don't know that you started all of this? The bet is yours to fight. Losing 2 contests is something you don't recognize. And just now who actually ran at the other party's spirit beast's life first? Do you think I'm blind or that you're absolutely brilliant? The continuous questioning caused Li Hao's body to tremble and his face to pale to the extreme. He opened his mouth to say something when Bai Qingtian once again spoke out sternly. Is it possible that you think you can do wrong in Xin City just by virtue of the Li family? As soon as these words came out, sweat continued to break out all over Li Hao's head. His face was like gold paper, shaking his head madly. I don't dare. I don't dare. Both dare not. Bai Jingtian had no intention of letting Li Hao go, and droned again, still not honoring the bet? As the scolding voice fell, Li Hao was already shaking like a sieve. This $5 million, he naturally did not want to give, but now White Prime had spoken. Is it still possible to disobey Bai Qingtian? Pursing his lips in silence for a moment, he finally took out his cell phone tremblingly, then transferred it directly to Yi Ningxue without hesitation. Ding! The Imperial Beast treasure has arrived at $5 million. As this voice fell, the silent crowd at the scene erupted into a chorus of cries. I've long looked at Li Hao with disdain. He's going around saying that. Isn't he just trying to renege? It's still President Bai who is deeply righteous and knows who's right and who's wrong. This is what the president of our Xin City Imperial Beastmaster Association should look like. The crowd's mouths were like wallflowers, all tipping over in a flash. Although Yi Ningxue knew this, the corners of her lips couldn't help but tickle out a smile. The gaze that glanced at Li Hao was a bit more teasing glances, exclamations of surprise ringing in the earwigs. Let Li Hao just feel like a clown, where he dared to stay. Quite a mess on the way out, only to leave with fierce eyes cut eyes Yi Ningxue, as if to say, this matter is not finished. And seeing Li Hao leave, Wu Meng and Gao Yan also left without saying a word and left in a grayish manner. Bai Jingtian coldly hummed out, his expression cold to the core. Actually, the reason why he did so, apart from knowing right from wrong, a more important point was because of Yi Ningxue. With her talent and the weird pink piglet she had contracted, she would surely be able to become a generation of kings in time. At that time, I don't know how many of the people of Disxia will be spared the pain of war because of her. President Bai. Thanks a lot. Well then, since there's nothing else for me to do, I'll be off. Just then, Yi Ningxue's voice pulled Bai Qingtian back to his senses. Wait. Bai Jingtian hurriedly stopped Yi Ningxue and said, Classmate Yi, as president, I solemnly invite you to join the Xin City Beast Royalist Association. Seemingly afraid that Yi Ningxue would not agree, he added, as long as you join, you will be a 2-star Imperial Beast Master of the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association. In addition to being able to obtain the appropriate resources, I'll also utilize the association's quota to guarantee your admission into the double first-class Imperial Beast University. When you graduate, I'll apply to the higher-ups for you to become a 3-star Imperial Beast Master, and you can skip all but the necessary tasks. At these words, the clamoring scene was plunged into silence. Each eye was as wide as a brass bell. The official Imperial Beast Masters of the Grand Xia were divided into 5 stars. Each star increases in difficulty very much, and accordingly the entitlements received will be higher and higher. Like White Prime, he was the official 3-star Imperial Beast Master of Disxia, which was why he was able to become the president of the Xin City Imperial Beastmaster Association. And Yi Ningxue started out as a 2-star, so in time, she'll have to surpass Bai Qingtian. Not only them, but even Yi Ningxue, who was a female martial god in her previous life, was a bit stunned. In fact, in her previous life, she had also joined the official Imperial Beastmaster Association of Great Xia, and eventually became a 5-star Imperial Beastmaster as well. But in her previous life, she didn't even have a single star to start with. So what happened in this life? 2 stars for starters? And also has no hard and fast conditions at all. Could it be that Bai Qingtian is realizing that I'm competing with him for the Linglong fruit? No, it can't be. The doubts in her heart had just risen when Yi Ningxue flew into denial again. She was confident that at that time, Bai Qingtian had by no means discovered her identity. What was that about? Yi Ningxue puzzled under the thought, but suddenly inadvertently found that Bai Qingtian is full of laughter looking at the pink piglet behind himself. Chapter 23, Refusing Bailout. Targeting Daxia's First Academy. Why is chairman Bai looking at my contracted spirit beast for good reason? Yi Ningxue was puzzled and could not help but fall into thought. It's just that I'm afraid that even if she thought about it, she wouldn't realize that a large part of the reason why Bai Qingtian said that was because of Jiang Yuan. Yi Ningxue, are you joining the Faith City Beast Master Association? It was also when Yi Ningxue was getting more and more puzzled by her thoughts that Bai Qingtian's words rang in her ears again. I'm in. Yi Ningxue sniffed and lightly shook her head, though she still hadn't thought it through. She knew that this was something that would do her more good than harm, so she opened her mouth and answered. Bai Qingtian was instantly relieved, then added, then which Imperial Beast Academy will you enter in the future? Anything double first class, take your pick. With a wave of Bai Qingtian's big hand, many of the surrounding figures watching the battle opened their mouths. Classmate Yi, look at me. I'm the Provincial Academy of Argonne Province. Bull ********. How can a 211 at a provincial college compare to our 985? Student Yi, I'm the Director of Admission Office of Mordor University. As long as you join us, we will certainly educate you with the best resources. Yi students, I'm. Looking at their individual red faces, they looked as if they were itching to beat the crap out of each other. And the reason they look the way they do is because they are the admissions teachers for the various universities. Every qualification test, there is no lack of some outstanding qualifications will win the opportunity to be guaranteed to enter the university. Naturally, each university will also compete with each other for some good seedlings. Yi Ningxue, whose mental strength had broken through the Great Xiao record, was a deservedly good seedling. Numerous students looked at each other, and they could all see the same look in their eyes. That is, if only they were Yi Ningxue. It can be coveted by so many universities. Not only will you look better, but you won't have to worry about not getting into a good school. The viewing gallery. Lu Qing's face was filled with an unstoppable smile. Glances at the rest of the school principals were filled with even more self-satisfaction. The look was as if to say, look at that. This is our 6th form student. Silence. Bai Qingtian also had a smile on his face, but he was relatively calmer. You guys just let Yi Ningxue pick it herself. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes couldn't help but converge on Yi Ningxue's body. Those bright eyes perfectly illustrated what was meant by expectation as well as anticipation. Gentlemen, Yi Ningxue looked at them and bowed, then shook her head slightly. I'm sorry. Many people were puzzled by this statement. Sorry, they understand. It should be Yi Ningxue who refused to bail into their school. Available at. Why is Yi Ningxue treating them all like this? Just as the crowd was puzzled, they heard her voice ring out again. President Bai. I want to enter the Four Beasts Academy, so no bailing out. At these words, the crowd's breath caught. Follow closely. The entire room erupted in an uproar. My God, Yi Ningxue's target is actually the Four Beasts Academy. I was originally thinking that I could become an alumnus with Goddess Yi, but that's gone. Four Beasts Academy? No, although I know Yi Ningxue is very powerful, but isn't the Four Beasts Academy too outrageous? The various principals and Bai Qingtian in the viewing gallery were also somewhat baffled. The reason is simple. Four Beasts Academy, 985, 211 and the rest of the schools are great universities in comparison. But, the Four Beasts Academy is a notch above these schools, simply because he is the first academy of Daxia. The number of students enrolled each year is less than 1,000, while the number of people taking the college entrance exam is in the hundreds of millions. That's the ratio. Although Yi Ningxue's talent was said to be very strong, the entire Daxia could not lack some guys whose own families were extremely prominent and whose own talent was strong. As soon as they contracted a strong spirit beast, they would spend a lot of resources feeding it to reach a high stage. But even they were not necessarily able to enter the Four Beasts Academy. Don't say that Yi Ningxue is now abandoned, even if she has the financial support of the Yi family. And to be honest, the chances are slim. Yi Ningxue, are you really sure you want to take the college entrance exam? Bai Qingtian was equally aware of the difficulty of entering the Four Beasts Academy, so he asked, you made a decision today, and I can't report it if you want to change your mind in the future? You should know that after applying for the Four Beasts Academy, you can no longer join the rest of the Imperial Beasts Academies even if you fall short. I've decided. Yi Ningxue nodded heavily. In her previous life, she had enrolled in the Four Beasts Academy. Once again, even without cultivating spirit beasts, Yi Ningxue still has full confidence. Of course, there's one more thing. For Beasts Academy. Since those who were able to get in were geniuses among geniuses, the new students were all able to receive a considerable amount of resources given by Daxia after enrollment. These are things that the rest of the school can't give. Yining Xue? Yes. Bai Jingtian didn't try to persuade anything else and nodded. Given your results in this qualification test, later on, you can go into the Shin City Imperial Beast Master Association to receive 5 pounds of commander rank fierce beast meat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan within the Imperial Beast space was first moved in front of his eyes. A whole 5 pounds of commander rank beast meat. If this is put out for sale, the official price tag is at least 1 million. However, since there weren't many commander ranked ferocious beast meat in the past, this kind of ferocious beast meat was taken out for auction. That price, TSK, complete, really unimaginable. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan's eyes faded again. If it were the rest of them, they would definitely use it to breed spirit beasts. But if it is Yining Xue, Zhang Yuan is sure that there is no part for himself. Obviously dipped in my light, but no share for me. Hey, White Prime, why don't you just give it to me? Give it to Yining Xue, he won't give it to me. Zhang Yuan spat madly in his mind. Except that nowadays he can't speak at all, so how can anyone on the other side understand him? President, thanks a lot. Under his grunting retort, Yining Xue had already spread a smile. After saying his thanks and putting Zhang Yuan into the Imperial Beast space, he headed straight towards the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association sale market. The meat of a commander-ranked ferocious beast. There's still a whole 5 million. That's enough to lift me up quite a bit. By then, I should be able to go searching for the Frost Heart. Under the murmured whisper, Yining Xue was overjoyed. Frosty Heart. It's a legendary treasure. What is a legend? Item resources are roughly divided into 6 categories: common, fine, rare, epic, legendary, and holy. The Linglong fruit is an epic item resource. From the Linglong fruit's efficacy, it was enough to know just how terrifying the Heart of Frost was. In her previous life, it was by chance that she captured the Heart of Frost before rising all the way to eventually achieve the position of female Valkyrie. How could Yining Xue let go of such a treasure? However, while she was full of longing, she did not know that Zhang Yuan, who was originally lifeless within the Imperial Beast space, slightly moved his eyebrows and stood up after baring his head. Frost Heart? What's that? A flash of doubt appeared in Zhang Yuan's eyes, but it quickly dissipated with it. Heart of Frost. It was true that he had never heard of it, but Linglong fruit had happened not long ago, so how could he have forgotten? Something that can make Yining Xue covet it must not be worth less than the Frost Heart. Then, Yining Xue, since my share of the reward was taken by you, then it shouldn't be too much for me to take your Frost Heart, should it? And while Zhang Yuan was thinking, he also noticed that Yining Xue had made a wave of purchases that seemed like madness after arriving at the sales market. Various kinds of ferocious beasts' blood and flesh as well as some resources with cold attributes. This one could make Zhang Yuan's eyes red. Just a shame. None of this belongs to him. Then after spending all the money in the card, Yining Xue returned home and couldn't wait to take out a ring. This ring, called a space ring, was able to store an extremely large amount of things inside and would not carry any weight itself. Sure, spatial rings were very expensive to build, and Yining Xue had only been distributed one by the official association of Xin City because she had become a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. As soon as he opened the spatial ring, since Yining Xue's front was filled with stacks of resources in large and small piles, the most obvious of these was the large chunk of Overlord-class fierce beast meat. Looking at these items, Yining Xue's brows slightly condensed, and she really had a few intentions. But, after some contemplation, she was the one who summoned Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan? As soon as he was summoned, Zhang Yuan was confused. I was lying ready to draw on your evolution points. What do you mean you're putting me out now? Just as Zhang Yuan was casting aspersions in his mind, Yining Xue took out the piece of meat of a 5 kilograms of commander-rank ferocious beast from a pile of resources, and then put it directly in front of Zhang Yuan. Asterisk. Is this ready to nurture me? Chapter 24, Beyond Boundaries. I'm invincible. Zhang Yuan was stunned when he heard Yining Xue whispering to herself. Although I don't intend to nurture you, but you've done your part to win this bet, and I, for one, have never liked owing people favors. So, this piece of commander-rank ferocious beast meat is yours. The words fell. Yining Xue's eyes were slightly condensed, and she had already begun to draw on the energy contained within the large pile of resources in front of her. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, looked at her with some surprise. He was truly surprised that Yining Xue would take the initiative to share his share. It seems that Yining Xue isn't as bad as I thought. A humming sound was emitted, and Zhang Yuan's gaze then turned to this piece of ferocious beast meat. This is the flesh and blood of a commander rank, even though it was only 5 pounds. The majestic energy contained in it was not to mention how much it made Zhang Yuan hammer pity. Zhang Yuan felt that if he finished devouring it, he might be able to break through to the 5th stage of awakening. After all, a fierce beast of the commander rank could be 2 major ranks higher than the current him. Huff and puff, the beast's roar descended and Zhang Yuan's bloody mouth opened wide to dryly tear down. Roar! Just as soon as he bit down, Zhang Yuan felt an extremely terrifying energy erupt in his mouth. The powerful energy fluctuation made Zhang Yuan's body shudder, which also made him devour more frantically. He didn't know how long it had been, but a voice crossed Zhang Yuan's mind. The host devours the remnants of the flesh of the commander's first-order blood moon wolf and gains 80 evolution points. Hearing the voice in his head, Zhang Yuan raised his head with intent. Host, Zhang Yuan, species, red fire inflammable pig, level, awakening 4th level, attribute, inflammation, bloodline potential, commander first order, talent, devouring teeth, skills, amazing plasma heavy body, A+, red inferno teeth, A+, shadow of the evil god, S, evolution points, 230 out of 400. Looking at the column of evolution points, Zhang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. 170 points are still missing to evolve. Between the words, Zhang Yuan's gaze couldn't help but fall on Yi Ningxue who was drawing energy from the side. According to the last million resources, I harvested 50 evolution points, then 5 million resources should be enough for me to succeed in my ascension. Under a dark voice to himself, Zhang Yuan immediately said, perform a strength feedback on Yi Ningxue. The host and indentured servant Yi Ningxue are at the same awakening 4th stage, but the more evolution points the host has, the more they are being fed back for the host. The words rang out in his head. Zhang Yuan looked at Yi Ningxue expectantly. Couldn't wait to arrive at the 5th stage of awakening through Yi Ningxue. In the meantime, how are these resources absorbed so quickly? Suffering from the backlash, Yi Ningxue was shaken, and her heart was a bit surprised. According to her speculation, her own access to resource energy shouldn't be this fast, but Yi Ningxue didn't think much about it. After all, this whole thing was a total godsend for her, so she quickly suppressed the regret in her heart and began to absorb it faster. And after waiting for a moment, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but urge his eyebrows to smile, simply because as time passed, the system's beep had sounded in his head. It is detected that Yi Ningxue, the object of the host's contract, has gained 20 evolution points, and the host has received 5 evolution points in return. Hey, coming. Finally, now he only needed to quietly wait for Yi Ningxue's rebound. Awakening the 5th order? It's not hand-holding? Under a low murmur, Zhang Yuan lay on the ground, quietly listening to the wonderful system sounds in his head. I don't know how long it took, but a very different voice finally sounded in his head. Detected that the host currently has 400 evolution points and has met the evolution requirements, whether or not to start evolving. Evolution, Zhang Yuan said without hesitation. Detected that the host possesses the 6-clawed thunder leopard gene. Is it integrated into himself? Yes. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of warmth nourish from his limbs and bones. In the blink of an eye, it was sweeping all over his body. And when Zhang Yuan's whole body was wrapped in light, Yi Ningxue seemed to be aware of it and subconsciously glanced over with her eyes open. He ascended again? When the moment of seeing clearly, Yi Ningxue's cold and frosty face scratched out the unimaginable. How is it possible? How could he have risen in rank? Obviously my imperial beast equivalent rank is only awakened 4th rank. How can he surpass my imperial beast equal rank? The more Yi Ningxue spoke, the more horrified she became. Generically, this had turned her worldview upside down. It was recognized throughout the world that the contracted spirit beast equivalent rank could not surpass the contractor's imperial beast equivalent rank. How does that not apply in his case? Unnameable. Unable to help it, Yi Ningxue recalled the comment on the test tablet. Could it be that this is the ability that cannot be named? Huff and puff. Just then, a humming sound rang in Yi Ningxue's ears. Looking sideways, she saw Zhang Yuan emerge from the light. His size was again quite large, and the fangs in his mouth were getting sharper and sharper, and his whole body was pink with a reddish color. Compared to the change in appearance, what attracted the most attention from Yi Ningxue was that the emitted aura had clearly come to the 5th stage of awakening. This is the 5th stage of awakening? At the same level as me? Yi Ningxue clenched her silver teeth, thinking about how much effort she had spent in order to ascend. Zhang Yuan is not good. Fielda did not do anything and the level of rank is rubbing upward. Surprisingly, it wasn't limited by her imperial beast's rank. Who do you talk to yourself? Zhang Yuan, on the contrary, was the polar opposite of her emotions. Having just made a breakthrough, he was invigorated, finally awakening the 5th rank. I'll still be able to go find Bai Shaoluo tomorrow, so I guess I'll be able to obtain a generous amount of evolution points by then. Huff and puff. It was only when Zhang Yuan had just thought of this that a sudden burst of light enveloped his body. When his eyes became clear, he was already inside the Imperial Beast space. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but curse. Luckily, I've only just changed my opinion of you a little. I didn't expect to be put into the Imperial Beast space without a single greeting, but that's really something. Yi Ningxue. Jiang Yuan indignation under. Do not know Yi Ningxue head early is a messy piece. Awakening the 5th rank? Although he's outrageous. Breeding spirit beasts. In case it's the same as in his previous life. No, I can't nurture. Can the current situation? Shouldn't there be a day when his equal rank surpasses me to turn against me? So do I. Want to break the contract? As soon as the thought started in her mind, Yi Ningxue vetoed the idea. The big test is approaching. If the covenant is lifted, then she would surely have no chance in the Four Beasts Academy. Humph. Thinking of this, Yi Ningxue clenched her silver teeth. I'm the future female martial god. How can a contracted spirit beast surpass me? He has a time when his bloodline is at its limit, and I don't. As the words fell, Yi Ningxue's gaze fell on the series of resources in front of her before she began to absorb them frantically. She will definitely prove to the world that she is the strongest. A spirit beast absolutely has no possibility of surpassing her. Chapter 25, The Yi Family's Schemes, Inviting God Home. Buzz. Stopping her thoughts, Yi Ningxue began to frantically draw on the energy contained within the resources. The dense energy was pulled out, as if it had turned into substance and wrapped Yi Ningxue tightly within. This scene caused Jiang Yuan inside the Imperial Beast space to have his heart shaken. Yi Ningxue, are you crazy for wanting the Frost Heart? I can't believe you forcefully drew on it. In case you get propped up, do I still have to call the emergency services? Jiang Yuan was filled with helplessness. Yi Ningxue should have nothing to do with him, but her life is inextricably linked to Jiang Yuan. Thinking of this, he only felt a burst of egg pain. No way to take the Frost Heart. I have to make some plans for myself before I can do so. Host, Jiang Yuan. Species, red fire inflammable pig. Level, awakening 5th level. Attribute, inflammation. Bloodline potential, first order of command. Talent, devouring teeth. Skills, amazing pulp body, A+. Red inferno teeth, A+. Shadow of the evil god, S. Arc of electricity, C. Weak lightning bursts from the tail as it strikes, paralyzing 20% of enemies when it hits them. Evolution points, 230 out of 400. Jiang Yuan opened the attribute panel. One wants to see how it improves, and the other is to anticipate the danger to itself when it comes time to forcefully lift it. It is now the 5th stage of awakening. When we take the Frost Heart, I should be able to take this opportunity to disarm. Scanning one by one, Jiang Yuan looked at the changes brought about by this advancement while making up his mind. Aha! The exterior was little changed from before, except for the tail, which was tinted with a bit of electric arc, giving it a bit more of a glittery look. Jiang Yuan attempted a few pumps before a shocking sound rang in his ears. That tail doesn't look too bad. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan was finally satisfied. Smoking people's bodies not only hurts, but also lets people feel what it's like to feel an electric shock. TSK, TSK, TSK. At a certain moment, Jiang Yuan could not help but recall some kind of small movie that he had watched in his previous life, and that electric shock could directly make people cry out ah. In the meantime, gone. Inside a luxurious manor. Family Master. That pet pig that Mrs. contracted to defeated the Inferno Night Demon Wolf at the testing stage of the 6th middle school in Xianchang. That middle-aged man who had originally talked to Lu Qing spoke to a man in front of him with great reverence. The man didn't lift his head, only faintly combing the pompous figure at his side. It was a huge dragon close to 30 meters long with wings. Even though the giant dragon did not exhibit any breath, the middle-aged man was still sweating a bit. It was only because this giant dragon had the strength of a monarch 1st rank. Moreover, due to his dragon bloodline, he was afraid that his strength would be able to compete with the 2nd or even 3rd stage of the Monarch King. Last time, when someone came to the Yi family to cause trouble, he had seen this one strikes. A roar full of dragon power could directly scare someone into madness. Amazing Night Demon Wolf? What kind of crap is that? Just as the middle-aged man was about to fail to carry the oppression brought about by the giant dragon, Yi Long stopped his hands and said indifferently, Yi Ningxue, as a member of my Yi family, has chosen not to contract with the noble dragon race, but instead went in search of some pet pig. She is a disgrace to my Yi family. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be in my Yi family. Yi Long turned his eyes to the middle-aged man and sank his voice. As a member of the Yi family, why are you still paying attention to her news? Do you want to rebel against the Yi family like her? The middle-aged man trembled. His body softened and directly fell to his knees. His face turned white and he said in a panic, Family Master, it's not that I want to pay attention, but it's that Yi Ningxue is too dazzling. Saying this, the middle-aged man tremblingly took out a newspaper from his arms and said, Family Master, please look. Yi Long casually received the newspaper. His face suddenly stiffened. A shocking color quickly climbed up his face. Surprise, genius girl Yi Ningshua's qualification test mental power 2001 has broken the record of the highest mental power in Dasha, a pet pig, powering over all beasts, rated as unnameable after all? Having just passed the qualification test, the young girl leaps to become a 2-star Imperial Beast Master of Dasha. What exactly is hidden behind the breakthrough promotion? Scanning through the contents of the newspaper one by one, Yi Long's breath hitched a few times. He changed his original indifference and asked expectantly, "Is this all true?" "That's right." The middle-aged man nodded his head vigorously. "I also saw these news, which is why I came to report to you." Family head. Ha 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 ha. Yi Long raised his hands high and trembled a little with excitement. "God bless my Yi family. God bless my Yi family." After the loud laughter, Yi Long sidled his head and said, "You feel like letting Xiao Ming go and exterminate that pet pig she contracted so that Yi Ningxue can return to our Yi clan's contracted dragon clan." "Ha?" The middle-aged man froze. "Family master, that pet pig's rating is unnameable." "Humph." Yi Long coldly hummed out. "Unnameable? What is that?" With this kind of strong talent, Ningxue might be favored by the purebred dragon race. Is it hard to believe that you think a pet pig can compare to a dragon? Pet pigs, after all. Yes. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, but finally nodded his head gently to show that he understood. In the meantime, boom! Under the madness of drawing, Yi Ningxue was good enough not to be burst, but to leap to a new level. Breakthrough! Yi Ningxue's chin tilted slightly, the scales in her heart finally having some balance. When I get the frost heart, I'll be able to stand up after all. A pig that can only look up to me in the future after all. After all, she's a woman with hang-ups and is familiar with all the developments that follow. Yi Ningxue thought with more pride in her heart. Unfortunately, she didn't realize that Zhang Yuan within the Imperial Beast space had already been unable to stop himself from rolling his eyes. Egu! It didn't burst this time. Look at the god. Even though the Yi Ningxue with this appearance had a different kind of beauty, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but spit out a sentence. In his opinion, Yi Ningxue was just like Li Hao, deadly loaded. It was only Yi Ningxue's appearance that made it greatly overlooked. But now that the level has risen, it's time to prepare to get the frost heart. After her thoughts, Yi Ningxue stood up and felt the surging power she contained within her body, and couldn't help but look sideways at the window. At this point, the great night of Mithraea, the curved moon hangs high in the sky. Yi Ningxue looked at it for a moment and shook her head. "It's too late today to get your strength up first. We will seek the heart of frost first thing in the morning," said Yi Ningxue. Turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Zhang Yuan's eyes inverted brightly within the Imperial Beast space. Zhang Yuan's eyes instantly brightened a few points. "Tomorrow? That works too. Time flies like a white horse." Day 2. Early morning. Phew! Yi Ningxue got up early in the morning and went out with the warm sunlight. Zhang Yuan within the Imperial Beast space also opened his eyes, his heart filled with excitement, because Yi Ningxue's journey to find the Frost Heart would finally begin. Frost Heart? You Inuyasha, I'm coming. Chapter 26. Taking on a mission and throwing it out for me. Just as time passed, Zhang Yuan was a little confused when he watched Yi Ningxue through the Royal Beast space as she headed straight for the Xin City Royal Beast Master Association. Xin City Royal Beast Master Association? How could the Frost Heart be there? Frost Heart is a legendary resource. How could a tiny place like Noborabetsu have it? With doubts, Zhang Yuan continued to probe carefully. Soon he found the blind spot. Yi Ningxue entered the Imperial Beast Master Association and went straight to the reward center, then flew inside to take up the reward task that had something to do with the 10,000 Beasts Forest. Seeing this, the doubts in Zhang Yuan's mind were answered. Now it seems that the Frost Heart should be in the 10,000 Beasts Forest, and Yi Ningxue took the mission for no other reason than to have a legitimate reason to enter and subsidize her family. After all, Yi Ningxue really doesn't have much spare money in her hands, and taking the path of a martial artist requires great resources. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan relaxed his heart. Heart of Frost is good in the Forest of Beasts. He had originally met with Bai Xiaoluo earlier to meet at the 10,000 Beasts Forest as well. Now that's just 2 for the price of 1. Only, Zhang Yuan had only just thought of this. Could it be that he thought his contracted spirit beast possessed a noble dragon bloodline? Yi Ningxue, don't forget that your current contracted beast is nothing more than a pet pig. A young man with total arrogance on his face slowly walked into the bounty center. Taking on so many bounties, you're just looking for death. Who is this kid? Why haven't I seen him before in Xincheng? Instantly looking at the youth, Zhang Yuan frowned. Even if you scolded Yi Ningxue, how could you bring it to his head? Outside, Yi Ningxue also had a cold brow, only because it was someone she knew. It was his own half-brother, Yi Ming. The Yi family is very arrogant and domineering on weekdays. In her previous life, she had relied on the fact that she was a man, thus looking down on a woman. Cold snort. Yi Ningxue directly put that with the stack of bounty task on the turn to go out. She didn't give a damn about such people. and seeing that Yi Ningxue didn't take care of herself, Yi Ming's face suddenly sank a bit. He blocked Yi Ningxue and blasted wind said, I really don't know what kind of luck you outcasts have gotten. Father even asked me to make a special trip to bring you home. Of course. After a pause, he said with a condescending expression, although father asked me to bring you home, my Yi family is after all the royal dragon family. If you want to return to my Yi family's embrace, hurry up and summon the spirit beasts out. Scrap the spirit beast on your own. This way I can still bring you back to the Yi family for the time being. When these words came out, before Yi Ningxue could show, the crowd of people within the bounty center exclaimed in surprise, my god, this teenager is actually a member of the Yi family. Yi Ningxue is returning to the Yi family. Yi Ningxue is taking off. Is this the person from the rumored royal dragon family? That was awesome. The crowd did not feel any discomfort from Yi Ming's overbearing words, just because he is a member of the Yi family. Yi Ming sniffed even more domineeringly. Yi Ningxue, I don't want to say the words a second time. Don't think you're taking yourself seriously just because you're mentally powerful. Abandoned by the Yi clan and won't be favored by the dragon spirit beasts, you're nothing but a piece of trash. Hey this kid? Still want to waste me? Zhang Yuan was not happy. The Yi family? The Yi family can be so wild? To open his mouth and shut it is to waste him. He didn't eat the Yi family's rice. Do you really think I don't have a temper? The royal dragon family? Okay. I'll show you what it means to be as red as a flower. You grandpa pig. Just before Zhang Yuan could act, Yi Ningxue stopped and her gaze turned to Yi Ming. Just when Yi Ming thought that Yi Ningxue was going to scrap the contracted pet pig on her own in front of him, he heard Yi Ningxue speak in a cold voice, insulting a Disxia 2-star Imperial Beast Master in the Xian City Imperial Beast Master Association. Throw him out for me. Yes, Miss Yi. Some of the staff members stationed at the bounty center immediately summoned their spirit beasts upon hearing this. Ho ho ho! The various spirit beasts glared angrily at Yi Ming with both eyes, and then they were walking towards him step by step. Seeing this scene, Yi Ming was confused. Although he knew that Yi Ningxue had become a 2-star Imperial Beast Master, he really hadn't thought that she would dare to do this. Doesn't Yi Ningxue know that she will never be able to return to the Yi family once she does this? Without the dragons to back her up, she doesn't really think she's going to make a name for herself with a pet pig, does she? Ho ho ho! Just then, a beastly roar pulled Yi Ming back to his senses. Raising his eyes, the group of spirit beasts was already less than a meter away from where he was. Yi Ningxue, hurry up and make them stop. I'm a member of the Yi family of the royal dragon family. Yi Ming was taken aback. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the official venue of Disxia, he would have hated to summon his contracted Wind Shadow Lil Dragon to teach these guys a good lesson. However, his words were clearly not meant to be heeded by Yi Ningxue. Naturally, the staff of the Xin City Royal Beast Master Association didn't stop there either, each greeting their spirit beasts and charging towards Yi Ming. After all, they were the official Imperial Beast Masters of the Grand Xia, and they were going to be stunned this time. The face of the official Daxia, they cannot do directly laid off. Tramp! Yi Ningxue! You wait for me! Seeing a spirit beast getting closer and closer to him, Yi Ming's face was embarrassed to the extreme. With a final harsh word, he ran out of the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association in a hurry. He's afraid, in case you're a step late and really get thrown out. That would be a shame. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the picture in front of him, Zhang Yuan felt happy. This Yi Ningxue. Finally, he had done something to his liking. Though Yi Ningxue is definitely pretending to be dead, but that's not a bad point. Under Zhang Yuan's murmur, he saw that Yi Ningxue had already walked out of the bounty center under the crowd's awe-inspiring gazes, and then headed straight for the 10,000 Beasts Forest. Looking at Yi Ningxue's route becoming more and more familiar, Zhang Yuan's thoughts gradually collected. Although he had just been delayed by Yi Ming, he was going to search for the Frost Heart after all, and as Yi Ningxue departed for the 10,000 Beasts Forest, the more Yi Ming, who had been kicked out of the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association early, thought about it, the more angry he became. I'm a member of the Yi family, and an outcast is making a move on me based on his status as a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. Tramp! Yi Ningxue, traveling alone to the Forest of 10,000 Beasts to complete the bounty mission? I'd like to see what you're capable of. Under the sound of the voice, Yi Ming's eyes scratched out a cold color. If the skill is not enough, just bury yourself in the Forest of 10,000 Beasts for me. Chapter 27, Re-entering the 10,000 Beasts Forest, seeking the Heart of Frost. Yi Ming's thoughts were unknown to Yi Ningxue and Zhang Yuan for the time being, but, even if they knew, he too wouldn't take it seriously. Yi Ming, he's nothing to the two of them. At this very moment, after running furiously all the way, Yi Ningxue lightly arrived within the 10,000 Beasts Forest. First, let's see what ferocious beasts on the bounty quests are nearby. cut them down and then travel to where the frost heart is on the side, accompanied by a murmur. Yi Ningxue, who had just entered the forest of 10,000 beasts, had already opened the bounty document that she had just taken over. The 10,000 beasts forest was very vast, with all kinds of ferocious beasts in it. The ferocious beasts, on the other hand, live in different areas based on their strength, as well as their species and so on. Red-eyed male lions that live in the south of the forest of 10,000 beasts, and the heart of frost is also in the south. So, that's him. After briefly flipping through the pages, Yi Ningxue quickly determined the first ferocious beast to be hunted. After making sure, Yi Ningxue chased after them to the south at an extremely fast speed. South, while Yi Ningxue was running, Zhang Yuan was also thinking in his mind, then I can come over to take a look after I rendezvous with Bai Xiaoluo later. It's not time to rendezvous with Bai Xiaoluo yet, so it's waiting for a while. Hiss. Just as Zhang Yuan's words fell, a hissing sound abruptly fell into his ears. Zhang Yuan swept his sideways glance, only to see an extremely fast figure running towards Yi Ningxue. Awakening Fourth Order? Sharp-clawed stormcats? After just one look, Zhang Yuan didn't have much heart. After all, with Yi Ningxue's strength nowadays, it really shouldn't be too simple to pin down this cat. Sure enough, just as the sharp-clawed storm cat approached Yi Ningxue's side, he cleared his throat and let out a chorus. Frost, buzz. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying coldness spread out straight from Yi Ningxue's body. Before the sharp-clawed storm cat had time to react in any way, it was transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Seeing this scene, Yi Ningxue's expression did not change half a bit, and with a wave of her hand, she directly put the six-clawed storm cat inside the spatial ring. Although the six-clawed tyrannical cat is not a ferocious beast on the bounty quest, the relative Yi Ningxue is also able to sell as well as self-absorption. Go! And after resolving the six-clawed storm cat, Yi Ningxue went south again. Not long after, she suddenly stopped. Her cold as frost face had a few heavy colors, because, just for a moment, she sensed a slightly dangerous aura rapidly approaching. Awakening seventh stage? Yi Ningxue looked ahead and muttered to herself. With her strength nowadays, the only ones that could make her feel that there was a crisis were the ferocious beasts that were above the awakening 7th rank. Roar! Also at this time, a beastly roar reverberated out. Following closely behind was the appearance of a lion-like beastly shadow. He was over 3 meters tall and his eyes were crimson. Species, red-eyed male lion. Level, awakening 7th level. Attributes, none. Bloodline potential, commander first order. Talent, red eyes. When fighting, eyes become red, and when they are red, they lose their sanity and become extremely horrible. Skills, Eyes of the Red Eye, B+. The red eye can cause great shock to the enemy and even put them in fear to some extent. Lion Pounce, B. Iron Tail, B. Lion King's Claw, B. Red-eyed male lion, Akame? Looks like this needs to be done in the fastest possible manner to finish him off. Zhang Yuan said, looking at Yi Ningxue with interest. He was a little curious as to what posture Yi Ningxue would take to quickly resolve the red-eyed male lion. And just for a moment, Yi Ningxue lifted her arm and waved it, the cold air raging from her body. Eventually, it transformed into a long, ice blue blade, and just in the moment Yi Ningxue held the long knife has been a toe step in the ground to leave a deep pit at the same time has been as if a cannonball to the red-eyed male lion stirred over. Roar! The red-eyed male lion's eyes exploded as it let out a loud beast roar. As a ferocious beast, especially if the rank was still higher than Yi Ningxue's, he would not be afraid, and with a movement of his limbs, he also rushed across to Yi Ningxue. Good timing! Yi Ningxue see the situation is not the slightest panic, only holding a long knife, full of frosty eyes dead stare at the red-eyed male lion running. Chapter 28, Yi Ningxue's Weirdness. Contrasting Lori. Roar! At this very moment, the distance between Yi Ningxue and the red-eyed Lion King was just 1 meter. Zhang Yuan looked all a little slightly condensed, looking over according to the distance between the two of her. If they collided together this time, the end result would most likely be a lose-lose situation. And just as Zhang Yuan analyzed here, Yi Ningxue actually violently erupted another force in the void. Bang! It was as if she had stepped on substantial emptiness, and she actually narrowly brushed past the red-eyed Lion King's sharp claws and fell straight onto his body. Oh! Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Within the Imperial Beast space, he had just clearly seen Yi Ningxue not stepping on the void, but stepping on top of a piece of broken ice. It seems like Yi Ningxue has a lot of battle experience. Pust! As Zhang Yuan stared, Yi Ningxue, who had jumped onto the red-eyed Lion King's back, immediately thrust her ice blade into the red-eyed Lion King's back. The crimson blood had just gushed out when it was instantly solidified by the cold air contained in the ice blade. Roar! The red-eyed Lion King suffered pain and let out a concussive roar while frantically twisting its ponderous body, trying to throw Yi Ningxue off. However, Yi Ningxue did not panic in the slightest. Her hands gripped the ice blade tightly and frantically stabbed it deeper. Ho ho ho! The intense pain caused the red-eyed Lion King to roar angrily, and a touch of panic colored his red eyes. In fact, the pain of being stabbed by an ice skate is still secondary. What alarmed him the most was the wave of cold that kept raging from the wound. It was as if it was going to freeze and stagnate his flesh and rolling blood. Roar! The red-eyed Lion King was also worthy of being an awakened 7th-stage ferocious beast, and seemed to know that unusual methods could not throw Yi Ningshui off. He actually reversed his stance and tried to use his back to crash into a large tree in front of him. Yi Ningshui saw this situation where still dare to stay. A toe step is a stable landing on the ground. Roar! As soon as Yi Ningshui landed on the ground, the red-eyed Lion King let out another roar and attacked Yi Ningshui. Just how could his combat experience compare to Yi Ningshui? At the same time as he lunged over, Yi Ningshui directly chose to dodge, not allowing the red-eyed Lion King to get the slightest bit closer. And as long as she searched for the right moment, she would be able to leave an extremely conspicuous trauma on the red-eyed Lion King's body every time. Roar! With such repetitions, not only did the red-eyed Lion King not inflict any effective injuries on Yi Ningshui, but instead, the wounds on his body increased. Especially the coldness that seemed to be drilling into his body and mind was making his movements slower and slower. Roar! In the end, the red-eyed Lion King seemed to know that if he continued any longer he would be unable to escape death. He let out an angry beast roar, at the same time actually twisted his body to want to leave this place of wrongdoing. Trying to escape? Yi Ningshui raised her eyebrows slightly. Did you ask me? The ice rode. At the same time when the cold shout came out, the coldness of Yi Ningshui's body continuously converged on the long knife. Bang! It was accompanied by her holding a long knife and plunging it into the ground. A frost surfaced on the ground at the same time as the ice blade crumbled, and it spread in the direction of the red-eyed Lion King at an extremely fast speed. Click, 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 click. The red-eyed Lion King was fast, but the frost spread even faster. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the red-eyed Lion King and turned it into an ice sculpture that radiated a gust of cold air. Seeing this scene, Yi Ningshui leapt forward and lifted her fist to blast the red-eyed Lion King down in pieces. The first bounty mission done. Yi Ningshui nodded with satisfaction, and then directly put the red-eyed Lion King into the spatial ring. Then it's time to choose the next one, Yi Ningshui said, and took out the bounty document again and started flipping through it. Inside the Imperial Beast space, Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, watched in admiration. Yi Ningshui, this means, how to practice a disciple of a martial artist, in addition to the need to consume great resources. More importantly, is the need to have more experience in their own actual combat. But and ferocious beasts fighting every battle is dangerous. So for this point Dacia is also launched the actual battle simulation. This can be immersive and still not fall. However, Zhang Yuan hadn't really seen Yi Ningshui use a live simulation. Forget it, whatever. Seeing Yi Ningshui start looking for her next target again, Zhang Yuan threw away the doubts in his heart. That didn't have much to do with him. From the situation in front of him, he only needed to know that Yi Ningshui alone could also solve most of the ferocious beasts and would not fall and implicate him as a result. Since Yi Ningshui will be fine, it's time for me to go find Bai Xiaoluo. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan quickly made up his mind. Yi Ningshui was in the forest of 10,000 beasts to improve herself. Was he not going to be able to dryly watch here? Shoo! Immediately after a green sound. Without Yi Ningshui realizing it, Zhang Yuan had already walked out of the Imperial Beast space and stepped into the 10,000 beasts forest. Huff and puff, a cheerful beast roar fell, and Zhang Yuan immediately traveled over at speed following the location where he and Bai Xiaoluo had met. Now, since it had only just entered the forest of 10,000 beasts not long ago, the distance between the two places wasn't too far. After using the shadow of the evil god to run at a fast pace for a short while, Zhang Yuan saw Bai Xiaoluo's figure from afar. At this point in her life, standing alone, she looked like a white rabbit in a long pink dress. Master, master. Bai Xiaoluo seemed to notice when Zhang Yuan looked at her. The moment she looked back and saw Zhang Yuan, her small face was already covered with a thick pack red color. Speaking of which, I wonder what the other side of this little ninny is like. Zhang Yuan looked on and smacked his lips. It was really inconceivable that Bai Xiaoluo's girl would call herself a little witch. Shaking his head, Zhang Yuan sighed. Are the things I asked you to prepare ready? It's ready, master, if you please. Bai Xiaoluo nodded respectfully, then rubbed the spatial ring in his hand. Buzz off! A light flashed out from in front of Zhang Yuan. When the light dissipated, what came into view was a variety of ferocious beast meat. Looking at its tender appearance, obviously just fell not long ago, Zhang Yuan took a look and was immediately sucked in his gaze. And Bai Xiaoluo's inverted soft and slightly aggrieved voice rang out. Master, I don't dare to take more of these ferocious beasts' meat, otherwise my dad is sure to find out. Also please excuse me. Nice one. Once he heard this, Zhang Yuan straightened up inside. Although the meat of these beasts in front of him was only in the second and fourth order, it was not a precious beast meat, but in the number of extremely large. A simple glance swept Jiang Yuan visual valuation of at least 1 million. That's it? Bai Xiaoluo still says he doesn't dare to take more? June didn't see Yi Ningxue desperately accepting bounty missions for some resources. One can only say that. The world of rich women he really does not understand. But then again, the maid really didn't look for nothing. After eating these, Jiang Yuan felt that he would inevitably be able to ascend again. Thinking about this, Jiang Yuan calmed down a bit and said with a stern face, although it's a bit less this time, but seeing as you're sincere, I'll forgive you this time. After saying the words, Jiang Yuan couldn't wait to dive in headfirst. Chapter 29, Solving the Wolves. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger's heart. The host devours the awakened 4th order pale blue spirit snake, gaining 40 evolution points. The host devours and awakens a 3rd order spirit lizard, gaining 30 evolution points. The host devours the awakened 2nd order 3-clawed phantom bear and gains 20 evolution points. Listening to the systematic sound that constantly resounded in his mind, Jiang Yuan devoured it even more vigorously. Hate to devour everything completely on the spot. On the side, Bai Xiaoluo watched earnestly, looking at the pink and tender, but cute Jiang Yuan. She really wanted to go with Jiang Yuan to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. I just don't know when I'll be able to go piggybacking with my master. Under Bai Xiaoluo's thoughts, Jiang Yuan was still struggling to devour. After a full half a morning's work, Jiang Yuan finally devoured as much as he could. This devouring went up 150 evolution points. Scanning the evolution points he had gained, Jiang Yuan smacked his lips and was filled with a sense of satisfaction. Together with the feedback I received from Yi Ningxue earlier, I'm still 450 points short of evolving, but after devouring it, it's time to take Bai Xiaoluo to the south. Jiang Yuan stood up with a low murmur, slowly walking towards the front at the same time saying, "Go, follow me to a good place." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoluo blinked and hurriedly asked, "Master, what kind of good place is it? Do you know the Heart of Frost?" For Bai Xiaoluo, Jiang Yuan had no intention of hiding. After all, she was her own maid and would never betray her no matter what. Frost Heart? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoluo's eyes brightened slightly and said, "I've read about it before in my father's books. The Frost Heart is a legendary grade treasure. If a creature with a cold attribute eats it, it will be able to greatly enhance its own cold attribute." Also, while Bai Xiaoluo continued to talk, Jiang Yuan had long been agitated. Legendary treasure. This can be even more high grade than Linglong fruit quality. Only just as he thought of this, Bai Xiaoluo added, "It's a pity that the Heart of Frost can only be limited to being eaten by creatures with the cold attribute." Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment. What does that mean? As he was in disbelief, Bai Xiaoluo's voice came back into his ears. It's normal to think about it. The Frost Heart's effects are so powerful that only creatures with cold attributes of their own can withstand the coldness it brings. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll just turn into an ice sculpture, right? Snap. Ouch. Bai Xiaoluo suddenly shrieked out in shock, only to see that Jiang Yuan in front of her had stopped at some point, and for a moment she didn't realize that she had bumped right into Jiang Yuan's body. "Lord, Master, why did you stop? For a good reason." Bai Xiaoluo rubbed her aching chest with a few pouts on her face. It was a good thing she still had places where she could cushion herself, or she would have been in a lot of pain. Huff and puff. Jiang Yuan was also knocked back to his senses. He stood still and didn't go further south. Since the Heart of Frost is useless, what's he going to do with it? Merely going to watch Yi Ningxue devour the Heart of Frost? Jiang Yuan didn't have this kind of fetish, and before he could reply with an explanation, Bai Xiaoluo let out another violent cry of alarm. "Ah, Master, you, look, something's coming." Jiang Yuan looked in the direction of Bai Xiaoluo's finger, only to see a dark tide sweeping this way at an extremely fast speed. No, it was not the tide, but a wolf shadow with a dark body, only its eyes emitting a scarlet light. They ran over while also letting out bursts of wolf howls that sounded like ghostly cries. That alone is intimidating to hear. Species, Evil Night Wolf. Level, Awakening 2nd. Attributes, none. Bloodline potential, Transcendent 1st Order. Talent, Mutual Cooperation, B, increases one's power by 10% when acting as a team. Skills, Night Rage, Bloodlust Frenzy, Speed Walk, Evil Night Wolves. As a panel of attributes surfaced before his eyes, Jiang Yuan's eyes turned ghostly cold. According to the Fierce Beast Atlas, the Evil Night Wolf's favorite thing to do is to take advantage of the fire. It seems like they should have smelled the blood just now and that's why they came over, right? Under the murmur, a cold smile was drawn out from the corner of Jiang Yuan's mouth. He was worried that he didn't have anything to do if he didn't go to look for the Heart of Frost with Yi Ningxue. Now that the Evil Night Wolves had appeared, it gave him something to do. Master, Master, behind Jiang Yuan, Bai Xiaoluo instead tensed her face and said, "I have treasures here that my father left me. I can dispel these Evil Night Wolves," Bai Xiaoluo said and hurriedly rummaged through his body. It seemed to her that the strength of this group of Evil Night Wolves was not high, but there were more than 20 of them. with Jiang Yuan's strength to deal with them was by no means a simple matter. There was even a probability of perishing on the spot under the siege of the evil night wolves. No! Just before she could search for it, a soft voice from Jiang Yuan took the lead. Follow closely. Bai Xiaoluo then saw Jiang Yuan step on his limbs and scurry out. His speed was extremely fast, incredibly fast, so fast that it completely exceeded the limit of what her naked eyes could capture. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard, and only then did Bai Xiaoluo see it clearly. The evil night wolf that was running at the front was knocked out by Jiang Yuan as soon as he ran. Ow 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 ow. The head evil night wolf snapped back to his senses and roared at Jiang Yuan while scrambling towards him. Master! Little! Not far away. Bai Xiaoluo subconsciously wanted to make a sound when he saw this, but he realized that Jiang Yuan was not flustered in the slightest. His bloody mouth opened, and a beam of light blazing to the extreme actually condensed out of his mouth. Boom boom boom! The beam of light spat out, and scorching heat swept across the heavens and earth. Any evil night wolf that came into contact with the pillar of light immediately let out a burst of ghostly wolf howls. During this period, gusts of hot flames emerged from Jiang Yuan's entire body, his body disliking the evil night wolves like a speeding big truck charging across the road. Every time it made contact, the evil night wolf was sent flying backwards like it was made of tofu, and eventually landed heavily on the ground completely unable to get back up. It was only a matter of moments. Bai Xiaoluo just didn't know how many evil night wolves he saw being knocked into the sky by Jiang Yuan then falling down again. Listening to the agonizing hisses that kept ringing in his ears and the evil night wolf that couldn't stand up, Bai Xiaoluo let go of his heart's worries little by little. Instead, it is full of excitement. To the end has stagnated in place. It wasn't until there was no more evil night wolf's figure in front of him being slammed into the air that Bai Xiaoluo came back to his senses. At this very moment, only to see that in front of her, apart from Jiang Yuan who was still standing, the group of arrogant evil night wolves that had just been there all fell to the ground in a heap. Some were barely able to scream, while others didn't move at all, and not a single sound came out at all. This? Bai Xiaoluo's jaw dropped as he watched, his eyes filled with horror. It was reasonable to say that under the siege of so many evil night wolves, not to mention awakening fifth order, even an awakened sixth, or even a seventh, can't do this, right? Huff and puff. At that moment, Jiang Yuan's grunt pulled Bai Xiaoluo back to her senses. She raised her eyes and saw that Jiang Yuan had already begun to devour the evil night wolf in close proximity. Well, Master looks so cute, but the strength is really strong ACA. Bai Xiaoluo looked on, his large eyes filled with fire. At this moment, her heart of wanting to take Jiang Yuan to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger had already come to its peak. Chapter 30, Yiningshue Crisis. Excited Bai Xiaoluo, huffing, what Bai Xiaoluo was thinking. Jiang Yuan did not know for the moment, at this point in his life, was feasting on this pack of evil night wolves. Although it was said that the group of evil night wolves did not have a high rank, they were superior in numbers. Devouring it like crazy could still give Jiang Yuan a great amount of evolution points. The host devours and awakens the second order evil night wolf, gaining 20 evolution points and 1 point of evil night wolf gene. The host devours and awakens the second order evil night wolf, gaining 20 evolution points and 1 point of evil night wolf gene. The host devours and awakens the second order evil night wolf, gaining 20 evolution points and 1 point of evil night wolf gene, accompanied by a series of system beeps ringing out. A few moments of relief finally spread across Jiang Yuan's face. Why are you 30 points short of evolving? But after seeing the current evolution points, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but twitch. Forget it, almost is almost. Anyway, swallowing another ferocious beast is enough to evolve. Helpless at the head, Jiang Yuan sighed and his eyes searched around. Just in time. Rumble. A fierce fighting sound suddenly entered Jiang Yuan's ears. Master. Bai Xiaoluo obviously heard it as well, and filled with the idea of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, she hurriedly inquired, there seems to be a fight over there, shall we go and have a look? Looking along the source of the sound, Jiang Yuan immediately realized that there was the south of the 10,000 Beasts forest. Yiningshue is also in the south. Is it possible that it has something to do with her? After thinking about it, Jiang Yuan simply said, go! Jiang Yuan led Bai Xiaoluo at a fast speed, and in no time they arrived at the scene of the battle. Jiang Yuan guessed correctly that the sound of the fight this time was really made by Yiningshue. Only a short distance away, there was a group of ferocious rhinoceros-like spirit beasts that were at least awakened fifth order in rank were surrounding Yiningshue, while Yiningshue was holding something that was radiating an icy blue light in one hand. She was gripping the ice spirit cold sword in the other hand and circling around them. Not far from it, there was also a group of big men with their hands around their chests, glancing at Yiningshue with a sneer. Snatch the frost heart? As Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, Bai Xiaoluo's voice came into his earwigs. I've seen them on my father's computer before. They are the Blood Slaughter Corps. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's eyes stared. The Blood Slaughter Corps is similar to a mercenary organization. There's nothing they wouldn't dare do if they were paid. However, since they only committed their crimes within the 10,000 Beasts forest, the officials of the City of Faith didn't try to exterminate them too much. After all, the official Xin Chang could solve the Blood Slaughter Corps. But what about encountering a strong beast in the forest of 10,000 beasts? Is it hard to expect the official Shinseki city to solve the problem for them? Just as Jiang Yuan thought of this, Bai Xiaoluo added, why do those two people look familiar to me? Look familiar? Jiang Yuan followed Bai Xiaoluo's gaze and saw that Wu Meng and Li Hao were standing at the very front of the Blood Slaughter Regiment. Are they? How did they get involved with the Blood Slaughterers? Jiang Yuan frowned. If it was to snatch the heart of Frost, Li Hao and Wu Meng shouldn't have shown up. And looking at the way the two stood, they should be the so-called Gold Masters. Gold Master? How could they possibly know someone from the Blood Slaughter Corps? Just as Jiang Yuan was puzzled, Wu Meng laughed loudly with a face full of pleasure. Yi Ning Xue, is this kind of situation not something you've ever dreamed of? A generation of geniuses would fall in the 10,000 Beasts forest. After a pause, she added coldly, and even if you die. In the end, the report on top of the news will only say that a generation of genius 2-star Imperial Beast Masters were ultimately exterminated by ferocious beasts due to their rampant arrogance and receiving large stacks of bounty missions. Ha 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 ha. Wu Meng laughed wildly, and Li Hao on the side frowned slightly and imperceptibly. So many words were spoken by Wu Meng. Well, what can he say? And so, Li Hao just droned. Wu Meng, don't forget the mission that Yi Xiao gave us. It seems that the members of the Blood Slaughter Corps didn't even realize that Yi Ning Xue was holding the Frost Heart. From these words, the doubts in Jiang Yuan's heart were lifted. As for Yi Xiao, should be Yi Ming, and the two of them, Li Hao and Wu Meng, seemed to be the surface characters that were pushed out. Pust! A crisp collision sounded under Jiang Yuan's mind opening up. Raising her eyes, she saw that Yi Ning, under the siege of the beasts with one hand, was finally inadvertently caught by a spirit beast that found an opportunity and toppled straight towards her. Even though Yi Ning Xue was aware of it, she was still toppled to her calf in her haste. Bang! Under the muffled sound, Yi Ning Xue was instantly picked high into the air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Ning Xue's expression sank as she stabilized her body with great difficulty high in the air, raising her ice spirit cold blade and chopping straight down towards the rhinoceros spirit beast underneath. Boom! The powerful slash landed with a bang, and that one rhinoceros spirit beast's entire body shook, and a deep invisible wound appeared immediately. Pust! While crimson blood continued to gush out, Yi Ning Xue steadily landed on the ground again with a borrowed force. It looked like she had one, but it was obvious to see her injured calf wincing, with crimson blood oozing out of it. Tramp! How dare you hurt my spirit beast? Brothers, together! Finish him off once and for all. Watching this scene, one of the big men snapped angrily. Ho ho ho! Once the rest of the big men heard this, they ordered the contracted spirit beasts to unleash a more ferocious onslaught on Yi Ning Xue. One time, the intense fighting sounds in the arena constantly resounded in the ears of the crowd. It had to be said that Yi Ning Xue was very brave, but, since she only moves with one hand, and this group of awakening 5th order rhinoceros spirit beasts are also really bad to deal with, not to mention their thick skin, the unicorn horn on their head gave them an extremely powerful attack. In just that short period of time, the injuries on Yi Ning Xue's body added a few more points, and even her face surfaced a little pale. Hoo. Yi Ning Xue gasped sharply, her complexion full of heavy color. In order to seize the Frost Heart, I had already consumed too much physical strength earlier and was also slightly injured. Now it's really kind of hard to protect the Frost Heart again. Yi Ning Xue's eyes spun as she frantically thought of a way to deal with it. Just then, Yi Ning Xue, you destroyed my spirit beast last time. This time let my newly contracted spirit beast send you to hell. Suddenly, Wu Meng let out a stern cry. Turning his eyes, he saw a small elephant with a long trunk and a body size of more than 2 meters high emerge out of thin air from Wu Meng's side. Celestial giant elephant, use trample and finish her off once and for all. Ow! Accompanied by Wu Meng's sullen cry, the little elephant stepped on its 4 limbs and crazily slammed into Yi Ning Xue. Don't look at the baby elephant, only 2 meters tall, but every stride can cause the ground to tremble. If Yi Ning Xue was stepped on, I'm afraid she would instantly report to the Yellow Springs. Asterisk. Yi Ning Xue's expression sank violently, and she had the intention to dodge, but the surroundings were all surrounded by rhinoceros-type spirit beasts, so there was no space to dodge at all. Not far. Wow, master, they look kind of awesome, yeah. Bai Xiaoluo's eyes flashed and said, later, can you accompany me to play pretend pig-eating tiger with them? She said looking back, but Jiang Yuan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Where's the master? A little doubt surfaced in Bai Xiaoluo's eyes. His eyes searched around, but inadvertently saw the figure of a pink piglet beside Yi Ning Xue. Chapter 31, Awakening 9th Order. strongest crisis. At the same time, looking at the distance between the Tsung Tian giant elephant and Yi Ningxue getting closer and closer, the smile in Wu Meng's eyes grew stronger and stronger. The rest of them were also full of smiles, obviously in their opinion. This time around, Yi Ningxue was all but certain to die, but just in the nick of time. Huff and puff, a beast roar abruptly sounded in the ears of the crowd, and then they saw a pink piglet suddenly appear beside Yi Ningxue. Him, facing the Tsungtian giant elephant which is twice as high as himself, does not have the slightest intention of being afraid, but instead leaps into the air and ruthlessly smashes down to the Tsungtian giant elephant. Bang! Only a loud boom was heard, and the Tsungtian giant elephant shook. The long nose curled up high and let out a pain-tilted whistle, but before he could make the rest of his movements, he seemed to have felt a great gravity, and even his limbs made a burst of crisp bone-breaking sounds, and then he planted himself on the ground with a bang. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were shaken. The pupils were even more glaring. How could they not expect that a pink piglet that was clearly not yet a pale elephant could crush him to the point where his limbs and bones were broken in inches? How can this be so outrageous? However, just under everyone's incredulity, the pink piggy didn't stop. Sitting on the back of the Tsungtian giant elephant, he violently raised the sharp tusks on the side of his mouth and stabbed directly into the Tsungtian giant elephant's head. Heads, undoubtedly the hardest ground physically. This is the same for both man and beast, but the hard head seemed completely inadequate in front of this pink piglet. Only a click was heard, and two of the pink piglet's tusks went in most of the way. After the celestial giant elephant issued a miserable to the extreme wailing sound, even two legs stirred directly, no sound. Dead. Wu Meng was stunned. The blood slaughter corps and even their contracted spirit beasts were also stunned. What are they seeing? Such a pink piglet just solved the Tsungtian giant elephant with such an outrageous maneuver? Are they really not dreaming? Especially Li Hao. The pupils contracted violently. He remembered that this was how he got his six-clawed thunder leopard killed. And not only were they stunned, Yi Ningxue was also stunned. He's sensing that I'm in danger again and coming out? Yi Ningxue couldn't believe that her contracted spirit beast would be so spiritual. Obviously, I didn't even nurture him myself. Why is he still so nice to himself? It was a pity that if Zhang Yuan knew what she was thinking, he feared that he would only skim his mouth in disdain. What's good about it? Are you kidding me? He was merely worried that Yi Ningxue's fall would affect him. Huff and puff. After eating this Cthulhu giant elephant, I'll be able to upgrade. Zhang Yuan, who didn't know what Yi Ningxue was thinking, directly ignored the eyes of the crowd and started disliking that Tsungtian giant elephant and began to feast. It was also at this moment that the stagnant crowd clamored back to their senses and let out a gasp of surprise. Not this. What's going on here? How come the situation has reversed all of a sudden? What's with this little pink piggy? It seems a bit too strong. Pust. Just as the crowd continued to gasp in shock, Wu Meng violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face like gold paper. My newly contracted Cthulhu giant elephant. Yi Ningxue, I want you to die. Not only do I want you dead, but I want all of this damned pig you contracted to go down to the Yellow Springs to report for duty. Under the sound of his voice, Wu Meng's eyes were crimson as if they were poured with blood. Zhang Yuan and Yi Ningxue hadn't reacted much yet. Not far away, Bai Xiaoluo fell back and stared wide-eyed. What does this man mean by what he says? My master? It's her contracted spirit animal? Under Bai Xiaoluo's staring murmur, a thick unbelievable color gradually surfaced in his eyes. Speaking up, she did hear her father say that someone in this freshman class had indentured a tough pig. It was only that all along Bai Xiaoluo had not associated Zhang Yuan with it. After all, Zhang Yuan was that powerful, and at that time, she could see that there was just one beast of Zhang Yuan, but now it seems, Mr. Blood Slaughter, please also make your move. Bai Xiaoluo had just thought of this when he heard another stern voice from Wu Meng. Finish her off completely, as well as her spirit beasts. I'm going to let them all die here. Yes. Then only a bald man with ugly and hideous scars on his face stood out and said, Blood Oxhorn Rhinoceros, get thee out. Roar. As soon as the words fell, the shadow of a huge beast emerged out of thin air. It was a rhinoceros-like spirit beast, only that his size was much more gruesome than the spirit beasts around him. The whole body was still crimson, as if it had been poured out of blood, and the most palpitating thing was that the aura he displayed was clearly up to the awakened 9th stage. Species, Bloodhorn Rhinoceros. Level, Awakening 9th level. Attributes, none. Bloodline potential, Transcendent 9th order. Talent, Bloodhorn. The more blood in the vicinity, the more one's own blood boils, and one will fall into the terrible talent of not being afraid of pain and only wanting to finish off the opponent. Skills, Blood Bull Charge, B. Unicorn Top, B+. Trample Shockwave. Roar of the Pale Horn. Awakening 9th stage? Zhang Yuan, who had devoured the celestial giant elephant, raised his head loftily, his gaze appearing somewhat grave. The current him is only awakened 5th stage. Awakened 9th stage is 4 small stages higher than him, even though he could evolve to the awakened 6th stage after eating the Cthulhu giant elephant. But that takes some time, too. Not only him, even Yining Xue, who was a female martial god in her previous life, also gazed up, awakening the 9th order. If she were to switch to her peak moment, she would still be sure that she could leave in peace. But right now, she herself was not at her peak, not to mention that she had suffered a number of injuries. There was also a group of awakened 5th stage spirit beasts sighing around. In this situation, it was categorically impossible for her to leave peacefully. Blood slaughter swept Zhang Yuan and Yining Xue, and eventually his gaze landed on Yining Xue's body. He laughed lewdly. Chick, I'm not much of a hothead either. You just let the contracted spirit beasts cut themselves, and then serve me. This lord can still let you die a painful death. Hearing this, Wu Meng couldn't help but think of the incomparable humiliation Yining Xue had to suffer before she died. At that moment, she only felt a great sense of relief in her heart. Boss, such a pretty chick, you can't forget us. Yeah, boss, we wanted to. The group of big men beside him saw this and spoke one after another. Ha ha ha. Blood Slaughter was about to reply, when Yining Xue's eyes suddenly condensed, holding the ice spirit cold sword and stabbing directly at Blood Slaughter. Tramp! Blood Slaughter was instantly startled and scrambled backward. After dodging the blow, he spat fiercely. This chick is still a bit intense. Blood Oxhorn Rhinoceros. Show her what you're made of. Remember not to get killed. Hang on to your last breath. It won't be fun if she can't scream when she's dead. As for the pig, you can take care of that first. Roar! The Blood Oxhorn Rhinoceros received the order and immediately hissed and roared, the aura belonging to the awakened ninth stage unfolding in a clamor. See this scene. The eyes of Wu Meng and Li Hao and even all the Blood Slaughter members were unblinking. It was as if he wanted to take a good look at how Zhang Yuan and Yining Xue died under the Blood Ox-horned Rhinoceros. Just as the Blood Ox-horned Rhinoceros was about to take action, a slightly soft shout suddenly came from the distance. Stop! Chapter 32, Kidnap me for ransom. You'll have to pay it. This voice was soft to the extreme, drawing many people to cast their eyes over. Reflected in the crowd's eyes was a young girl in a long pink dress. She walked slowly towards the side, the two braids tied on her head swaying, so that people could not help but see a light in front of their eyes. Hey, this little ninny looks good. Boss, I have a proposition. We wait a moment just good and this little lowly. Yining Xue double non. Ha. Playing with such a beautiful looking one is something I've never even dreamed of experiencing. The Blood Slaughter Troops group of big men heatedly and lewdly laughed, their eyes unblinking as they watched Bai Shaoluo walk in front of Zhang Yuan. Wu Meng was also full of smiles. She thought that Yining Xue's rescuers had come. I didn't realize it was a little lowly that came. That doesn't change anything about the ending at all. Under their thousands of thoughts, but completely did not notice the sight of the Blood Butcher and Li Hao body has been unable to help shivering up. The rest of them didn't have enough class to recognize Bai Shaoluo. How could the two of them not recognize Bai Shaoluo, the only daughter of Bai Qingtian, the president of the Xin City Imperial Beastmaster Association? Especially Li Hao. Previously, he had offended Bai Shaoluo over a small matter, but in the end, it was only after the Li family's family head personally came to the door to apologize, and compensated an astronomical amount of money, that Bai Shaoluo forgave them. Ah, what are you trying to do here? I can tell you that I'm strong. Right at this moment, Bai Shaoluo's soft voice sounded again. Li Hao couldn't help but tremble at the sound of it. Coming. He still remembered that at that time then Bai Shaoluo was putting on this soft, weak, I want to pity you look. Mr. Blood Slaughter. Wu Meng didn't know about this, and when he saw Blood Slaughter staring at Bai Shaoluo, he immediately took a step forward, pretending to be river chortled. What are you guys babbling about as minions? This little lowly and Yining Xue, even if you guys want it again, then you have to let Mr. Blood Slaughter finish enjoying it before you're qualified. Do you see that I'm right, Mr. Blood Slaughter? Wu Meng said and even smiled at Blood Slaughter in a friendly manner, seemingly wanting to win Blood Slaughter's favor as a result. Snap. However, Blood Slaughter did not respond to her words and instead directly rewarded him with a big slap. This slap was so powerful that Wu Meng's entire body directly spun around several times before covering her face in a daze. It was as if she didn't think to understand why he was beating himself up when he was speaking for Blood Slaughter. Not only was Wu Meng puzzled, the various members of the Blood Slaughter Corps were also filled with confusion, as if they were dreaming. Wu Meng? But they're the gold masters of this operation. How had they ever seen the Blood Slaughter Society beat up their own gold master? But the next second, in the crowd's unbelievable eyes, but saw the Blood Butcher's snappy smile. Miss Bai, please don't mind. You don't have to take what she said just now seriously. How dare I think half as much of you? What a joke. Who is Bai Xiaoluo? Blood Slaughter believed that, but whenever he dared to take a shot at Bai Xiaoluo today, let's not talk about whether or not we can take down Bai Xiaoluo, but no matter what the outcome was, Bai Qingtian would definitely pay a visit the next day. That's more than he can handle. The only reason he was able to be reckless within the 10,000 Beasts forest wasn't because Bai Qingtian didn't care about this mess. Her words are false, then their words are true? Bai Xiaoluo blinked his eyes and glanced his head at the group of members of the Blood Slaughter Corps. Tramp! When Blood Slaughter heard this, cold sweat dripped down. Don't slap me yet. Ha! Oh! The various members of the Blood Slaughter Corps came back to their senses in a flash, and although they were a bit puzzled by these words, they at least did what Blood Slaughter said. And so, the arena immediately resounded with loud applause that sounded like a mountainous roar. Seeing this scene, Blood Slaughter smiled sarcastically again and said, "MS. Bye. They said something they shouldn't have said. They should be beaten." As he spoke, Blood Slaughter noticed Bai Xiaoluo's eyes looking at himself. He shuddered again, then dryly lifted his palm and smacked himself hard. While pumping, he also slurred, "MS. Bye. I'm not disciplining well. I should also be beaten. I should also be beaten." Bai Xiaoluo looked at the swollen, pig-like faces of the group of blood slaughterers before she revealed a smile, then looked at Li Hao again and said, "Li Hao, you, MS. White, fooling around, it's all a joke." Without waiting for Bai Xiaoluo to finish, Li Hao revealed a smile that was worse than crying out. Looking at this scene, Wu Mang was dumbfounded, although she didn't know what Bai Xiaoluo was. But where would one not understand from Li Hao and Blood Slaughter's actions? Bai Xiaoluo was by no means something they could mess with. So, then as soon as she thought about what had just happened, Wu Meng's whole body couldn't help but shiver. "So you're all just messing around?" Bai Xiaoluo didn't care about Wu Meng, and only said with some regret, "I thought you guys were going to kidnap me." Ha! When these words came out, Blood Slaughter and Li Hao shook their heads frantically. "Are you kidding me? Kidnap Bai Xiaoluo? Are they tired of living? Why don't you guys just kidnap me?" However, as if she didn't see their movements, Bai Xiaoluo said softly again, "This way I can also ask for the ransom from Dad." Her words were soft, but they caused Li Hao and Blood Slaughter's entire bodies to shake like sifting chaff. Follow closely. Blood too seemed to realize what, and quickly took out a bank card from his pocket and said, "Miss White, this has $1 million in it. I'm the one who kidnapped you for ransom." 1 million. Ah! Bai Xiaoluo sniffed and slightly locked his eyebrows, murmuring, "I thought I was worth a lot of money. I didn't realize that was worth $1 million?" Upon hearing this, Blood Slaughter immediately turned his head and bellowed, "Didn't you listen to what Miss White said? And the ransom for her kidnapping wasn't enough? Still don't know how to get it together?" Upon hearing this, each member of the Blood Slaughter Corps looked at each other. Then they all fumbled for a bank card from their pockets and handed it to Blood Slaughter. "Boss, I have 100,000 here. Boss, I've got 200,000 here. Boss, I've got 300,000 here." A few moments later, Blood Slaughter respectfully handed a stack of bank cards to Bai Xiaoluo and said, "Miss Bai, there's a total of 5 million here. It's our ransom for kidnapping you. So that's $6 million? Bai Xiaoluo smiled, then looked at Li Hao and Wu Meng. "MS. White, I have 2 million here. It's my whole body at the moment. Consider it a ransom for your kidnapping." Li Hao hurriedly took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Bai Xiaoluo in a very needy manner. "I also have 2 million here. MS. Bai, please also accept it." Seeing this, Wu Meng also hurriedly took out $2 million out of his pocket. "Hey, $10 million ransom. That's more like it." Gazing and murmuring, Bai Xiaoluo finally revealed a smile that was satisfied to the extreme. One of them is that she got a satisfactory ransom. The second is that it finally let her slightly have a little bit and Jiang Yuan pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger feeling. Chapter 33, When two girls fight, one will be injured. And only after seeing Bai Xiaoluo reveal a smile did Blood Slaughter and Li Hao quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, this time it satisfied Bai Xiaoluo. Otherwise, there's no telling what else she might get up to. Then, that Miss White, I suddenly remembered that there is something temporary at home. I'll just go ahead. Facing Li Hao's careful words, Bai Xiaoluo waved his hand and said, Okay. Upon hearing this, Blood Slaughter also hurriedly got up to bid farewell to Bai Xiaoluo. From afar, he looked at the wretched figures of Blood Slaughter and Li Hao and Wu Meng's party as they fled in haste. Jiang Yuan looked unusually energized. $10 million straight up in a short period of time. Though I could tell by the look of indignation in their eyes as they left that it was never of their own volition. But, so what? Money comes in and you are able to purchase resources to upgrade yourself. That's the hard way. In a trance, Jiang Yuan seemed to see a Kongzhuang's way of making money in front of him. It seems like if we have time in the future, we can take Bai Xiaoluo out more. And just as Jiang Yuan's mind was racing, Yi Ningxue, who was on the side, took a step forward and said, "Ms. Bye. Thanks for your righteous hand this time." Although Yi Ningxue was indifferent, she still knew the common sense of human nature. Only Bai Xiaoluo simply said, "I'm not helping you. I just see that your spirit beast is very cute looking and I like it." As she spoke, Bai Xiaoluo simply squatted beside Jiang Yuan and said, "Wow, you're so cute looking." Despite her words, her blinking eyes expressed exactly what she hadn't said. "Master, am I good? Do you think I'm good?" Huff and puff. "Not bad, not bad, it's awesome." With a beastly roar, Jiang Yuan originated from was quipped without a shudder. It even specifically arched over Bai Xiaoluo's body a few times to show its appreciation. Hey, Bai Xiaoluo, who was burdened with the voice of all things, naturally understood, and she was like a small child who had received a compliment, her face overflowing with smiles. However, while Jiang Yuan and Bai Xiaoluo were exchanging friendly words, Yi Ningxue, who was on the side, was irritated for some reason. It was clear that her relationship with Jiang Yuan was not considered good, but looking at Jiang Yuan being so intimate with the rest of the girls, there was always an unsettling thought in her mind. Are you my spirit animal? Or hers? You're so close to her? And you're not on good terms with me? The cluttered thoughts in his mind were very disturbing and also made Yi Ningxue involuntarily hum. "Miss Bai, what I initially contracted this pink piglet as a spirit beast was his cuteness most of all." Yi Ningxue bit the word contract very heavily, just as if she was declaring her sovereignty as a contractee. Bai Xiaoluo was stunned at first, then a touch of ill will crossed her pink face. Jiang Yuan was her master. What does Yi Ningxue mean by this? Wait. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoluo seemed to think of something, and his eyes flicked back and forth between Yi Ningxue and Jiang Yuan. Yi Ningxue's strength in the battle just now clearly showed that she was into the martial arts together, and in combination with what she said, it was obvious that she was completely unaware that Jiang Yuan was so capable of fighting. So, just now she had absolutely no intention of summoning Jiang Yuan, and the master has never told me about Yi Ningxue, and he still slips out from time to time. So doesn't that mean that the master and his indentured servant don't have a very good relationship? If Jiang Yuan knew what Bai Xiaoluo was thinking, I'm afraid I'll be praising the process, even though it's all wrong. But, turned out to tread all right, and when Bai Xiaoluo thought of this, he immediately blinked his eyes and said, "Miss Yi, seeing as you should be a martial artist, right? Since you only contracted it for the cuteness, do you want to break the contract? Give him to me? I think he's cute, but it feels like he prefers to go into battle then." As she spoke, she also cast a glance at Jiang Yuan. Those eyes were clearly saying, "Master, don't worry, I will definitely rescue you from the fire." There was no doubt that Bai Xiaoluo's meaning as the master Jiang Yuan read it, but he remains confused. Rescue me? He didn't do anything? No need. Under Jiang Yuan's doubtful heart, he also saw Yi Ningxue tensing her face and said, "Him? Just be cute. Fight. With me." Bai Xiaoluo sniffed, her soft voice rising again. "Sister Yi, but you being a martial artist itself requires a lot of resources. Look at me, just in time to nurture him properly, and as long as you break the contract, I will also give you a generous compensation." As he spoke, Bai Xiaoluo also raised the bank card in his hand, his meaning self-evident. When these words came out, Yi Ningxue hadn't made much of a statement, but Jiang Yuan fiercely tightened his grip. At this moment, where would he not understand the meaning of that look Bai Xiaoluo just gave him? It was clear that he felt that he had been wronged by Yi Ningxue's side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This, although it was true that Yi Ningxue did not nurture him, available at Yi Ningxue, there are also advantages. At least he could get quite a bit of information about the treasure from her, and feed back to himself, regardless of himself. Plus he was thinking of going for revenge at the big test. What's the point of this if we're going to break the contract now? No need. Just then, Yi Ningxue coldly voiced out, "That is, a spirit beast that I took the initiative to contract. Priceless in my eyes. Resources that I can earn. Phew." Jiang Yuan could not yet breathe a sigh of relief, but he also looked at Bai Xiaoluo who wanted to say something else. With his heart caved in, where else would he dare to let Bai Xiaoluo and Yi Ningxue continue to pinch each other? And so, he frantically called out in his mind, "System, I want to evolve." Evolve. Detected that the host has 600 evolution points and has met the evolution requirements. Evolution is underway for the host. Phew. Hearing the voice that reverberated in his mind, Jiang Yuan quietly sighed in relief. He was truly afraid that Yi Ningxue and Bai Xiaoluo would fight for real if they continued talking. For him, the palm of his hand can be meat. In the meantime, Bai Xiaoluo and Yi Ningxue naturally had their eyes sucked in by the evolved Jiang Yuan. Yay! Evolution yay? Bai Xiaoluo looked invigorated. After all, as a servant, one would naturally be happy that their master's strength had increased. And under the exhilaration, she didn't forget to shout at Yi Ningxue, "Sister Yi, look at you. if you don't have any more resources, you're going to be caught up by him. Yeah, you really don't want it? Bai Xiaoluo revealed a harmless expression. His soft words were extremely sharp. Yi Ningxue's body crumbled, not replying to Bai Xiaoluo's words for a long time. Her facial expression was still steady, but in reality, her mind had already been in a state of shock. No, I didn't nurture you either. How come I didn't move up and you did? How can you be so outrageous? For the first time Yi Ningxue's heart suffered a major blow, especially when she thought about Bai Xiaoluo's words. She fell into self-doubt. Am I a Valkyrie reborn, or are you? In the meantime, Li Hao and Wu Mang walked out of the 10,000 Beasts forest after parting ways with Bloodslaughter. Outside, a man had been waiting here for a long time. No doubt about it. This person was none other than the mastermind behind the scenes, Yi Ming. He couldn't help but frown at the sight of Li Hao and Wu Mang, especially Wu Mang. At this time, her face was swollen like a pig's head, and her whole body's breath was still very shriveled. It's amazing that so many people came out together and managed to make it look like this. That's pretty messed up, but thinking about them coming back, then Yi Ningxue must have been resolved. He couldn't help but smile again. Where is Yi Ningxue's head? Bring it to me. Chapter 34, End of Evolution. Despair again. Yi Ningxue, how dare you bully me? Humph. Remember to repent when you get to the Yellow Springs. Know who you can mess with and who you can't. While speaking out to himself, Yi Ming suddenly realized that Li Hao and Wu Mang both looked extremely embarrassed. He couldn't help but stare and drink. Didn't you hear me? Li Hao trembled and said, Yi Xiao, Yi Ningxue we didn't solve it. What? When these words came out, Yi Ming lived in consternation. No way. Absolutely no way. He didn't come out on his own, but he did send out the Blood Slaughter Corps. How is it possible to not be able to fix Yi Ningxue? You guys aren't kidding me? Yi Xiao, we went to the Blood Slaughter Corps. The questioning voice caused Wu Mang's legs to steeply weaken. One had to know that Yi Ming was not an outcast like Yi Ningxue. He's a real Yi family member. If he was angered, what was the high family of the district Xin city? Thus, she hurriedly cried and explained, Young Yi, we followed your orders and directly got the Blood Slaughter Corps to go and siege Yi Ningxue. But just when we were about to get it, Wu Mang spoke for a long time, her words still a bit slurred, but Yi Ming at least heard it clearly, and the joy on his face was taken by a touch of gloom. So not only did you guys not solve Yi Ningxue, but you even poured millions into her? Ahem. Wu Mang and Li Hao both scrunched their necks, completely at a loss as to what to explain. After all, that's true. Waste. You're all waste. Looking in the two men's appearance, Yi Ming was furious. A group of people couldn't even finish off Yi Ningxue. What a dry meal. Yi Ming scolded for a full moment before he took several breaths and asked, then before Bai Xiaoluo came, what kind of beating did you guys put on Yi Ningxue? Beaten to death. Wu Mang snatched at him and said, if it wasn't for the arrival of Bai Xiaoluo at the last minute, then Yi Ningxue is dead. So, where was she originally located? To the south of the forest of 10,000 beasts. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's eyes were stern, then he walked into the 10,000 beasts forest on his own. Seeing this scene, Li Hao and Wu Mang looked at each other face to face, and both could see the laughter in the other's eyes. How could they not be clear from the action? Yi Ming was trying to take matters into his own hands. Then, with his means, how can Yi Ningxue be alive? Yi Ningxue, swallowing my spirit beasts 3 times, but it was worth it to me to see you die. And after entering the forest of 10,000 beasts, Yi Ming simply summoned his spirit beast after arriving at an unoccupied place. It was a strange creature that was 5 meters in size, resembling a Komodo giant lizard, but with wings. In comparison to his weird figure, he has an extremely lofty name, Sonic Flying Dragon. Sonic Flying Dragon's rank is at the Transcendent First Order, and with a trace of dragon bloodline. He is also a genuine sub-dragon species. His strength was far stronger than those of the same rank. Sonic Flying Dragon. Use Wave of Dragon Might. Ow. As Yi Ming gave the order, the Sonic Flying Dragon flapped its wings and flew high into the air. He opened his bloody mouth and erupted into one shrill sound after another. This sound wave was like substance, sweeping in all directions. A few moments later, ho ho ho, ho ho ho. A cacophony of roars then roared up from all directions. Follow closely. Yi Ming clearly felt the ground begin to tremble slightly. Noticing all of this, Yi Ming couldn't help but look to the south, the corners of his mouth gently grinning out in an arc. Sonic Flying Dragon. His own best move was undoubtedly the sound wave, and his sound wave also contained a hint of the dragon race's unique pressure. Though given the Sonic Flying Dragon's rank it wouldn't be able to haul out any ferocious beasts that were too strong. But, don't forget that Yi Ningxue was already badly injured. Wouldn't a startled beast be more than enough to take care of her? Yi Ningxue, enjoy this great gift from me. With a cold laugh falling, Yi Ming leapt onto the body of the Sonic Flying Dragon and had quickly left the scene. Right now, Everything had been prepared and he could return to the Yi family to resume his duties. As for how to follow up with the Yi family, after Yi Ningxue fell under the 10,000 Beasts forest, it was still not just for him to say, "A dead man does not speak." In the meantime, buzz off, huff and puff, under the watchful eyes of Bai Xiaoluo and Yi Ningxue, Zhang Yuan finally broke through. Host, Zhang Yuan, species, red hot heavy hog, level, awakening 6th level, attribute, inflammation, bloodline potential, commander 5th order, talent, devouring teeth, skills, amazing plasma heavy body, A+, red inferno teeth, A+, evil god shadow, S. Thunder arc stabbing tail, a new ability evolved by fusing with the evil nightwolf. The tail's power will be increased in a bloodthirsty state, and it will have a spiked tip. Evolution points, 0 out of 800. When the evolution was complete, the first thing Zhang Yuan did was to survey his entire body. He realized that he had gotten a lot stronger and improved in every way. And to say that he has changed the most is undoubtedly the tail, become longer and thicker quite a lot. On the top of the head also grow some pink spikes. It's very powdery, but getting hit with this whip definitely hurts like hell. Looking at the pinkish pink spikes, Zhang Yuan was stunned, and in the end, he could only comfort himself in this way. However, upon realizing that his entire body was still pink and tender, Zhang Yuan still couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Why is it still pink? Can you change the color? Unable to help it, Zhang Yuan spat out. Now he was at least a tougher spirit beast, but it's just that no matter who it is, the first thought that comes to mind when they see him is not that he's strong, but that he's so cute. To be honest, Zhang Yuan was quite helpless. Wow, so cute. As if to echo the thoughts in Zhang Yuan's mind, the sound of Bai Xiaoluo's marvelous voice soon came to his ears. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but shrink. Zhang Yuan was barely able to accept his servant's compliments, but he really didn't want to see Yi Ningxue arguing with Bai Xiaoluo over this again. He was sandwiched between two women. It really felt like he was going to explode. Good on this one. Yi Ningxue did not argue with Bai Xiaoluo, but instead locked his eyebrows and said, "How? Do I vaguely feel the sound of an earthquake?" Hey, that's true. Yi Ningxue's words just fell. Zhang Yuan also vaguely felt it. No, not only was it the sound of an earthquake, Zhang Yuan also vaguely heard the roar of a Dao beast. Suddenly Zhang Yuan and Yi Ningxue color is a change. Two, although not in the same place, but already in unison. This is the occurrence of a beast tide? Chapter 35, Open your eyes and watch well. I'm the Invincible One. Shin City Imperial Beast Master Association. Chairman, there's a change in the 10,000 Beasts Forest. A young man rushed into an office with great speed. Under our detectors, a small beast tide has actually occurred in a certain area south of the 10,000 Beasts Forest for some unknown reason. Hearing this, Bai Qingtian was still unimpressed. The City of Letters served as the entrance to one of the regions of the Forest of 10,000 Beasts. In fact, there are tides of beasts from time to time. But, with him sitting here, how can the ferocious beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Forest come out? So Bai Qingtian only casually shook his head and said, "Just this small matter. Do you need to be so flustered? Wait until I'm done with the work at hand." When the youth heard this, he didn't leave. Instead, he gazed and called out, "President, this morning Yi Ningxue accepted the bounty for hunting the ferocious beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Forest. Right now she's inside the forest of 10,000 beasts." At these words, Bai Qingtian's movements stalled slightly. Yi Ningxue, this is the new star of their Shin City. That's no way to let him fall. However, that's not all. The youth added, "Not only that, listen, to others, Miss Bai also went to the 10,000 Beasts Forest today." What? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Bai Qingtian clamorously got up dryly and ran wildly directly from the office. Only a sharp phrase was left behind in its place. "You hurry to notify all the Imperial Beastmasters of the Shin City Imperial Beastmaster Association. Have them organize themselves and follow me to the 10,000 Beasts Forest for rescue." With this, the forest of 10,000 beasts. Ho ho ho! Moo moo moo! Ow ow ow! Ow ow ow! The roar of the beasts became clearer and clearer as it resounded in the ears of Zhang Yuan's group. Follow closely, only to see one fierce beast figure after another with different looks appearing directly in front of them. It was just that they looked very different, but without exception, their breath was extremely horrifying. The weak ones all had awakening 5th order, while some of the strong ones even came to awakening 9th order. So many ferocious beasts? What's going on? Looking from afar, Yi Ningxue's brows furrowed together as she muttered to herself in a dark voice. Could it be because of that one egg I took? But I took it in my previous life. But I didn't encounter a beast wave at all? As Yi Ningxue pondered down, Zhang Yuan also raised his eyebrows slightly. This was different from the evil night wolf he had just hunted. These ferocious beasts were not of low rank for the time being, and their numbers were not comparable to the evil night wolves. But then again, if they could be hunted, they would indeed be able to gain a generous amount of evolution points as well. When Jiang Yuan thought of this, Bai Xiaoluo's eyes did light up slightly. Beasts? A wave of beasts? Wow! I didn't think I'd run into a beast wave for once. Roar! Just then the roar of the Dao Dao drew Yi Ningxue's expression to freeze for a few moments. The ferocious beasts were less than 100 meters away from here, and according to their speed, they were afraid that they would be able to rush over in a few breaths. And now that her injuries had not yet healed, a fierce battle with this group of ferocious beasts was definitely not considered a good thing. Escape! Yi Ningxue shouted quickly, but before she could make a move, Bai Xiaoluo's soft voice suddenly came into her ears. Can't escape. We're being wrapped in dumplings. When these words came out, Yi Ningxue couldn't help but follow Bai Xiaoluo's gaze. What came into view was a group of silhouettes running towards this side. These figures, she recognized. It was none other than the group of Blood Slaughter Corps just now. And the reason they were running this way was because there was an equally large shadow of the beast behind them. Yi Ningxue's brows had twisted into a Chuan character when she saw this scene. In the current situation, it was obvious that the only way was to fight the beast tied to the death. That's MS. White and the others. No, you guys look at the front of Miss White. There's a beast wave too. My god, wouldn't that be the end of us? By the time Yi Ningxue saw them, the members of the Blood Slaughter Corps were already desperate. Panic about what? When they came aside, Bai Xiaoluo grunted. It's a shame that you're still from the Blood Slaughter Corps. A mere beast tied. What are you afraid of? Hearing this, the corners of the Blood Slaughter Corps' mouths twitched, completely at a loss as to what to say. Sister, it's a tidal wave of beasts. Even if they were only small, so many ferocious beasts would be enough to meteorize them all. Just under their spitting, Yi Ningxue sucked in her breath, and the cold air in her hand condensed, finally transforming into an ice spirit cold blade and said, charge, there's still a chance of survival. As the words fell, Yi Ningxue was already charging towards the wave of beasts. Huff and puff. Jiang Yuan saw the situation since it is extremely agree with the words of Yi Ningxue. Humming under the sound is also like lightning leaped out. At this very moment, the crowd of Blood Slaughter Corps members were stunned, just because they realized that after Jiang Yuan and Yi Ningxue rushed into the beasts, they were actually like a tiger entering a flock of sheep madly slaughtering the group of ferocious beasts. That's right, Jiang Yuan and Yi Ningxue were tigers, while the group of ferocious beasts were sheep. Not only those of the same rank, but even those whose rank was a bit stronger than theirs were inevitably slaughtered, especially Jiang Yuan. The whole body looked cute and cuddly, but the might that erupted was so terrifying. His bloody mouth opened, and endless flames gushed out wildly, sweeping out in all directions. Some ferocious beasts wanted to make a sneak attack from his back. Instead, they saw Jiang Yuan's tail sweep out like a long whip. What looked like a gentle blow was causing a ferocious beast of the same level as him to directly split its flesh, and crimson blood continued to gush out. Seeing this from afar, the Blood Slaughter Corps crowd watched in amazement. My god, no, Yi Ningxue is strong. I just saw it. How come this pet pig is also frighteningly strong? And breathe fire? That tail lash. It seems like there's still thunder and lightning. Yay. Is this really something a pet pig could pull off? Now I'm only glad that just now fortunately there is Miss White in. Otherwise we are afraid that we are all ruined, right? When these words came out, everyone's hearts trembled and they only felt a chill sweeping through their bodies. Recalling what had just happened, the crowd no longer felt any resentment, only gratitude. Look at Yi Ningxue and Jiang Yuan's ferocious appearance. If they had really made a move just now, I'm afraid that the tragic appearance of this beast tide would be them and the others. The words of the Blood Slaughter members also caused Bai Xiaoluo to spread a smile. The demeanor was as if to say, look, this is my master, Bai Xiaoluo. However, without being complacent for long, another alarming cry caused Bai Xiaoluo's gaze to condense slightly. Look, you guys, the two-handed sword-wielding Yi Ningxue is so strong. Sweeping his eyes sideways, he only saw that Yi Ningxue's body was surrounded by coldness that kept spreading, and every time a handle of ice spirit cold knife was swung, he could see a wave of frost gushing out. Any beasts that were contaminated by the frost, lightly slowed down, or heavily transformed into ice sculptures. Then on the contrary, the crowd of Blood Slaughter Corps members, each of them stared wide-eyed with an extremely unbelievable look. Hey, what's that look on your faces? Looking at them, Bai Xiaoluo instantly stopped digressing. For some reason she wanted to compete with Yi Ningxue, so she immediately said in a hushed tone, That's it, you guys keep your eyes well open. I'm going to be even stronger than Yi Ningxu. Chapter 36, Nine-Tailed Immortal Fox. A creature enough to compare to the dragon race. Miss Bai, you must not be impulsive. Yes, Ms. White, it's just a matter of letting them go. Yi Ningxue is so powerful, she'll definitely be able to do it. The members of the Blood Slaughter group opened their mouths in succession. They had also learned about Bai Xiaoluo's background from the blood slaughter's mouth since they had left, so they were genuinely afraid of Bai Xiaoluo in case something happened, thus involving themselves. Who knows? The kind persuasion instead caused Bai Xiaoluo to puff up her mouth, her cute face filled with horizontal anger. Yi Ningxue is powerful? I'm not as good as Yi Ningxue anymore? Humph. You see. Snorting out coldly, Bai Xiaoluo quickly pulled out a crystalline object from his pocket. It's an animal repellent. It was one of the defensive treasures that Bai Qingtian had given her. As long as it is opened, an incomparably horrifying aura of a high-ranking ferocious beast will emanate from the inside, thus causing the ferocious beast to flee in fear and terror. Go! After opening it, Bai Xiaoluo violently disliked the beasts and threw it. Snap! With a crisp ringing sound, the crowd of ferocious beasts fighting with Zhang Yuan and Yi Ningxue were as if they had encountered some horrible creatures, and their whole body trembled with excitement. Then it even let out a gust of strange screams to escape at an extremely fast speed. In just one breath, the many huge beast shadows that had originally surrounded the area had already disappeared from everyone's view. But, from the fallen ferocious beasts left behind at the scene, one could still see how ferocious Zhang Yuan and Yi Ningxue were just now. Humph! Bai Xiaoluo grunted out, sweeping his sidelong glance over the stupefied expressions of the blood slaughter corps members, his heart smug to the core. Following that, she directly walked to Yi Ningxue's side with her hands behind her back, urging her eyebrows to smile narrowly. Sister Yi, don't worry, all these ferocious beasts have been scared away by me. She seemed to be describing only the situation, but the godliness in her words was clearly visible. Saying that, she also directly took the bank card in her hand again and said, Sister Yi, here, take this. I don't need it. Yi Ningxue coldly hummed. I throw? Zhang Yuan, who hadn't had time to catch his breath, cackled again when he saw this. Bai Xiaoluo and Yi Ningxue really don't stop for a moment. Why do they act like they're going to fight whenever they have time? Humph. Bai Xiaoluo revealed a hint of a smile and simply changed direction. I'm not giving this to you. Me? This is for him. Bai Xiaoluo pointed at Zhang Yuan then hummed again. I've grown to love him. Seeing as you need to nurture yourself, surely you don't have time to nurture him. You don't nurture and you don't break the contract, so I have to do it for you? After a pause, the corner of Bai Xiaoluo's mouth hooked up, revealing a small tiger tooth and added, Of course, if Sister Yi doesn't nurture it, or you can break the contract and give it to me yet, I will be very happy and will be very grateful to Sister Yi. Yi Ningxue stagnated for a breath. Bai Xiaoluo had spoken to such an extent that she had to accept this money even if she didn't, but accept not only owe Bai Xiaoluo big favor not to mention, but also have to spend this money on cultivating Zhang Yuan's body. Thinking of this, Yi Ningxue again how cold as frost is also really was angry teeth itchy. Hey! Bai Xiaoluo's words have probably made Yi Ningxue ride the tiger, and in her character, to really take it, it will be costly to me. Zhang Yuan was delighted. Although Bai Xiaoluo and Yi Ningxue this was also a fight, but it was the kind of fight that was entirely good for him, and he was really happy to see it again a few times. When Zhang Yuan thought of this, Yi Ningxue gritted her teeth and said, Thank you, Miss Bai. In that case, I'll take it for my spirit beast. He. Bai Xiaoluo instantly sounded as if he had won a battle. Just before she could get too excited, Yi Ningxue's voice suddenly entered her ears. But Miss Bai, since you haven't contracted a spirit beast yet, then this fierce beast egg will be my return gift to you, Yi Ningxue said, and directly took out an egg with bizarre patterns glittering all over it from her spatial ring. The egg was one she found near the frost heart. In her previous life, she didn't know what kind of egg it was until it hatched out, and then she realized it was an extremely strong existence. Sure, she hadn't opted for a contract in her previous life, and even less so in this one. Originally, she had only intended to use it to trade for some resources. Nowadays, it would be better to give it to Bai Xiaoluo, which would be returning the favor. An egg? And when Yi Ningxue took out the egg, Zhang Yuan had already bet his eyes on it. Item, one-tailed fox egg. Bloodline potential, monarch 5th order. Current status, to be incubated. Interpretation, with the bloodline of the nine-tailed immortal fox. If there is an opportunity, it will be able to return to its ancestor to become the nine-tailed immortal fox. Nine-tailed fairy fox? When the attribute panel was presented before his eyes, Zhang Yuan's body tensed slightly. In today's world of imperial beasts, humans can awaken powerful talents, while beasts rely on their own bloodlines. For example, some beasts that contain the bloodline of the dragon clan are inherently more powerful than ordinary beasts. The nine-tailed immortal fox, on the other hand, was an existence that was sufficiently comparable to the dragon race to have the potential of a monarch 5th stage before completely awakening your bloodline. Maybe it's really possible to awaken a bloodline when you grow up. Murmuring here, Zhang Yuan immediately let out a humming sound. Zhang Yuan's grunting was not understood by the rest, but how could Bai Xiaoluo not understand? Master told me to take this egg? Bai Xiaoluo muttered to himself. his eyes somewhat strange. For Jiang Yuan's orders, she would naturally follow them. But then, she didn't beat Yi Ningxue again, reluctantly accepting the egg. Bai Xiaoluo grunted and was about to speak when Blood Slaughter's voice suddenly came out from the side. Miss Bai. Miss Yi, someone's coming, so we'll go first. We will remember today's saving grace. If there's anything you need us for in the future, just let us know. With that, Blood Slaughter hurriedly left with a group of Blood Slaughter members, while Jiang Yuan and Bai Xiaoluo's group instantly looked over. They only saw a group of people wearing Imperial Beast robes walking quickly with tense faces. At the head of the group, it was clearly Bai Qingtian. Dad, Bai Xiaoluo subconsciously exhaled. Lo, Yi Ningxue, are you guys okay? Bai Qingtian had just stepped out when he came running over in a hurried and frantic manner. In fact, Bai Qingtian also knew that he had given Bai Xiaoluo numerous self-defense treasures, and odds were that she would be fine. But it couldn't hold that worry in my old father's heart. However, as Bai Qingtian acted, he didn't realize that behind him, the group of members of the Imperial Beastmaster Association were each frozen in place. It was only because they had discovered the figures of the ferocious beasts that had collapsed in a pool of blood across the room behind Bai Xiaoluo and Yi Ningxue and Jiang Yuan. From this point on, it's clear enough that there's been a big battle here just now. And what made their hearts palpitate the most was that they could sense that the lowest strength of this group of ferocious beasts had reached the awakening 5th stage. The stronger ones had even reached the awakening 8th or 9th stage. As people from the Royal Beastmaster Association, they could know that Bai Xiaoluo hadn't contracted a spirit beast yet. So says, all of this was made by Yi Ningxue and her spirit beast? Thinking of this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched as they looked at Jiang Yuan and Yi Ningxue as if they were seeing a ghost. If they remembered correctly, hadn't Yi Ningxue only awakened to the 6th rank during her qualification test the other day? And the pink piglet she contracted to not awaken the 5th rank? That's all you've got? Can you take care of so many terrifying beasts? Chapter 37, Bounty completed. Absorb Frost Heart. What are you guys waiting for? Bai Qingtian, who was certain that Bai Xiaoluo wasn't injured, couldn't help but look back at the group behind him. Will, the president, look, what is that? Bai Qingtian's heart tightened slightly. Following the gazes of the crowd, he looked over. Without looking, his pupils instantly shrank. My God, how can there be so many ferocious beasts? He exclaimed out in shock while his gaze couldn't help but fall on Yi Ningxue, who still had traces of blood on her body. And after a moment's hesitation he said, You made all of these? Yi Ningxue gently nodded her head and said, It was me and my spirit beast that solved it. Yi Ningxue's tone was very flat, but it caused the crowd to let out a gasp of surprise. Holy, it's really her too. I've been guessing for a long time that they made it. But I really can't believe it either. Yeah, when I was on the same level as her, I would only think of running away when I saw this group of creatures. She was able to tackle so many ferocious beasts, worthy of being a genius capable of breaking records. Under the cries of the Tao, Bai Qingtian was also a bit shocked, but he quickly came back to his senses. After all, this was still a small scene compared to Yi Ningxue and this pet pig being able to easily step into the forbidden system. Collecting the shock in his heart, Bai Qingtian asked with interest, So many ferocious beasts were all exterminated by you, so it seems that your bounty task is also completed? Done. Bai Qingtian sniffed and added, Why don't I do the math for you now? This way you'll be able to visit the hospital right after you get out of the forest of 10,000 beasts, and you won't have to waste any more time making a trip to the bounty center. Yes, Yi Ningxue felt that this was also true, and immediately threw out the ferocious beasts that were stored in the spatial ring. Then she also read while saying, This is the awakened 7th stage red-eyed male lion, and the reward for the reward is $500,000. This is the awakened 6th order transported earth rat. The reward has 400,000. For every sentence Yi Ningxue uttered, a corresponding ferocious beast corpse would be searched out. Those in the audience listened in silence, and White Prime was okay. The group of Imperial Beast Masters behind him fell back with their eyes wider than one another. Nice guy. What a great guy. The ferocious beasts Yi Ningxue took out were actually stronger than one another. It was so strong that they completely just couldn't believe that this was something Yi Ningxue could hunt. But, as Yi Ningxue continued to speak, a lot of their shock disappeared, leaving only the corners of their mouths twitching continuously. No way. The truth was that Yi Ningxue had brought them too much shock, causing them all to go down a bit. Well, with the passage of time, Yi Ningxue's words finally fell. Well, that's it. These? The bounty should add up to 500 big ones. Bai Qingtian pondered for a moment and said, Then I'll simply count 600 whole for you. Okay. Yi Ningxue agreed of her own accord. But just then, Bai Xiaoluo suddenly raised his hand and said, Dad, look, Sister Yi knew that I didn't have a spirit beast and even gave me an egg specifically. Is this something we have to thank people for? Oh, Bai Qingtian looked at it with a sideways glance, honestly somewhat unsure of what kind of egg it was. Still, He smiled cheerfully and said, "Naturally, we should thank people," he said, and directly pulled out a bank card from his pocket and said, "Yi Ning Xue, thank you for finding an imperial beast egg for my daughter. There's $10 million in this bank card, 6 million for your bounty reward and the rest as a thank you." Yi Ning Xue frowned slightly, even though the price had exceeded her prediction, but she still didn't want to take it. After all, if she took it, wouldn't the favor she owed Bai Xiaoluo be unpaid? But Bai Xiaoluo seemed to know what she was thinking, and the corner of her lips hooked up, revealing her cute little tiger teeth, and said, "Sister Yi, I'm so thankful to you. Just take it." Bai Xiaoluo's voice was soft and sticky, but Zhang Yuan could clearly see that there was a note of triumph within her expression. Good lord, so this is what Bai Xiaoluo had in mind. Zhang Yuan looked on, and his eyes flew down on Yi Ning Xue. He was genuinely afraid that Yi Ning Xue, who had been slow to speak, was again holding back some big move. It was good that Bai Qingtian thought Yi Ning Xue was embarrassed, so he said, "Yi Ning Xue, you should take it, and how can I as president take advantage of you? This? Okay." If Bai Jingtian had said so, how could Yi Ning Xue have any reason to refuse? She had no choice but to accept the bank card, then glanced at the self-satisfaction on Bai Xiaoluo's face and couldn't help but exhale a mouthful of cloudy air. Then, "President Bai, I'll go back first." "Yes." Seeing Bai Jingtian's agreement, Yi Ning Xue turned around and walked towards the outside of the 10,000 Beasts forest after collecting Zhang Yuan. Not another hello? Before disappearing into the Imperial Beast space, Zhang Yuan had no choice but to cast a glance at Bai Xiaoluo and say that he would come back to look for her later. Buzz. The eyes had just been cast out and Zhang Yuan had already returned to the Imperial Beast space. Looking at Yi Ning Xue who was walking away, Zhang Yuan silently inhaled. In the future, we must not let Yi Ning Xue and Bai Xiaoluo meet again. Honestly, just now, it was also Bai Qingtian who was at the side. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to imagine what Yi Ning Xue and Bai Xiaoluo would have gotten into. After walking out of the 10,000 Beasts forest, Yi Ning Xue exchanged all the money in her pocket for large and small resources and then returned directly to her home. Buzz. Accompanied by a burst of radiant light, Zhang Yuan was summoned by Yi Ning Xue. "I'm going to absorb the Heart of Frost later. You mustn't come in, or you will surely be frozen into an ice sculpture." Yi Ning Xue didn't care whether Zhang Yuan could understand or not and added, "And the $10 million Bai Xiaoluo gave me, I've already exchanged all of it for resources to breed spirit beasts. It's in the other room, check it out yourself if you need to." Hey! Upon hearing the last words, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Yi Ning Xue's lips. Sure enough, as he had guessed, Yi Ning Xue was very arrogant and would definitely not monopolize the money that Bai Xiaoluo had clearly given himself. A whole 10 million ferocious beast meat. It's probably able to upgrade me several notches. With a small murmur, Zhang Yuan's eyes brightened considerably before he headed straight for another room. Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to improve himself. In the meantime, Yi Ning Xue sat on her knees, her cold as frost face filled with a deep color. Awakening the Sixth Order? The same rank as me? Humph. This time, even if you have 10 million resources, you definitely won't be able to catch up with me. As the last sullen cry fell, Yi Ning Xue had already placed the Heart of Frost in front of her. Phew! Give me the melt. As Yi Ning Xue reached out towards the Heart of Frost, channels of shocking coldness erupted from the Heart of Frost, causing the temperature in the air to instantly drop to freezing point. Buzz off! Visible to the naked eye, the area centered on the Heart of Frost was even more rapidly condensing layers of frost. Yi Ning Xue herself seemed to have been condensed into an ice sculpture for a long time without any movement. But, if you look closely, however, he would find that Yi Ning Xue's body seemed to have dots of icy blue shimmering light flickering, pulling gusts of cold air into his body. As more and more cold chi was pulled in, the icy blue light bursting out from Yi Ning Xue's body became more and more radiant, and the Heart of the Frost declined more and more. Chapter 38, Absorption and Refining. Host devours and awakens a 4th order blood demon beast, gaining 40 evolution points. The host devours and awakens the 5th order poison horned beast, gaining 50 evolution points. The host devours and awakens the 5th order heaven's eye horse, gaining 50 evolution points. Yi Ning Xue was frantically absorbing the frost heart, and Zhang Yuan was also engaging in frantic devouring. It's worth mentioning that Su was because of the devouring teeth. No matter how Zhang Yuan devoured it, he didn't have the slightest feeling of being stuffed. It's like, no matter how much there is, he can devour it all. Huff and puff. Not bad, not bad. At this rate of progress, perhaps I'll be able to break through another rank soon. While eating furiously, Zhang Yuan was also thinking. The only thing that made Zhang Yuan a little regretful was that by devouring these refrigerated ferocious beasts he couldn't get the gene points of these beasts. But this wasn't a big deal to Zhang Yuan. After all, gene points could be devoured by him at any time. After I finish swallowing these, I'll go look for Bai Xiaoluo. just in time to check out that one-tailed fox. Making up his mind in his mind, Zhang Yuan devoured even more cheerfully. In the meantime, Gao Yan, who had been staying at home waiting for Wu Meng to come back, was startled as soon as he saw Wu Meng's appearance and said, "Didn't you go with Yi Xiao to look for Yi Ningxue? How did it come to this?" Wu. Upon hearing this, Wu Meng instantly became angry as she cried, "It's all because of that Yi Ningxue, Gao Xiao. Yi Ningxue not only bullied me, but also helped you to settle that Song Tian giant elephant that you recontracted for me. How come?" When these words came out, Gao Yan immediately let out a deep cry, his eyes full of unbelief. "Gao Xiao, don't be angry." Seeing Gao Yan in this state, Wu Meng smiled and said softly again, "It was all worth it for me, because Yi Ningxue is in trouble. We have, at last, solved this heartache." Speaking of this, seeing Gao Yan's puzzled face, Wu Meng didn't hide anything, and simply told everything that happened within the 10,000 Beasts forest. "You said that Xiao Yi has personally come out, so how could he fail?" Hearing this, Gao Yan's emotions were a little hard and a little elated. The hard part was that he hadn't yet come to conquer Yi Ningxue and savor her. As a result, she's just gone. The happy thing was that by virtue of this one incident, they also counted on Yi Ning's big ship, and in the future, as long as they licked Yi Ning properly, then they would be rich. That's just it. If I follow Mr. Yi in the future, I can have any woman I want under the sky. Tick-tock. Just as Gao Yan was comforting himself, a cell phone beep suddenly came out of his ear. Gao Yan subconsciously opened it. A small beast tide broke out in the 10,000 Beasts forest, and has now been pacified by 2-star beast master Yi Ningxue and her spirit beasts. It is also strange that all the residents of the City of Faith should not worry or be afraid. At the bottom of this message, there was an unmistakable picture. Inside the picture, there was clearly the appearance of one strong ferocious beast after another falling in a pool of blood. What? Gao Yan couldn't help but let out a gasp. What's wrong? To the side, Wu Meng raised her eyes in slight curiosity and looked over. At first glance, she froze straight in place. How is this possible? With Xiao Yi stepping in, it's completely impossible for Yi Ningxue to still be alive. This news is false. It must be false. Wu Meng murmured under his voice, his expression full of incredulity. Not to mention her, Gao Yan couldn't believe it. After all, Yi Ning's spirit beast could possess a transcendent rank, and the spirit beast still had a dragon bloodline. On the contrary, Yi Ningxue, what was the rank during the qualification test? And what was the rank of that pink piglet? Hiss. Thinking of this, Gao Yan suddenly calmed down and said, "Do you believe Yi Ningxue can escape in the palm of Yi Xiao's hand? She can beat this group of awakened 8th or 9th ranked ferocious beasts?" This, Wu Meng was somewhat at a loss for what to say. She didn't believe it, but the truth was so right in front of her. Gao Yan, however, had a look of understanding and said, "I guess that Yi Xiao must not have taken action himself. After all, even I have to avoid suspicion due to my father. How can Yi Xiao not avoid suspicion? And this pack of ferocious beasts, posed here for a picture? This is it? Can you also make sure that Yi Ningxue did it?" Wu Meng heard this as also this reasoning, so he asked again. Then should we tell Yi Xiao the news that Yi Ningxue is still alive?" Gao Yan shook his head and said, "What's the point of telling Young Yi about this? Could Yi Xiao not see the news?" Not waiting for Wu Meng to inquire, Gao Yan coldly grunted again, "We have to solve Yi Ningxue by ourselves. In this way, we'll be able to tell Xiao Yi when the time comes, and will carry more weight in his eyes." Hearing this, Wu Meng's eyes snapped to life and said, "Then how do we solve it? In this matter, just watch me." Gao Yan's eyes flashed with a hidden light, seemingly victorious. Actually, there was one thing he didn't say just now. Let's destroy Yi Ningxue first and then talk to Yi Ning. Their portions could increase, not to mention that he could also have a good time conquering Yi Ningxue. As soon as he thought about this, Gao Yan was so hot, the hand couldn't help but gently paddle towards Wu Meng. Compared to Yi Ningxue, Wu Meng was a notch below in both figure and face value, but she knows a real lot of work. In the meantime, Yi Ningxue's home, huffing and puffing, "I've finally awakened the 7th rank." Zhang Yuan let out a humming sound cheerfully. Host, Zhang Yuan. Species, red hot heavy hog. Level, awakening 7th level. Attribute, inflammation. Bloodline potential, commander 9th order. Talent, devouring teeth. Skills, amazing plasma heavy body, A+. Red inferno teeth, A+. Shadow of the evil god, S. Thunder arc stabbing tail. Evolution points, 300 out of 1000. Awakening is at the 7th stage. The next ascension will take 1000 evolution points. Sucking in a breath, Zhang Yuan's gaze gained a few more shades of joy. If this situation continues, I will definitely be able to break through to Transcendent by the time of the great examination. With a dark murmur, Zhang Yuan shrugged his body in preparation to check on Yi Ningxue. Hiss. It's cold. It was only when he walked near the door of Yi Ningxue's room that Jiang Yuan felt an extreme icy cold aura. Yi Ningxue wouldn't have died in there, would she? Can she handle such a cold breath? The thoughts and doubts in his heart caused Jiang Yuan's gaze to move slightly, and the image of Yi Ningxue's vision soon appeared before his eyes. Everywhere you look is covered by a thick frost. One could only vaguely see that there was a constant flow of frost on Yi Ningxue's body, and her aura was steadily increasing. Looks like Yi Ningxue is still alive. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan sized up the situation for a bit longer and then withdrew his gaze, since he knew that Yi Ningxue was fine, and that the cold chi was most likely absorbed by her of her own accord. Then what does Jiang Yuan have to worry about? But looking at Yi Ningxue, I guess she'll be absorbing it for a while, so why don't I just go and have some fun with Bai Xiaoluo first? Chapter 39, The Mask Beneath the Pale Face. Shush shush. Due to Yi Ningxue's home being relatively remote, Jiang Yuan had traveled within the city for quite a while before he was able to arrive at the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association. But just after arriving at the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association, Jiang Yuan realized that something was wrong. Looking around, there were a lot fewer Imperial Beastmasters within the Xin City Imperial Beastmaster Association. Strange? Shouldn't there usually be a lot of Beastmasters here? Shaking his head and suppressing the doubts in his mind, Jiang Yuan started walking towards Bai Xiaoluo's room. The last time he saw Bai Xiaoluo, Jiang Yuan made a special effort to ask about it. So this time it didn't take much effort for Jiang Yuan to find Bai Xiaoluo. At the moment, she was staying in the room, her eyes curiously surveying the one-tailed fox egg. Huff and puff. A grunt from Jiang Yuan also caused Bai Xiaoluo to shift her gaze. As soon as she saw Jiang Yuan, she was filled with excitement. Master, you're finally here. I've been waiting here for you, waiting for the flowers to bloom. How is this egg doing? Jiang Yuan arched Bai Xiaoluo then asked. Bai Xiaoluo sniffed. I guess it's about to hatch? I've come back to feed it a lot of nutrients. Well done. Jiang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. When it hatches, you can contract it. This, Bai Xiaoluo softly chanted. Master, I can contract her, but will you promise me something? Saying that, she looked at Jiang Yuan with a pair of big eyes full of expectation. What is it? Jiang Yuan asked curiously. It's not really a big deal. Did you see that many of the Imperial Beastmasters weren't here when you came over just now? Bai Xiaoluo said a lot before finally getting to the point. Original. The reason why the Imperial Beastmasters of the Xin City Imperial Beastmaster Association were absent was because they had received a wanted notice issued by the rest of the city. A group specializing in plundering the resources of official Imperial Beasts exterminated 10 official Imperial Beastmasters while looting the resources. And after being struck, they have already strayed to the city of Letters. White Optimus Prime received the order from the top, and has long since brought people to cooperate with them to encircle and annihilate. As for Bai Xiaoluo, wanted to go along to make a fuss. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes and said, Since your father has gone, what are you doing to join in the fun? Ouch. Master. Bai Xiaoluo shook his head, his tone filled with excitement as he said, Look at them, they're all vicious Imperial Beastmasters. How cool would it be to be able to play pig in a poke and get rid of them? Nice one. Looking at Bai Xiaoluo's face, which was somewhat reddened by excitement, Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched, and seeing that Jiang Yuan didn't answer, Bai Xiaoluo wrapped her arms around him again and gently shook. Master, just promise me. Okay, 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 I promise. With no choice in the matter, Jiang Yuan finally responded. But do you know where they are? He. Bai Xiaoluo nodded like a small meter pecking rice and said, I secretly heard it. Saying that, she put away the one-tailed fox's egg into the Imperial Beast space, and then pulled out another thing and sprayed it onto her body, adding later, Master, this potion can mask our scent. It's only a couple hours, but it's enough time for a quick squirt. This preparation can be really proper. Jiang Yuan was a bit speechless, but he ended up spraying a few times. That's true. As soon as he sprayed it down, his strength level was really hidden, just like an unusual pet pig. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaoluo, on the other hand, immediately pulled Jiang Yuan and walked outside. About an hour later, Jiang Yuan was brought by Bai Xiaoluo to a remote and half-empty alley. The alley is slightly dark and the houses that line the sides are old. The cobwebs were overgrown and not half as vibrant as they should have been. Da-da-da-da. With a careful footstep, Bai Xiaoluo looked around fearfully. What kind of place is this? How did I get lost here? Piggy, you, don't you be afraid, I'll take you home later. Huff and puff. Under the humming sound, the corner of Jiang Yuan's mouth couldn't help but pull. Don't look at Bai Xiaoluo as if he was scared to death, but in reality, he was all but forcibly suppressing his inner excitement. But Bai Xiaoluo deserves to be the guy who likes to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers. If I didn't know her, I'd really believe her. Pust. Just then, a slight sound came from inside the alley, and Bai Xiaoluo very cooperatively let out a scream. Ah, what is it? As she spoke, She swept a sideways glance to find no more as usual after. She patted her slightly sized chest and added, Bai Xiaoluo, you're the daughter of Bai Jingtian. Although, haven't contracted a spirit beast yet, but how can the guts be so small? Actually, none of these are scary. Don't ever scare yourself. Identify yourself? Jiang Yuan gave a slight lurch. If it wasn't for the lack of hands, he really wanted to give Bai Xiaoluo a 6 comparison. Bai Qingtian's daughter, who was timid and small, hadn't contracted a spirit beast yet. Don't say anything about criminal gangs. Jiang Yuan will be hooked if he looks at it. Sure enough, shoo, as soon as her words fell, a dark shadow abruptly appeared at Bai Xiaoluo's side. It was a tall and thin man dressed in black. He was as shapeless as a withered man, and his face was as shadowy as it could be. Ah, what are you? You? Bai Xiaoluo's face turned white with fear, and he took several steps backward in fear. White Prime's daughter? The man in black bristled with laughter. His voice was very harsh, as if someone had taken chalk and scratched it across the glass. Right, that's right. Bai Xiaoluo seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw like saying, my father is Bai Qingtian. If you dare to do anything to me, I am sure my father will not spare you. I won't let you off the hook either. Looking at Bai Xiaoluo, who was shivering as if she were a little white rabbit, the black-clothed man's smile grew even wider. He had originally wanted to use Bai Xiaoluo to blackmail Bai Qingtian. Now that he thought about it, he would be able to taste it first. Speaking up, he had never enjoyed an innocent woman like Bai Xiaoluo, who was beautiful and not bad in status. Anyway, as long as she doesn't die, she can also make Bai Qingtian throw in the towel. Under the staring murmur, he slowly walked towards Bai Xiaoluo. Miss Bai, don't worry. If you do what I say, I promise you'll be safe and sound. Otherwise, squeak. The moment the words fell, a figure violently scurried to his side. It was a rat that was all black, with only its eyes glowing with a dark, eerie light. Even though he was a rat, he possessed the strength of the awakened Fifth Order. Ah, rats, are rats. Bai Xiaoluo's figure trembled even more at the sight, but it was clear that the black-clothed man was even more agitated as well. He looked at Bai Xiaoluo with greed written all over his face, and, step after step slowly walked towards Bai Xiaoluo. Looking at him it was clear that he wasn't worried about what Bai Xiaoluo would do. Think about it. One was not even contracted as a spirit beast, and the other was nothing more than a pet pig with a slightly stouter head, and one could follow an awakened 6th Order Black Phantom Mouse by his side. Why should he worry? You don't come over. I'll scream for help if you come any closer. GGG. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Watching Bai Xiaoluo tremble, the black-clothed man was excited to the extreme. It was just that he, who was filled with greed, didn't notice that although Bai Xiaoluo was screaming in panic, there was a glint of playfulness clearly hidden in the depths of her eyes. Huffing and puffing, and just as he was but a step away from Bai Xiaoluo, a beastly roar suddenly resounded in his ears. Chapter 40, Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Huff and puff. Immediately following this grunt was a miserable sound. Squeak. What's that noise? The black-robed man's figure shook, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. Only the unassuming pet pig was covered in hot flames, flames that burned his face red, and following the light of his eyes, he only saw his own black phantom mouse being pressed dead against the ground by his hooves, his eyes staring round and round, seemingly losing its vitality. Pust, and the moment he saw it clearly, he only felt a sweetness in his throat, and a cloud of crimson blood suddenly erupted from his mouth. My black phantom mouse? Dead? How did this happen? I just missed it for a second. Under the black-robed man's face full of stagnation, Bai Xiaoluo changed from the fear he had just felt. She smiled sweetly at the man in black. Uncle Black, I'm not talking to you, Law. Don't move me. The soft voice paired with Bai Xiaoluo's beautiful appearance was clearly very desirable, but in the eyes of the man in black, it was like the devil's sardonic smile. His face was like gold paper, and he took several violent steps backward. It had come to this point. How could he not understand the bizarre and terrifying nature of this young girl and this pet pig? You, whoosh. Before the words fell, the man in black got up quickly and tried to run backwards. Only when he had just made a move, Bai Xiaoluo's soft voice came out again. Uncle Black Man, I advise you not to run, because you can't outrun the Reaper yet. Snap. Hearing this, the black-clothed man deadened his pace. His entire body was already wet with sweat. After a long silence, he turned back with difficulty and said, What the hell do you want? Bai Xiaoluo cocked her head, twirling one hand around her crocheted hair and said, Me? Just imagine you're taking us to your gathering place like you just did. When it's done, I'll let you go. Are you telling the truth? The man in black asked with a roll of his throat. That's for sure, but you have to cooperate with me then. Good, I promise, the man in black answered. It wasn't hard for him to imagine what Bai Xiaoluo would do in the past. but a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. That's exactly right. Hey! Bai Xiaoluo immediately transformed back into his original scared look and said, "You are the one who said that as long as I go with you? It won't be difficult for me. Uncle Black Man, I'll go with you. You mustn't make things difficult for me." Oh, upon seeing Bai Xiaoluo's appearance, the black-clothed man was in a bit of a trance. It was really impossible to connect the current Bai Xiaoluo with the one just now. However, in the end, he only gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up and cut the crap. Otherwise, I can't promise to do anything to you." Good. I'll go now. Bai Xiaoluo's small face turned white and immediately followed the black-clothed man. The black-robed man took a deep breath at this, and then he led Bai Xiaoluo forward. There was something odd about the posture of the two men. Bai Xiaoluo had a look of fear on his face, but in contrast, the black-clothed man's body was straight and taut, and suddenly he didn't have the arrogance he had just had. Zhang Yuan smacked his lips as he watched, though it was true that Bai Xiaoluo's fetish was a bit odd, but let's not say it's quite a bit of fun. Hey, Lao Si, you're back. Lao Si, don't you realize we're on the run now? Why did you bring another chick? However, this chick does have some good looks. He. Just then, voices fell into the earwigs, only to see that the man in black had led them to a house that had long been deserted. In addition to this black-robed man, there were 3 other figures dressed in black in the field. Beside each of them stood their own contracted spirit beasts. All of them were black ghost rats. 2 of them were at the awakened 6th order, while the highest black ghost rat had already come to the awakened 8th order. This was higher than his current equilibrium. As Zhang Yuan surveyed, a famous man in black laughed lewdly and made a gesture to grab at Bai Xiaoluo. He. Such a good-looking chick. I really don't have time to have a good time this time. It's just the right time to get high while you can. The black-robed man named Old Four was startled and jumped out to stop him. What's going on with you, senior? Lao San, don't move this chick. Her name is Bai Xiaoluo, the only daughter of Bai Qingtian of the Xin City Imperial Beastmaster Association. Shouldn't she be? That's right. Lao San nodded vigorously. Why else do you think I brought her back? It's because of her identity. With her around, White Prime will definitely throw in the towel. Even we can use it to confront him properly. Hearing this, the crowd lit up. White Prime's only daughter, and so pretty? Hey, Old 3, what are you doing? Old 4 was instantly startled. The scene where he had just provoked Bai Xiaoluo was still fresh in his mind, and he was truly afraid that Bai Xiaoluo would go berserk again. What do I do? Tramp, how long have we been hiding here? Isn't it because White Prime has blockaded the City of Letters? He can block it. It's not against the law for me to have fun with his daughter, is it? But before he could act, a stern shout came out steeply from the distance. I know you're in there. Now you are surrounded. Get your hands up and give up the struggle. If you continue to resist, the only result that awaits you in the end is death. The loud chorus caused the crowd's expressions to freeze slightly, and the black-clothed man named Lao San stopped moving, cursing. Treadmill. People are coming so quickly. Saying that, he grabbed Bai Xiaoluo and tried to walk outside, saying, "Be honest for me later, or don't blame me for getting you killed." Why are you so fierce? Bai Xiaoluo shifted her body and said, "I don't listen to you, but I still want to tell you a secret." Lao San, who was still slightly angry due to Bai Xiaoluo's previous words, subconsciously asked, "What secret? Ever heard of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger?" Lao San was stunned. Pretending to be a pig? He had naturally heard of it, but what does it have to do with the present? Just before he could think about it, he heard a beast roar. Looking down at the source of the voice, it was the pink pet pig. Only it was different from the budding look on his face just now. This pink and cute piglet's whole body shines with bright fire, looking like a round of rising and blazing sun. The many black-robed men couldn't help but narrow their eyes, and without waiting for them to react, the pink piglet was already lunging at the black-robed man called Lao San. Chapter 41, Penetrating Cold. Click. As the oldest fell to the ground, there was a sound of cracking bones. Fixing his eyes, he saw that Lao San's hoofed chest had been visibly dented. At this moment, the entire black-clothed crowd was all confused. The unexpected scene made them wonder for a moment if there was something wrong in front of them. However, next, somehow the pink piglet in front of him and Bai Xiaoluo's breath were actually climbing. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaoluo arrived at the 3rd stage of Beast Swordsman. Her strength was fine, but the pet pig didn't stop there, climbing all the way up to the awakening 7th rank. See this scene. Everyone was even more confused, each only thinking they were dreaming. How could a mediocre pink piglet's strength be at the awakening 7th stage? Only the oldest 3 had a huge change in color. Asterisk awakened 7th order? Fighting a black phantom mouse of the awakened 8th order? What have I done to bring them here? His face was filled with despair, and he could already anticipate the pink piglet being defeated and then himself being liquidated. Oops, the medicine is wearing off. Master, quickly exterminate them. At this time, Bai Xiaoluo, who was originally filled with fear, changed her normal state and spoke out excitedly. Her voice was loud and she didn't care at all about being heard. And it is true, how could Bai Xiaoluo, who had seen Zhang Yuan's great display of power in the forest of 10,000 beasts long ago, be worried that he wouldn't be able to take care of this group of little rats? Treadmill, Black Spectre rats, get together and finish them off. The men in black also snapped back to attention at the sound, each furious as they commanded the indentured black phantom rats. Lao Si, where's your black phantom mouse? At that exact moment, the second of the black-clothed men suddenly let out a questioning voice, causing the rest of the black-clothed men to turn their eyes to look. The oldest shuddered, hesitant to speak. Also at this time, how dare you get distracted fighting me? Huff and puff. Zhang Yuan grunted out while already opening his mouth to lock in a flash of red light. Boom! The two black spectre rats instinctively dodged backwards without any authorization, and the one with the awakened 8th order narrowly avoided it. But the other awakened 5th order black phantom mouse wasn't so lucky. Squeak! The red light had already stained his entire body when he let out a horrified scream. The rich flames made him scream even more miserably, but he soon weakened again under the scorching flames, until there was no sound coming out at all. Same time. Pust! My black phantom mouse. The black man's mouth opened violently and spat out a mouthful of sticky blood, but his eyes went black and he collapsed. Tramp! His state caused the only remaining black-robed man to glare angrily. Black Spectre mouse, use lightning flash. Squeak! The only remaining black phantom mouse screeched out harshly and attacked Zhang Yuan with lightning speed. His speed was extremely fast, instantly rushing over while already opening his mouth to reveal his sharp fangs to bite at Zhang Yuan. Bite him! Seeing that Zhang Yuan was still standing still, the only remaining man in black, the boss of them, laughed angrily. Dare to hurt my brother? Die for me! Just, as soon as his words fell, a bizarre scene appeared, only to see the sharp teeth of the black phantom mouse bite up. Actually hard together issued a click sound, and that stayed in place of the pink piglet figure actually slowly faded down. It's a remnant? A pig? How can its speed be more than the black phantom mouse, which is known for its speed? The boss's smile faltered, but before the words could land, another grunt swept through the earwigs. Follow closely. Bang! A figure slammed into the black phantom mouse's body from the side. Squeak! With a miserable scream, the black phantom mouse drew a graceful parabola in the air like garbage. After that, boom slammed heavily into the far wall, followed by a fall to the ground. No doubt about it. The figure that crashed over was clearly the pink piglet. Master, you are so handsome. Not far away, Bai Xiaoluo looked excited, and compared to her, the boss was frozen in place. He was really a bit surprised. The black phantom mouse was known for its speed, so how could it lose in a speed comparison? And, still, losing to a pig. Huff and puff. At this time, Zhang Yuan let out another beastly roar and made a gesture to charge towards the black phantom mouse again. The boss instantly returned to his senses, and his complexion was filled with anger. Just now, it was just me being careless. Want to come back a second time? Black Spectre mouse, stand up. Speed explodes at full force. This time, make sure to show him how terrifying your speed is. Squeak! The black phantom mouse stood up violently and leapt up to charge at Zhang Yuan again. Shoo! In the blink of an eye, he impacted Zhang Yuan's side and just flew in circles around him. The speed was so fast that it actually left a circle of stubble. This was placed under the eyes of ordinary people, and I'm afraid it would be really difficult to capture his figure, and even get dazzled by trying to capture his form. It's just a shame. What he was facing was Zhang Yuan, under the eyes of Zhang Yuan, who possessed the shadow of the evil god. The speed of the black phantom mouse was not to mention how slow it was in his eyes, and he could easily capture it without any effort at all. Still want to race me for speed? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a sneer. Black Spectre mouse, while you're at it, use Bite of Fury to kill him in one blow. Master, look out! On the side, although Bai Xiaoluo couldn't see the figure of the black phantom mouse, he still instinctively spoke out. In fact, there was no need for Bai Xiaoluo to remind him. Zhang Yuan had already twisted his body slightly. Only, no one noticed his movements, and that boss even shook his head and sneered. It's useless. The speed of the black phantom mouse has now reached its extreme. Once the black phantom mouse could have solved the ferocious beast of the awakened ninth stage with this move. How can this pig? Bang! Before the words fell, suddenly an ear-splitting muffled sound rang in his ears. He subconsciously turned his eyes to look, only to see that the pink piglet was still standing in the same place. But the pouncing black phantom mouse didn't bite him. Instead it just happened to hit his sharp fangs coming straight through. At this point, the black phantom mouse's entire body jerked as it was picked up in midair by the fangs. At the wound, there was still crimson blood seeping out of it continuously. The boss's pupils shrank and his expression was filled with fear. Huff and puff. That's when another roar drew him back to his senses, only to see the pink piglet's head flinging violently, directly throwing the black phantom mouse out of the way. Just like just now, the black specter mouse smashed heavily to the ground again. But, unlike just now, the black phantom mouse's already traumatized body could no longer support itself and collapsed into a large area of crimson blood. The black specter mouse. The boss screamed out in shock but felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. The entire person even went limp, directly paralyzed on the ground. How is this possible? The black specter rats? How? He mumbled in disbelief, the incredulity clear in his eyes. Not far. That old four was also frozen on the spot, incredulity written all over his face. It wasn't uncommon for an awakened 7th order to defeat an awakened 8th order. Available at. This little pink piggy had actually defeated the black phantom mouse where he was most proud of himself, and win so easily? It's not real, is it? Chapter 42, the nine-tailed immortal fox appears, huffing and puffing. Under their shocked gazes, the pink piglet, also known as Zhang Yuan, had long since disliked the black phantom mouse and started devouring it. If it was his previous life, Zhang Yuan might have felt disgusted, but now these were nothing more than evolution points in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Ah, my black phantom mouse. You even tried to eat my black phantom mouse. The eyes of the black-clothed man known as the boss instantly reddened. He screamed like a maniac, but instead of making a move on Zhang Yuan, he lunged it by Xiao Luo as soon as he could. Obviously he didn't lose his mind. Instead he wanted to take this opportunity to pin down by Xiao Luo so that Zhang Yuan would not be able to throw his weight around. It's just that the idea is wonderful and the results are brutal. He had only just taken a few steps when suddenly there was a thump on the board and he fell to the ground in a nosedive. Ah, you, Lao Si, is that you? Taking the pain, he jerked back and froze in place with it. Because the person who struck out at him was clearly the oldest of their party. Shouldn't he be with himself? How do you take a shot at yourself? Uncle Blackie, you're doing great, yeah. Under his doubt by Xiao Luo spread a smile and said, but look at all the others lying down. He hasn't. Hearing this, without waiting for the black-clothed man named Boss to react, Lao Si rushed over and kicked him to the ground. Bang, 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 he yelled as he beat wildly. Dare to make a move on MS. White, who gave you the nerve? Who? Tramp. Boss comes back to his senses and tries to counterattack, but how could he, whose contracted spirit beasts had just been destroyed, resist the fists that were raining down like a gale? In the blink of an eye, he was then beaten to a pig's head, with only his mouth muttering, traitor, treadmill, traitor, well played, yeah, well played. Looking at the appearance of the two of them, Bai Xiaoluo felt excited, and from time to time, she even hooked her fist, as if she was the one who did it. In the meantime, outside the alley, led by one person, a group of people wearing the Great Xia Imperial Beast robes were separated on both sides and stood quietly. Has it been determined that they're in there? Okay, tramp. The figure at the very front cursed out indignantly. After such a long notice, he still hasn't returned a word. This really doesn't take us seriously. We can't keep waiting. If they run away it'll be hard to catch them again. Gentlemen, at your service, 2 by 2. Remember that your own safety is the base point. I've already notified Chairman Bai of Xinchang. Soon he'll come over to back us up. As the words fell out of his mouth, he took a breath and summoned his spirit beast first, then stepped into the dimly lit alley, as did the rest of the group. Their speed was slow. Very slow, for fear of encountering some crisis. That's normal. After all, they couldn't know exactly where the group was hiding within the deep, dimly lit alley, and the spirit beasts contracted by that group of people, the strongest can possess the awakened 8th order. Ah, that's if it's a sneak attack. Even if it was awakening 9th order, I'm afraid that it would still be hated on the spot. Shoo, there's a noise. Slow down your feet. It didn't take long for the man at the head of the group to lurch and whisper. There's a sound. All hands on deck. Feel your way to the source of the sound. At the word of command, the crowd held their breath and slowly made their way to the source of the sound. As the sound became clearer, their bodies tightened. But when they came to the place where the sound originated, each of them was stagnant, simply because the scene that came into view was bizarre. Their target, 2 of those 4 black-clad men were lying on the ground, alive or dead. The other 2 black men were beating each other up. No, it's more like a one-sided beating than an exchange of blows. That's not true. Aren't they companions? How can you beat each other up? Hey, you guys are here? Under the doubts of the crowd, a soft and sticky voice suddenly resounded in the earwigs. Looking around, I saw a cute young girl and a pink piglet sitting not far away. Their appearance seemed out of place in the dimly lit scene around them, especially that awakened 7th order spirit beast. If it is not to observe its breath, just that appearance alone is a slightly larger pet pig. Hello, I'm a 1-star Imperial Beast Master of the Porcelain City Imperial Beast Master Association. The man at the head returned to his senses a little and couldn't help but ask, may I ask, Are they fighting because of each other? So, what mutual assault? Bai Xiaoluo raised her small pink fists in dissatisfaction and said, I'm the one who solved all of these. I yelled at them for fighting too. The simple words caused everyone's bodies to shake. As they looked at each other in disbelief, they could all see the astonishment in their respective eyes. To remember correctly, the spirit beasts contracted by each of these 4 black-robed men were not weak, and among them, there was also a black phantom mouse that came to the 8th stage of awakening. The spirit beast beside this young girl had only awakened to the 7th stage. It would be fine to say that it was some spirit beast with a powerful bloodline, but a spirit beast that looked almost like a pet pig. How could one look at the bloodline was more crotch-pulling? That'll take care of the 4 of them? And to have them as accomplices engage in a mutual assault? The crowd's brains couldn't help but go down, although inwardly they could not believe it at all. The facts presented in front of their eyes seemed to be indeed just as this lovely young girl had said. Did you guys take down that group of wanted criminals? Just then a deep voice came from the rear, and a group of Xin City's Imperial Beastmasters led by Qing Tian finally arrived at the scene. President Bai, President Bai, President Bai. When the group saw the visitor, they subconsciously shouted out, Lo, what are you doing here? The approaching Qing Tian paid no attention to them, and with a startled face rushed to Bai Xiaoluo's side to look up and down. Geez, Dad, I'm fine D. As soon as these words came out, Qing Tian hadn't said anything yet, and the group of people who had just been there each looked at Bai Xiaoluo with wide eyes. Dad, so this young girl is Chairman Beck's daughter? Then it seems reasonable to solve these black-clothed men with an awakened 7th-order pet pig? Qing Tian didn't care what they thought. He tensed his face and said, You're fine this time, but what about next time? Lo, don't forget your. Bai Xiaoluo had obviously heard Qing Tian say this often. She busily waved her hand. Then as soon as she pointed at Zhang Yuan, she said, Dad, stop it. I came with Sister Yi. It's just that Sister Yi suddenly had to go out for something, but she also had her spirit beasts protect me. Qing Tian raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Zhang Yuan. In fact, he himself had thought about calling Yi Ningxue. Only he knew that Yi Ningxue had only just completed the bounty mission, so he didn't shout. Rather, I didn't expect Yi Ningxue to come of her own accord. Then it looks like this reward can be given to Yi Ningxue. Ouch, ouch. Under White Prime's thoughts, suddenly Bai Xiaoluo exclaimed a few times. What's wrong? Qing Tian snapped back to his senses, his heart filled with worry, and at his words, Bai Xiaoluo sent out the one-tailed fox egg stored within the Imperial Beast space as he said, Lord, this egg seems to be breaking open. Yeah, it's going to hatch? Zhang Yuan, who was on the side, had a heartbeat, and his eyes were suddenly unblinking. After all, this is a real head of the 9-tailed fox bloodline of the strong existence. Zhang Yuan really some curiosity about this kind of out of the world will be what kind of. Chapter 43, starting off so heavenly, does it still let people live? Not only Zhang Yuan, the rest of the group was also filled with curiosity as they looked at the egg that was covered in weird patterns, simply because the egg was one they had never seen before and were quite a bit curious as to what could hatch. Click! With all eyes on the egg, it swayed back and forth and a crack appeared in the shell. It's going to hatch. What do you think will hatch from this? I'm sure it's absolutely great. That goes without saying. What President Bai can give Miss Bai can be bad. Hearing this, Qing Tian smiled sardonically. In fact, he didn't have much certainty about what the egg was, because he's never seen it either. However, since Bai Xiaoluo had grown up scoffing at all the spirit beasts he chose, instead, this time, she was enamored with this egg that Yi Ningxue had taken. Qing Tian could only listen to it. Click, click, click. Just as Qing Tian thought about this, the cracks on this egg became more and more numerous. Next moment, click, accompanied by a crisp ringing sound, a slightly pink and slightly fluffy paw was displayed. Pink paws? The crowd all gathered their minds and watched carefully without blinking at the sight of the situation. Qing Tian even frantically searched his mind for spirit beasts related to this. It was just that what made him a bit wary was that he didn't find a spirit beast in his mind that had matching characteristics to it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is this furry? Why does it look a bit like a fox? A pure white fox? Don't say it looks pretty. Accompanied by the cries of the crowd, Bai Xiaoluo's 2 eyes had let out light. Wow, what a cute little fox. Fox? Qing Tian swept his eyes violently over and saw that the eggshell had disappeared. A fox with a snow-white body and violet eyes fell into view. Ooh-hoo. She seemed rather timid, and immediately shrank into a ball and shivered a bit upon realizing the crowd was watching. Species, one-tailed fox. Level, awakening 3rd level. Attribute, illusion. Bloodline potential, monarch 5th order. Talent, 1,000 faces of illusion, a plus illusionist. Will be able to create a world of illusions as he refines his illusionism. Skills, 1,000 faces, A. Can transform into the faces of those he touches, but does not have the strength of the person he is transforming. Seduction, A. Can capture the soul, disturb the opponent's mind, and make the opponent sink inside. Description: possessing the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, with a certain chance of returning to the ancestor. Awakening third order? And when the attribute panel appeared in front of Jiang Yuan, he smacked his lips. Although he had known about the extraordinary nature of the one-tailed fox through the attribute panel long ago, but it's still a bit of a surprise to see it now. That talent could have started much higher than he did, but it had to be said that the one-tailed fox's ability really did fit Bai Xiaoluo's character. Jiang Yuan could already imagine what Bai Xiaoluo would look like when he brought the one-tailed fox to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Little fox, don't be so scared. While Jiang Yuan was thinking, Bai Xiaoluo had already stretched out her delicate little hands to hug the one-tailed fox. She stroked the one-tailed fox's fur while softly soothing. You've only just been born. The world is actually a beautiful place. Under Bai Xiaoluo's calming, the one-tailed fox slowly calmed down. She looked around curiously, only one pair of purple eyes still a little timid. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoluo didn't forget what he promised Jiang Yuan, and with his mouth open, he bit his fingertip and dripped it on the little head of the one-tailed fox. Boom! A muffled sound followed, and Bai Xiaoluo then felt a mysterious connection with the one-tailed fox. No, not only her, even Jiang Yuan had this extra metaphysical feeling. Ooh-hoo! As the one-tailed fox let out a humming sound, both Jiang Yuan and Bai Xiaoluo heard her voice. You're my mom? Then are you my father? Dad? Mom? Bai Xiaoluo was stunned and glanced surreptitiously at Jiang Yuan. For some reason, her little face became a little flushed. Huff and puff. Jiang Yuan didn't think so much about it. He was just surprised that she was a girl, and at the same time, he was also a bit emotional. Worthy of being a monarch fifth stage existence, it had already possessed a spirit just after awakening. Why are they staring at me so much? Mom, Dad, I'm a little scared. The one-tailed fox glanced at the crowd and shrank again. Little fox, don't worry, oh, they are all good people. Bai Xiaoluo sniffed and immediately spoke out to comfort. Lo, this fox? Bai Qingtian, who was beside him, heard this and couldn't help but inquire. How's it going? Behind him a group of people heard also listened with interest, obviously all a little curious about this. Let's see. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoluo also immediately began to perceive the one-tailed fox. As an indentured servant she was able to detect some of the one-tailed fox's condition quite well. It's called the one-tailed fox, and then it's now awakened third stage. The bloodline potential has a monarch 5th rank. As for talent, it's a little weird. As Bai Xiaoluo slowly spoke out, the crowd looked at the one-tailed fox, each covering their mouths, their eyes glazed over. What? Awakening to the 3rd rank at birth? The bloodline potential is still at the 5th stage of the monarch? My god, is this the spirit beast that Chairman Bai gave to his daughter? It's like I'm already seeing a rising star. Under the crowd's cry of shock, in truth, Bai Qingtian was also appalled. Nine-tailed fox bloodline. He was truly surprised that Yi Ningxue would bring Bai Xiaoluo such a terrifying spirit beast. This kind of spirit beast was as hard as heaven even if he wanted to get one for Bai Xiaoluo. And the result? Spent a $4 million on myself. No, before $4 million was given, Yi Ningxue had already given it to Bai Xiaoluo. If this is really put up for sale, I'm afraid we won't be able to get it without tens of millions of dollars, right? It seems like I owe Yi Ningxue a heavenly favor. Secretly inhaling a breath, Bai Qingtian's gaze gained a few more shades of heavy color, and Bai Xiaoluo looked unusually excited. However, Bai Xiaoluo didn't do it because of its toughness, but because she had discovered the skill of the one-tailed fox, the ability to take on the appearance of other people. Wow, this I'm going to go out with her, and my master, and pretend to be a pig in a poke. Wow. Just thinking about it, Bai Xiaoluo's eyes had already sprouted quite a bit of brightness, but a one-tailed fox is kind of a bad idea, yeah. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoluo rubbed the one-tailed fox's fur and looked back and forth for a good while saying, seeing as your fur is so white, why don't we call it Little White? Little Bai? The corner of Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched, somewhat surprised by the name Bai Xiaoluo had chosen. Ooh-hoo, whatever mommy says to call it. The one-tailed fox didn't think so much about it, and with a purr it was already confirmed. Phew, lo, as the one-tailed fox called out, Bai Qingtian very solemnly pulled out a storage ring from his bosom and said, inside here is the blood and flesh of an entire commanding 3rd stage pale striped heavenly horse, which I hunted earlier. There are also 3 hegemonic 1st stage beast cores. All of these are good resources to supply to spirit beasts for their enhancement. It's up to you to help me pass it on to Yi Ningxue. Actually, Bai Qingtian had originally planned to give it to Yi Ningxue himself, but on second thought, Yi Ningxue would give the one-tailed fox egg to Bai Xiaoluo because of the friendship between the two of them. Naturally he could not confuse the two. Fine, Dad, Bai Xiaoluo immediately answered down with a voice, but her eyes could not help but glance at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan read her meaning. It's clearly saying, Master, I'll use it up for you later. Chapter 44, Huge Evolutionary Points. the terrifying continuous rise. This glance made Zhang Yuan overjoyed. Compared to the blood and flesh of the commander rank, what he was more interested in was the beast core. In this world, after beasts and men reach a certain realm, something is born that can store energy, and a beast would evolve a beast core within its body after reaching the overlord rank. There were still 3 whole beast cores of the hegemony first stage. Zhang Yuan could already envision how much he would improve. I am afraid that breaking through the transcendent in one fell swoop is not a dream. Then you go home first. You know the combination to my safe. What's inside you can take out to breed the one-tailed fox. At this time, Bai Qingtian finally thought of business and said, Dad will go back even after he's done here. Little spirit, you send Xiao Luo back together. Yes, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger had ended. Bai Xiaoluo's mind was now full of giving away the good stuff to Zhang Yuan, so how could he not agree? White. Just as she had just taken a step, the black-clothed man named Lao Si glanced at the crowd around him, and then he was busy opening his mouth. You promised me to spare me. I have done what you said. You cannot renege. Bai Xiaoluo turned his head to look at him strangely and said, Yeah, Uncle Black Man, I promised to spare you. I didn't do anything to you? Available to them. The black-robed man still wanted to speak, but Bai Xiaoluo blinked his eyes and said rather innocently, These are from the Porcelain City Imperial Beastmaster Association. I can't command them. Alright, Uncle Black, goodbye. Without waiting for the man in black to say anything, Bai Xiaoluo waved his hand again and walked straight out, and as she glanced sideways, the eyes of the group of people looking at him brought out a bit of teasing. Bai, you can't do this. What am I going to do if you do? Me, this. The black-robed man's face gathered color and his continuous shriek made Zhang Yuan's heart jump. Looking at Bai Xiaoluo who had a harmless face, Zhang Yuan smacked his lips even more. Honestly, to not come on this trip, he was going to think that Bai Xiaoluo's character was just soft and sticky, and that pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger was something she made up. Now it seems like Bai Xiaoluo is only soft and sticky to herself, but to the rest of the people she's completely a little devil. It's true that it's a bit of a contrast for a few moments, but I really like her characters. Zhang Yuan pondered and also returned to the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association along with Bai Xiaoluo. After sending off that Imperial Beast Master who followed him back, Bai Xiaoluo was so full of exhilaration that he hugged Zhang Yuan's head and barfed hard. Wow, Master, you're such a good master to me. That was just the best time I've ever had pretending to be a pig. Ahem. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Although he had a girlfriend in his previous life, he and Wu Meng had actually never even held hands. At best, the two of them study together and eat together. He didn't know how innocent he was, and now that he was violently kissed by such a cute little loli as Bai Xiaoluo, Zhang Yuan's heart really had a few strange flavors. Bah, I've been reborn as a beast. Can I still do anything to people? Darkly shaking his head, Zhang Yuan forced himself to hold back the thoughts that flooded his heart. Master. Just then Bai Xiaoluo opened the storage ring that Bai Qingtian had just opened again and said, My father said it was for Sister Yi though, but Sister Yi is definitely using it to nurture you later on as well. Then I'll give it to you first. Just tell Sister Yi when the time comes. Gollum. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but gulp when the meat of the commander-ranked ferocious beast and the 3 overlord-ranked beast cores were placed in front of him, although he had long heard Bai Qingtian say it, but really in front of the eyes Zhang Yuan only felt a kind of inexplicable attraction to himself. There had been a thought in the back of his mind telling him that by eating them, it would be of great benefit to him. Huff and puff, finally letting out a roar. Zhang Yuan had already started devouring the meat of that commander third-stage ferocious beast with his mouth open when he couldn't help it. Click! With a single bite, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of extremely pure energy explode in his mouth before it soared into all corners of his body. Just then Zhang Yuan felt like he was going to outsmart a black phantom mouse of the awakened Fifth Order. This energy. Hiss. To swallow it all, I'm afraid the amount of evolution points it would give me would be astronomical. As Zhang Yuan's heart was agitated, he devoured faster and faster. In just the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuan had devoured most of it down. On the side, Bai Xiaoluo watched with great interest. Master deserves to be master. He can eat so much at once. While gently smiling, Bai Xiaoluo seemed to think of something and summoned the one-tailed fox again. Woohoo! Mom, where is this? The one-tailed fox cowered a bit as soon as it came out. Little bye-bye, don't be afraid. Oh, and here, it's my room. It's safe. Under Bai Xiaoluo's petting and soft voice, the one-tailed foxes were obviously calmed down a lot, both lifting their eyes full of purple color to curiously survey Zhang Yuan. Whitey! Bai Xiaoluo smiled slightly at the sight and said, Do you want to eat it? Gollum! Before the one-tailed fox could say anything, a growl from her stomach had answered her. And indeed, she hasn't eaten anything since she was born. And how can you not be hungry? He. Bai Xiaoluo laughed at once. then took out a packet of white drink from his own storage ring and said, "This is beast milk, little bye-bye, you've just been born, it's just right for you to eat these. Oh, mommy is so good, little white loves mommy." The one-tailed fox immediately hugged the beast's breast and started sucking on it after an echo. The host devours the commander's third-ranked pale-striped heavenly horse, gaining 330 evolution points. And at that moment, Zhang Yuan's ears duly rang with the system's beep. 330 evolution points. Zhang Yuan sucked in a breath. A thick color of joy crossed his complexion, and his gaze spiraled down to the beast cores laid out in front of him. I think after swallowing these, I should be able to complete my evolution straight away. With a murmur, Zhang Yuan quickly devoured it again. Click! A crisp ringing sound came out as Zhang Yuan opened his mouth and had already swallowed a beast core into his stomach. Beast core. Don't look at only the size of a baby's head, but the energy given out was by no means less than the meat of a ferocious beast of the third rank of the commander. To be even more outrageous, at this very moment, Zhang Yuan's entire body was blooming with radiant light. That was due to the pure energy that overflowed from devouring the beast's core. The host devours the overlord's first-order beast core and gains 500 evolution points. 500 evolution points. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan, who could not hold back, immediately swallowed the only two left into his stomach. Not much longer. A system voice had sounded in Zhang Yuan's mind. Currently, the host has 2,360 evolution points, and has met the evolution requirements. Will he evolve? Evolution. Once he heard this, where could Zhang Yuan hold back? And as his words fell, a brilliant light instantly enveloped him. Whoa! Bai Shaoluo on the side looked on, his eyes glowing brightly. Master, this is another evolution? Wow! One step closer to the master becoming human. Dad, evolved? The one-tailed fox raised his eyes as well. Obviously she was just as curious as Bai Shaoluo as to what Zhang Yuan would become after he evolved. Chapter 45, Stepping into the Peak. Even geniuses need to lower their eyebrows when seeing me. Huffing and puffing, under Bai Shaoluo and the one-tailed fox's observation, the light on Zhang Yuan's body became more and more intense. Eventually, with a bang, the light dispersed before Zhang Yuan's figure was revealed again. Host, Zhang Yuan. Species, Red Hot Heavy Hog. Level, Awakening 9th level. Attribute, Inflammation. Bloodline potential, Commander 9th order. Talent, Devouring Teeth. Skills, Amazing Pulp Body, A+. Red Inferno Teeth, A+. Shadow of the Evil God, S. Thunderbolt Tail, A+. New ability evolved from devouring the three major beasts' cores. With the ability to store and release thunderbolts, the more thunderbolts stored, the stronger the power of the outbursts, surpassing itself by one level at the most. Dark Spectre Demon Breath, B, which can astringently collect its own breath, and can't be detected from a distance of 10 meters away. Evolution points, 160/1400. Phew! Looking at the attribute panel, especially noticing the equal rank column, the sharp light in Zhang Yuan's eyes revealed. Awakened to the 9th rank? It seems that these things aren't bad, to the extent that they have allowed me to cross 2 full classes. And not to mention that the Thunderbolt Stinger Tail has been enhanced. It's also gained a new ability. Under the gaze, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but scan to his newly acquired skill, Black Spectre's Shadow. This skill, not to say it was strong, but it was definitely not weak either. It can even be called a divine skill in a particular context. And let's not forget that this is just the beginning, and how strong the follow-up will be is anyone's guess. Whoa, Master, you're taller than me now, yeah. At that moment, a voice from Bai Shaoluo drew Zhang Yuan back to his senses. Turning his head to look, he only saw Bai Shaoluo's hand on his head and Zhang Yuan constantly gesticulating, his eyes full of bright light. Bai Shaoluo? What is my current rank? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but inquire. Dad is now awakening 9th stage. The one-tailed fox immediately voiced out. The eyes with a purple tinge were filled with quick compliments on my awesomeness. So now what? Zhang Yuan grunted, and with a turn of his body he burst to 10 meters away from Bai Shaoluo and the one-tailed fox. Ha! The one-tailed fox froze, her tiny brain seeming completely confused as to what was going on. Bai Shaoluo was full of doubts and said, Master, I don't seem to feel it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Just then, his mind flickered, and then Yi Ningxue's appearance appeared before his eyes. At this point in her life, the frost around his body slowly receded, and there was renewed activity in his long unmoving form. Yi Ningxue is going to wake up. I don't know why his heart actually rose a strange feeling, as if he came out to cheat to be caught as if. Huff and puff, I have something to do, so I'll go first. Before the words landed, Zhang Yuan's figure flickered and instantly disappeared within the vision of Bai Shaoluo and the one-tailed fox. In the meantime, on a street not far from Yi Ningxue's house, Wu Meng and Gao Yan, who had covered themselves up tightly, were leading a group of strong men straight to them, and if Zhang Yuan was here, he would have realized that this group of strong men were clearly the Blood Slaughter gang. Treadmill. Wu Meng. While walking, Blood Slaughter said with extreme impatience, "Where exactly are you taking us? Do you know that it can be very risky for us Blood Slaughter troop people to step out of the 10,000 Beasts forest? In case the Shin City Imperial Beast Master Association detects it, then we're done for." Mr. Blood Slaughter. Mr. Blood Slaughter. Wu Meng bowed and licked his face and smiled sarcastically. "You take it easy. It will be here soon, and you can return when my enemies are settled. And don't worry, this place is so remote that the people from the Shin City Imperial Beastmaster Association definitely won't notice." Blood 2 didn't spoil her in the slightest and said in a cold voice, "What? If you say you can't detect it, you can't detect it? Or are you from the Shin City Imperial Beastmaster Association?" Calm words and questioning eyes made Wu Meng sweat. This group of people from the Blood Slaughter Corps had truly come down from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In case he upset them, Wu Meng had no doubt that he would die. Mr. Blood Slaughter. Gao Yan, who had been silent, said, "You settle him later. I, personally am giving you $1 million as a thank you." That's more like it. Blood sniffed at this before humming and nodding. "How long will that take?" Gao Yan immediately spoke. "Mr. Blood Slaughter, look, that's the house up ahead." Oh, Blood Slaughter and the group of members of the Blood Slaughter Corps raised their eyes to look. Only a one-story house was visible ahead. The house is small and a bit run down, but somehow the house felt cooler when it was obviously hot. Blood Slaughter suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. "The person you want to kill is in here?" "That's right." Gao Yan nodded lightly. "Mr. Blood Slaughter, please be merciful if you can. I want to torture her myself later." Ha 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 ha. Blood Slaughter patted Gao Yan's shoulder, revealing a smile that all men understand and said, "Don't worry, you guys are our gold masters. We will naturally fulfill this small request. Charge." The next Blood Slaughter was not ambiguous. A wave of his hand made the Blood Slaughter members rush over. However, they didn't get very far. Wu Meng's condensed voice was suddenly heard in her ears. "Yi Ningxue, last time in the forest of 10,000 beasts you got lucky and escaped. I'd like to see how you can hide this time." Click. The voice that was cold to the extreme caused each member of the Blood Slaughter Corps to stutter. Blood 2 changed just the excitement. Baffled asked, You said the house is the last time Bai Xiaoluo came over to help that Yi Ningxue?" "Yes." Wu Meng nodded. "Mr. Blood Slaughter, don't worry, I've investigated. She's not related to Bai Xiaoluo. We'll get him this time." The more Wu Meng spoke, the more excited he became. But he didn't even notice that Blood Slaughter and even the members of the Blood Slaughter Corps had already been sweating profusely and their majestic bodies were shivering. Huff and puff. Just at this moment, a humming beast roar resounded like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Looking around, a small pink pig in the distance then came into view. It's a trash pet pig contracted by Yi Ningxue. Seeing this, Wu Meng couldn't be more excited. "Mr. Blood Slaughter, finish off this damn pet pig first. This will make it easier to settle Yi Ningxue later on." Wu Meng was exhilarated. In contrast to her, the faces of the Blood Slaughter Corps group, who made their living by killing and setting fires, had been colored with an unparalleled color of fear. Are you kidding me? They had seen Jiang Yuan's toughness before, let alone them. Even if there were 100 or 80 times more of them, how could they be his match? How did you come over to take this order when you were so dead and buried? Chapter 46, He's the ultimate evil creature. What are you doing messing with him? Huff and puff. Between their words, Jiang Yuan was also already in front of the crowd. Looking at the Blood Slaughter line, he was first stunned until he heard Wu Meng's voice. Jiang Yuan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Wu Meng? Then the other person should be Gao Yan, right? They didn't bring Blood Slaughter over here to find trouble with Yi Ningxue, did they? Jiang Yuan murmured down and Gao Yan echoed Wu Meng's words. "Mr. Blood Slaughter, hurry, don't ever let this pet pig get away. Now without Yi Ningxue's command, his strength will definitely be greatly reduced." Hearing this, Blood Slaughter finally moved. Snap. Only under Wu Meng and Gao Yan's expectant eyes, Blood Slaughter was the one who slapped two big hard slaps on their faces. The force is great. It directly slapped him both around in place several times. The fiery pain emanating from his face made both Gao Yan and Wu Meng confused. Especially Wu Meng. She had been slapped by Blood Slaughter in the 10,000 Beasts forest before, but last time it was because there was Bai Xiaoluo in, and this time, Bai Xiaoluo didn't come either. Confused at the head, Wu Meng couldn't help but voice out, "Mr. Blood Slaughter, did you make a typo? But it doesn't matter, now while Yi Ningxue isn't around. Hurry up and exterminate this pet pig of his and go." Huff and puff. Jiang Yuan grunted and looked at Blood Slaughter with interest. Just this one glance made Blood Slaughter's whole body shiver straight, and beads of sweat kept popping up on his head. Wu Meng and Gao Yan weren't clear. He still didn't know the strength of Jiang Yuan and Yi Ningxue, not to mention Yi Ningxue. Just the cute and cuddly looking pink piglet in front of him. If he were to explode, all of us here wouldn't be able to beat him up enough. Thinking of this, Bloodslaughter immediately roared. Tramp, is Missy not something you and I can mess with? Still want to mess with MS? Yee, brothers, hit me hard, snap. As soon as the words fell, a group of members of the Blood Slaughter Troop immediately stepped forward, disliking Wu Meng with a burst of punches and kicks. For a while, Wu Meng screamed repeatedly, but the members of the Blood Slaughter Corps had no intention of stopping. Instead, their hands became more and more violent. On the side, Gao Yan looked dumbfounded, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He's not stupid. From what he had just said, how could he not understand that Bloodslaughter respected Yi Ningxue very much? But isn't the Bloodslaughterers a gang that kills and burns people? How can you be afraid of Yi Ningxue, a student? This was something that Gao Yan couldn't figure out and only found it unbelievable. But right now, the facts are in front of us. Mr. Bloodslaughter, Mr. Bloodslaughter. Just then, Gao Yan noticed the unkind gazes of the rest of the group of Blood Slaughter Troop members. He trembled and hurriedly smiled sarcastically. Since it's a big water that has washed away the Dragon King temple, then we'll both go ahead and just leave you alone. When I'm this, come when you want, leave when you want to? Before Blood Slaughter could react, Zhang Yuan was the first to grunt. For Gao Yan and Wu Meng, the two murderers who had killed him, would Zhang Yuan let them go so easily? Now, it's a dark and windy night for killing. Tramp, a pet pig. What more do you want? Although Gao Yan couldn't understand Zhang Yuan's words, how could he not hear the beast's roar? He cursed angrily, then compensated a smile with Bloodslaughter and tried to leave. My Inuyasha didn't let you go? You still want to leave? That's it, don't you dare move again. Don't blame the brothers for being rude to you. However, he had only just raised his feet when Bloodslaughter blocked their path, and the members of the Blood Slaughter Troop even summoned their spirit beasts out individually to surround him. This? Gao Yan and Wu Meng were truly dumbfounded. To Yi Ningxue I respect even if, how to this pet pig is still so respectful? Even, some fear? Huff and puff. At that moment, Zhang Yuan let out another beastly roar before slowly walking towards the two. Seeing this, Bloodslaughter immediately led the group of Blood Slaughter Troop members back a few meters. Judging from the current situation, how could they not know that Zhang Yuan was trying to solve it himself? What the hell? How dare a trashy pet pig try to make a move on me? Gao Yan obviously realized it as well, and his face steepened in gloom. He was afraid of the Blood Slaughter gang, but he hadn't been reduced to being afraid of a pet pig. Yokel! With a cold shout, Gao Yan instantly summoned his spirit beast, Ow, accompanied by a chanting sound. The figure of the Yorkshire Dragon was suddenly displayed. At this point, he was much more poncy than what he had seen before, and had become much more imposing. As Zhang Yuan surveyed, Gao Yan also grunted coldly. My Yorkie Dragon can now have an awakened 7th order. This kind of strength is something you pet pig can't surpass with any means. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Yuan steeply and coldly shouted again. Yok Long, use the power of thunder to destroy him in a swift and thunderous manner. Ow! The Yorkshire Dragon roared out in fury and immediately flew at Zhang Yuan, who made absolutely no means of defense whatsoever. Thought so. Against a pet pig, why would he need to make a means of defense? Like that? It is not a big deal. His thoughts were indeed good, but when he rushed to within 10 meters of Zhang Yuan, the Yorkshire Dragon was shaken, and his contemptuous gaze was even more tinted with a touch of fear, because, at this moment, he could sense that the aura emanating from Zhang Yuan's body was clearly at the 9th stage of awakening. This could be 2 whole major orders higher than him. Ow! The sudden strong aura of the yokel really overwhelmed the yokel, but Zhang Yuan obviously had no intention of waiting for him to return to his senses as he rushed out horizontally, then twisted his body. A long tail that looked like a pink whip suddenly swept across towards him. Bang! With a muffled sound, a narrow bloody scar was left directly on the body of the Yorkshire Dragon. Ow! The sharp spikes on Zhang Yuan's tail also stuck dead center into his flesh and blood, and the thunderous light contained inside exploded, causing the Yorkshire Dragon to scream again. The thunderous intent that permeated his wounds even made his body tremble, and he was a little unsteady on his feet. Yorkie Dragon, he's just a trashy pet pig. How did you get hit by him? On the side, Gao Yan stared with wide eyes, his expression full of incredulity, while Blood Slaughter hummed out coldly in his heart. Zhang Yuan's tough. How could Gao Yan understand? Huff and puff, and under their thoughts, Zhang Yuan, who had finished testing the Thunder Light stinging tail, clearly had no intention of letting go of the Yorkshire Dragon. He leapt to great heights and trampled toward the yokel as if he were dribbling. Jin. Yokron's face was full of fear. He wanted to dodge, but the feeling of crispy electric current on his body slowed him down a lot. Not to mention, he himself was not as fast as Zhang Yuan. So, bang! As the resounding sound came out, Zhang Yuan landed on the ground with a bang. Under the amazing pulp-heavy body, The ground crumbled down inch by inch outwards, and flames spilled out in all directions on it. As for the Yorkie dragons, her is at the very center of the flames and crumbling ground. Chapter 47, Jiang Yuan's Toughness, Sudden Accident. When this scene appeared before his eyes, Wu M, Ang and Gao Yan both stared wide-eyed, unbelief written all over their faces. Yorkie Long, the guy with a dragon bloodline was defeated so easily? But before Gao Yan could say anything, he felt his stomach churning continuously, and then he spewed out a mouthful of thick blood. How can this pet pig be so powerful? Gao Yan's words caused a thick sneer to rise from the Blood Slaughter Corps group. Solve the Yorkie? What's so impossible about that? The tidal wave of beasts they had experienced could be vividly remembered. At that time, I don't know how many times more dangerous than this. Huff and puff. Jiang Yuan didn't care what the crowd thought. His gaze was fixed on Gao Yan and Wu Meng before he took one step after another towards them. For Gao Yan and Wu Meng, Jiang Yuan wanted to kill him long ago, and as he approached step by step, Gao Yan and Wu Meng were all stunned. The reason is simple. The moment. They were less than 10 meters away from Jiang Yuan, and they also perceived the strength that Jiang Yuan exuded very clearly. That hurricane possessed the strength of the awakened ninth order. That's 2 orders higher than his Yorkies. But, isn't it a pet pig that Yi Ningxue has contracted? How come the strength possesses is so strong? In the meantime, inside the house, phew, Yi Ningxue slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, her face beaming with joy. This time, after absorbing the heart of frost, not only did my strength reach the 8th stage of awakening, my S-rank talent Winter Frost was also promoted to SS rank 10,000 Frost's domain. In this way, I will definitely be able to break through to the 9th stage of awakening before the start of the great examination. Under the joy, Yi Ningxue could not help but think of Jiang Yuan. Not that she cared much about Jiang Yuan. Rather, she had been a female martial god in her previous life, but her rank was on the same level as the spirit beast she had contracted. That, in a way, made her quite a bit less forked. With that in mind, she couldn't wait to go see Jiang Yuan so that she could show him that indentured servants were indentured servants after all. Own strength. By no means can he catch up. Where did he go? But after searching around inside the house without finding Jiang Yuan, Yi Ningxue frowned. Is he indentured? Or am I indentured? Don't. Stay away. If you come any closer I'm going to yell for someone. At that exact moment, a voice came vaguely into her ear. The voice was so subtle that she wouldn't have been able to hear it if she hadn't come to the 8th stage of awakening. Is it outside the door? It seems to be. Hi Rock's voice? Yi Ningxue's frown deepened and she couldn't help but grab the door. Crunch! As soon as he opened the door, Yi Ningxue saw that in the crowd of Blood Slaughter Corps members, there were 2 whole bodies covered tightly and frantically retreating backward, and listening to their voices. It was obviously the 2 of them, Gao Yan and Wu Meng. Blood Slaughter? This group of them? What are they doing on my side? Doubtful. Yi Ningxue followed their line of sight again, and a pink piglet instantly came into view. Him? My spirit animal? Could it be that Gao Yan and Wu Meng are here to trouble me, and he knows I'm ascending so he's protecting me? Yi Ningxue's previous life was worthy of being in existence as a female martial god, and with just one glance, she wisped out the general situation. Seeing this scene, Yi Ningxue's gaze took on an extra trace of softness. Though I'm not going to nurture you anymore, but since you're so protective of me, I'll make sure you're clothed and fed from now on. Yi Ningxue couldn't help but walk over to Jiang Yuan's direction while muttering. After all, right now, Gao Yan, Wu Meng, and the Blood Slaughter bunch were all there. So how could a contracted person rely on the protection of his contracted spirit beast? And while she was analyzing, Jiang Yuan also saw her figure. Yi Ningxue? Why is she here? And why does it feel weird to look at me? Awakening Ninth Order. Awakening Ninth Order. How can a pet pig possess the strength of an awakened 9th stage? Just then Gao Yan let out a stirring cry causing Yi Ningxue, who was walking over to stagnate on the spot. She gazed at Jiang Yuan with a deadly gaze, the color in her eyes not to mention how wonderful it was. No way. It must be a fake. Yi Ningxue shook her head fiercely, then rushed broadside. She wanted to properly find out what Jiang Yuan's strength really was. How could it be awakening 9th order? But only just approaching Jiang Yuan, Yi Ningxue had already clearly perceived the aura emanating from Jiang Yuan's body before she even checked. That was clearly awakening 9th order. The moment. Yi Ningxue was confused. Really confused. It was important to realize that she was able to reach the awakened 8th stage in an extremely fast time. Or because of the absorption of the frost heart. Where's Jiang Yuan? Doesn't he have millions of resources? But these, too, weren't enough for him to ascend to the 9th stage of awakening. After all, the more the journey of cultivation went on, the more resources it required to be consumed, available at. How could he still be stronger than he was? This? Am I a reborn or is he? Yi Ningxue looked at Jiang Yuan, and a sense of frustration grew in her heart. the joy of his own breakthrough to the 8th stage of awakening was even more gone. A generation of female martial goddesses was no match for the spirit beasts they had contracted. If you can't match it, forget it. And this pet pig is clearly going beyond her control. Huff and puff. What's wrong with Yi Ningxue? The heart of Jiang Yuan, who was tightly gripped by her with this, also crumbled. Why the change in eyes? I don't owe her any money either. Miss Yi, Miss Yi, Miss Yi. It was also at this time that Blood Slaughter and a group of Blood Slaughter troop members rushed at Yi Ningxue and reluctantly greeted him. Miss Yi, Blood Slaughter snapped. I only came over today to see if you've been doing well lately. I don't have half a mind to misbehave. Blood Slaughter said as he pointed at Gao Yan and Wu Mang. It's the two of them instead. As soon as I came over, I wanted to get you in trouble. How could I let them hurt you, Miss Yi? And immediately ran over to stop them. Saying that, he praised Jiang Yuan again. Of course, it's most of all Master Pig's credit. Without Master Piggy, I'm afraid. Blood Slaughter spoke for a long period of time, which also caused Yi Ningxue to slowly come back to her senses. She glanced at Jiang Yuan, her expression complicated to the extreme. Honestly, with her thoughts just wandering, she was kind of tempted to force the contract to be broken. After all, the stronger the Imperial Beast was, the worse it would be for her, especially like Jiang Yuan, a spirit beast that was completely out of his control. But, after hearing Blood Slaughter's words, her heart couldn't help but feel a little more soft. I haven't even nurtured him a few times, but he still comes forward to help me every time I'm in danger. I'm afraid that in case I lift this kind of spirit beast, I won't be able to meet another one in the future, right? No. Shaking her head a bit, another thought surfaced in Yi Ningxue's mind. Spirit beasts, after all, are unreliable. In case he is as the frost holy dragon that I contracted in my previous life, then Mixed thoughts flew in her mind, and in the end, Yi Ningxue's gaze firmed up, and her face regained its calmness. I dang generation of female martial god, and would I fear that a spirit beast would surpass me in strength and thus transcend my control? Even if I were to break the contract, it would have to be under the crushing of every aspect of strength and rank, so that I can live up to my name as a Valkyrie. Just as Yi Ningxue thought of this, a burst of noisy footsteps suddenly came from the distance. Looking with the sound, can see a lot of people wearing Imperial Beast robes rushed over from a distance at great speed. Chapter 48, Yi Ningxue's Vow. That's the people from the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association. MS. Yi, we'll leave first. The Blood Slaughter Regiment's people twisted their heads and immediately winced, then they slipped away at an extremely fast speed. Although the Xin Chang Imperial Beastmaster Association didn't care much about the Blood Slaughter Corps, how could they pretend not to see them if they came across them? Especially still in the City of Faith. This could have serious consequences if they were found. Instead, it was Gao Yan's eyes that lit up as he looked at the group of Imperial Beastmaster figures. He thought of a way to do the same thing as the last time Li Hao framed Yi Ningxue. This time it's not in front of some big crowd, but this time it's in private, and it's stolen, so I'd like to see what you can do about it. Hai Rock murmured, his eyes growing brighter. The moment he felt that the fall of his yokel was beyond worth it. With that thought, he made a show of getting ready to yell out, "Help, tramp! How dare you yell!" Just as the voice came out, Jiang Yuan's eyes glared. Huff and puff, with a beastly roar, Jiang Yuan raised his body and swiped his tail. Snap! Ah! At that moment, Gao Yan's skin split open and he also let out a miserable scream. With one strike, Jiang Yuan was still a bit unimpressed, and his eyes could not help but glance at Wu Meng, who was on the side. Help! Help! Wu Meng trembled and immediately let out a scream. Stop! Seeing this, Yi Ningxue on the side hurriedly stopped Jiang Yuan. Hai Rock! But the son of the 6th form's vice principal, and now the people from the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association were on the sidelines. If she was caught in the act, even if she was a 2-star Royal Beast Master now, she would definitely not be able to take it in her stride. Huff and puff. Jiang Yuan obviously understood Yi Ningxue's concern. He grunted but didn't care about it, simply because he already knew that the visitor was Little Spirit. If others didn't know what she was here for, how could Jiang Yuan not know? But, as he watched Little Spirit and the others already approaching, Jiang Yuan also knew that he couldn't be too blatant. He glanced at the two of them, Gao Yan and Wu Meng, and secretly grunted, "Count your lives this time, but at the time of the great examination, I will take your lives." Shao Ling, who came to the scene at this time, had long been gloomy to the extreme. This is Yi Ningxue's place, and these two were masked. With a single glance she could tell what was going on. It must be that the forces involved behind Yi Ningxue's earlier extermination of the gang were not happy, and seeing Shao Ling frowning, although Gao Yan was in pain, his heart had long been happy. A murder in front of the people of the Shinseki City Imperial Beastmaster Association. Now there was no need for false accusations, and Yi Ningxue would only have one way to die. And so, he immediately spoke out, Gentlemen, Yi Ningxue. But before his words left his mouth, Little Spirit steeply voiced out, Come on people, these two are definitely trying to assassinate Miss Yi. Arrest them and bring them back to the cell for severe torture later. Yes. The Imperial Beast Masters behind Shaoling responded to the action at the first time and instantly caught Wu Meng and Gao Yan. Hai Rock was stunned. Before they could react, he and Wu Meng were crushed to death by a group of Imperial Beast Masters. It wasn't until now that Gao Yan reacted and cried out in a loud voice, Injustice! Injustice! It's Yi Ningxue she exterminates. Humph, still trying to slander Ms. Yi. Only Little Spirit interrupted again. Someone, slap your mouth. Pop, pop, snap. As soon as the words fell, an Imperial Beast Master stepped forward and viciously slapped Gao Yan's big ear, drinking under his breath, Tread on the horse, come to assassinate Ms. Yi and still cry foul? I can't stop you. Under the crisp applause, Gao Yan's head quickly swelled into a pig's head. To the side, Wu Meng watched and trembled. Hyrox's look left her with a lump in her throat, completely at a loss as to what to say. She was really a bit confused. How did it come to this? The scene is all laid out in front of you right now? Don't they look like victims anyhow? What's with the assassination? And as she was filled with confusion, Little Spirit had already pulled out a beast seal from her pocket and handed it to Yi Ningxue. Miss Yi, due to the fact that you have just been credited with capturing a fugitive, the president has specially promoted you to the position of Chief Imperial Beast Master of Shin City. If the president is absent, you, that is, on behalf of the president, can handle all matters of Shin City with full authority. When these words came out, Gao Yan, who cried out that he was wrongly accused, and Wu Meng, who was imagining things, were both stunned. What? Shinseki's chief beastmaster? You can handle all the matters of the city on behalf of Baikingtian? When did Yi Ningxue become so bullish? In fact, not to mention them, even looking at the beast seal that was handed in front of them representing the chief imperial beastmaster, Yi Ningxue was also confused. Her entire head was in a daze. For arresting a fugitive and thus becoming the chief imperial beastmaster? She searched her mind's memory and didn't remember doing this. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Ningxue asked, Is this your mistake? No. Shaoling shook her head and said seriously, Miss Yi, the person I'm looking for is you. Although you left first last time and we didn't see you in person, how could we recognize your spirit beasts? Him? Yi Ningxue swept her sideways glance, and saw Jiang Yuan humming out. That face actually anthropomorphized to reveal a few points. What? Can't I do a few things to help stabilize Shinseki? Looks like he did it while I was advancing, doesn't it? Yi Ningxue just a little stroke clear the doorway. Small spirit and said, and the president also said, let you feel at ease to prepare for the college entrance examination. This period of time you want how many resources? As long as you say a word. Xin Chang Royal Beast Master Association all-inclusive. Hiss. Yi Ningxue's body shook, and an unspeakable luster erupted in her eyes. As usual, she could only hunt spirit beasts on her own, thus redeeming some meager resources. However, if she had the full support of the Shin City Imperial Beastmaster Association behind her, not only would she be able to easily obtain more high-grade resources, she would also be able to save so much time. All of this is invaluable to her now. Sure, the bottom line is this. With these resources, she would definitely be able to surpass Jiang Yuan. Miss Yi, please also accept the beast seal. I still have to go back to resume my orders. At this time, Little Spirit's words pulled Yi Ningxue back slightly. Phew! Yi Ningxue exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and then spun around to look at Jiang Yuan. Although we are destined to become two worlds in the future, I, Yi Ningxue, have always made a clear distinction between grudges. I accept this favor. When the entrance exams are over, I will grant you a great opportunity. Secretly saying in her heart, Yi Ningxue then slowly received the beast seal. Okay, then, Ms. Yi, I'll go back first. Seeing this, Shaoling immediately bowed and saluted, and behind him, a group of royal beast masters also even put their bodies in a solemn manner and saluted at Yi Ningxue before leading Gao Yan and Wu Meng to retreat as much as they could. Only after seeing Little Spirit leave did Yi Ningxue's eyes glance deeply at Jiang Yuan. Huff and puff. Hey, what kind of eyes are you looking at? All of this can be attributed to me. Don't you know how to appreciate me? Locking eyes with Yi Ningxue's eyes with a bit of coldness, Jiang Yuan spat out. Red flame heavy pig? Yi Ningxue didn't care what Jiang Yuan was humming and giggling about since she took a closer look at Jiang Yuan. It was only then that he spoke what he knew as a contractor. Awakening the Ninth Order? Unnameable? You, wait for me. I, Yi Ningxue, will surpass you before the great exam. As the words fell, Yi Ningxue directly retrieved Zhang Yuan into the Royal Beast space before heading straight to the Xin City Royal Beast Master Association. She's going to take this time to get some shut-eye as a way to prepare for the big test. Inside the Imperial Beast space, thinking back to Yi Ningxue's words just now, Zhang Yuan pulled the corner of his mouth. He thought Yi Ningxue was going to do something. I didn't realize this was it. This is it. Although her ambition is good, it is not that Zhang Yuan looks down on Yi Ningxue. Rather, he really didn't think Yi Ningxue could surpass himself, even if she has the power of precognition. As well, Chapter 49, the big exam is coming. Yi Ningxue surpassed Zhang Yuan? Time passed quietly. In a flash, it was the day of the big exam. Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association. Inside a certain retreat, the light in Yi Ningxue's eyes flickered, and she immediately spat out. The big test is coming. During this period of time, she had been in seclusion within the Xin City Imperial Beastmaster Association. It was hard, but accordingly she got a great promotion. Nowadays, she had already come to the peak of the 9th stage of awakening, and could break through to the transcendent 1st stage at any time. Awakening 9th rank is not outstanding among the students of the Great Examination though, but the higher the score gained by taking the Great Examination as a way to hunt and kill tougher ferocious beasts. Thinking about this, Yi Ningxue couldn't help but check up on Zhang Yuan in the Imperial Beast space. Seeing him crouched inside, seemingly in a deep sleep, she clenched her fists. The end of the Great Examination will be the time when I surpass. Huff and puff. It was just that Yi Ningxue didn't realize that the moment before she withdrew her gaze, Zhang Yuan, who seemed to be asleep, slowly opened his eyes and shook his head and laughed. Yi Ningxue, in the big exam you are afraid that you don't have a chance. During this period of time, Yi Ningxue had improved. How could he stay put? But don't forget, Yi Ningxue doesn't nurture him. He still has Bai Shaoluo, a little maid. Speaking of Bai Shaoluo, Zhang Yuan revealed a smile. She had given him a lot of good things after she knew she was going to take the big exam with Yi Ningxue in order to prevent Zhang Yuan from encountering strong beasts. Although it was dispensable for Zhang Yuan, it was always a good intention. Ta-da! It was at this moment that the sound of a cry of alarm pulled Zhang Yuan back to his senses. Big schoolgirl Yi, it's big schoolgirl Yi who's here. Do you guys think she'll do well on this entrance exam? Although senior high school flower Yi is very strong, I've heard that a mysterious person has let it be known that he will definitely take her down, so I'm feeling a little hungover. Casting his eyes, he saw that Yi Ningxue had already arrived at the arena in front of the Xin City Imperial Beastmaster Association. At this point, the large arena was packed. Some have childish faces, others are old. The reason why so many people could gather within the days of the big test, that was because the Xin City Imperial Beastmaster Association was the place where the entire Xin City Grand Examination was held. Yi Ningxue walked into the 6th form team as if she hadn't heard the whispers of the crowd, her face extremely calm. Lu Qing, the principal of the 6th middle school, was a bit worried instead. Student Yi, in case you do meet a strong opponent, always remember to abstain from the match and never tough it out. Yi Ningxue listened, her expression still calm. Tough opponent? If someone gets in the way, I'll kill them with my sword. Just then several people slowly walked out from the depths of the Xin City Imperial Beastmaster Association. Among them was Bai Qingtian's figure. Only as the host he did not walk at the front. Rather, he was slightly behind a man wearing a plain Imperial Beastmaster's robes, with only the coat of arms inscribed on his chest shining brightly in the sun. When they saw the badge, the crowd all held their breath, because the coat of arms engraved on that man's chest clearly indicated that he was a Beast Sentinel Master. What is a Sentinel Beast Master? Beast Masters are the same as Spirit Beasts and are categorized into 9 ranks. They were Imperial Beast Master, Beginner Beast Master, Intermediate Beast Master, Advanced Beast Master, Imperial Beast Master, King Beast Master, Legendary Beast Master, Sealed Beast Master, and Mythical Beast Master. And to be able to become a Royal Beast Patriarch, that would undoubtedly be a contracted Spirit Beast reaching the Monarch rank. Gentlemen, I am Lin Tianhong, your examiner for this grand examination. As we all know, we Imperial Beast Masters are meant to contract Spirit Beasts and Ferocious Beasts to fight as a way to protect the stability of the Grand Xia. Coming to the high platform, Lin Tianhong looked around the room and said, that's why the content of the Great Examination is very simple, and that is to survive in the real Ferocious Beast gathering place, which is the Ferocious Beast Mountain Range. Of course, surviving only means that you are qualified to enter the Imperial Beast University. So, I'm going to explain some things you need to be aware of here. Lin Tianhong spoke seriously, and the group of students listened very carefully. Only Yi Ningxue slightly closed her eyes and began to quietly recuperate. In her previous life, she had long participated in the Great Examination, so she was well aware of some of the do's and don'ts of the Great Examination. She knows better how the score ratings for the big exams work. In a nutshell, the more ferocious beasts you hunt, the more points you get, and the stronger the strength of the beasts you hunt, the more points you get. And if she wanted to enter the Four Beasts Academy, there was only one way to go, which was to obtain an SSS grade rating. Yiningshua had also long had a resolution on how to obtain an SSS grade rating. That is to hunt a strong ferocious beast of the Transcendental 5th Order. Hunting a Transcendent 5th ranked ferocious beast with her awakening 9th rank was enough to earn her a high equalization score. While under Yiningshua's thoughts, Zhang Yuan gathered his mind. But unlike the crowd of students, he wasn't listening to Lin Tianhong but was looking for Gao Yan and Wu Meng. He too were taken away by the little spirit at that time. If they are not released now, then he can't get his revenge on the big test yet. But soon, Zhang Yuan's lips curled into a smile, because he had seen the two of them, Gao Yan and Wu Meng. At this moment, he was staring at Yiningshua with a look of hatred that he couldn't wait to eat her alive. Looks like they've been released for the big test after all. This will just make it easier for me to finish them off. Zhang Yuan grinned while Gao Yan and Wu Meng exchanged words. Yiningshua, Yiming has no intention of letting you off the hook for this grand exam. Wu Meng had hatred in her eyes. The great examination was taken by candidates from all over the country at the same time. And since Xian City belonged to Gan Province, the candidates from Xian City would enter the same ferocious beast mountain range as the candidates from various cities in Gan Province. Then if they entered at the same time, with Yiming there, Yiningshua took what to block. Phew, pity. Gao Yan sighed secretly instead. After all, I can't conquer Yiningshua, but to be able to see Yiningshua die, it also clears up a big part of my heart. Between the people's discussion, Lin Tianhong's words reached their end. That's all there is to know about the big test. Do you understand? Understood. The many Xian City scholars' complexions were taut as they spoke out in succession. Lin Tianhong nodded his head at the same time as he lifted his arm. A deep and profound arcane vortex had appeared in front of him. He looked at the vortex and added, "This is a teleportation array. If you step into it you will enter the Fierce Beast Mountain Range. This teleportation array will randomly teleport you to various places in the Fierce Beast Mountain Range. To fall in it is to fall for real. The only way to leave is to wait for the end of the 3-day grand exam to return automatically." Lin Tianhong aggravated his tone by a few points. "We can't come to your rescue no matter what danger you encounter in these 3 days." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the crowd of Faith City scholars crumbled, and the eyes that looked toward the vortex penetrated a few points of uneasiness. Once one stepped into it, then there was a possibility of falling. How is this not panic? Noticing the complexion of the crowd, Lin Tianhong didn't get annoyed, only spoke again. "So for the sake of their own lives, I'll give you 10 more minutes to ask yourselves nicely if you want to give up on the big test." The many students of the City of Faith were slow to speak out, and their hesitant expressions could be seen as they all looked at each other in disbelief. If you don't attend, you're bound to survive even though you're not going to college. And whether you live or die if you participate is up to God. Should this be abandoned? Da. Just as the crowd was weighing the situation in their minds, a sudden sound of footsteps sounded. The footsteps were small, but unmistakable in the silence of the arena. The crowd couldn't help but raise their eyes and look, only to see Yiningshua walk out from the 6th Form's team. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, she leapt and stepped directly into the vortex. Candidate, Yiningsha. Institution, Noborabetsu 6th Middle School. Yiningshua made a good decision? She just kept her eyes closed. She couldn't have missed it, could she? This entry is life and death can be all in the hands of God. In case we arrive at the lair of some strong ferocious beasts, even Yiningshua will die. While the many students burst into chants, Li Hao, Wu Meng and even Gao Yan silently glanced at each other. Yiningshua entered. Then her death is near. Chapter 50, Transcendent Ninth Order Demonic Tiger Attacks. Zhang Yuan Crisis. On the high platform, Lin Tianhong revealed a smile. Yiningshua? She is the first person in this Xin City qualification test, isn't she? Yes, Patriarch Lin. Bai Jingtian nodded his head gently. Strong talent. Lin Tianhong nodded gently. And a good heart. It's a plus. Mark it down for now. A beast master will definitely need to fight against ferocious beasts in the future. If one's own heart is not able to do so, then even if one's talent is strong, one will inevitably not be able to develop it to the extreme. After a few more moments, Lin Tianhong spoke out again. There are still 5 minutes left now. Those who do not enter the teleportation array afterward are considered to have automatically given up on the grand examination. Treadmill. What's there to be afraid of? The district's Fierce Beast Mountain Range is just a mountain range. I, Li Hao, am here. At that moment, Li Hao let out a chorus of voices, then stepped into the vortex at speed under the crowd's terrified gazes. Gao Yan and Wu Meng looked at each other and also immediately rushed in. Compared to the crisis of the grand examination, they were more eager to see Yiningshua fall. After all, their luck isn't so non-competitive that they fall right into danger, is it? And after they all entered, there were finally quite a few students who forced their hearts to hold back their fear and gritted their teeth to rush in. In the meantime, Yi Ningxue was lucky. There were no ferocious beasts where she randomly landed. As far as the eye could see, it was all lush and green, with no end in sight. Seeing this, Yi Ningxue directly flew towards the deeper part of the forest. The ferocious beasts were divided into territories, and the stronger the ferocious beasts were, the more central the zone they lived in. This was a point of common sense that a sentinel beastmaster must learn. While she planned to head to the area where the transcendent 5th stage fierce beast that she had hunted in her previous life lived, and then hunted down once again. Although the difference in rank was here, the hunt was for the same ferocious beasts, so it wasn't that difficult for her. While Yi Ningxue was running, Zhang Yuan, who was in the royal beast space, looked up and down at the surrounding area. Is this the fierce beast mountain range? It doesn't look like there's any terrible crisis. Between the words, Zhang Yuan was already launching the shadow of evil god to directly part ways with Yi Ningxue. He knew Yi Ningxue's strength and understood that she wouldn't call out to herself even if she encountered a ferocious beast. This situation was the perfect opportunity for him to get his revenge. Huff and puff, leaping hundreds of meters away from Yi Ningxue, Zhang Yuan again unleashed his Black Spectre Devil Chi to probe towards the core area. This way, even if I come across a high-ranked ferocious beast, I don't think they'll take me seriously. Just enough to give me a chance to make a sneak attack. Zhang Yuan grunted and couldn't help but feel a little smug. This was a new use she had thought of recently when she pondered over the Black Spectre Demon Chi. What? Shameful sneak attack? Zhang Yuan had no such moral heart at all. When all is said and done, the only thing that is real is to strengthen oneself, and everything else is just clouds. Blood? A moment later, Zhang Yuan slowed down. The eyes settled on a patch of grass to the side. There were thick traces of blood there, running all the way along the depths. Fresh blood? Injured ferocious beasts? Check it out. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment before leaping out following the blood trail. After all, he didn't know where Gao Yan and the others were, and going to follow the blood was more likely to run into them instead. Injured ferocious beasts. High scores. I don't think anyone would say no to that. Not much longer. Zhang Yuan stopped his footsteps, only to see a black tiger with a black body and an incomparably large size lying in front of him. It makes one look at it and just feel quite powerful. Only, nowadays, his entire body was covered in bloody wounds, and his breath was even more incomparably bearded. It looked as if it was going to fall soon. Species, Ghostly Devil Tiger. Level, Transcendental 9th Order, due to injuries, Transcendental 3rd Order. Attribute, Dark. Bloodline Potential, Hegemonic 9th Order. Talent, 9 Spectres Purgatory, a plus the black tiger that crawls out of the 9 spectres can absorb the ghosts to nourish itself, thus gaining strength, and the more ghosts it absorbs, the more terrifying the power it emits, which can effectively make the enemy feel fearful, and cut down on the will to fight. Skills, 9 Spectral Claws, A. Soul Roar, A. Ghostly Shadow Body, A. Shadow Bite. When he saw the attribute panel of the Xianyu Devil Tiger, Zhang Yuan straightened up. Nice guy. A ferocious beast of the Transcendent Mortal 9th Order had ended up falling to the Transcendent Mortal 3rd Order due to injuries. Isn't that a small risk with a big benefit? Huff and puff. Wait here. I'm sure it won't take long for the rest of the students to find out. Zhang Yuan quickly made up his mind and prepared to come on guard. Ow. It was just that the Xianyu Devil Tiger was worthy of being a Transcendent Mortal 9th stage existence, and even though it had already suffered heavy injuries, its own perception was still there. Ow. Not long after Zhang Yuan arrived, the Xianyu Devil Tiger suddenly let out a roar at the place where he was. I can't believe I've been discovered? Zhang Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows. Then he didn't hide and simply walked out. Since we've been discovered, let's walk out. Anyway, he just had to be able to wait here until the rest of the students as well as Gao Yan and the others came over. The Xianyu Demon Tiger was disobedient, so let's beat him up and make him obedient first. Ow. And when Zhang Yuan stepped out, the Xianyu Devil Tiger was stunned, seeming to be in some disbelief that it was a pig that had only awakened to the 9th rank. Following that, he roared out and leapt to high altitude to quickly raise his sharp claws to grab at Zhang Yuan. Obviously, he wanted to use this strike to take Zhang Yuan down completely. Still really looking down on me? That's all it takes to take me down? Zhang Yuan silently spat out. He didn't choose to retreat and directly raised his fangs to meet him. Bang! Zhang Yuan's fangs and the Xianyu Devil Tiger's sharp claws clashed together. Not only did they emit the loud sound of gold and iron clashing, but there were also eye-piercing sparks constantly erupting from the contact location. Next, huff and puff, Zhang Yuan's eyes were stern, and his head was thrown violently, directly throwing the Xianyu Devil Tiger out at speed. Bang! Another loud sound came out, and the Xianyu Devil Tiger fell to the ground and let out a cry of pain. Ow! The Xianyu Devil Tiger obviously didn't expect Zhang Yuan to have so much power, and his huge tiger head revealed an anthropomorphic shock. All injured and still dare to be so wild. Let Master Piggy teach you how to behave. Zhang Yuan grunted and made a gesture to let the Xianyu demon tiger taste the power of his amazing pulp-heavy body. Just before Zhang Yuan could use it, several human voices suddenly came out from the distance. Goo. I didn't expect that an injured transcendent mortal 9th stage fierce beast would be stumbled upon by me. That's a lot of luck for me. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly as he heard this, and the corner of his lips hooked up in a smile, saying come. The reason why he said that was because Zhang Yuan could hear that the owner of the voice was Li Hao, and with Li Hao around, would Gao Yen and Wu Meng be far away from them? Huffing and puffing, since it's all about revenge, let's destroy Li Hao first as an appetizer. Chapter 51, 3 people coming to attack. Demonic tiger and piglet join hands against the enemy. After laughing coldly, Zhang Yuan looked sideways, only to see that there was Li Hao and 2 raw faces leading 3 tortoise-type spirit beasts slowly walking over. 3. Zhang Yuan seemed to have some realization after a pause. The great examination was held simultaneously in the whole country, so even though each person entered at a different location, there was no shortage of people who would run into acquaintances and then form a team. Sure, candidates who make a group will end up with correspondingly fewer points, but their relative lives will be protected. Even if it's the 3 of them, there's only one way to go in the face of me. Defeat. Species, Kiba turtle. Level, Awakening 9th level. Attribute, Wood. Bloodline potential, Commander 5th order. Gift, Photosynthesis. Skills, Sharp Bite, C. Shrink, C. Kiba flying sword, B. Fierce headbutt, B. These 3 wooden leaf turtles, the most powerful one is at the Transcendent 1st order, and the remaining 2 are at the Awakening 9th order. Sweeping through them one by one, Zhang Yuan smiled. That's it? It's not even enough to stuff his teeth. And as Zhang Yuan watched them for 30, Li Hao apparently spotted him as well. His face changed, then he tensed his body and swept around vigilantly. Yining Shui is here. Look out. The moment these words came out, the remaining 2 people's complexion suddenly changed. They had heard a lot about Yining Shui's great name during this time, but after a few moments, the 2 men who hadn't found anything around them shook their heads. Young Li, what are you scaring me for? Yeah, even though we promised Yi Ming and the others to surround Yining Shui, but it won't stand up to this kind of scare. Yi Ming? Surrounding Yining Shui? Zhang Yuan frowned slightly and unnoticeably. He could want to hunt down ferocious beasts as a way to obtain evolution points and gene points in the Great Examination. If Yining Shui was to have an accident, his plan would be equivalent to fizzling out. Then it looks like I still have to pay attention to Yining Shui. And under Zhang Yuan's thoughts, Li Hao spoke in a deep tone. You guys, look at that pig. It's the spirit beast Yining Shui contracted. If he's even here, then Yining Shui must be nearby as well. At these words, the remaining 2 were a bit shocked, but after searching their eyes, both of them were puzzled. It was because they truly didn't detect Yining Shui's aura. Li Xiao. Yining Shui seem really absent? Li Hao obviously realized this as well, and his eyes became stern as he said, not in just in time. We can take care of him first, so Yining Shui's strength will also be greatly reduced. As this man spoke, he was already authorizing the contracted wood leaf turtles to surround Zhang Yuan. Do not take the enemy lightly. Li Hao took a breath and said, let's move together. Kill him as fast as you can. Then go find Yining Shui. Yes, his proposal was instantly recognized by the remaining 2. So, all 3 of them voiced, Kiba came. Use Kiba flying sword. Finish him. The words just fell. The 3-headed wooden leaf turtle let out a beastly roar while its body shrugged, and branches and leaves like darts flew towards Zhang Yuan. Obviously the branches and leaves are incomparably violent, as if they want to split Zhang Yuan into pieces of broken meat. Huff and puff, Zhang Yuan coldly hummed out, his mouth slightly open. It's true that as a martial artist, the strength of the spirit beasts contracted is just not strong. You see, just like that he's already stunned. Don't be gullible. My 6-clawed thunder leopard was taken care of by him earlier. Li Hao sucked in his breath and his tone sank. As if to corroborate his words, he only saw that when the wood leaf flying daggers were about to rush in front of Zhang Yuan, a channel of radiant heat flames were strangely bred on his body. Countless wooden leaves swooped over and were directly dyed into ashes by the heat flames. Fire? A pig with fire attributes? Other than Li Hao, the other 2 were really a bit shocked, and Zhang Yuan clearly had no intention of taking them on. As a humming sound rang out, a red-colored beam of light shot out of Zhang Yuan's mouth and instantly struck the wooden leaf turtle they were contracted to. Boom! The inflammatory light was incomparably fierce and surged against the wind. In the blink of an eye, the 3 wood leaf turtles' form was completely enveloped, and the terrifying inflammatory light even reflected Li Hao's 3 frightened faces clearly. Huff and puff. When Zhang Yuan was admiring his masterpiece, the Xianyu devil tiger's shocked look on the side receded slightly, and a touch of strange luster appeared in his eyes. Kiba turtle, you're a transcendent 1st order. How is it possible that you can't beat a pig? Pull yourself together and use a fierce headbutt to ram him to death. At that exact moment, the man beside Li Hao let out a roar. Roar! His words caused the transcendent first stage wooden leaf turtle to immediately take a step and charge towards Jiang Yuan. Rumble! The ground shook under a succession of tremors, and the endless flames matched his ponderous size as he leapt forward. It's kinda scary and awesome. The crowd does not doubt that this if hit will be 5 viscera and 6 bowels broken. Perish on the spot. However, as Jiang Yuan looked on, his eyes were filled with disdain. You're going to run him over at that size? It's really hard to know how terrifying his amazing pulp-heavy body is. However, just as Jiang Yuan was about to make a move, Jiang Yuan saw a ghostly light leaping out from behind him. It's the Xianyu demon tiger. She rushed to Jiang Yuan and lifted her huge tiger palm to directly slap down at this wood leaf turtle. Bang! Shocking rattles came out, and the Xianyu devil tiger continuously retreated backwards, dragging out a long trail on the ground. Next, ow! A loud tiger's roar exploded as a path of ethereal light erupted from the claws of the Xianyu devil tiger. His power instantly earned a lot more, directly lifting this wood leaf turtle out of the air, and the place of the fall was clearly where Li Hao was. No! Li Hao and the three of them were shocked, but they were simply too late to dodge. Boom! Under the deafening sound resounded. The wooden leaf turtle had already smashed Li Hao's trio of blood gushing more than. Think about it. A person where can have a ferocious beast such a strong physique, and how can they carry the wood leaf turtle's huge size off? You're lucky if you don't die. Ow! The Xianyu devil tiger, who was the originator of the attack, didn't stop there, as he let out a roar while charging toward Li Hao's trio. Help! Help! Kiba came. Come on! Hurry up and come save me! Come on! I don't want to die. As soon as Li Hao's trio saw the Xianyu devil tiger chasing after them, they were startled. Not caring about the pain in his body, he tried to get up and run away. But how could they be as fast as the Xianyu demon tiger? Only a dull spectral light flashed by, and a blood-soaked wound was left on all three of their bodies. The rich smell of blood filled out at the same time the breath of the 3 wooden leaf turtles were flying down. Ow! And after resolving Li Hao's 3 people, the Xianyu devil tiger didn't stop and again resolved the 3 wood leaf turtles whose breath was weak with the fastest speed. This? Not far away. Jiang Yuan looked a little surprised. What's wrong with this Xianyu devil tiger? How did you get rid of Li Hao's trio all at once? However, soon after, Jiang Yuan's body was shaken. This was because he realized that after resolving Li Hao's trio, the Xianyu devil tiger's gaze glanced straight at him. Paired with the blood that kept dripping from his claws, it was rather like a tendency for death to descend. Is this trying to resolve the uncertainty in a fight to the death with me? Jiang Yuan murmured out darkly, but choosing me to be the back is not an easy task. A dark murmur. Jiang Yuan's gaze was also tightly fixed on the Xianyu devil tiger. Chapter 52, Yining Xue, you're on a rocket, aren't you? As Jiang Yuan and the Xianyu devil tiger confronted each other, the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association, when a group of students entered the great examination of the fierce beast mountain range, a group of people and so on did not leave in this way but each stared at a huge screen in the sky above the vortex with bated breath. That was a real-time projection of the major players entering the fierce beast mountain range. Nowadays, the projection is then the top 5 of all candidates ranked in gone. Wow! Yiming of the Yi family is so strong. It stayed in the top 5 since the roster came out and hasn't fallen off at all. That's true. It's not like the projections just said they didn't see it. He can kill a transcendent mortal second stage ferocious beast in seconds. The crowd watched the projections and exchanged words when suddenly a voice cut across the sky. Oh my god, look at that you guys. The 50th ranked Shinsuke Liho's name is Black. Once these words came out, everyone couldn't help but look at the ranking list next to the projection. One could only see that the 2 large characters of Li Hao, which was originally ranked 50, had gone out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Hao's name blacked out. Doesn't this mean that he was exterminated by a ferocious beast? The Li Hao contract is an awakened 9th stage spirit beast. Did he run into some powerful ferocious beast? Lin Tianhong's expression didn't change too much under the crowd's vocal exclamations. It wasn't that he didn't have feelings, but as an examiner, he had long since seen many candidates fall in the fierce beast mountain range without knowing it. In comparison, it was still Yining Xue, a genius of the 6th form and even of Xin City, who pulled his heart and mind more. Just, how come her name hadn't even made it to the top 100 list so long after the big exam started? Could it be that she had met an extremely strong ferocious beast right at the beginning, so she had fallen? As Lin Tianhong's heart flooded with mutterings, the voice in his ears had grown louder and louder. He was also pulled back slightly and said, "Come, gentlemen, let's join together to see what kind of strong and ferocious beast Li Hao has encountered." As the words fell, another projection appeared in addition to the top 5 ranked projections. The crowd saw this and hurriedly looked over with bated breath, all of them rather wanting to know exactly what had just happened. And as the image unfolded, the first thing the crowd saw was 3 figures and 3 Kiba turtles with strong auras. I know those 2 beside Li Hao. They're students from Porcelain City. No. One middle school. None of them are weak. More than that, you guys see that one of them can have a spirit beast that is at the transcendent mortal first stage. What's the point of being strong? I just looked and all 3 of their names are blacked out on the top 100 list. As soon as the crowd made their voices heard, their eyes were unblinking, simply because everyone was curious as to how such a strong trio had fallen. However, just as everyone looked along the projected view, they were to find a small pink piglet reflected in their eyes. Pinky Piggy? This seems to be a spirit beast contracted by Yi Ningxue, right? Could it be that Li Hao fought with Yi Ningxue, which led to his fall? The crowd couldn't help but make a bit of a guess when they saw this. Although it was said that when the candidates met, the vast majority of them wouldn't fight, and would only join forces with each other to form a team so as to survive the crisis-ridden ferocious beast mountain range. However, it does not preclude candidates with grudges from bumping into each other and thus starting a fight. And under the crowd's speculation, the principal of the first middle school coldly glanced at Lu Qing and said, "Principal Lu, could this be the good students that your 6th middle school teaches? How dare you engage in a harbor fight under the ferocious beast mountain range? Lu Qing, I need an explanation." Immediately following the words of the principal of the first school was a deep voice. It was from a middle-aged man who was also Li Hao's father. Meeting their gazes, Lu Qing instantly tensed up. Although it was said that fighting was not explicitly forbidden in the grand examination, if one fought one was bound to be criticized by others. Especially the first middle school and the Li family are not good. With them fanning the flames, the news of Yi Ningxue's massacre of the candidates will definitely be known by the whole of Daxia. By that time, Yi Ningxue is afraid that she will have no chance to go to a famous university. After all, no school would enroll a student who could backstab them at any time in a dangerous situation. Just before Lu Qing could explain, a loud and clear tiger whistle was the first to explode like thunder. Ow! Looking at it instantly, the crowd's pupils shrunk violently. Only a ghostly light abruptly flashed out of the projected image. When he fixed his eyes on it, it was a ferocious beast that was drenched in blood all over its body. The blood surging all over his body made it completely impossible to tell if it was the injuries he had sustained or the blood drenched by the rest of the ferocious beasts. But anyway, everyone could tell that the aura he displayed was clearly at the transcendent mortal third stage. Ow! Under the tiger's roar, this ferocious beast mercilessly scoured Li Hao's trio of bodies and lives as if it were the god of death. The screen was also plunged into pitch black by this moment. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cool air while at the same time couldn't help but let out a gush of shock. That is the Xianyu demon tiger. It's still the transcendent mortal third stage. I didn't expect Li Hao and the others to be taken care of by him. I remember that Yi Ningxue seems to have only awakened to the 9th rank. So is she going to be finished as well? As the voices fell, Lu Qing, whose heart hadn't landed on the ground yet, cackled again. However, just then, another cry rang out. You guys look at the top 100 list. Yi Ningxue's name appeared. Swish! Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but converge their eyes over. See only, Yi Ningxue's name appeared in the 100th position, and her name just skyrocketed upwards like a rocket. 90, 70 names, 50, in just the blink of an eye, Yi Ningxue's ranking came to 50, and her ranking has not stopped at all, still climbing upwards. This scene left everyone in the arena stunned. It's not right, it's so wrong. At first they saw Yi Ningxue's ranking rise. It only felt that the Xianyu demon tiger should have been taken care of by her, but now it seems, how can a transcendent third-order Xianyu demon tiger make Yi Ningxue rank up so much? Quickly, open Yi Ningxue's projection for me. Lin Tianhong was somewhat unable to sit still and immediately shouted out. Yes, one person responded out loud, then cut to Yi Ningxue's projection in a hurry, and as Yi Ningxue's projection unfolded, everyone's complexion was instantly filled with a sense of regret, and their open mouths were able to stuff down a fist. Chapter 53, the terrifying ability born from the demonic tiger sacrifice. Only a world constructed out of icy blue frost was seen on the screen, and Yi Ningxue was clearly in the center. On top of that, the crowd could clearly and incomparably see one ice sculpture after another condensed from frost. Explore carefully, it's not even an ice sculpture. Inside was clearly a ferocious beast with an appalling aura. That group of ferocious beasts possessed awakening 9th order even at the lowest level of strength. And more ferocious beasts' auras came to the transcendent first order. Swish! Just as everyone was looking at the moment, Yi Ningxue's arm shook, and an ice-blue greatsword appeared in her hand out of nowhere. Shoo shoo shoo! In the next second, she transformed into an icy blue light. The speed was so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it at all, and only the booming sound could be heard from it. Only after a few moments had passed did Yi Ningxue's figure reappear in front of everyone's eyes, and along with her figure was the ice sculpture that had just stood on the field transformed into a block of frozen flesh and blood. Buzz! After doing all this, Yiningshui immediately put the meat of these ferocious beasts into the spatial ring and then continued to rush forward as if nothing had happened. It was only after seeing this scene that the stagnant crowd finally came back to their senses. My god! These ferocious beasts are all resolved by Yiningshui? That goes without saying? How could her ranking rise so fast if she didn't solve it? This strength, I feel that Yiningshui has a chance to take first place in this competition. The smile on Lu Qing's face was on the verge of overflowing under the crowd's vocal exclamations. Yiningshui, this hand can really give him 6 middle school up. No, he clearly noticed that the gazes of a group of school principals had taken on a bit of envy. Even the principal of the first middle school and Li Hao's father, who had just been shouting, had rested their fire. And under the shock of the crowd, only Lin Tianhong's gaze carried some thought. Yiningshui? Why is she here? The place where the Xianyu demon tiger was just now is not here. Could it be that Yiningshui and her spirit beasts are acting separately? In the midst of the murmur of condensation, Lin Tianhong's gaze towards Yiningshui became much deeper. To be honest, he was a bit impervious. From the condition Yiningshui displayed, it was only right that she was a martial artist. But how could her spirit beast be this strong? According to common sense, a person's energy and resources are limited, and they can never cultivate themselves and at the same time be distracted from cultivating spirit beasts. And how can you act separately even if you nurture? The doubts that arose in his heart made Lin Tianhong think more deeply and desperately wanted to seek out an answer. Unfortunately, no matter how much he pondered, he was bound to be unable to guess that Yiningshui simply did not know that Zhang Yuan had parted ways with her. And at this point, Zhang Yuan was still confronting the Xianyu devil tiger. Ow! The Xianyu devil tiger let out a concussive roar, and Zhang Yuan's body tensed. It would be a lie to say that it was not taken seriously when it was dying. However, just then, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized that the Xianyu devil tiger had prostrated itself and even nodded its head towards him several times. Zhang Yuan? He's this? What does that mean? The system has detected that the demon tiger is submitting to you. Does the host want to sign a contract with him? When Zhang Yuan was puzzled by the Xianyu devil tiger's move, a system sound was already resounding in his mind. What? The Xianyu devil tiger showing submission? What's going on? Zhang Yuan didn't understand it, but he also knew that the system was bound to make no mistakes. Therefore, the Xianyu devil tiger was truly planning to submit. Thinking about this, Zhang Yuan was a bit teary-eyed. He was originally thinking of hunting the Xianyu demon tiger, but what was he going to do now? After a moment's thought, Zhang Yuan finally chose to accept the Xianyu devil tiger's submission. It's a good thing that you get gene points and evolution points for hunting, but the benefits Zhang Yuan would receive from subjugating the Xianyu devil tiger would be even greater. Her apparent identity was that of a spirit beast, and there were things that he wasn't really in a good position to step in and resolve. The existence of the Xianyu devil tiger was the perfect solution to this nuisance. Ow, master! And just as Zhang Yuan accepted him, he felt a strange connection with the Xianyu devil tiger. On top of that, he could understand the voice of the Xianyu demon tiger. Zhang Yuan, who heard the voice, could not help but take a focused look at the Xianyu devil tiger. Female voice? Female? Zhang Yuan slightly paused, then he also simply asked his own question. He was truly a bit curious as to how the Xianyu demon tiger chose to submit for a good reason. Because the master is powerful, the Xianyu devil tiger said seriously. Although it looks like a mediocre pink piglet, awakening the 9th rank will be able to fight with the transcendent 1st rank. I'm sure Master will grow stronger and stronger in the future. Master will be able to avenge me then. Zhang Yuan's face was filled with black lines as he listened. Mighty, he's still happy to hear it. But what does it mean to be a flat-out pink piggy? But, after casting off this thought, Zhang Yuan asked again with interest. Revenge? That's right. The Xianyu devil tiger nodded heavily and said, this injury of mine was inflicted by a ferocious beast of the 1st rank of commander, and it also directly injured my origin. The chances of getting revenge in this life are slim. Even. Speaking of this, the Xianyu black tiger's eyes darkened considerably, saying, with such severe injuries, I don't have many days left to live. Zhang Yuan pulled the corner of his mouth when he heard this. So you're submitting before you die? In order for me to take revenge for you? No. The Xianyu black tiger shook its head and said, Master, I want to make a deal with you. What kind of deal? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Master, do you know about sacrifices? Oh, Zhang Yuan had some interest. Sacrifice. Zhang Yuan had some understanding in his previous life. Whenever a powerful ferocious beast is sacrificed, it allows the sacrificed party to gain one of their own talents. The likelihood of such a sacrifice occurring is slim to none. However, as both humans and beasts sacrificing themselves for each other would cause their souls to completely fall away. At least, in the hundreds of years of history that Zhang Yuan knew, there were only a handful of people who had performed sacrifices. Aren't you afraid that I won't complete the subsequent transaction after you make an offering to me? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. The The Xianyu devil tiger was silent for a moment before it said in a deep voice, "I believe in master." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan was instantly happy. The Xianyu devil tiger were what to believe, clearly desperate in seeing how tough he is. That's what chose to bet on. Ow! At this time, the Xianyu devil tiger let out an ear-splitting roar, its eyes glaring up, and its whole body's shriveled breath began to climb up. At this moment, Zhang Yuan understood. The Xianyu devil tiger is ready to sacrifice itself. Chapter 54, Targeting a ferocious beast of the first rank of commander. Wait! Seeing this, Zhang Yuan hurriedly stopped the Xianyu demon tiger. Having only just taken over, Zhang Yuan didn't want his men to be lost like that. Sacrifices might be great for others, but to really gain skills for Zhang Yuan were more comfortable than just devouring them. You sacrificed because you wanted revenge. What if I said I could get you to avenge yourself? Roar! Zhang Yuan noticed that the Xianyu devil tiger's eyes lit up immediately. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "What about this revenge? It's better for you to take it yourself. As for the wound, let me help you heal it." What? The Xianyu demon tiger was stunned. He thought Zhang Yuan would give some good method, but it turned out to be helping him heal his injuries? He had suffered an origin injury. What could Zhang Yuan, a beast, do to heal him? What? Don't believe it? Zhang Yuan's retort caused the corners of the Xianyu devil tiger's mouth to twitch. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe Zhang Yuan, but it was simply impossible. Okay, if it really works, he'd even dare to find a piece of tofu and run it over. Thoughts did not fall. Xianyu demon tiger only saw a flash of white light in front of his eyes. In front of him appeared out of thin air a large stack of different colors of pills. Watching from afar, the Xianyu demon tiger instantly widened its eyes. This? What the hell? How come there's so much more of it for a good reason? Did the owner take it out? No way. Absolutely no way. Just then, Zhang Yuan's words came out once again. These are all pills that restore spiritual energy, injuries and such. Although there's nothing in them to repair your origin, there's absolutely no problem in preserving your life, or even getting you back to your peak. Ow! The Xianyu devil tiger stagnated, its pupils glaring round. Zhang Yuan's words undoubtedly confirmed her suspicions and shattered the worldview she had always held. How can a beast come up with all this out of thin air? What are you waiting for? If you don't want it, then I can grudgingly accept your sacrifice. Ow! Upon hearing these words, the Xianyu devil tiger forcefully suppressed the emotions that flooded his heart, and with an open mouth, he swallowed the medicinal pill in front of him with a brain. It doesn't matter how it appeared, but swallowing it is quasi no bad thing. Gollum! Grunt! As the pill entered the mouth, a radiant green light filled the body of the Xianyu devil tiger. The wounds on her body healed and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye as the light enveloped her. Not only that, her originally wasted aura was also gradually recovering and climbing. In just a moment's effort, he had arrived at the transcendent mortal fourth stage and was still climbing. Zhang Yuan on the side quietly watched, quite satisfied. In fact, these pills were all prepared by Xiaoluo for his big exam. Unexpectedly, he didn't think that these he didn't use, but was instead used by the Xianyu demon tiger. But in general, there's no loss in this. After all, after the system's contract, the Xianyu devil tiger possessed 100% loyalty, and having her strength restored would only greatly benefit Zhang Yuan. Buzz! At this time, the light enveloping the Xianyu demon tiger slowly dispersed. Species, ghostly devil tiger. Level, Transcendental 9, damaged by origin, Transcendental 7. Attribute, dark. Bloodline potential, hegemonic 9th order. Gift, the 9 hells. Skills, 9 spectral claws. Soul roar, ghostly shadow body. Shadow bite, although it hasn't regained its peak strength, it's still not bad. Looking at the refreshed attribute panel, Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Ow! And sensing the recovery of his injuries, the Xianyu devil tiger let out a loud, ear-shattering roar. In her joy, she didn't forget to apologize to Zhang Yuan. "Thank you, master, for restoring my injuries." With those words, she rushed at Zhang Yuan again. If before, she was only looking at Zhang Yuan's potential to have the hope of avenging herself, then now, she is subjugated under Zhang Yuan from the bottom of her heart. Zhang Yuan nodded gently. "I'll see if I can find something to repair the origin after a while." "Thank you, master." The Xianyu devil tiger thanked him again. "Oh, right." Suddenly Zhang Yuan inquired again. "What's your name?" "Me?" The Xianyu devil tiger froze, then whirled and tentatively whispered, "Ow." "Zhang Yuan, I mean, what's your name?" "Name? Ha?" The Xianyu devil tiger looked embarrassed, and whirled around. "I don't know either." "Got it." Zhang Yuan knew at a glance that she was bound to have no name, so he pondered for a moment and said, "Why don't I call you Xianyu from now on?" The Xianyu devil tiger's eyes glowed at his words. "Xianyu? Xianyu, thanks master for the name." Zhang Yuan smiled at his words and then asked, "So you've suffered such serious injuries? What's the condition of that commander first order fierce beast that you fought against?" although it wasn't as heavy as mine, it still suffered a heavy blow. Xian Yu returned without thinking. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan's eyes released a bright light. Since he's injured, wouldn't that be a cheap shot? So he opened his mouth and said, Xian Yu, lead the way. You go look for that ferocious beast again, and I'll help you pillage and slaughter the other side. These words would have been spoken by the rest of the awakened 9th stage fierce beasts. Xian Yu did nothing but scoff or snort. But those words came out of Jiang Yuan's mouth, and it was a very different story. Not only because Jiang Yuan was her master, even more so because he's tough, and has weird abilities. Faithful Imperial Beastmaster Association. Arena. At this moment, looking at the real-time image projected by Yiningshue, the entire room was silent. Each person's eyes carried a bit of doubt, and this was true even for the principals of the various schools and Lin Tianhong, who was the examiner. It was only because after seeing Yiningshue kill a bunch of ferocious beasts in seconds, they would look at her from time to time. But what made them feel extremely weird was this. The next Yiningshue didn't take advantage of the victory to hunt the ferocious beasts. Instead, she chose to run and dodge when she encountered the ferocious beasts. The odd behavior was in stark contrast to the rest of the candidates on the field. No? What's this about Yiningshue? Look at how many ferocious beasts everyone else has hunted. Why isn't she hunting a single ferocious beast behind her? Could it be that Yiningshue just consumed too much spiritual energy by killing so many ferocious beasts in seconds? So, now all you can do is duck and cover? Doubts go unexplained, and already some people are making wild guesses, while Lin Tianhong and Bai Qingtian were still able to maintain their composure. The principal of No. 1 middle school urged a narrow smile. Old Luo, it seems that after the battle just now, your talented school beauty Yiningshue is no longer able to do it. Hey, I was really shocked at first. Now it seems like Yiningshue has completely used up her potential. Just before this, you still dared to make a big deal about taking the Four Beasts Academy? It's hopeless. It's hopeless. In a little while the rankings will fall down to the top 100. The comments of the many school principals following the trend caused Lu Qing to frown slightly. He knew that the principals of the various schools were jealous of Yiningshue's prowess just now. However, before he could reply, Bai Qingtian first locked his brows and droned. Don't clamor about matters unrelated to the grand examination. Just focus on the grand examination. In fact, he was extremely disdainful of the crowd's speculations, and he believed that Yiningshue must have her own plans. Just exactly what the idea was. He was really a bit unclear. At first under the test examination, you dared to rob the linglong fruit, and now, what exactly do you want to do? Ho ho ho! Just as he was thinking about it, a hissing roar that was strong enough to carry out the sky suddenly resounded out from the real-time projection. Seeking eyes, only to see a transcendental fifth-order ferocious beast appeared in front of Yiningshue. Chapter 55, Pick Up King Jiang Yuan. Official debut. The moment they saw him, everyone's bodies couldn't help but tremble, not only because he was of the transcendent fifth order, but also because they had seen this ferocious beast on Yi Ming's perspective not long ago. At the time, Yi Ming was abused by this ferocious beast in a miserable manner. If it wasn't for the fact that the contracted sonic flying dragon was able to fly, Yi Ming was afraid that he would have already folded in his hands. Just now Yi Ming was able to run because spirit beasts can fly. It's not like Yiningshue's contracted pet pig can fly. She reckons it's going to be gone. More than that, you guys see, Yiningshue is frozen in place. One can tell at a glance that she is scared silly. The entire room burst into a chorus of exclamations that resounded more than a few times, and the gazes of Bai Jingtian, Lin Tianhong, and Lu Qing all became grave. This ferocious beast they recognized was called the Electric Shock Demon Beast. As his name suggests, the Electric Shock Wraith was equipped with the lightning attribute. And that's not even the scariest part. The most haunting thing was that as long as the target was in his sights, then he would exterminate them no matter what, even if they fall in this way. If this Yiningshue was to be targeted, I'm afraid that the only thing waiting for her was to fall. After all, the difference in rank between the two was ultimately too great. It was also as the onlookers had said, the chances of Yiningshue being able to pull out an escape were too small. Roar! Just then, the Electric Shock Demon Beast let out a roar, and then stepped forward to launch a fierce attack directly at Yiningshue. Yiningshue, run away. Just run away for 3 days and you'll be safe when the big test is over. Lu Qing howled wildly in his mind. Looking at his tense appearance, he was itching to rush in and rescue Yiningshue. However, under the attention of the crowd, Yiningshue didn't choose to run away, but instead, her arm shook, and the cold aura surged into a cold blade of ice spirit while already charging towards the electricity-striking demonic beast. What is Yiningshue doing? And charging towards the Electric Shock Demon Beast? She's just one awakening 9th rank Ah. How could she possibly beat a transcendent 5th order ferocious beast? That's right, Yi Ming, who was just at the transcendent mortal 3rd stage, couldn't even beat her. Can she? At this moment, the entire arena was in an uproar. Some even had closed their eyes, unable to bear to see a generation of geniuses fall. Boom! And not long after the crowd closed their eyes they heard a deafening sound. Yi Ningshui is dead, isn't she? With the sound, a wave of thought rose in the crowd, but not long after this, another tremor rang out. In addition to this, there are also roars that seem to roar. Shouldn't Yi Ningshui die? How? There are still so many ear-splitting voices ringing out? The doubt in his mind made many people slowly open their eyes. Without looking, everyone was confused, only to see the picture that unfolded was the opposite of what they had imagined. Yi Ningshui, she is, not only not dead, it also fought back and forth with this transcendent 5th order electric shock demon beast with its awakening 9th order strength. Vaguely, it was even Yi Ningshui who had the upper hand. As in now, under Yi Ningshui's attack, there were already channels of frost breathing on the body of the electric shock demon beast. No, this? Fake, right? Yi Ming couldn't even beat him. So what makes Yi Ningshui able to fight back and forth? My chow, outrageous, outrageous. Not to mention the crowds watching, even the faces of the various principals, Bai Qing Tian, and even Lin Tianhong couldn't help but develop strands of regret. Just like that, the strength of Yi Ningshui in front of him exceeded everyone's expectations. Just this strength. If Yi Ningshui had just killed her all the way here, I'm afraid she could have steadily occupied the first place throne, right? Lin Tianhong watched for a long time, and a wisp of doubt gradually grew on his regretful face. He could see why Yi Ningshui was able to gain the upper hand. Every time on the eve of the electric strike demon beast was about to use its skill, Yi Ningshui dodged away early as if she had anticipated it. Isn't it the frost talent that Yi Ningshui awakened? How else can we know the next move of the taser wraith? What is this ability? He locked his brows slightly, thinking frantically in his mind. Lin Tianhong could see it, but even if he had spent his entire life, he would certainly not have guessed that the reason why Yi Ningshui was able to break through the attack of the electricity-striking demon beast, it was only because the great examination of her previous life she had hunted and killed was also an electricity-striking demon beast. Hunting again was simply not too easy for Yi Ningshui. If it wasn't for the difference in rank between the two being placed here, Yi Ningshui was afraid that she would have taken down the electric shock demon beast long ago. Luckily, I swallowed the frost heart in advance. Not only has the rank increased, even the coldness contained within my body has also increased tremendously. Otherwise, even if I had the experience of my previous life and I won't necessarily be able to exterminate him. Ho ho ho! Under Yi Ningshui's low murmur, the electric shock demon beast let out another roar. And it seemed like it was because the attacks just now were all dodged by Yi Ningshui. This time, there were clearly more channels of radiant lightning on his body. Oomph! Yi Ningshui even collected her mind when she saw this and glanced at it with a cold gaze. Although she had experience from her previous life, the gap in strength was ultimately here. One must lift one's mind to do so. However, while Yi Ningshui was seriously fighting the electric shock demon beast, she was blissfully unaware that there were two pairs of eyes glancing slyly this way not far away. The owner of these two pairs of eyes was no one else. It was none other than Zhang Yuan and the Xianyu Devil Tiger. How come Yi Ningshui stole the show again? Zhang Yuan spat silently. Now Yi Ningshui is here. Then his original plan of cooperating with the Xianyu Demon Tiger to exterminate the electricity-striking demon beast would only go down the drain. Master? Xianyu, who didn't know the relationship between Zhang Yuan and Yi Ningshui, was a bit surprised and said, "Isn't this a good thing for us? You tell me? Wouldn't we have a better chance of winning when they're almost depleted?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan froze. It wasn't because of her words, but she had almost forgotten about the Xianyu Demon Tiger. It was true that he was not good at robbing with Yi Ningshui around, but the Xianyu Demon Tiger could make a move. Other than him and the Xianyu Devil Tiger, who else knew about the relationship between the two of them? Yes, thinking of this, Zhang Yuan perked up and said, "Later on, you'll go up and take the electric strike wraith captive, and then revenge." Yes, as soon as Xianyu heard that, he tensed his body and observed the battlefield with deadly intensity. I've wanted revenge for a long time. Now that the opportunity for revenge was at hand, how could she not be concerned? Under their watchful eyes, Yi Ningshui and the electric shock demon beast fought more and more fiercely. There were several times when Yi Ningshui was about to be hit by the lightning that erupted from the electric shock demon beast. Each time, though, she narrowly dodged it. In contrast, Yi Ningshui was extremely effective in dealing blows to the electric strike demon beast every single time. It doesn't. In just a short while, the body of the electric shock demon beast was covered in frost, and its movements became more and more sluggish. Ice seals 1,000 miles. Right at this moment, Yi Ningshui dodged the lightning strikes that erupted from the electricity-striking demon beast and then saw the right moment to unleash as much frost as she could. The temperature in the field in a straight line down at the same time layers of frost breeding, crazy to the electric shock demon beast piled up the past seems to be to condense him into an ice sculpture. Good chance. Seeing this from afar, Zhang Yuan's eyes stared. Yining Shua, don't blame me for robbing you of your prey. After all, the electric shock demon beast is the life and death enemy of the Xianyu demon tiger. You said as the master. How could I not let my little brother take revenge? Zhang Yuan sighed darkly and at the same time, he had already quickly patted the Xianyu devil tiger to indicate that it was time for her to make a move. Chapter 56, Gao Yan and Wu Meng's siege. Yining Shui dangerous. Ow! Xianyu roared out and was about to make his move. But, just then, an extremely arrogant yet somewhat familiar voice to Zhang Yuan rang out. What a coincidence! Yining Shui. I didn't expect to run into you here. But, since we came across it, then hurry up and get lost. We'll take this transcendent mortal fifth order fierce beast. Gao Yan? Wu Meng? They're finally here. Zhang Yuan stared down and his eyes were slightly wary. Earlier, he could learn from Li Hao that there could be quite a few people involved in the siege of Yiningsue. Wu Meng and Gao Yan had come, so naturally the rest of them wouldn't be far behind. As expected, sweeping his eyes sideways, Zhang Yuan realized that there was a new face beside Gao Yan and Wu Meng. Behind him was followed by a transcendent mortal first stage spirit beast. At the same time Zhang Yuan saw it, Xian Yu's voice then rang in his ears. Master, I sense that 2 Imperial Beastmasters are heading this way. The spirit beasts they contracted are all at the transcendent mortal second stage. All here? Zhang Yuan muttered, and a cloud of killing intent could not help but surface in his eyes. No way. The current him was still bound to Yiningsue. He couldn't hide even if he wanted to about Yiningsue. All in transcendence. That's quite a handful, but Yining's strength should be a bit higher than theirs. Does he only dare to hide in the shadows because he's from the Yi family? Forget it, whatever. Zhang Yuan quickly shook his head. This little matter was nothing. More importantly he knew that with this group he needed to change his strategy. Xian Yu demon tiger. Wait a moment you. Gao Yan. Wu Meng. As Zhang Yuan admonished the Xian Yu devil tiger, Yiningsue glanced at Gao Yan and Wu Meng as well as the 2 raw faces. She didn't get nervous but instead lifted up a touch of contempt and said, just by the 3 of you. You don't deserve it yet. Yes? Gao Yan and Wu Meng looked at each other and smiled, not annoyed by these words, but instead even clapped their hands. Snap! The sound of slaps came out at the same time as another stern cry rang out. If they're not good enough, what about adding the 2 of us? As soon as these words fell, he saw 2 people standing side by side with Gao Yan and Wu Meng 2 in front of and behind him. Seeing them, Yiningsue's calm face scratched out a strand of gravity, because the 2 that came out, she recognized. In the great examination of the previous life, they achieved the 4th and 5th place in Gan Province. You have to know that the entire Gan Province to participate in the examination of the people can be a million huge, can be ranked in the top of all or not people in the Phoenix. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Yiningsue glanced at the frozen electric shock demon beast behind her without any trace. She could visibly see that the frost on the electrified wraith had developed channels of tiny cracks, and figured that it wouldn't be long before the seal would break. Seeing this Yiningsue glanced at Lu Chang, Gao Yan and the rest of the crowd, 1,000 thoughts in his head. Should I leave now and let them deal with the electro-wraiths? This will be much less dangerous to me. No. Thoughts just came out. Yiningsue denied it again. The electric shock demon beast was now heavily injured, and this group of people would definitely be able to hunt it down by joining forces. It wouldn't be so easy for her to stick it in then. Thinking about this, Yiningsue's gaze deepened a bit. Since that's the case, let's exterminate them first with the fastest speed. The words fell. Coldness rushed out of Yiningsue's body. In the meantime, Shin City Imperial Beast Master Association. I go. That is Lu Chang and Chu Qiu. They actually want to surround Yiningsue as well? It's over. It's over. It's completely over. The crowd exclaimed in shock, their complexions all hanging on a wisp of heavy intent. Lin Tianhong and Bai Qing Tian couldn't help but lock their brows as well. If Yiningsue had a chance against Gao Yan, Wu Meng and those 3, then with the addition of Chu Qiu and Lu Chang, the result was predictable. Because Lu Chang and Chu Qiu, these 2 from the beginning of the big exam rankings hung in the top 5, did not come down. The strength of his 2 is there for all to see, and the spirit beasts they contracted with complemented each other. When the 2 were united, the ability that erupted from them was definitely 1-to-1 greater than 3. Hiss! Just then, Lu Chang and Chu Qiu had already summoned their contracted spirit beasts. Those were 2 scorpion-like spirit beasts, and the auras they gave off were both at the transcendent mortal second stage. Looking at the projected face of Yiningsue, Lu Qing was already clenching his fists and howling in the bottom of his heart. Yiningsue, if you can't do it, just give up the electro-shocking demon beast. Going to hunt the rest of the ferocious beasts is the same. At least this way, you can still get good grades. Otherwise, If you get injured in a fight, it will be difficult to get good grades. Unfortunately, Yi Ningxue obviously couldn't hear him. At this point, Yi Ningxue's entire body was tinted with a layer of icy blue light, and the temperature around her body dropped steeply to freezing point. On top of that, her aura was still seemingly about to break through the restraints, thus climbing up by degrees. Yi Ningxue, this is preparing for a breakthrough. In the arena, the crowd immediately understood Yi Ningxue's thoughts as soon as they took a look at her appearance. My god, even if Yi Ningxue breaks through, that's still transcendent first order. Where did she get the nerve to fight against other people? The big test site. Wu Meng was the first to react as she snapped. Quick, don't let her break through, otherwise it will be difficult to defeat her again. Lu Cheng frowned imperceptibly at his words, and then as if he thought of something, he waved his hand and said, Earth Demon Dragon Scorpion, go! Chucho also glared with both eyes when he heard this and said, Skywing Dragon Scorpion go together, don't let her break through. Hiss! The Royal Beast Master gave an order. Both beasts hissed, then all involuntarily impacted towards Yi Ningxue. Oh, humph, since I dared to make a breakthrough, how could I not have a backhand? Yi Ningxue coldly hummed out. It was at this point that the accident occurred. Ho ho ho! A roar that resounded through the sky was suddenly born in the cloud forest behind him. Follow closely. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, only a ghostly colored beast shadow was seen running out. He rushed to Yi Ningxue in the blink of an eye, and the moment the beast appeared, whether it was the Grand Examination Site or the people in the Shin City Imperial Beastmaster Arena, all could not help but be stunned, because they could incomparably see that this beast shadow was the Xianyu Devil Tiger. Moreover, the aura it emitted was sufficiently of the transcendent mortal 7th order. Stop first! Stop first! Lu Cheng and Chu Qiu saw the Xianyu Devil Tiger gazing at Yi Ningxue in death, and hurriedly drank to stop the contracted spirit beast. In front of the transcendent mortal 7th stage Xianyu Devil Tiger, they deeply knew that the consequences would be unimaginable if they acted rashly. Sure, the bottom line is this. They found that this Xianyu Devil Tiger only stared at Yi Ningxue in death. It was as if there was some deep hatred between them. From the looks of it, this Xianyu Devil Tiger is here to find Yi Ningxue. Let's just wait and see what happens. If we have him to take care of Yi Ningxue for us, that would naturally be the best thing. With a few people talking, they all retreated to a safe position 100 meters away with extreme tacit understanding. Xianyu Demon Tiger, is this looking for me? Contrary to them, Yi Ningxue's brows had furrowed into a Chuan character, and that's when it happened. The Xianyu Demon Tiger roared out while already moving. Chapter 57, The Devil Tigers Scared of the Ultimate Fierce Creature. At the same time, the moment they saw the Xianyu Devil Tiger appear, the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association had fallen into a deathly silence. Each of them had a somewhat heavy expression on their faces, just because they could tell that this Xianyu Devil Tiger was the same ferocious beast that had previously destroyed Li Hao and his party. Although they didn't know why the strength of the Xianyu Demon Tiger had been raised so much, but does this seem important at the moment? How could Yi Ningxue escape in front of a transcendent mortal 7th stage ferocious beast? Especially Lu Qing. Her face was already white as a sheet. It's over. Completely over. I didn't expect that the genius that only appeared in our 6th form for hundreds of years would finally fall under the big exam. Ho ho ho! At this time, the Xianyu Devil Tiger let out another concussive roar, as if it was about to launch an attack on Yi Ningxue. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Ningxue's expression sank to the extreme. She was able to fight the Electro Wraith back and forth, all thanks to her experience in her previous life, for the Xianyu Devil Tiger, and it is still the existence of the Transcendental 7th Order. What does she take to fight? Could it be that my generation of female Valkyries is going to end up here? The few people who were hiding 100 meters away from this all couldn't help but smile. Yi Ningxue, to be able to see you fall with my own eyes, it's a comforting thing for me, too. I didn't expect to accomplish his mission so easily. What a blast! However, just as they were speaking, the Xianyu Devil Tiger even suddenly turned its body towards the crowd of Lu Cheng and Chu Qiu, who were 100 meters away, and impacted them. It's not right. This Xianyu Demon Tiger seems to be rushing at us. Wu Meng looked on in a daze, and suddenly let out a curt murmur. What? Gao Yan, Lu Cheng, and Chu Qiu beside her sniffed and their faces stagnated. Next, a sticky, unrelenting, ethereal light appeared just out of their sight. Obviously, this is the Xianyu Devil Tiger. Then without waiting for them to react, the Xianyu Devil Tiger took care of the spirit beasts that Lu Cheng and Chu Qiu had contracted with in a swift manner. Pust! As soon as the spirit beasts were resolved, Lu Cheng and Chu Ran could not help but spit out a mouthful of boiling blood. But just then, a flash of ghostly light appeared. His two didn't even utter a single word, and hot blood rose from his neck in a mischievous manner. Then his body planted itself on the ground with an inertial snap. It could be clearly seen that there was no fear in their eyes, only overflowing doubt. It seems that they didn't understand until the moment they died how the Xianyu Devil Tiger didn't make a move against Yi Ningxue, but instead made a move against them. Actually, it's not just them. Gao Yan, Wu Meng and even Yi Ningxue at the scene were extremely dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on with the Xianyu Demon Tiger? Ho ho ho! And with one strike, the Xianyu Devil Tiger roared again and again, then locked its gaze on Gao Yan and Wu Meng. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Quick, run away. How could this ferocious beast be on us? Gao Yan and Wu Meng were shocked and bloodless. Where do they dare to stay is to leave the area in a flurry of wind. Looking at the scene in front of them, the crowd of the Imperial Beast Master Association let out a burst of gasps one after another. Kill in seconds? Is this Xianyu Demon Tiger so strong? I think it also has to do with the fact that they don't have any defenses. What's the relationship? All I know is seconds. Seconds? My goodness. It's a bit out of place though, but I'd still like to say that it's really cool. Lu Qing was overjoyed, but he soon lost his smile, because he noticed that since Wu Meng and Gao Yan left, the Xianyu Demon Tiger's gaze glanced at Yi Ningxue again. At this point, Yi Ningxue had already broken through to the Transcendent First Stage, but even so, she wasn't a match for the Transcendent Mortal 7th Stage Xianyu Demon Tiger either. He's still onto me. Yi Ningxue's dazed expression sank again, and her heart was even more flooded with a strong sense of crisis, reminding her to never make an enemy of the Xianyu Devil Tiger. Honestly, Transcendent Mortal 7th Stage fierce beasts, unless she had battled against them in her previous life and gained experience. Otherwise, doesn't really have much of a chance of winning. And the mysterious demonic tiger, she hadn't sparred in her previous life. If she insisted on going toe-to-toe, then the Xianyu Demon Tiger could miss countless times, while she only needed to miss once to be surely lost. That risk, it's just too big, too great. Then should I do the same as Gao Yan and the others and run away? But escape? Can I really escape? Yi Ningxue's gaze sank. According to the speed of the Xianyu Devil Tiger just now, she'll be damned if she'll leave. Roar! Just then as the Xianyu Devil Tiger's roar fell, he had already rushed in front of Yi Ningxue. I throw. This is staring at Yi Ningxue again. Ruined. Such a strong Xianyu Demon Tiger. What will Yi Ningxue fight him with? If Yi Ningxue had escaped just now there might have been a chance of survival. It's a shame. It's really too bad. And under the crowd's alarm, Lu Qing seemed to have discovered something wrong and exclaimed, "Look guys, this Xianyu Devil Tiger has been slow to attack Yi Ningxue. Do you guys think it's possible that Yi Ningxue has something on her that she's afraid of?" When the group of principals heard this, they broke out into snickers. Lu Qing, don't you dare to dream of anything here. The Xianyu Devil Tiger is afraid of Yi Ningxue? What kind of international joke are you making? Their words were heard by Qing Tian and Lin Tianhong, but neither of them had any intention of refuting them. The reason is simple. They also felt that what Lu Qing said was pie in the sky. Xianyu Devil Tiger, a Transcendent Mortal 7th Order beast, was afraid of Transcendent Mortal 1st Order Yi Ningxue? I'm afraid no one would believe it, right? However, in order to prevent them from continuing to argue, Qing Tian made a gesture to stop them anyway, but when he turned his eyes to look, he found that the eyes of the various principals were glazed over, all looking as if they had seen a ghost. Not only them, with a sweep of the room he realized that everyone, even Lin Tianhong who was a beast sentinel patriarch, had this look. This? What happened? What happened to all the good stuff? Huff and puff, with his belly full of doubts, Qing Tian suddenly heard a humming sound. Subconscious, he followed the source of the voice, and everyone in the room looked at the large screen that was projected. What met his eyes was still the figures of Yi Ningxue and the Xianyu Devil Tiger. Only the middle of both sides had an extra cute piglet that couldn't be more pink. But it is such a cute pink piglet is ignoring the gap in rank. Madly rushed to the Xianyu Magic Tiger issued a road beast roar. And unexpectedly, under the beastly roar of that pink piglet, the face of the Xianyu Demon Tiger actually revealed anthropomorphic fear. As if in front of him, this pink piglet is some kind of overwhelmingly ferocious thing. Chapter 58, Yi Ningxue's Departure. Zhang Yuan's Revenge. Watching this scene with their eyes wide open, the crowd was silent for a few seconds before they burst out in an outcry. My god, what's going on here? How could the Xianyu Devil Tiger be afraid of a pink piglet? This really isn't in a dream? Under the crowd's exclamation of surprise, Lu Qing was also a bit shocked, though it was he who brought up the matter of having fears. But he really didn't think that the one who made the Xianyu Demon Tiger afraid would be a pink piglet of the awakened Ninth Order. Lin Tianhong returned to his senses. He watched Zhang Yuan for a long time before he slowly said, according to records, beasts have a natural fear of some strong bloodlines. It seems like this pig should be carrying a strong bloodline. It's also because of this that we were able to see this pig and the Xianyu Devil Tiger last time, but we didn't end up seeing them in Yi Ningxue's perspective. Speaking of this, he frowned again. But let me think about the Imperial Beast Atlas. But I have not been able to find any strong foreign beasts with pig bloodline. That's weird. The more he said, the more Lin Tianhong frowned, and only Bai Qingtian remained still relatively calm. After all, he had seen Zhang Yuan's outrageousness. Though the scene was still a bit startling to him, it was at least within the realm of acceptability. Patriarch Lin. So he opened his mouth to reply. Last test. The bloodline potential expressed by this spirit beast of Yining Xue's was unnameable. At the time, I also searched the information and found no relevant material on him. Even Lin Tianhong, as a beast sentinel patriarch, was a bit tense. Unnameable? There's no information about him in the Imperial Beasts Illustrated? No exaggeration. Every word and sentence of Bai Qingtian was refreshing his perception. So, what attributes does that spirit beast possess? Fire attribute. Bai Qingtian paused and added, and according to my speculation, perhaps it also has a spatial attribute. When these words came out, Lin Tianhong's face revealed a strong sense of regret. Dual attributes not to mention. Each attribute is also extremely strong. That's it? You're telling me it's a cute little pink piggy? In the meantime, outsiders were so shocked. That's not to mention Yining Xue who was at the scene. This Xianyu devil tiger is actually afraid of him. Yining Xue she stared blankly at Zhang Yuan in front of her, her frosty face full of unbelief. But he's the one I contracted at the pet store, and his bloodline did start out ordinary. Click. Just then a cracking sound interrupted her. No good. Just after looking over, Yining Xue realized that the sound was coming from the electric shock demon beast. The frost attached to his body was already giving birth to cracks, and the cracks were still expanding outward at a rapid pace. Although he was scared, he delayed going back, so he should have wanted to hunt the electric shock demon beast as well. Looking up and down at the scene, Yining Xue smoothed out her thoughts in her mind. Then, when the electric shock demon beast gets out of its trap, he's bound to have a fight even if he's scared again. Two supremes go head to head. Gazing at this, Yining Xue hurriedly hugged Zhang Yuan, and then flew outward to run out. Today her strength is still too low. Instead of risking heavenly dangers to seize a glimmer of chance under the eyes of the two great transcendentals, it would be better to take this opportunity to exterminate more ferocious beasts. And once they had run to a safe area, Yining Xue put Zhang Yuan into the royal beast space. Just as she put it away, she heard a roar that resounded through the sky from behind her. It didn't take long for the voice to decay again. It looks like the electric shock demon beast has fallen. This sound caused Yining Xue's heart to tremble slightly, and she rather had the idea of going back to find out what was going on. However, when she thought that the Xianyu demon tiger was now feasting on the electric strike demon beast, Yining Xue dismissed this thought again. Tough ferocious beasts that feed are best not to be messed with. Otherwise, even with Zhang Yuan present, there was no way to guarantee her life. However, she was unaware of it. At this point, the Xianyu demon tiger that had killed the electric strike demon beast did not devour it, but instead stared at the surroundings vigilantly like a bodyguard. Behind him, in addition to the fallen electric shock demon beast, there was also a pink and cute figure gorging itself crazily. If, for example, Yining Xue is in, one would realize that the pink and cute figure was clearly her spirit beast. Zhang Yuan, huff and puff. It's not in vain that I've been acting with the Xianyu demon tiger for so long. The electric shock demon beast is finally still mine. And, this time Yining Xue knows how tough I am, right? If you don't treat me properly in the future, don't blame me for getting strong and directly breaking the contract, making you regret it. Oomph. Under the sound humming, Zhang Yuan's heart was soothed. Apart from these 2 points, what was even more soothing to Zhang Yuan was that when he finished devouring the electric shock demon beast, he could then proceed to find Gao Yan and Wu Meng ready to take revenge. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuan quickly devoured the electric shock demon beast. The host devours the unified First Order Electrode Fiend, gaining 210 evolution points and 5 Electrode Fiend gene points. Detected that the host currently has 1609 evolution points and has met the evolution requirements, whether or not to start evolving. Evolution. When Zhang Yuan, who had been waiting for a long time, heard this, how could he refuse? And while Zhang Yuan was evolving, the Beastmaster Arena, the scene fell back into silence. There was an unspeakably eerie look written in the eyes of each, just because they saw that Yining Xue's ranking on the top 100 list, which had just narrowly fallen to outside the top 100, had rocketed up again, and it scooted right into the top 3. The roster moves are weird enough, but what's even weirder is that they clearly saw it in the projected image. Yining Xue wasn't hunting foreign beasts, but was running wildly along the way. Even so, how did she rise in the rankings? What is this she hunts? No? This? What's going on? How did a good thing turn into this? How did Yining Xue's ranking increase so horribly? While the crowd exclaimed in shock, the various principals and Bai Qingtian and Lin Tianhong had a pensive look on their faces. It's inevitable that something tested in the big test can't be bad. So, Yining Xue must have hunted a powerful ferocious beast without us noticing, Lin Tianhong slowly murmured, and suddenly his heart shook. Just at that moment, a possibility occurred to him. Indeed, Yi Ningxue's actions were seen by everyone, and she definitely wasn't hunting strong ferocious beasts at this time. But, what if it had just been an electrified wraith? If it ended up being her hunt, then it all made sense. Just, how did Yi Ningxue hunt? Thinking about it, his mind had no clue. Actually, not to mention that he didn't have a clue. I'm afraid that even if Yi Ningxue knew, she would be deeply puzzled. After all, who would have thought that Jiang Yuan, who had been put into the Imperial Beast space, would be able to easily get out of it and had swallowed the electric shock demon beast? Huff and puff. And at this moment, Jiang Yuan, who was the originator, had also completed this evolution. As soon as he saw his body, Jiang Yuan was ecstatic, because he noticed that in addition to his original pink body, he had a reddish-colored arc of lightning, plainly adding to his lovely appearance. Host, Jiang Yuan. Species, Red Thunder Heavy Hog. Level, Transcendent First Order. Attributes, Heat, Lightning. Bloodline potential, Commander 9th Order. Talent, Devouring Teeth. Skills, Amazing Pulp Body, A+. Red Inferno Teeth, A+. Shadow of the Evil God, SS retains original ability. Contains lightning that can create a shadow of a doppelganger made of lightning. Tail of the Inferno Thunder, A retains original ability. Emits lightning that contains lightning inflammation, causing explosions when it ripples through the body of the enemy. Dark Spectre Demon Breath, A. Evolution points, 209 to 2000. Not bad, not bad. After checking the attribute panel, Jiang Yuan couldn't stop the smile on his face. This time, when he devoured the electric shock demon beast to step into the transcendent first stage, his enhancement could not be said to be small. Then it's time to get revenge now too. With a dark murmur, Jiang Yuan's gaze flashed out a stern color. Chapter 59, The Killing Chance Under Questioning. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yuan suddenly realized that the Xianyu demon tiger, also known as Xianyu's body shook and glanced at himself with some horror. What's wrong? Is there something on me? Jiang Yuan was a bit puzzled. Although it was true that he had changed a bit from the awakening 9th rank to the transcendent 1st rank, it wasn't that much, was it? Ow. Xianyu pondered for a moment, then said, Master, you can speak. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan first froze, then became excited to the extreme, because he realized that Xianyu was right. He can talk. Strange, Xianyu is of such a high rank and can't even speak, but I'm actually able to speak. Could this be the reward the system gave me for breaking through to transcendence? Slightly sighing with emotion, Jiang Yuan didn't think any further. After all, there are more important things to do right now. Is it worth so much consternation just to talk in the district? After speaking his mouth, Jiang Yuan added, You haven't forgotten those 2 cents just now, have you? What Master commanded, Xianyu would never dare to forget. Xianyu immediately spoke out. That's good. Now you take me to them. Roar. After Jiang Yuan's words, Xianyu let out an earth-shattering roar before heading straight to the direction where Gao Yan and Wu Meng had left. In the meantime, in a dense jungle, Gao Yan and Wu Meng are fleeing in a mess. Fear was written all over their faces, and they fled while not sweeping backwards. Phew, didn't follow me. That ferocious beast finally didn't follow me. Wu Meng gasped out a breath before her entire body fell to the ground with a snap. Gao Yan, who was on the side, also stopped his steps as he exhaled a long breath and said, How did that ferocious beast launch an attack on us? Yi Ningxue is right beside him. How come he would still rush over to beat us instead? This is something that Gao Yan can't figure out, and Wu Meng can't figure it out either. But Wu Meng quickly calmed down and hummed. But then again, we escaped, and Yi Ningxue inevitably didn't escape just now. Died in the mouth of that ferocious beast after all. Speaking of which, a flash of joy climbed up her face with it. It's just a shame no one witnessed Yi Ningxue. What's the pity? To see Yi Ningxue fall with your own eyes? Before the slightly regretful Wu Meng's words could fall, a sudden Lang voice interrupted her. Who is it? Wu Meng and Gao Yan's faces stagnated, and they immediately twisted their heads to patrol around. What's the point of playing God? Come out and see who's stronger with it if you can. Gao Yan, who hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary, sank in color. Spinning around, he directly summoned his spirit beast, and Wu Meng did the same when he saw this. As you wish. The voice that sounded like the great Tao resounded once again. Follow closely. Roar, roar, roar. A loud roar echoed through heaven and earth. Then they saw a black spectral light coming across from the distance. When they could see clearly, Gao Yan and Wu Meng's pupils shrunk, and their whole body involuntarily shivered. It was only because the visitor was the Xianyu demon tiger. The scene where he had just killed Lu Chang and Chu Chou in seconds was still fresh in his mind. It just seems like it now. This is not a ferocious beast. It is clearly a spirit beast contracted by a strong person. I am afraid that the target of that powerful person is the electric shock magic beast. And they went over there just in time to be mistaken for trying to take the electro wraith, right? Where have we been? Scared? Under Gao Yan and Wu Meng's thoughts, A certain piece of darkness Jiang Yuan was gazing at the two with cold eyes. Seniors, seniors. At this point, Gao Yan's voice trembled as he said, "We apologize if you found us offensive in any way just now. But, we really didn't mean it. It was all because of that woman just now." As Gao Yan kowtowed, Wu Meng hurriedly took over and said, "That's right, senior, that woman is the culprit. We had no intention at all, and we ask you to bypass your anger on us this time. Humph, that woman hunted the electric shock demon beast for me. I can't even be happy about it." Jiang Yuan's outburst caused Gao Yan and Wu Meng's figures to be stunned. From these words, it wasn't hard for them to guess that there was a huge probability that Yi Ningxue hadn't died, but they also knew that the first order of business was to protect their own lives. Thus, the two of them also opened their mouths in succession, and even specifically rushed the Xian Yu Devil Tiger and knelt down in order to show their sincerity. Seniors, then this matter has even less to do with us. We're not even here to hunt electrified magical beasts. Elder, please let us go. As long as you let us go, we can pay you money to apologize. Oh, Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly before asking, "Then how much can you give?" Gao Yan was delighted and hurriedly took a bank card out and said, "Senior, there are $3 million inside. Please accept it." "Only 3 million? Hearing this, Gao Yan trembled immediately and the pocket rummage up at the same time and rushed. Wu Meng shouted, "You, come on, take out all the money you have to properly honor senior." Upon hearing this, Wu Meng also immediately rummaged around, not even letting go of some of the gold and silver jewelry. In the end they all rummaged through. Can be said to put all the things in addition to the clothes on the body in front of the Xianyu magic tiger. Full of 10 million. Another 10 million have arrived. Jiang Yuan immediately asked Xianyu to receive these things aside first. And seeing this scene, Gao Yan and Wu Meng's hearts were instantly relieved while slowly standing up and said, "Many thanks to senior for sparing their lives. Thank you senior for sparing my life." As they spoke, they made a gesture to leave this place of wrongdoing. Just then, "Did I tell you to leave?" A re-emerging deep drink caused Gao Yan and Wu Meng's movements to lurch. Former, let me ask you guys something." Hearing this, Gao Yan and Wu Meng loosened up again. Wu Meng even patted his chest and said, "Senior, you say whatever I know will definitely be truthful with you." Jiang Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows then revealed a cold smile and said, "Since that's the case then tell me something about Jiang Yuan." As soon as these words came out, Gao Yan and Wu Meng clamored and stared, and it was more than clear to see the fear on their complexion. Jiang Yuan, always the biggest secret in both of their hearts. Until now only he too knew. How did this senior know? However, before they could think about it, another ethereal voice resounded in their ears. "Oh, right. And where did the spirit Brightstone monkey go again? If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, beware of me exterminating you." Roar! The Xianyu Devil Tiger let out a timely roar at that moment. The two of them, Gao Yan and Wu Meng, could not help but tremble already, especially Wu Meng. Her body shivered, and her crotch was instantly soaked with water. An odor of urine then filled the air. Chapter 60, Final Revenge. Jiang Yuan? Who is he? Gao Yan's voice trembled, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Senior, I've always been in the 6th form. My dad's still the vice principal of the 6th form, and I've never heard of him in the 6th form. Did you recognize the wrong person? Gao Yan pretended so well that if people didn't know, they were afraid they would be fooled by him. It was just that Jiang Yuan, as the one who experienced everything, how could he be deceived by him? Jiang Yuan sniffed with a cold look on his face and said, Alright, if you don't know, forget it. Before Gao Yan could breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Yuan droned again. Since he doesn't know, it's useless to keep it. Xian Yu, ha! Under his fearful eyes, a flash of ghostly light zoomed in and out. Eventually, it left a claw mark directly on his head that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. The moment blood spurted out from it, Gao Yan had fallen straight to the ground in a daze. Looking at Gao Yan's appearance, Jiang Yuan hadn't shown much yet. Ah, dead, ah, help! On the side, Wu Ming's face was already white, and she even let out a loud scream. However, when she realized that the Xian Yu Devil Tiger was looking at her, she stopped her voice in a panic and said with a pale face, Senior, please spare me this time. I'll never dare again. Wu Meng prayed then added, Senior, I know where the Spirit Brightstone Monkey is. Spirit Brightstone Monkey due to the exceptionally precious. So we have given him to someone else. If you want, I can take you to find. Of course, you have to guarantee my safety, otherwise I won't talk even if I die. Oh, still trying to bargain? Hearing this, Jiang Yuan smiled coldly. Since Wu Meng didn't say anything, he didn't mind doing some searching on his own. As for Wu Meng, Jiang Yuan would not let go, nor would he let her die as easily as Gao Yan. Xian Yu, torture her well. Roar! the Xianyu devil tiger let out a roar and immediately rushed in front of Su Meng, then used its sharp claws to cut open Wu Meng's flesh and blood bit by bit. Ah! Spare me! Please spare me! Wu Meng yelped in shock, the stinging sensation causing her to keep struggling to escape. But under the Xianyu devil tiger, how could Wu Meng have any chance of escaping? Zhang Yuan, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Wu Meng's pleading and painful appearance, and his heart was not to mention how happy he was. Until now Zhang Yuan still clearly remembered how Wu Meng and Gao Yan had tortured themselves in order to deprive themselves of their talent. That could be a full 3 days and 3 nights of torture just to strip him of his talent and spirit bright stone monkey to perfection. Now, Wu Meng hadn't even endured 1% as much as he had. Wu Meng, just enjoy yourself. I promise you'll have a good time. With this, Zhang Yuan's side of the situation was not yet known to anyone. At this point, the gazes of everyone in the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association were all locked onto Yi Ningxue's projected image. At this point, Yi Ningxue seemed like she was tirelessly hunting the ferocious beasts in a frenzy. Regardless of their rank, all the ferocious beasts that she saw could not escape death. Before I thought Yi Ningxue couldn't do it. Now I take that back. It's not okay, it's ridiculously strong. Yes, not to mention that even if we were killing pigs, we should be tired after killing so many pigs, right? Second place is up. The crowd exclaimed in shock when suddenly Bai Jingtian's stance condensed and said, and her score is still rising in a straight line. She's already approaching first place. Beside him, Lin Tianhong and the major principals couldn't help but cast their eyes at the rankings on the side, only to see that on the ranking list, Yi Ningxue's score was still rising miserably. On the contrary, although the first place's score was also rising, it was ultimately quite a bit slower than Yi Ningxue. Could it be that Yi Ningxue is going to take the top spot in Gan Province? Seeing this scene, Lu Qing clenched his hand tightly, his expression written with exhilaration. Yi Ningxue is going to win the first prize, and that's going to be famous all over the world. Along with that, the sixth form and his status will plummet. No way? The first place is Yang Han. He's been ranked no. 1 from the beginning of the big test until now. Yeah, Yi Ningxue is indeed fast, but there isn't much time left for the big exam. She shouldn't be able to surpass it in the end. And as he was energized, various principals spoke up one after another. Just then, over. Yi Ningxue is in first place. The eyes of the various principals stared at the words and immediately looked sideways. See only, Yi Ningxue's ranking had come to number 1, and her score was still rising at an extremely fast pace, pulling away from Yang Han by a level in just a short time. And it wasn't long before Yi Ningxue occupied the first place. Knock knock. A resounding voice resounded from the vortex, and then everyone saw that the candidate's body in the projected image was wrapped in a white light. See this scene. Everyone was silent, because they all know this is what happens only at the end of a big test. That is to say, in this great examination, Yi Ningxue was not only the first in Xin City, she was also the provincial top student in Gan Province. Shoo shoo shoo. Under the crowd's gaze, thousands of balls of light scattered one by one from the vortex in the huge arena. As the white light dispersed, the faces of the many candidates unfolded. Each of them had a different look and demeanor. Some of them are in a very sorry state, and their complexion is also weak to the extreme. So it is clear that they must not have achieved any good results in the inside. And there are those who look calm and have a few godly looks on their brow. But the crowd that had been watching the battle didn't pay too much attention to them, and after only casually sweeping their eyes, everyone's gazes were locked onto Yi Ningxue's body. Phew! Yi Ningxue's expression under the spotlight was a bit disheveled. She had guessed why the group was looking at her like that. Must have achieved the no. 1 ranking in Xinjiang by himself. But this kind of ranking might be great for others, but for Yi Ningxue it was so unsatisfactory. I didn't expect that in this life I would be so much stronger than my previous life, but my ranking would be even lower than my previous life. Secretly sighing, Yi Ningxue looked vapid to the extreme. She hadn't hunted the electric shock demon beast, so she was bound to not be in first place. If she doesn't get first place, then she probably won't stand a chance in the Four Beasts Academy. Only, just as she thought of this, bursts of exclamations of surprise then resounded from all sides of the arena. I'll throw! Yi Ningxue Cao Pai! Screams in broken voice, ********, look, you guys, the provincial champion, it's a living provincial scholar. As the voice of Dao Dao entered his ears, a trace of incomprehension flashed in Yi Ningxue's eyes. It's not like he won first place in this life as he did in his previous one. Yang Han, what's he doing here? Moreover, she looked back and forth and didn't see Yang Han. Instead she saw Lu Qing running over with an excited expression. Yi students, congratulations on winning the first place in Gan Province in this grand examination. Ha! When these words came out, Yi Ningxue's entire dumbfounded. Her eyes were slightly enlarged a lot. Chapter 61, Weird Provincial Scholar. Provincial Scholar? Me? Yi Ningxue pointed at herself incredulously. What? I'm the top student in the province? May? It's not right. It's impossible to surpass Yang Han's score according to his own calculations. With doubt in her heart, Yi Ningxue couldn't help but search the leaderboards with a sideways glance. Aside from the exterminated Chu Qiu and Lu Chang, Gao Yan and Wu Meng, the rest of them did not differ much from what she remembered from her previous life. And it is also indeed ranked in the first place, with a score of 749 points, and the rating has reached the SSS level. Upon seeing it thoroughly, Yi Ningxue couldn't help but widen her eyes. 749 points. This score is higher than the previous life even. The problem was that she couldn't figure out how she could have 749 points anyhow, unless exterminating that one electric shock demon beast is still slightly possible. Yi Ningxue, congratulations, honored with the position of Gone Province Scholar. Under her thoughts, Bai Qingtian and Lin Tianhong also slowly walked over. With joyful faces, they came out one after the other. In addition to them, the rest of the various principals licked their faces and walked over. Even the headmaster of the first form, who has always despised the sixth form, did the same. They let out heartfelt sounds of admiration, and the surrounding students also cast envious gazes at Yi Ningxue. It's safe to say, at this moment, Yi Ningxue was a star-studded existence. Lin Tianhong looked at Yi Ningxue from afar, still unconsciously nodding his head. It was because he realized that no matter how many praises were in his ears, Yi Ningxue's expression did not reveal any self-satisfied joy. Tarzan is not a man of the world. In time she will surely take her place in the entire Grand Xia. Regarding Yi Ningxue's performance, Lin Tianhong complimented without a blush. He is totally unaware of this moment. Yi Ningxue was still in a state of confusion. Until now she was uncertain. How did you become a provincial scholar for no reason? Electrocution wraiths. She didn't exterminate them either. Before she could explain, Bai Qingtian laughed and said, Yi Ningxue, 3 days after the end of the exam, there will be a national ranking. I'll take you to the enrollment conference, then you can choose any university you like. Now you go back and get some rest. You can mention whatever resources you want, whatever you want, as long as it's available in Xinjiang. Oh, good. I'll go down first then. Although her heart was filled with doubts, Yi Ningxue also knew that it was not a good time to ask questions. She answered and was ready to go down and watch the replay of the big test to establish how she had actually gotten the first place in the big test. And as Yi Ningxue went to investigate, gone, buzz off. Under the public's attention, the candidates who had entered the grand examination site from the Gone Province Imperial Beast Master Association also returned one by one. Underneath the vast crowd, there were two people who got a lot of attention. One was Yi Ming of the Yi family, while the other was Yang Han. Looking at Yi Ming beside him, Yang Han then couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked, Yi Ming, how did the exam go? Brother Yang, that's definitely not as good as your exam. Yi Ming smiled and said, with my grades I should only be in the top 5. And who in your entire province of Gone can compete with you? Hearing this, Yang Han revealed a touch of pride. After all, these words are true. No one in this city in Gone province could match her. And if Gone doesn't have one, how can any of the cities below Gone have candidates who can match him? Brother Yang, look at all the people present looking at you. Why don't you go up and give a speech about becoming a provincial scholar? When his thoughts reached here, Yi Ming's voice on the side once again fell on his ears. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yang Han's face. So he immediately took a step forward and looked around the room, saying, Gentlemen, it's just a district Gone province scholar, nothing to be proud of, and you don't have to look at, like that. Before he could finish his sentence, a candidate beside him suddenly pulled his body. Yang, wait a minute, what's wrong? Yang Han frowned. The one thing that bothered him the most was people interrupting him while he was pretending. Brother Yang, you, look at the ranking. Rankings? What happened to the rankings? Yang Han muttered and subconsciously glanced at the rankings. It didn't matter if he didn't look. His whole body was dumbfounded, only to see that the person at the top of the list was not him at all, but someone named Yi Ningxue. And looking at her score, she's a full 749, with an even SSS rating. How is that possible? Who is this Yi Ningxue? Yang Han was shaken, completely unable to accept this fact. He was the pride of Gone province. How could he be no match for someone who came to a small place like Confidence City? If it's just a comparison, forget it. But when he thought about what he had just confidently said in front of the general public, he only felt that the crowd's gaze was full of ridicule. Ma Kori. The whole thing was even hotter because of it. And in his exclamation of surprise under the Yi Ming is also the first time to cast eyes to look over. Into the eyes of the Herculean is the letter of the city of the 6th high school. Yi Ningxue, a few big words. Yi Ningxue? How is he? He's still alive? Yi Ming's pupils shrank, and a look of incredulity was written all over his face. Although against Yi Ningxue he didn't personally appear, but could call out Chu Qiu and Lu Chang, Two characters who were also the pride of Gon province. With the two of him sitting in the town, Yi Ningxue, by what reason did she not fall, and straight to the top? Just thinking about this, Yi Ming's body was shaken again. Simply because he did not see the names of Chu Chou and Lu Changliang on the list. The image in front of him instantly caused a bad thought to rise in him. It couldn't be that Chu Chou and Lu Chengtu had fallen in a situation targeting Yi Ningxue, right? Hiss. Just as the thoughts in his mind came out, Yi Ming couldn't help but let out a shiver. If his guess is true, he's screwed. Although the Chu family and the Lu family were no match for the Yi family, they were not to be underestimated in Gon province. Yi Ningxue? At this time, Yang Han returned slightly to his senses as he glanced at Yi Ming and said, "You know Yi Ningxue? Brother Yang." Yi Ming nodded with a bitter smile, then told Yi Ningxue's life. Yang Han listened quietly, but a coldness was drawn in his eyes, robbing him of his status as a scholar and making him so humiliated in front of the general public. He would never let this go. In the meantime, after watching the replay of the big exam in detail, the doubts in Yi Ningxue's heart finally had a few points of resolution. And the fall of the electrocution wraith after I left was attributed to me? Under the condensed murmur, Yi Ningxue couldn't help but frown. Asked herself, she was still a bit confused. Would you still not be aware of your own frost power yourself? How is it possible to do this? Could it be that because the talent has been upgraded, the power of frost has also changed slightly? After frowning and pondering for a moment, Yi Ningxue gently shook her head without further thought. It was still a bit of a surprise, but the whole thing wasn't unacceptable, and not a bad thing for her, per se. In contrast, there was another thing she wanted more than anything else right now. That's compare and contrast with Zhang Yuan to see who is stronger. This time he awakens to the ninth order. How can he still be compared to my transcendent mortal first order? Chapter 62, The Creepy Strongman at the Door. Buzz. Under the condensation, Yi Ningxue had summoned Zhang Yuan from within the Imperial Beast space. Before he could see the figure and only saw a burst of radiant light, Yi Ningxue couldn't wait to burst out all of her own breath. Now that the great exam is over, and I've come to the transcendent first order, you, after all, cannot surpass it, Yi Ningxue said. The corners of her mouth slightly outlined a smile. In her previous life as a female Valkyrie, the pride in her heart would not allow anyone else to be better than her, especially a spirit animal that one has contracted. Thinking of this, Yi Ningxue tilted her chin and once again spoke out. But don't worry, as my contracted spirit beast, I'm bound to protect you. Just then, she suddenly sensed something. The smile on her face froze and her pupils looked incredulously at Zhang Yuan within the white light. The appearance of Zhang Yuan that was reflected in his eyes had changed quite a bit. His whole body was like a flickering arc of red-colored thunder, adding a bit of majesty as well as handsomeness to his lovely appearance. The point that concerned Yi Ningxue the most was that she clearly detected that the aura Zhang Yuan displayed was no different from her own. Both were at the transcendent first stage. Super. Transcendent first order? How is this possible? How can he be at the transcendent first order? Exclaiming out in shock, Yi Ningxue's eyebrows raised fiercely. What's so strange about that? Across from her, Zhang Yuan grunted backwards. He had said long ago that Yi Ningxue would never be able to surpass himself in this lifetime. But it's also true that it's clear that it's impossible to surpass yourself. But why are you still desperately trying to do so? Simply start nurturing yourself. Let's just go on a double date and have a good time and be done with it. Is that bad? No way. He's been within the Imperial Beast space all this time and has no resources. We can't say he can ascend just by sleeping, can we? Yi Ningxue clenched her teeth fiercely and immediately checked Zhang Yuan's relevant attributes. Red Thunder Heavy Pig, Transcendent First Stage, and also possessing the dual attributes of Fire and Thunder? Without looking, Yi Ningxue was dumbfounded. She had read about Zhang Yuan before. How long has it been? How come the results are completely different when you check again? For a moment, the joy of winning the top prize in the province of Xinjiang was instantly washed away. You wait, I shall surpass you. In the end, Yi Ningxue said with her silver teeth clenched darkly, and then took Zhang Yuan back into the Imperial Beast space. She's planning on it. She wasn't going anywhere during the time that the results of the national exams were out. She's going into seclusion. Enhance your strength so that you can surpass Zhang Yuan. Oi. What do you mean? Yi Ningxue was unimpressed, but Zhang Yuan was not happy. To know, he had a lot to do with her winning the provincial championship. Yi Ningxue is good. She doesn't thank you and treats herself like this? Forget it. At least this time, I went to the great examination with Yi Ningxue and slaughtered Gao Yan, but Wu Meng doesn't know what the situation is like. It seems like I can go find Bai Xiaoluo and have her ask for me. Zhang Yuan mused, as he was slowly torturing Wu Meng. So until the end of the big test, Wu Meng had not yet fallen. But according to Zhang Yuan's prediction, even if she didn't fall, she would definitely be seriously injured. Not much different from being dead. And with his mind made up, Zhang Yuan instantly unleashed the shadow of the evil god. Although Yi Ningxue had reincorporated him into the imperial beast space, it wasn't like he didn't have long legs and didn't know how to run. Once the shadow of the evil god was cast, Zhang Yuan flew out of the imperial beast space, then stepped into Bai Xiaoluo's boudoir without anyone noticing. Just as he entered, he saw Bai Xiaoluo carefully tending to the one-tailed fox. At this time, the one-tailed fox's rank had also come to the awakening 7th rank. Wow, master, you're here. Zhang Yuan saw Bai Xiaoluo, and she naturally discovered Zhang Yuan as well. And so, Bai Xiaoluo ran to Zhang Yuan's side as soon as he could. Wow, master, there's still light on you, hey. It looks so much cuter again. Lovely. Zhang Yuan pulled the corner of his mouth. He hated it when people called him cute. How can you call yourself cute when you are a big man? However, once he saw Bai Xiaoluo's cute face that was still a little red from excitement, he couldn't get a little angry. It's just, she's my maid at least. Cute is cute. Master, I watched the big test live. Hey, you exterminated that electric shock demon beast, right? Wow. Master, really you are so handsome. Under Zhang Yuan's staring murmur, Bai Xiaoluo opened his mouth again with eyes full of light. The adoration in her words was so great it seemed to spill out of them. Master, as she spoke, Bai Xiaoluo also stretched out her small white hand to knead his shoulder and said, you must be very tired after taking this big exam, right? Let me loosen you up. While pinching Zhang Yuan's shoulders, Bai Xiaoluo was still speaking. Master, and these are the ferocious beast's meat I got recently. You eat it so you can replenish your body. As Bai Xiaoluo spoke, Zhang Yuan saw light flickering in front of him, and a large stack of flesh and blood containing pure energy was placed in front of him. Zhang Yuan sniffed in relief. Look at that. Compared to Bai Xiaoluo, where was Yi Ningxue worthy of her status as a contractor? He had worked himself to death in order to hunt the electric shock demon beast and increase her score, only to be treated like this. Huff and puff. Zhang Yuan nodded gently, then began to feast under Bai Xiaoluo's massage. Its days could not be more comfortable, but the good times didn't last long. Day 3. Zhang Yuan, Bai Xiaoluo and the one-tailed fox were playing in the arena of the Xin City Imperial Beast Association. Suddenly, a stern voice suddenly came out from the distant doorway. Since I'm here, why hasn't the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association sent anyone out to greet me? As the words rang out, a royal beast master flew out of the doorway backwards, spinning around and slamming heavily onto the ground. What kind of people? How dare you come to the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association to cause trouble? The Imperial Beast Masters who had originally stood to the side immediately summoned their spirit beasts to charge outside. Bai Xiaoluo frowned imperceptibly at the sight. Someone is causing trouble? Zhang Yuan asked, his mouth with a raised eyebrow. Master, you don't have to worry. Bai Xiaoluo shook his head and said, Sister Xiaoling has already gone. With his strength he's bound to be able to take down the troublemakers. As she spoke, Bai Xiaoluo revealed a small tiger tooth, and some coldness crossed her pretty face. Dare to make trouble in the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association. I'll definitely show you what I'm made of when little sister spirit takes it down. Bang, bang, bang. Only her words were followed by a few more muffled sounds. Casting his eyes to see it, he saw several figures drawing a perfect parabola in the air before finally falling heavily to the ground. And these people were no one else. They were clearly the Royal Beast Masters of the Xin City Royal Beast Master Association. Even the little spirit in Bai Xiaoluo's mouth was included. A mere Imperial Beast Master from Xin City still wants to stop me? Really don't know how much you weigh? The moment Zhang Yuan and Bai Xiaoluo saw it clearly, it was accompanied by a cold, stern voice. There were two people entering the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association through the gate in a dignified manner, one after the other. One of them, Zhang Yuan recognized. It was none other than Yi Ming of the Yi family. Chapter 63, Transcendent Third Order versus Transcendent First Order. Zhang Yuan Crisis. Other than that, Zhang Yuan also saw a white horse with a size of 7 meters and a one-horned head following behind the two. Type, Unicorn Pegasus. Level, Transcendental Third Order. Attribute, Superpower. Bloodline potential, First Order King. Talent, Unicorn's Glow. Unicorn's horn is very hard and can explode with pure energy to enhance its combat abilities. Skills, Unicorn Drill, A. Pegasus Trample, A. Triangle Attack, A. Radiant Glow, A. A unicorn horn? Transcendent Third Order? Zhang Yuan's heart was bing. The unicorn heavenly horse was extremely rare. He remembered that only the one contracted by a person named Yang Han from Gan Province in this grand examination was the unicorn heavenly horse. Is he the so-called Yang Han? Although it was a doubtful voice, Zhang Yuan already had a conclusion in his mind. So Yang An at the same Transcendent Third Order, accompanied by Yi Ming. I guess it can only be Yang Han from Gan Province. Under Zhang Yuan's thoughts, Xiao Ling had staggered to her feet. Who are you people? I've already informed our president. He'll come over later. When you... Before the little spirit's words could land, The one frowned and clapped his hands after him. Moo! The one-horned heavenly horse let out a chirp, and immediately, an essence of light erupted from its unicorn horn and shot at little spirit's body. Bang! The little spirit's body moved and fell to the ground. Sister Xiaoling, are you alright, Sister Spirit? Bai Xiaoluo took one look and instantly ran to Xiaoling's side in some panic and helped her up. Oomph! At this time, Yang Han didn't even look at Xiaoling and Bai Xiaoluo and sneered while walking towards the inside of the Xian City Imperial Beastmaster Association. It's true that a small place is a small place. The watchdogs they keep only know how to bark, and have no bite at all. When these words came out, the faces of the crowd were immediately embarrassed. Bai Xiaoluo frowned and blocked his way saying, "You guys apologize to me. Get out. Don't get in my way of finding Yining Xue." Yang Han swept a glance at Bai Xiaoluo, then pushed her away with a big swing of his hand. Bai Xiaoluo was inadvertently pushed directly onto his butt. Ouch! Ooh-hoo! The one-tailed fox saw this and immediately blocked Bai Xiaoluo's face and called out, "Yo! Even my master doesn't dare to block my way. How dare a mere awakened 7th stage spirit beast?" Yang Han coldly grunted out, "Unicorn heavenly horse. Use trample to make her understand what people should be messed with and what people shouldn't be messed with." Moo! The unicorn heavenly horse raised its front legs and prepared to trample down in one go. The blow looked flat, but the difference in rank can be placed here. The one-tailed fox to be hit even if it will not perish, but also will be seriously injured. Whitey! Bai Xiaoluo obviously realized this had already called out, "Quickly get out of the way." Ooh-hoo! The one-tailed fox responded, trying to dodge away. Just how could her speed compare to a one-horned celestial horse? But, just in the nick of time, Zhang Yuan moved. One could only see a tail carrying thunderlight, as if it was a long whip, abruptly flashing out and quickly hitting the unicorn heavenly horse's leg. Shasta! Moo! The unicorn heavenly horse ate the pain and stumbled back a few more steps. Yang Han's brows locked and his eyes flew to glance at Zhang Yuan's body. "A pig? How dare you block my way?" Yi Ming was about to concur when he suddenly saw Zhang Yuan in front of him. His eyes moved slightly, then he ambled over to Yang Han's bosom and said a few words softly. "Ooh, so it's this pet pig that Yi Ningxue contracted." Yang Han's eyebrows immediately flashed with contempt when he heard this. He naturally knew that Zhang Yuan's bloodline rating was unnameable. But so what? Pet pigs are pet pigs after all. Could it be that it could not even compare to the unicorn heavenly horse he had contracted? Not only him, even Yi Ning felt the same, especially since he had watched Yi Ningxue's great examination battle. From beginning to end this pig didn't show up a few times, just like Yi Ningxue also knew that he couldn't hold it. Unicorn Pegasus. Just then Yang Han spoke out again. "Since he's a spirit beast contracted by Argonne Province provincial scholar, then let's see how much he weighs first." Moo! The one-horned heavenly horse was already harboring resentment towards Zhang Yuan, and now he was given the order. He immediately disliked Zhang Yuan and charged over. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Originally knowing that they were looking for Yi Ningxue, Zhang Yuan did not want to care yet. But, good and dead bullying to his little servant. Huff and puff. So Zhang Yuan flicked and dodged the blow while leaping up high and slammed into it with a fierce bang. With a bang sound, the one-horned heavenly horse was staggered by Zhang Yuan and nearly fell to the ground, leaving even more of a bruise on its torso. Moo! The unicorn heavenly horse took the pain and let out a roar with it. "Yay! Good for you, little piggies." Not far away, Bai Xiaoluo clapped his hands together when he saw this, and even the one-tailed fox let out a chirp. Tramp! And the blow caused Yang Han to tighten his brow. As an existence of the transcendent mortal third order, he was actually defeated by a transcendent mortal first order. When this matter was told, he would really be disgraced. Unicorn Pegasus. Use the unicorn drill. Teach him to be human. Moo! The one-horned heavenly horse hissed up to the sky, followed by a path of light condensing from it on its one horn. Moo! In the next second, he charged towards Zhang Yuan with a flying stance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Yuan realized that the unicorn heavenly horse had become much faster while rendering a glow on its unicorn horn. Moo! With another neigh, the unicorn heavenly horse was already approaching Zhang Yuan's side. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows and immediately dodged, narrowly brushing his body to avoid it. However, as a result, Zhang Yuan's skin was rubbed with a gash, from which blood was vaguely seeping out. Huff and puff. "I can't believe it grazed me." Zhang Yuan frowned fiercely, but Yang Han was watching with a sneer on his face. "Che, I thought this pet pig had something, so that's all you can do?" With a cold snort, Yang Han spoke again. "Unicorn heavenly horse, continue, hit him hard for me." Moo! With a neigh, the one-horned heavenly horse then charged at him with another stride of its limbs. This was repeated twice, and Zhang Yuan narrowly dodged it. But the one-horned heavenly horse seemed to have no intention of stopping at all. Instead, the light on the one horn became more and more radiant. It was as if he would never stop until Zhang Yuan was knocked down. Huff and puff, strike after strike. If I don't give a damn, do I really think I'm a sick pig? After dodging once more, Zhang Yuan's eyes scratched out a cold and stern color. Moo! Just then, however, another hiss came out. The unicorn heavenly horse was charging towards Zhang Yuan again, and this time, in everyone's eyes Zhang Yuan seemed tired and did not dodge at all. This scene caused the corners of Yang Han's and Yiming's lips to curl into a smile. They believed that if this strike was struck, Zhang Yuan would surely live and die. Chapter 64, Dad. They bullied me. Lord, little piggy, watch out, Bai Shaoluo shouted in a hurry. Woohoo! Daddy, look out! The one-tailed fox was also filled with panic. Compared to them, Yang Han and Yiming were teasing. They could already tell what was going to happen next from what was in front of them. As expected. Next, moo! The unicorn heavenly horse let out an A, and its unicorn horn had pierced straight through from Zhang Yuan's back to the inside of his body. But it was unexpected. Being pierced through by the one-horned heavenly horse's unicorn horn, Zhang Yuan did not let out any roar, and no blood flowed out from the injured area. What's going on? Yang Han couldn't help but frown, and a bad feeling grew even more in his heart. Moo, moo, moo. But before he could give a new command, a hiss of pain was the first to sound. It's a one-horned Pegasus. Turning his eyes, he saw that Zhang Yuan's body had actually transformed into thousands of red-colored thunderbolts frantically slashing at the unicorn heavenly horse's body. See this scene, both Bai Shaoluo and the one-tailed fox, who were originally worried, opened their mouths slightly. No, it's not just them. Yang Han and Yiming were also surprised with their mouths open, as if this hand was completely out of their expectation. What's going on here? It's not him? But how did it explode? Yiming couldn't help but speak out to himself, while if Zhang Yuan knew about his doubts, Think would be more than willing to explain that it's the shadow of the evil god for which he got promoted. Thunder. Thunder attributes? How could a pet pig possess the lightning attribute? Yang Han did not think so much. He was full of stagnation, could not help but let out a rote exclamation of surprise. Also at that moment, another grunt sounded on the field. Huff and puff. Looking around, he only saw Zhang Yuan appear. His body was uninjured, and there was a bit of anthropomorphic teasing on his face. Tramp! Yang Han instantly roared out in anger at the sight. Unicorn heavenly horse, pull yourself together. He's right in front of you. Run him over. Moo! Just before the unicorn heavenly horse could react, Zhang Yuan's bloody mouth had already spewed out a stream of heat inflammation. Boom! This hand of Zhang Yuan's unicorn Pegasus noticed it. Only the lightning that was draped around his body caused damage to him while also paralyzing his body quite a bit. Finally, all he could do was watch as the massive heat flames stirred in his body. Moo moo moo! The double strike of lightning and flames instantly caused the unicorn heavenly horse to scream miserably. As the fire spread, the wailing of the unicorn heavenly horse became more and more weakened. Its breath fell rapidly, and Yang Han's reddish color became pale. Quickly put out the fire. As soon as Yiming saw Yang Han's appearance, he immediately spoke out and drank to Zhang Yuan. Look at his panic. If he didn't know better, I'm afraid he'd have to do it himself. It's normal to think about it. Yang Han was the son of the president of the Gong Province Imperial Beastmaster Association. In case the unicorn heavenly horse fell here, how could he, as a fellow traveler, escape accountability? Only his words were ultimately futile. Not to mention that Zhang Yuan himself was planning to eat horse meat. Just the tone of his questioning Zhang Yuan would not stop there. Huff and puff, eyes wide open. Zhang Yuan did not move in the slightest. Looking at the unmoved Zhang Yuan, Yiming was furious. However, he also understood that now was not the time to count on this, so he immediately spoke out. Someone come! Someone come! Someone is ostentatiously exterminating other people's spirit beasts in the Xin City Imperial Beastmaster Association. Quickly, someone, put out the fire. Yiming's voice was loud, but none of the Xin City Imperial Beastmaster Association was slow to respond. It wasn't until Yang Han spat out a smear of hot blood from his mouth a few moments later that a deep voice rang out. Who dares to commit murder within my Xin City Royal Beastmaster Association? Accompanied by this voice, Bai Qingtian brought along a group of Xin City's Royal Beastmasters before arriving late. Having just rushed in front of him, Bai Qingtian seemed to have just discovered Yiming and Yang Han, and he spoke out in shock. Yiming? Yang Han? Aren't you two in Gong Province? Why did you come to my Xin City without saying anything? President Bai, why are you coming over now? Yiming was filled with displeasure. Did you do it on purpose? Deliberately? Bai Qingtian froze first, then asked back. What on purpose? It was just that although he said so, Zhang Yuan clearly understood from the slightly upturned corners of Bai Qingtian's lips that he was doing it on purpose. Not only did Zhang Yuan discover it, even Bai Shaoluo and Yiming did as well. Bai Shaoluo frowned and couldn't help but guffaw, while Yiming spoke out angrily. You! Before the words fell, Yiming suddenly spoke out. President Bai, someone committed an act against Yang Han's spirit beast. the Unicorn Heavenly Horse, at your Xin City Royal Beast Master Association. What do you think should happen? Are you trying to say that my spirit beast injured Yang Han's Unicorn Heavenly Horse? Before Bai Jingtian could reply, a cold voice suddenly resounded. Yining Shui is here? Zhang Yuan, who was listening to the sound, raised his eyebrows slightly. Sweeping along with the source of the sound, he saw Yining Shui walking over from the distance with a calm face step by step. Just when he glanced at Yining Shui, Zhang Yuan clearly noticed that although her face was calm, her eyes carried a sour taste, especially when she saw Bai Xiaoluo standing beside her. That sourness is about to overflow. Hey, no way? Zhang Yuan had no fear of exterminating the Unicorn Heavenly Horse. The current Zhang Yuan, however, was really a bit flustered. He was truly afraid that Yining Shui and Bai Xiaoluo would present the same situation as when they first met in the situation at hand. Then his head is going to be really big. Good on. Before Yining Shui could make a sound, Yining roared out first. Yining Shui, since you came out, then as a 2-star Imperial Beast Master, you naturally know what the offense is for condoning a spirit beast to commit murder in the Great Xia, right? Humph. Yining Shui coldly grunted out, and Xiaoling staggered to stand up first. Why is your cheek so thick? It was clearly you who first tried to break into our Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association without authorization. Miss Yi is protecting the safety of our Xin City Royal Beast Master Association. If for Xiaoling's defense was still expected by Zhang Yuan, then Bai Xiaoluo's next outburst was completely out of his expectation. Only to see Bai Xiaoluo holding his mouth and echoing, "Yeah, Dad, look at them still pushing me. They're making me hurt." Bai Xiaoluo pointed to his own skinned knee. His voice was tinged with a few moments of crying. "I just saw them break in and wanted to ask them who they were. They just hit me and tried to hit my little white boy. If it wasn't for Sister Ye's spirit beasts coming over to help me, I would have been killed by them. Dad, then you'll have lost a lovely daughter by then." Toward the end, Bai Xiaoluo's beautiful eyes had already filled with tears. Looking aggrieved, seeing Bai Xiaoluo's expression, Yi Ming and Yang Han's hearts thumped. Obviously they didn't expect that one of the people they had casually beaten would be Bai Jingtian's daughter. You know that Bai Jingtian is famous for protecting his calf. Chapter 65, the Yi family raises their family to welcome Ning Shui home. Not only them, Yining Shui was also confused. After all, her own family knows their own business. She's been on pins and needles since she first met Bai Xiaoluo. How come you're helping yourself now? No. Suddenly, Yining Shui noticed the direction Bai Xiaoluo's gaze was looking. That was clearly where Zhang Yuan was. Seeing this, where would Yining Shui not understand? He grunted out coldly. The sourness in his heart magnified even further. As a spirit beast in his contract, it turned out to be the one to help Bai Xiaoluo. This, even if she can still pretend that she does not know. But what the hell is the point of having to come out and wipe your own ass? Himself. At least it's a generation of female Valkyries. President Bai. Under Yining Shui's thoughts, Yi Ming, who was slightly flustered in his heart, had already spoken out. I can sincerely apologize to you for what happened to MS. Bai. But Yang Han is the son of the president of the Gong Province Imperial Beast Master Association, and now his spirit beasts have been destroyed by Yining Shui. Aren't you going to give a saying? White Prime's face was green with veins. Want an argument, do you? I'll give it to you. Snap. With an extremely crisp ringing sound, Yi Ming's face was immediately left with a bright red palm print. The moment, the whole room froze a bit. Never in a million years did he expect Bai Jingtian to suddenly slap Yi Ming in the face. Yi Ming, at least he's from the Yi family in Gong Province. Under a long period of stagnation, eventually Yang Han was the first to return to his senses. He droned out, President Bai, you have a precious daughter, but Yang Han and my Yi family are not to be messed with. Yang Han originally thought that Bai Jingtian would at least be scrupulous, but he never expected that the corner of Bai Jingtian's lips hooked out a cold smile. What? Do you still want me to sanction Yining Shui? Without waiting for the two to reply, Bai Jingtian spread his hands and said, I'm sorry, but I'm not qualified to meddle in the affairs of the national scholar. When these words came out, everyone's hearts and minds were shaken, especially Yang Han and Yi Ming. Both of his eyes were glaring round, simply because it wasn't difficult for them to hear the meaning of Bai Jingtian's words. That's clearly saying, Yining Shui is a national top student. This? How is that possible? Yang Han's eyes widened at once. He found it extremely unbelievable that Yining Shui could become the provincial scholar. How could she possibly compare to those terrifying to the core families in Kyoto, Mordor, etc., or something like that? Yi Ming, quick, log onto the student network to check it out. A deep drink wrapped in anger from Yang Han caused Yi Ming to act immediately. Student net. All Dasha students can log in. While some Dasha notices are posted inside as well as the most important one announcing the results of the grand exam. And when he tapped on the column of the grade exam, with a refresh, Yiming was stunned straight in place. After waiting for a few seconds, Yang Han got a little impatient and he drank out. Well, did you see it? Look. Saw it. Yiming swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his voice stuttered extremely. Yi Ningxue. She really is the national top scholar. Dull. At this moment, Yang Han was like a piece of sculpture frozen in place. Yi Ningxue. That is, until Bai Qingtian's faintly smiling voice rang out. Just now, all the famous universities in the country have issued enrollment invitations to you. Oh yeah, it also contains the Four Beasts Academy that you're going to choose to join. Saying this, Bai Qingtian turned his head to look at Yang Han and Yiming again and said, what did you guys just say? What Yi families, and Gan Province Imperial Beast Master Association or something? I didn't hear you, why don't you guys say it again? Silence like death. Yang Han and Yiming both dared not utter a word. What a joke, a national champion? How dare they mess with it? Even if the Yi and Yang families behind them knew, even if it was Yi Ningxu's fault they had to be slapped hard, right? Not to mention the fact that they're still coming to the door looking for trouble. Hiss. When he thought of this, Yiming trembled, his body nearly going limp. Yeah, Yi Ningxue had achieved so much. I'm afraid that the Yi family would dream of welcoming Yi Ningxue back to the Yi family, right? And by then, Maru's spice. Thoroughly pill spicy. That. Thinking of this, Yiming forced a smile then said, that matter is actually nothing more than a misunderstanding. Yang Han and I will leave you alone. The words fell. Yiming then hurriedly led Yang Han towards the entrance of the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association and flew away. For this Yang Han did not refuse, but let Yiming pull himself. After all, if he's still looking for trouble here, I'm afraid he'll lose face to the whole of Daxia. After all, every year's great examination was highly scrutinized by the entire nation of Daxia, and the results of the big test announced Yi Ningxue pulled out of the cold. The country may be talking about this point right now, and it is true. The first time the results of the grand exam appeared, the three big words Yi Ningxue made their way onto the various media outlets in Daxia. It also made people up and down the country start paying attention to Yi Ningxue. Yi Ningxue? Her name wasn't even among the favorites to win the title before. She's the one who came out of a small letter city in the middle of Gan province. Against all odds. Not only is it heavenly, but she's also beautiful. And the one she contracted with is said to be a pet pig. A pet pig? Wouldn't that be thief trash? Trashy hammer. I know first-hand news this pet pig of hers has defeated quite a few spirit beasts with strong bloodlines. The whole country discusses Yi Ningxue at the same time also let Zhang Yuan ruthlessly out of the wind. And that's just the various online discussions. The line blew up even more over that. In particular, some of the prideful people from all over the world who had originally thought that they could come out on top, but in the end, they were robbed of their ranking by Yi Ningxue, had even begun to frantically inquire about the news related to Yi Ningxue and Zhang Yuan, like the Yi family. Yi Ningxue, the national top student in the grand exam? When Yi Long noticed the release of the list after this great examination, his entire body trembled. In fact, he had already known that Yi Ningxue had captured the first place in Gan province. His heart really wanted to welcome Yi Ningxue back, but he couldn't swallow this breath. So he planned to hang Yi Ningxue out to dry for a few days first, cutting down on her sharpness first and letting her understand that the Yi family is not indispensable to her. But now, he dismissed the idea altogether. The national scholar. Yi Long didn't dare to imagine if Yi Ningxue was still a member of the Yi family. What a sight their Yi family would be. I'm afraid that the entire Grand Xia will know of their Yi family's existence. Thinking of this, Yi Long's breathing was suddenly sharp. Then he immediately made a phone call. Quickly, call Yiming over to me. Make him come with me to make amends. What? Yiming has already gone to Xin City with Yan Han? No good. Yi Long's heart thumped when he listened to it and immediately said, quickly, prepare the fastest airplane to Xin Chang for me now. I want to go to Xin City to welcome Yi Ningxue home. Oh yes. Then notify the entire Gan province's media to go with me to see Yi Ningxue return home. Chapter 66, Yi Ningxue's Gift of Chance. Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association. After Bai Qingtian's words fell, the rest of the people's expressions changed when they looked at Yi Ningxue, but only Yi Ningxue's expression was extremely calm, as if she was an outsider. Yi Ningxue, aren't you excited? Bai Qingtian looked at Yi Ningxue with some confusion. How many people might be discussing you up and down the country right now? You've made a name for yourself. As the president of the Xin City Imperial Beast Master Association, he had seen many people achieve good results since then, and it's safe to say that whoever it was would have been thrilled beyond belief. The only one who achieved the best results was Yi Ningxue, but she was the most composed. Excited, Yi Ningxue calmly voiced out. In fact, after knowing the results of the big exam, she understood that she was the top student in the country. After all, in her previous life, the national top student had nowhere near as high a score as she had, and she had been thrilled about that. But when she knew that Zhang Yuan had been promoted to the Transcendent First Order, the excitement in her heart had long since vanished. What's the use of being the top student in the country and being famous all over the world? It's still not possible to surpass Zhang Yuan. Yi Ningxue. Listening to Yi Ningxue's words, but remaining bland as she was, Bai Qingtian tugged at the corner of his mouth. You call that excitement? I can't tell at all, okay? Mentally spitting under his breath, Bai Qingtian didn't dwell on this topic for too long as he changed his mind and said, you should know that every year, Daxiao will give some specific rewards to the top winners of the country and the province. What do you need? This. Hearing this, Yi Ningxue hesitated. She hadn't forgotten that before the big exam at that time, she could have categorically said that she would give Zhang Yuan a chance. But right now, did he really want to give Zhang Yuan this chance? Zhang Yuan, who didn't take the chance, could press himself. What would happen if he was given another chance? What chance of surpassing it yourself? Are you not thinking about it yet? Seeing Yi Ningxue's delay in opening her mouth, Bai Qingtian smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you don't think about it. Anyway, the reward quota is here and you can, whenever you want. No. Hearing this, Yi Ningxue looked at Zhang Yuan emphatically, then inhaled and said, I want the red fire flame heart. Fire attribute? Zhang Yuan on the side was a bit surprised. He could know that Yi Ningxue's awakened talent was related to frost, so wouldn't wanting something with fire attribute be in conflict with her? I can just use the red flame heart to breed a spirit beast. Under Zhang Yuan's thoughts, Yi Ningxue issued another remark that thundered him. What? Breeding spirit animals? Yi Ningxue couldn't be talking about me, right? Has she gotten the hang of it? Know what I'm capable of? Without waiting for Zhang Yuan to figure it out, a burst of bright light shone on him. Next, he had then returned to Yi Ningxue's imperial beast space, leaving only an afterimage lingering in his arms. President, then let's put it this way. I'm going to go into seclusion first. Just place the red fire flame heart in front of my retreat room when it arrives. Da. After Zhang Yuan's ears and arms were completely cleared, he had followed Yi Ningxue back into the retreat chamber. At this time, Zhang Yuan also slowly came back to his senses. He looked at Yi Ningxue through the imperial beast space. His expression was not to mention how strange. No, Yi Ningxue was clamoring to surpass me before, but now she really intends to nurture me? But looking at her taut demeanor, why does it feel like she's a thief and reluctant? Zhang Yuan couldn't figure it out. If he didn't know that spirit beasts and contractors were closely related,